Chapter 792, Primordial Chaos, 2. A supreme deity raises a hand. In the name of Flood, I declare. Whoa! Above the audience chamber, the chaos of the outer sea starts to heave and flood. The flooding chaos surges forth, and countless heavenly domains seem to bubble as if boiling and then explode all at once. Be submerged. An archaic existence called the Flood's supreme deity, Fanlan Shangdit, Gui Jian, Huaichan, Flood's annihilation. Amid the explosions of innumerable heavenly domains, another supreme deity swings an arm. As the war god of sunken speech, Xian, I command. Shu, the heavenly domains that ceaselessly explode and drive us back all freeze at once, dropping us into a world of absolute zero. Sink. The silenced supreme deity, Shuo Shengdit, Hyuk Song, Hei Sheng, presses down a hand made of darkness from within a black robe. All sound and vibration disappear, and within an endless world of stasis, our very existence itself sinks. Not stopping there, our existence and history, made into absolute stillness, are torn away and become ancient force. Judging by the skill in handling ancient force, they are clearly an immortal beast king. The winter castle of the firmament, the frosted wall of the North Pole, snowflake-laden cave of evening, the darkened house of midnight. Huiyu, a blizzard blows. No, it is not a blizzard. Its name is winter. The concept called winter itself flies like a blizzard and throws us, who are becoming ancient force, into a domain filled with permafrost data inside the Akashic records, sealing us away forever. Freeze and be imprisoned. Let none remember. The owner of winter, the extreme cold supreme deity, Jihan Shangdi, Han Xion, Han Tan, neutralizes us with their authority. Wirururu. The combined assault of numerous supreme deities is not the end. The future king's gang sphere clones, the 50 Gandhara whirl all at once, and sever our causality and principle themselves. True martial arts, black heaven darkness world. Void speed is almost sealed, but with only the power of darkness world that eats and cuts the law of causality, it is enough for our very existence to be forgotten eternally. In an instant, countless enders and heavenly kings seem to be struck. Watching. Just then, a gigantic hand burning light pink breaks space-time itself and appears beyond the joint seal of the supreme deities and Hien Mu. Some among those supreme deities, as if recognizing it, even under control by the future king, regain their reason and start to scream. How? Surely they died. Even as they died, we saw them challenge the audience chamber. Why are you still alive? Vastcold. Woo. Supreme deities who seem to have been governing immortals during vast cold's era wail as if they are mere mortal beings, and even Hien Mu flinches. Avoidit. Vastcoldisungtherper. Immediately after, the vast cold heavenly lord swings an arm. There is no sound. There is no shockwave, no visible corpse fragments or phenomena. Only one thing remains. It is the audience chamber, torn along the trajectory of vast cold's arm, illuminating the other worlds of the other creation gods beyond the Viramba wind. And, with no phenomenon at all, dozens of supreme deities and 30 Gandhara are deleted. Belatedly, Hien Mu splits the gang extreme clones, but beyond the shards of space-time, another arm made of light pink flames pops out. That is the end. With no sound or forewarning, the Gandhara that are being split by Hien Mu's will, except for 3 bodies, are again deleted. And afterwards, a corner of the audience chamber is torn away again. Then they begin to pull forth their body. Kugagugum. The supreme deities on the opposing side who are still intact try to exert their authority, but the moment that gigantic body descends into the battlefield, no one dares to take action. The gigantic deity covered in light pink flames. The vast cold heavenly lord begins to let out a roar. Oh, watching. Just a roar. With only that, the entire audience chamber shatters to pieces. All space-time, except around the jade throne where the future king sits, fractures unrealistically and flies away. Mount Sumeru and the chaos of the outer sea that are beneath the audience chamber start to be pushed out. From the faces of supreme deities of governing immortal rank, divine blood, and immortal beast true blood burst out. And as if internal injuries have occurred to the middle realms and heavenly domains within their bodies, none can steady themselves. Who? And the vast, cold, heavenly Lord exhales. The breath that starts from their mouth becomes a terrifying repulsion force, and just as the future king's sigh bound us for an instant, it briefly binds the Gandhara of all the supreme deities and Hyen-Mu. Hyen-Mu endures that breath of repulsion force and tries to mount some resistance, but in the next moment, Hyen-Mu and the supreme deities can eventually no longer withstand Vast Cold's breath and are pushed outside the audience chamber. They are flown away to the other worlds where the other creation gods are. Having restored their bodies amid the combined assault of the supreme deities, Obsidian and Silver Basket look at Vast Cold with slightly dumbfounded eyes, and I also look at them, a bit taken aback by that monstrous power. I can do something similar, but not like that. But immediately after, the one supreme deity who remains vomits light. The future king's immortal treasure. The Radiant's supreme deity. Suat. The seven heavenly lords scream, and inside it, a phenomenon that looks as if time is turning back happens again, and the one who had flown away to a separate world jumps out. It is Hyen-Mu. Hyen-Mu looks at us with gloomy eyes and places the origin essence of light upon her hand. Radiance mantra. Time restoration. Kiriririk. As I endured the future king's strike with auspicious soul filling the heavens and brought my comrades back to life. Hyen-Mu turns time back once more, invites us onto a new timeline, and brings back and restores the supreme deities and Gandhara that were just now annihilated back into this world. In pure force, the one equal to the main body is you. With eyes filled with self-loathing and emptiness, Hyen-Mu points to the heavenly void furnace and speaks. Then, shall we see if your authority is also to that extent? Wu-Wing. The immortal treasure radiance, supreme deity. From within, the torch candle heavenly lord jumps out and resists. But unable to resist the authority of Hyen-Mu who regained the future king's memories, they in the end become a single flame and burrows into the heavenly void furnace. The torch candle heavenly lord becomes a single incense flame of the heavenly void furnace. Incense lights up in the heavenly void furnace, and the incense flame changes into mist and chaos, forming some kind of shape. That is, O heavenly void furnace, I light incense before you and beseech you. Pour forth infinite tales, and make the sinner wander through the life of eternal ages. Immediately after, Hyen-Mu grabs the black handle among the three handles, and she pours toward Vast Cold the torch candle heavenly lord that burns in that brazier and the something that is welling up inside it. Vast Cold tries to evade, but at that moment, Hyen-Mu seems to vanish from before the eyes, then quickly envelopes what is inside the brazier over Vast Cold. Emptiness sword. Sixth form. Future. Kiriririk. I step forward to stop it, but in the end, Vast Cold is just barely covered by the ashes that are burning in the brazier and disappears from the battlefield. Judging by what I experienced in the 16th cycle, they likely got sucked into the countless stories, melted into chaos, and for a time close to eternity, they will remain confined while repeating the cycle of reincarnation as a mortal, exhausting the heart and mind to the extreme. You also use the emptiness sword. Because I am his true martial arts itself. Why do you think I am called the true martial great emperor? Hyen-Mu transforms again into a swirling Gandhara and leads the restored army of supreme deities. The move of future is an acceleration technique that surpasses my own limits. The principle of void speed is something that cannot be manifested to reach undying if the heart is not settled. But if I use future, I can move again at the previous speed as much as I want. Saya. Countless authorities and authorities mix and intertwine, and the powers of innumerable supreme deities surge like waves and create a new world close to Mount Sumeru. Kumuru. Something in the form of a mountain, almost the same as Mount Sumeru, with dozens of heavenly domains woven together, plunges down toward us. You cannot surpass even me alone. Wu-Wong. And, in front of yet another Mount Sumeru completed under Hyen-Mu's command, something small blocks it. It is a single degenerate star. That black hole which absorbs all light devours even the very other Mount Sumeru, as if drinking down the sky, and transmits the power to somewhere. Its name is Swallowing Heaven. The worst mantra evolved from the flawless mantra by the God of Gods. The Obsidian Devil Heavenly King, while receiving power from Swallowing Heaven, steps forward and begins to exert power, and seeing that, Hyen-Mu starts stroking the heavenly void furnace again. Seeing this, I try to squeeze out the dispelling formula of the heavenly void furnace even faster. A true war of myth begins to unfold. 16th cycle, inside the heavenly void furnace. I blink. I dozed off for a moment. After entering the heavenly void furnace, setting Hong Fan as the law protector, meditating a bit, and growing bored for a while, I dozed for a moment. Maybe because I'm using it for the first time, I really don't know what it's helping at all. I received Yang Sujin's blessing and tried using it, but no matter how I look, I can't see the effects that were expected. Maybe it's not something that shows effects after one use, but like the Liberation Seal, it draws in fortune and boosts cultivation luck. For now, since this is the first use, I don't think I can judge anything. TSK. It seems at least a day has passed, so shall I head out soon? Sensing time through my biological clock, I call to the one who should be standing as my law protector outside. Hong Fan, are you there? But for some reason Hong Fan gives no answer. By any chance, was there anything unusual outside? No matter how many times I call, there is only silence. Inside the heavenly void furnace, I can't send consciousness outside. On top of that, it seems even sensing through the grain of air, temperature, and vibrations is blocked, so I can't feel anything outside. Did something come up? I should go out for now. I step out of the heavenly void furnace and look around to find Hong Fan, who should be standing as my law protector outside. Shall we first head out? And I shut my mouth. Kuga-guga-gugu. My vision reels. My sense of distance and my sense of time are strange. Causality, space-time rules. I cannot feel any of them. Everything is bizarre. It's a terrible sea of chaos like billowing clouds. Pitch black primordial chaos greets me. Kahuk, kahahak. When I meet this chaos with a body that is merely at the nascent soul stage, I realize that my very existence is being distorted. Instinctively, I look back at the heavenly void furnace. I do not know why I was suddenly transferred into this bizarre sea of chaos. However, one thing is certain. Even in this sea of chaos, the heavenly void furnace takes on an intact form, and inside it, I am also fine. I must return to the heavenly void furnace. However, no matter how I search, I cannot see the heavenly void furnace. With no time even to be flustered at the heavenly void furnace suddenly vanishing, my entire body melts in the chaos and turns into something bizarre hundreds of millions of times. Guawea, Yuwong, one shurchin. For that length of time, I scream, and I barely gather my very existence around the canvas of myriad forms and connections. Kihiak, Heek. A pale mist surrounds me from the chaos and protects my nascent soul. But what is protected is only the spirit and the nascent soul. Everything else, my physical body and all that spans the body, has already melted away in the chaos and vanished. I can't feel the colorless glass sword. However, the canvas of myriad forms and connections, which activates based on the colorless glass sword, remains. It is a strange thing. For now, I can endure in this chaos through the canvas of myriad forms and connections. I operate the canvas of myriad forms and connections at full power and strain to protect, at least my spirit. Why did I suddenly get moved from the heavenly void furnace to a world like this? Could this be the heavenly void furnace's true ability? Damn it. Startled by this bizarre phenomenon, I first begin to think about a way to escape from within this phenomenon. It might be an illusion. Let's stay still and figure out the rules of this strange world. Wawoom. Maintaining the power of my nascent soul, I create a spell in half a day within my nascent soul to calculate time on my own behalf and measure the time. Thus, a day passes. Asterisk. A day. Within the span of a day, I learn one thing. Damn it. It is precisely that this world has no rules. I cannot discover any rules at all. I can only drift in this sea of chaos like duckweed and barely maintain my existence. In this world, it is impossible for anything living, anything with rules, to exist. Yang Sujin, why in the world did you send me here? Harboring doubt toward Yang Sujin, who strongly insisted I enter this place, I continue to observe this world and observe again. Asterisk. A month passes. I see. During the span called a month, I come to know by feeling this chaos with my very nascent soul. This chaos belongs to none of chi, soul, or fate. Chi, soul, fate. It feels like all of heaven, earth, heart, and the three powers are jumbled into one big mess. And that means, if I use this chaos, it might be possible to cultivate and to restore the body. In the midst of chaos, I set a goal. First, in this chaos where everything is jumbled together, let's try dividing it into three. If I can extract chi from the chaos, it might be possible to restore the body and accumulate cultivation. From that day forward, I concentrate my entire mind and attempt to access the chaos. Asterisk. Thus, a year passes. Ga-a, kwa-wa, a-a-wag. Nothing. Nothing is achieved. For the time called a year, I grab at this thing called chaos and do every kind of mad act to extract chi. However, the chaos does not budge. It only tosses me about like duckweed, making me drift here and there. In this severed world of chaos where I cannot talk with anyone, I scream endlessly and wail in despair. Asterisk. 10 years pass. Something begins to change. Wu-wong. I empty my mind into emptiness, become a natural state, and focus my will before my eyes. And at a certain moment, a portion of the chaos before my eyes twists. For the span of 10 years, I drifted through chaos. And in the 10th year, at last, in regards to how to wield this thing called chaos, I am able to grasp a faint sense. Is this peak? How it's done? Not as if handling spells, not as if handling martial arts. The condition to handle chaos is, quite literally, a do-or-die resolve. It is the very will to offer everything. I must devote my entire self. Wu-wong. Only then does it move, if only in part. That is chaos. Ripple. Succeeding in making a portion of the chaos before my eyes ripple, I remember the sensation at the moment of success. A power that moves only when I devote my whole mind, heart, and strength. It's like when I cut down Yinghua's crown prince Mokli Hien even after my neck fell. When I seized Mokli Huangqion's hand, and, even after dying, gripped it to buy time for my disciples. When, to bow to my master, I resisted the heavens and made my heart beat just to move my body. Only by unfolding the do-or-die resolve I felt, then does movement become possible. That is precisely chaos. I can do it. I know myself well. If I set my mind to it, I can do it as much as it takes. Whether 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, even if it takes 1,000 or 10,000 years, I will surely regain my body, accumulate cultivation, and return. I will not give up. Asterisk. 100 years pass. 100 years. Wu-wong. And after the span of 100 years, at last, I succeed in handling and separating chaos by will alone. Wu-wong. The chaos splits into the 3 planes, and chi flows out. I absorb the chi, replenish the nascent soul energy that has been exhausted for 100 years, and realize it links with the star-extinguishing true chapter. Indeed, a technique of handling chaos with pure will alone. Somehow, this touches something in the content of the star-extinguishing true chapter. In the star-extinguishing true chapter Hong Fan gave me, it is termed primordial origin, Shrun. Originally, whether cutting principle, cutting self, and cutting other. The cultivation called cutting people must be cultivated through the power called primordial origin. But since I simply did not know what this power of primordial origin is, I have until now been cultivating by unorthodox methods. But now, I realize the method to handle the power of primordial origin. I see. In a way, is this chaos not the optimal space to cultivate the star-extinguishing true chapter? Moreover, I now also know the method to split chaos into the 3 planes and extract chi. The nascent soul stage, the heavenly being stage cultivation are all possible. Let's restore the body, accumulate the realm, and cultivate the star-extinguishing true chapter. If I do so, surely, even if I leave this world of primordial chaos, I will be able to take away a great many gains. Let's raise the realm. Though that is the only thing I can do anyway. In any case, right now is the optimal situation in which I have no choice but to focus on elevating my realm. Thus, I decide to raise my realm with all my strength, and from that day, I enter relentless tempering. Asterisk. 1,000 years pass. 1,000 years. In that time, I achieve many things. First, by extracting chi from the 3 planes, condensing it, and smelting and refining it for a long time. By referring to Yuan Li's blood body creation method, I succeed in cultivating a body within pure chi. Up to there is exactly 100 years. Then, after creating a physical body, I let the nascent soul dwell in the body, and to reinforce and recover the nascent soul that has left the body and been directly exposed to chaos all that time, I spend another 100 years. And through 800 years, I at last reach the grand perfection nascent soul stage, and see immense progress as I cultivate the divine power of cutting principle. Now that I have, to some degree, acquired a knack for handling chaos, I create a spherical protective barrier centered on the body, protect the flesh from melting away in the chaos, and open my eyes. I can see more clearly now. For nearly 1,000 years, I delved deeper into the power of primordial origin and studied the star-extinguishing true chapter. Before I knew it, I could see that there is also a net within this chaos. This net is not as stable as the ones I saw inside stable worlds such as the head realm or the bright cold realm. It can in fact be called the only rule that exists in this sea of chaos, where no rules exist. But it is still far off. I still cannot know everything about this net, and I still cannot perfectly grasp the regularity of the net within the sea of chaos. There is also another problem. Lifespan. Clearly, even though I am learning all sorts of powers and growing stronger in the sea of chaos, I am still at the nascent soul stage. My lifespan is steadily decreasing. In truth, this is not an immediate problem. I received the Heavenly Being Advancement Method from Makli Chionese. If I advance to the Heavenly Being stage, I will be free from worrying about lifespan for a while. But the real problem is that I don't know how long I will drift in this space. It might not be on the scale of 1,000 years. I might have to remain another 10,000, 100,000 years. How much longer I must remain trapped here? I cannot even get a sense for it. If my lifespan ends during that time, I will end up spending this very lifetime entirely within this chaos. In truth, that does not particularly matter, because even if I die, the one who returns is me. But the biggest problem is Hong Fan, the last connection I have not yet severed. Hong Fan must be searching for me. I must tell him that I am all right, and that there is nothing to worry about. I feel that only if I convey that one sentence will my heart be at ease. Heavens above, I softly call to the heavens. I please beseech you thus, if in you also there exists mercy and compassion, please, please. Quietly, with all my heart, I pray. To my last remaining friend in this lifetime, please plant comfort. As I pray so earnestly, I slowly make plans for what lies ahead. Thus, as I investigate this chaos, I struggle endlessly to delve into the net and to raise my realm. Since in the sea of chaos, there is rather no heavenly tribulation, advancing to the heavenly being stage poses no problem at all. But the problem is that I don't know the realm formula after advancing to the heavenly being stage. I can no longer raise my realm to increase my lifespan. From the day I reach the heavenly being stage, I only cultivate the star-extinguishing true chapter, waiting slowly for my lifespan to run out. And at last, that day approaches. The flame of life is dying out. The body that has reached the heavenly being stage declines. Since a span of 2,000 years has passed, it is time for it to go out. Perhaps because this is the sea of chaos, I can't see the celestial energy, but I can infer it from the life force remaining within my body. I will soon die. Is this how it ends? Heavens above. I earnestly pray to the heavens. The heavens do not give an answer, yet I still earnestly do so. Please, let my friend be able to put his heart at ease, so that the one whose fate is to follow me does not worry, trying to seek me, praying that my last connection's heart may be at peace. I thus watch the life of my body go out. And I do not die. The body's vitality is exhausted, but my will drifts like duckweed within the chaos and still remains alive. TSD. Though a weakened body would melt into the chaos, a body tempered by the power of primordial origin does not decline. Only then can I escape one foolish misconception. This chaos is the outside of the world where I was in, the inside of the world. The power of the heavens that suppresses and records our lifespan does not fully reach here. Kuwang. As I gain enlightenment, I separate chaos into 3 planes through the will of primordial origin. And from the separated 3 planes I condense chi and create a new body. Then I fill it with life force, enter once more, and raise my realm. The heavenly being stage is still the limit. But I can tell. Now, is the oppression of the heavenly Tao something I don't need to worry about? In this world, I now do not die. As long as I fill in as much life force as I want, I can live as much as I please. Realizing that, I ponder whether I should be glad about this or not. It's good. It's certainly good, and something to be grateful for. But what should I cultivate now? The realm formulas I know of only go up to the heavenly being stage. For the time being, I don't know the cultivation formulas for the heavenly being stage and onwards. I can ignorantly accumulate energy, but even if I do that, the realm will not rise. If the realm does not rise, I just have to dig only into the power of primordial origin, endlessly. But I dislike that. If I only do that, I will go mad. Raising the realm of immortal cultivation is necessary, if only for a ventilation of the mind. It is necessary to raise the stability of my spirit, to protect my mind. But at this rate, it is obvious I will go mad by only digging into the power of primordial origin. I dislike going mad. Since I once went mad at Ascension Path to reach ultimate pinnacle, I know how painful going mad is. What am I to do? I ponder for it seems likely so. Integration stage after 10,000 years. If it were the outside, it might have been something impossible. Even so, despite reaching such a hard-to-attain realm, I've recently felt a strong heart demon tormenting me. I want to die. 10,000 years. It's been 10,000 years. For 10,000 years, repeatedly created and split clones in this chaos where no one exists. Unable to even communicate with anyone. Guawea. When I scream, the countless clones scream together. The scream of a single heavenly being is unimpressive, but the roar of clones that easily surpasses 10,000 is itself a powerful force no different from a spiritual energy wave. The divine power of cutting principle is now almost fully completed as well. If I proceed to the next step and cultivate the first layer of the star-extinguishing true chapter, I can surely obtain powerful strength and reach a high realm, but I cannot proceed to the next step. In a state where I cannot proceed to the next step, only the divine power matures. It's now possible to at times strike precisely, and at times manipulate Indra's net, this very principle called the law of causality. However, in this world of chaos, I absolutely cannot escape. I keenly feel that I am going mad. Just how long? How long? How long do I have to keep doing this? Bursting with mad ferocity, I yell, "Please, let me get out of here, please." In truth, I know it too. There is one way out. The net of principle in the sea of chaos. The more I look at the law of causality, the more I see one powerful causal law remaining for me. A very powerful thread of connection left to me in this life. The connection with Hong Fan. If I only cut it with cutting principle, I feel that I can attain great completion of the early part of the star-extinguishing true chapter's first layer and enter into some new realm. The heart demon whispers. Before my eyes, Seo Eun-hyun in black clothes comes close with a sneer and mutters in my ear. Cut it off. It's a mere damn bug bastard anyway. Who cares? You can just store it in the canvas of myriad forms and connections, then cut it easily like Mokli Chionese and go on to the next realm, right? He laughs. Sever the connection and stand alone. Become the devil. Awaken the devilish nature within you and quickly reach a high realm. If you do, you can surely leave this damned world quickly. Cut it. Cut the last remaining connection. And then, I speak. Stop spewing bullshit. The countless clones bury their faces in both hands and sob in the same posture as me. Do you think I will cut it? If the hearts of people connect, is that not an endless blessing? I won't cut it. Even if I can advance to the next stage of the star-extinguishing true chapter, I cannot sever what is truly precious. I only grit my teeth, ignore the words of the heart demon, and groan within the chaos. I am not your heart demon. You know that too. Forcing myself to ignore the words of the heart demon. I am you, the true devilish nature hidden within you. Entrust yourself to me, for we were one from the very beginning. Asterisk. 100,000 years pass. 100,000 years. A span of time long enough to exhaust the lifespan of the integration stage. Hack. Ha-awea. Panting like a madman, I look at the net. Ahick. Aha haka-kaka-kaka-kakak. Now I can see it. I can see the shape of the net. The net spreads wide across this sea of chaos, tracing a smooth curve. This sea of chaos does not lack rules. Along the net, it is forming something. Kuga-guga-gugu. Now, leading heavenly being stage clones that number in the hundreds of billions. I drift through chaos like white mist and start to fly to grasp the true nature of that something. Ichikikikikikikiki-hick. Perhaps now, my madness may surpass even the Mad Lord. But even in the midst of that, even while the heart demon screams at me like crazy, scolds me, and at times even begs me, I feign madness, and to the very end I do not sever the one thread of connection. My weight class increases, but the realm of the star-extinguishing true chapter remains in the same place. In this realm, where only cutting principle continues to mature, I fly through the chaos. Asterisk. 1,000,000 years. A span of 1,000,000 years passes. Well, the chaos is vast. And although a far too long of a time passed trying to confirm what that something is, I still do not recognize what it is. However, I come to know one new thing. See, what did I say? The heart demon, with a sly face, grabs my shoulder, slings an arm around me, and laughs. If you sever the last connection, your true fate will help you. I am the devil, deeper and more abominable than being a heavenly fiend of the blood-eaten realm. The true devilish nature itself. That is my fate, as a result of tearing apart principle and causality over and over. At last, having even torn apart my own causality, that is the conclusion I have reached. You can go out. The moment you acknowledge your fate, attraction force will become strong and pull you in. Accept it. Accept it. The heart demon. No, the true me speaks. I cannot endure it any longer. I must go out. Squirm, skirm, 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 skirm. The clones at the heavenly being stage that have entered the Jiong, 10 to the power of 16, scale no longer bother to maintain a human form. The heavenly being stage clones, at some point within the chaos, melted into forms similar to the chaos, overlapped with each other, stuck together, and became a huge mass centered on me. That's right. Now, things like heavenly being stage clones are no more than the level of cells. To me, I've become a monster that is like a huge chunk of flesh, a monstrosity that can swallow and annihilate even stars in a single strike. I am already mad. If I am not to go mad any further, I must leave. Make a promise to the future. Recall Hong Fan's words. If you do not go out now and keep holding out here longer, there is no hope. 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 At the word hope, I violently shake the body layered with countless chunks of overlapping flesh. I am sobbing. Whoa. I want to grasp hope. But I cannot cut it. I mutter in pain. I endured for 1,000,000 years. On what foundation have I endured? It is because the cornerstone that supports me is what I also gave you. Because the greatest gift given to my life is this. Is a blessing that never collapses. Hong Fan is your last connection, and you say you will not follow his words? Hong Fan is surely wishing for you to become happy, yet are you ignoring his will? If it is Hong Fan, he will surely wish for you to become happy even if you sever the connection. Did Hong Fan not say so? I smiled toward the heart demon. He said, following the human heart, one seeks the root of the Tao. The heart of people touches the root of the Tao, the thread formed by the heart, and heart is connection. I cannot, in a situation where I know nothing, sever it merely on circumstances. Always, when I severed a connection through cutting principle, I faced the other and cut. Even the chi-building stage cultivator who became the test subject of the first cutting principle. Even Mokli Chion Sa. Even the bright cold realm. All of them I faced with these eyes and severed the connection. To sever a connection is an act as important as forming a connection. I cannot cut it without facing them. Unless I meet Hong Fan directly. Unless I directly convey my will to him, I will never, from my side, recklessly sever it. The heart demon. No, the true me makes a face like he is about to lose my mind and lets out a scream. You son of a bitch. If you cut it, it becomes easy. Just why in the world? What has? Where? What part of you has broken down? I begin to grin. 1,000,000 years. It is only 1,000,000 years. Do you know this? In the eyes of one who is broken, only broken things are seen. After only a mere 1,000,000 years, little by little the heart demon has begun to go mad. I am not broken. Only everything other than me is broken. Asterisk. 10,000,000 years. Ah. The time of 10,000,000 years has passed. At last, I confirm the form of the something. This place is the inside of the heavenly void furnace. At last I realize, I am still inside the heavenly void furnace. Law of causality, Indra's net, and the flow that is called the weaving of principle. The interior of the heavenly void furnace is woven in a similar flow. The moment I dozed off in the heavenly void furnace, my soul fell into this heavenly void furnace and suffered for endless eons. I see, from the beginning, this was its use. It grants endlessly long years to the being that enters the heavenly void furnace, and by the power of time itself, it inflicts pain and drives them mad. And when a certain period passes, it deletes all the memories of the being that has entered the heavenly void furnace and sends them back to the moment when they first entered the heavenly void furnace and spent a day. In other words, I spent 10 million years in the heavenly void furnace, but not even a single day has passed outside. And at the moment when the certain period that is still not filled even with 10 million years ends, the me up to now will have all memories deleted, and the me outside the heavenly void furnace will receive about 1 year's worth of cultivation experience through the torn-up traces of the memories of the me up to now. Was this a vicious, devilish monster from the very beginning? I let out a silent murmur, and the heart demon that began to go mad and started to shut up from about 9 million years ago starts to raise its head again. Cut the connection. If not, the 10 million years you have walked will become meaningless. If you cut the connection, there is a way to go out while preserving this memory intact. Fate will help you. I let its words pass through one ear as I think and ponder. Is there no way? Can I not preserve the memory with the canvas of myriad forms and connections? Do I really have to follow the heart demon's words? Can I not pierce the heavenly void furnace with my own power and get out? I repeat countless worries and vexations. Like so, another 10 million years pass. In that enormous flow of time, I finally hit upon one method. I will not cut the connection. The heart demon now gives no answer, perhaps lacking the strength to respond to my words. No, perhaps it does answer, but since I kept ignoring it so much, I might not be hearing it. It doesn't matter much. I will also not discard the me of now, same for the hope for the future, and the connections precious to me now as well. I discard neither, because I am greedy. I will get both in my hands, even if I use a method that sacrifices myself. Within the mad obsession tempered over an immeasurably long time, writhing the mass of flesh that now reaches a level comparable to a true immortal, I start to make an exit that escapes the rules of the heavenly void furnace. A long and longer time flows again. Asterisk. 30 million years. Asterisk. 40 million years. Asterisk. 50, 60, 70, 80 million years. Asterisk. 90 million years. Asterisk. 99,999,999 years. I see. The time inside the heavenly void furnace has a maximum of 100 million years. Of course, it does vary depending on the target or the conditions. But in any case, when it comes to imprisoning the mortal being Seounhyun, 100 million years is the maximum. Inside the heavenly void furnace, I reach a realm corresponding to true immortality and keep investigating the heavenly void furnace itself for endless time. At last, I find one method to aim at a gap in the heavenly void furnace. If time passes like this, the me of now will be deleted. But the me outside, in the end, knows nothing. Merely rejoicing that cultivation increased by about a year's worth, I will enter the heavenly void furnace again after some time. To the me who enters the heavenly void furnace again, no memory will be transmitted, and I will have to spend another 100 million years foolishly. I will transmit it. If I do so, surely, someday, a future that escapes the heavenly void furnace will open. Keying. I begin to compress my true body that has, before I knew it, is no longer a lump made of heavenly being stage clones, but has become a transcendent existence through breathing in chaos itself. I infuse my lifelong wish and authority and twist part of the law of causality that composes the heavenly void furnace. And I engrave the traces of the existence called me here. Oh, myself, who enters next. Someday, pleased may you find this. Gugu. A method that does not cut the connection, nor loses the me up to now. It is merely to transmit myself. Therefore, do not despair. O myself, I comfort the me who will come in here again in the future and be flustered, and change into a small lump of green light, and turn into a tiny light mass that drifts within chaos, as if changing into the same color as the Naragi that Hyenghua gave me, therefore, dyed in green light, and making a promise with the next. I thus cross 100 million years, and at last escape from the world of the heavenly void furnace. Hongfan, are you there? Yes, master. Was there anything unusual outside? No. I come out of the heavenly void furnace and approach Hongfan, who is standing guard as my law protector outside. Let us go out for now. To check whether there is anything strange or not, I come out with Hongfan to the surface of Ascension Path, and when I read the celestial energy of the sky to check the time, a day truly has passed without anything happening. Time is not particularly twisted. There is no earth-shaking change, and the spiritual nature of the heavenly void furnace has not flowed in. Rather, I observe a corner of my consciousness. A portion of my consciousness was torn away, to the point that it must be restored. It was torn away by quite a large margin. The degree of damage to my consciousness is more severe than I expected, to the point it seems I must operate the wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon and recuperate for at least a month. My cultivation doesn't seem to have increased in particular either. Did my consciousness just get torn, and that's it? What on earth is this? Just when I am clicking my tongue inwardly at the heavenly void furnace, and am about to operate the formula of the star-extinguishing true chapter to observe the net. Only then do I feel a change. Master, is there some change? Shiver. Goosebumps start to rise. What on earth is this? I went into the heavenly void furnace and meditated for a day. After coming out, I immediately try using the divine power of cutting principle and realize something. The cultivation divine power of the star-extinguishing true chapter's first layer, cutting principle. A divine power that cuts principle. The cultivation progress of cutting principle has advanced as much as if I cultivated for a year. Only then do I realize how terrifying a divine artifact the heavenly void furnace is. Regardless of the rank of the method, if I simply go inside and meditate for a day, in exchange for consuming consciousness, it simply advances a year's worth of cultivation. The common cultivation methods, or the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation sold in the marketplace, even the immortal arts of a true immortal. As long as I spend about a day, this divine artifact pierces through a year's worth of cultivation progress equally for everything. That is the ability of the artifact called the heavenly void furnace. The moment I realize that, I feel my chest swell with hope. If it is this divine artifact, it is possible. Within this lifetime, it is possible to sever the very connection with the true immortal of heavenly punishment and completely escape the curse of lightning transformation. Thus, after a month's time recovering my consciousness with the wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon, I enter the heavenly void furnace again with a joyful heart. It is the beginning of rapid cultivation. Chapter 793, Primordial Chaos, 3. Wyu, Hongfan, are you there? I doze for a moment inside the heavenly void furnace and open my eyes. I can't feel the outside. Feeling puzzled, I go out to look, and I see a completely new world. Wyu, what is this? What greets me outside the heavenly void furnace is a vast chaos. Wondering what is going on, I look toward the heavenly void furnace. But the heavenly void furnace has already disappeared. Hongfan. At this bizarre phenomenon, I call for Hongfan, but he does not answer. What is happening? From that day on, within this infinite, endless world of chaos, I howl and thrash about to escape. 100 million years pass. 100 million years. I compose my flesh from countless clone bodies, and before I knew it, I've become a gigantic existence approaching true immortality, and through the rank of such an existence I investigate the chaos and find out the secret of this world. And only now can I finally find the traces of the previous me, who remained in this heavenly void furnace. A sphere of green light floating before my eyes. As I place my hand toward this strange lump of light, like a firefly, memories and history about the first me flow in. Yes, this is not the first time. I also before. That is, even when I first entered the heavenly void furnace, I once endured this hellish time. And then I forgot again. Even the me of now, who endured 100 million years, is soon to be forgotten. Cut it, letting the words of the heart demon inside me that earnestly begs to sever connection pass in one ear and out the next, my eyes gleam. From now on as well, the me outside the heavenly void furnace will forget everything again and use the heavenly void furnace every month. And as both the realm and the proficiency of the wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon gradually rises, the cycle of coming here will gradually shorten. I must stop it. In order to do so, it is first important that the selves of me who come here find the memories. Within the lump of green light before my eyes is me of the first heavenly void furnace. The idea of transmitting memories and history down to the later cycles is excellent, but, in the end, only when almost 100 million years have passed, only when it is time to go out, has it come before me. At this rate, no matter how many times I come here, I'm only walking in place. I have to move the time forward, so that the me who come later can receive the memories of the me earlier, so that during the time called 100 million years, I don't simply raise my realm and weight class, cultivate the star-extinguishing true chapter, and investigate the secrets of this space, but find a way to leave this space. Keithii, I begin to compress my own existence and essence, like the me of the first heavenly void furnace. I sacrifice everything, so that the me, who will come in later generations, can receive the succession of the previous me a little sooner. Thus, at last 100 million years are filled, and I go outside the heavenly void furnace. I enter the heavenly void furnace for the third time. In just 2 months, I already finished 2 years worth of cultivation. My understanding of the divine power of cutting principle is gradually broadening. If it continues like this, I can completely nullify the curse within this lifetime. Thinking so, I call for Hongfan. Hongfan, are you there? However, Hongfan gives no answer, and I go outside. This is endless chaos unfolds. What on earth is happening here? Why? As my whole body melts inside the endlessly raging chaos, I begin to scream. Asterisk. 99,999,990 years. Wing wing. Creating countless heavenly being stage clones and reaching a realm corresponding to true immortality. I realize the truth of this heavenly void furnace and discover something inside. They are 2 clusters of green light that revolve together, spinning round and round and drawing an endless circle. Receiving a very familiar feeling from those clusters of light. I can tell that these clusters of light have waited for me across a long and longer time. Wawoom. I reach out my hand to those clusters of light, pat it, and as I read the wisdom and history contained inside the clusters of light, I now understand that this heavenly void furnace is a terrifying trap. Asterisk. Time passes, and the time has come for me, the me of the third heavenly void furnace, to go out. I sacrifice myself and melt down my entirety like the previous 2 clusters of light. Starting from the next, it will be different. According to the method devised by the me of the second heavenly void furnace, the later me will gradually inherit my memories and history faster. I fill all the time, and at last, I exit the heavenly void furnace. Woo-woo. Recently, my attainment in the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon has also increased. My consciousness has been grievously damaged and restored several times. Thanks to that, it seems the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon has also begun to evolve. If it continues like this, the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon will also become quite powerful, and someday the recovery cycle of consciousness might speed up to the level of a single day. If it becomes like that, I can accumulate cultivation even faster. I realize that I am gradually entering the heavenly void furnace with an even more excited heart. It truly is a tremendous divine artifact. This heavenly void furnace. Woo-woo. Entering the heavenly void furnace and meditating, even dozing for a moment, I complete the meditation. After that, I call for Hongfan in a tone that is now becoming habitual. Hongfan, are you there? There is no reply. Feeling puzzlement, I go outside the heavenly void furnace and can see an immense world of chaos. What on earth? But without even having time to grasp the situation, I feel my whole body melting away inside the chaos and scream. Kwa, it's melting. My entire body is transforming into all sorts of bizarre things and disappearing. At that moment, shwung, shwung, shwung. From beyond that distant chaos, 3 green lights fly in and surround me. What on earth? However, although those clusters of light like fireflies coil around my nascent soul, that is all. Other than coiling and revolving around with me as the center, they give no help at all. Damn it, this isn't giving any help at all. In the end, without receiving their help, I barely unfold the canvas of myriad forms and connections and prevent myself from being annihilated. As I use the power of the canvas of myriad forms and connections, at least the chaos does not erode me. I protect my nascent soul with a pale mist and contemplate what this bizarre world of chaos is, and what the 3 clusters of green light revolving with me at the center are. For now, they don't seem harmful. The green clusters of light do not give me help, but at the same time, they also do not harm me. Watching them there, I faintly feel my heart settle. It feels, somehow, similar to the canvas of myriad forms and connections itself. But that is all. Other than bringing a little calmness to my heart, there is nothing. For now, let's learn about this sea of chaos. Thus, I leave those green clusters of light alone for the time being and explore the sea of chaos. Asterisk. 99,999,900 years pass. Before I know it, I achieve a rank corresponding to true immortality by using countless clone bodies. And before I know it, I realize, after piercing through about 100 million years of time, that at last I have obtained the authorization to view these green clusters of light. They are lights that one can view only upon reaching true immortality. What are you? At the end of a long and longer span, I barely obtain the right to peruse these clusters of light and begin to view them. And at last, I learn the truth. I see. Kagugagu. 3 light clusters. About 300 million years worth of memories and history surge in all at once, and I spend a little over 10 years to accept and arrange them. Oh, me? As of before, have you decided to establish, one by one, the rules applied to this space by sacrificing yourselves? The goal of the me S is clear. By sacrificing the existence of me S comparable to true immortality one by one, we engrave rules into the heavenly void furnace one by one. The rule left by the me of the first heavenly void furnace. One can leave traces within the heavenly void furnace by sacrificing oneself. With this, including him, the later me S could come to sacrifice themselves here and accumulate rules. The rule left by the me of the second heavenly void furnace. The traces left in the heavenly void furnace gather together. With this, from the second me onward, instead of the memories left by me S drifting here and there in this primordial chaos inside the heavenly void furnace, it only becomes necessary to find the ones that are gathered in one place and are orbiting the rule left by the me of the third heavenly void furnace. The traces gathered in the heavenly void furnace fly to the me of now through attraction force. Because of that, from the very beginning of entering the heavenly void furnace, the 3 green memories flew in and clung to me. Thanks to that, I could save far more time than wandering around looking for the memories. Moreover, the subtle stability the memories gave truly has been a great comfort all that time. And now, it is my turn. Sacrifice the me of now and add one more rule. Karurum. I offer up everything I have accumulated within the heavenly void furnace for roughly 100 million years. And, in return, I add one rule. The 4th rule. Lower the qualification of viewing authorization that exists in the green traces. Until now, all the me had to reach a realm similar to the previous me in order to peruse the memories left by the previous me. But from now on, that will not be so. Even if one reaches a slightly lower realm, from now on, they will be able to peruse the memories and inherit the enlightenment and wisdom left by the previous me S. Swayawat. Sacrificing all that is mine, I thus prepare to leave the heavenly void furnace. The 5th entry into the heavenly void furnace. These days, for some reason, the gaze with which Hong Fan looks at me has become odd. Is it a bit distasteful to him that I keep relying on artifacts to increase my cultivation? But it cannot be helped. If I am to sever the influence of the heavenly punishment true immortal, there is no other way. Pachajijic. Even now, my internal organs here and there are being transformed into lightning, and I feel that influence gradually growing stronger. At this rate, even if I regress, I will only get devoured by the heavenly punishment true immortal. It cannot go on like this. I must, in this life without fail, sever the influence of the true immortal. I steel my resolve and begin meditating in the heavenly void furnace. Still, I gained great attainment in the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon. This time, instead of a month, I spent only about 22 days. I've come without using a whole month. If I keep letting my consciousness be torn away and then recover it on repeat, before long, the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon will advance greatly. The wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon is the best method that strengthens consciousness and spirit. If it continues like this, it will also help me enter the mid-nascent soul stage. I am already at the early nascent soul stage, having formed the Yin spirit. If my consciousness now evolves, I will complete the Yang spirit as well and reach the mid-nascent soul stage where the Yin-Yang spirit unifies. My talent is not that great, but if I accumulate slowly, someday, I will be able to behold the great Tao. Thinking so, I meditate in the heavenly void furnace and doze for a moment. Hong Fan, are you there? I open my eyes and come out of the heavenly void furnace. And, melting from the chaos, I let out a scream. Kwa wa. At the same time, 4 green streaks of light fly in from within the chaos. Thus, from that day on, I devote my whole body to unraveling the identity of the 4 green streaks of light and the secret of this world of chaos. Blink. I come out of the heavenly void furnace. Before I know it, about 100 years have passed since I began cultivating in the heavenly void furnace. During it all, how many times has my consciousness been torn and ripped? During it all, how many times have I repeatedly restored my consciousness? Before I know it, my achievement in the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon has leapt far ahead, and at this rate I feel I can rise smoothly to the mid-nascent soul stage. Womb. However, the most important thing is not that. The time in which I have cultivated the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon is now 100 years. Now, even if my consciousness is torn after entering the heavenly void furnace, I can recover and enter again in about a day. As a result, I go in and out of the heavenly void furnace constantly, and the accumulated cultivation experience in cutting principle I have built up has reached an immense level. Consciousness compresses. Consciousness compresses into a straight line and becomes, according to my will, Indra's net. It reaches the same level as the principle that forms the law of causality itself. Now, Shikagagak, I can lay my hands on it directly. It's become possible to truly strike principle itself. When I strike one of the principles of the head realm, a southwesterly wind instantly blows across the entire head realm. When I strike principle again with cutting principle, the southwesterly wind blowing through the head realm dies down, and the course of the wind shifts to the northeast. Shikagagak. When I touch principle once more, dark clouds cover this entire ascension path, and rain falls and wind begins to blow. The true art of calling wind and summoning rain. This, perhaps, is exactly what should be called a true immortal art. If it's me now, I recall Seo Huil from the last life. Seo Huil's 5 blessings axis. If it's now, I can defeat Seo Huil too. If I directly strike the domain of principle, Seo Huil will have no way to endure. When I recall the bitter life and death struggle I waged with that guy in the 15th cycle, a chill runs down my spine on its own. As my heart desires, I want to ascend right away and punish Seo Huil, but I prepare cutting principle again upon the surface of ascension path. For now, this comes first. Keying. I've become able to strike principle itself. Now what remains is Kururum, to cut the connection with heavenly punishment. Geo. Indra's net. Among the threads of connection linked with me, I see a huge and vicious thread of connection. It is so thick that rather than a thread, it is closer in size to a Dakhauser. The power of that connection is filled with thunder and lightning, and it somehow seems closely related to Indra's net itself. It is the curse that the true immortal of heavenly punishment gave me. The divine power of cutting principle rushes toward that rope. Kaong. The divine power of disconnection and the will of heavenly punishment collide. Thunder rumbles from the sky. Thunderclaps fill the surroundings. Weather shifts, and celestial energy twists. From here on, it begins. At the same time, the thread of connection with heavenly punishment that I lashed with cutting principle starts spewing immense lightning and begins to affect reality. Kururum. From within the black clouds gathered in the sky, lightning falls. It is not during realm advancement, nor have I done some heaven-defying act. Even so, heavenly tribulation falls. Quachijijijik. I block the heavenly tribulation with the formless sword, and I press the divine power of cutting principle even harder toward the connection of heavenly punishment. Kururum. The more I do so, the stronger the intensity of the heavenly tribulation becomes, and I add power by adding Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter and General Seo's Beam Cannon onto the formless sword. Don't make me laugh, but even that is only for a moment. Gradually, the intensity of the heavenly tribulation falling from the sky grows stronger, and boasting hideous might, it starts shaving away at the formless sword and my other powers. I will not lose. Kururum. Unlike ordinary lightning, heavenly tribulation falls from the sky like rain. Therefore, unlike other lightning, heavenly tribulation possesses weight. Geo-yo-yo. By the weight of the heavenly tribulation, my body gradually sinks below the ground. Ududaduk. When I use earth element spells to compact and harden the ground itself collapses. By the heat of the heavenly tribulation, the mounds of earth in the area become glass. Guawea. Gradually, The formless sword collapses under the lightning. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter collapses, and General Seo overloads and breaks. Heavenly Tribulation drives directly into my flesh. The body of the Azure Spirit Starlight Quintessence Great Method and the puppet circuit of General Seo engraved upon it receive the power of the lightning. Modified by me and made into a heaven and earth dual cultivation method, the Azure Spirit Starlight Quintessence Great Method does not easily crumble even as it meets heavenly tribulation. I grit my teeth, enduring pain as if my entire body burns away by the heavenly tribulation. Lightning energy penetrates and twists the blood vessels throughout my body. Under the overwhelming lightning, my eyes roll back as if I'm about to lose consciousness, and I barely hold on. No matter what, I will cut it. Keying. Cutting principle slices away the connection of heavenly punishment. And then, at some moment, Kajigajik, the thread of cutting principle, digs into a part of the connection of heavenly punishment. Flash. But at that moment, the energy of the heavenly tribulation surges madly and crashes down. The lightning calamity engulfs me, and in the next moment I lose consciousness. Chi-yik. At the same time as I lose consciousness, the divine power of cutting principle scatters as is. Only after the divine power of disconnection disperses do I feel the heavenly tribulation stop. Did I fail to cut it? Even as I grow faint, I check Indra's net and close my eyes. But I definitely failed to cut it. However, the connection with the true immortal of heavenly punishment engraved upon Indra's net, it definitely bears a faint scratch. I can cut it. If I use the heavenly void furnace, I will definitely be able to cut it. Holding on to that hope, I close my eyes and pass out. Hong Fan, is that you? I open my eyes and ask the one carrying me on his back. My internal injuries from the heavenly punishment still have not healed, and my mind is hazy. Yes, Master. Where are we going? We are on the way to the heavenly void furnace. Please also heal your internal injuries inside it. Internal injuries? Yes. The heavenly void furnace is a divine artifact that, when one enters and sleeps for a day, guarantees a year of cultivation. In that case, if Master operates a spell to heal your internal injuries and takes a short sleep, would it not naturally be regarded as having recuperated for a year? Before long, Hong Fan enters the cave chamber at the center of Ascension Path and stands before the heavenly void furnace. Certainly, that makes sense. I nod and, swaying, climb down from Hong Fan's back. Certainly, it is good for healing as well. Thank you. Then I shall heal inside. That is a good idea. And Master, there is one thing I wish to ask. Master. Hong Fan draws a breath for a moment and, with a subtle weight in his tone, asks, Master, you are cultivating cutting principle, are you not? That is right. Even if your cultivation experience increases through the heavenly void furnace, to go properly to the next stage of the star-extinguishing true chapter, is there not one last thing to cut? I realize what Hong Fan is trying to say and come to my senses. Why have you still not cut the connection with me? You are asking the obvious. Is that not because you, before being anything like my demon beast or subordinate, are no different from my friend? At my words, Hong Fan seems to let out a faint sigh. Is it only for that? Just for that? Are you saying you have not even once tried to sever it during all that time inside the heavenly void furnace? I don't understand what he means by all that time inside the heavenly void furnace, but I have something to say to the claim that it is only for that. Only, you say? Haha. The world is made of countless onlys. I recall the principle of understanding before breakthrough that I learned from Chongmun Ryan. With countless efforts, barely threading together a single principle of a spell, and with that, accumulating your skill one by one. That is understanding before breakthrough. Effort, at first, is nothing, but as time passes, it accumulates, and its size and value swell. From the many teachers of my life, I have learned that the connections of people are likewise made of onlys. Even after discovering the tool called the heavenly void furnace, there is no need to sever a precious connection just to cultivate. I will cultivate in my own way. For some reason, Hong Fan lets out a sigh. You have cut, yet have not cut. Even if I tell you to cut the thread of connection and you do cut it, by storing it in the canvas of myriad forms and connections, you will make it no different from not being cut. Then, Master, if my putting Master into the heavenly void furnace is for some stratagem, at that time, will Master cut the connection with me? For it means having an ill connection between us. I don't understand the words, so I look at Hong Fan. What does that mean? that putting me into the heavenly void furnace is a stratagem. Is it not instead a favor? Ha ha. Perhaps if Master goes inside and meditates, you will come to understand. I do not quite know, though. In any case, if we suppose that that heavenly void furnace is a kind of trap and that the one who dug that trap is me, what would Master do? A trap, you say? But the one who told me to enter that heavenly void furnace is the lingering thought of Yang Sujin. If we suppose that is Hong Fan's stratagem, does it not mean Hong Fan is a transcendent being who can even manipulate the lingering thought of Yang Sujin at will? If such a transcendent being is Hong Fan, and Hong Fan has been toying with me, I think hard over it and open my mouth. Hearing only that, I cannot make a judgment. I need to know what circumstances you have, and for what cause you intend to betray me, in order to judge anything. At my words, Hong Fan seems to stroke his beard, then nods. Then, if you come to know my situation well, do you mean you would be able to judge my ruse? It would seem so, would it not? I see. Hong Fan seems to nod, and then he opens his mouth again. As expected, it is best that I tell you now. Just one thing. Will you hear a story? A story? Yes. I slowly enter the heavenly void furnace, lean my body against the inner wall of the heavenly void furnace, and hear the voice of Hong Fan, who begins the story from outside. It is a story about the fairy tales spread throughout this world. Master must have seen them a few times as well. Ah, I know them. Are you speaking of those tales that contain the lesson that sincerity moves the heavens? I immediately recall those tales I saw in the Chongmun clan's archives and ask. Yes, that is right. Yes, they are things I read with some enjoyment. They are didactic, and do they not all end with good endings? Good ending, huh? Hong Fan somehow seems to laugh self-mockingly. Old stories are originally cruel, but reality can be even more cruel. By any chance, have you ever looked up the original text? Original text? Are the ones I saw not the original text? I feel puzzled, but at Hong Fan's words that old stories are originally cruel. I recall the stories I saw. Even if the middle has cruel parts, the endings are not cruel. If so, what I saw is not the original text that Hong Fan speaks of. It seems I have not. You have not, you say? Ha ha. He chuckles heartily, then opens his mouth in a voice like a grandfather telling old tales. Inside the heavenly void furnace, Hong Fan's voice resounds. Then I shall tell you. The original text I know goes like this. First, the protagonists of those stories are all one person. From Hong Fan's mouth, the story about the original text of the tales I saw flows out. Chapter 1. The story of a boy who brings a carp in winter for his mother. They say the boy did not save his mother. When he got the carp and returned home, his mother was already dead, whether frozen to death in the cold winter or starved to death, no one knows. Chapter 2. The story of a blind man who prays to the heavens again and regains his sight. The boy who lost his mother, even in that situation, was hungry and ate the carp, fell ill, and his eyes rotted away. Though he prayed to the heavens did not answer. The heavens did not answer. Because there is a part one empathize with. My chest feels tight. So he tried to live by joining forces with his leg-crippled friend. But the leg-crippled friend betrayed the eye-crippled boy, stole the mother's keepsakes, and, caught trying to sell them to a merchant, was killed by the eye-crippled boy. In the end, not receiving an answer from the heavens, the eye-crippled learned, by his own talent, the way to feel the flow of heaven and earth and to sense people's hostility, coming to know the world. As I listen to the explanation of the original text of those fairy tales, I feel a strange sensation. Did he become a peak master? It is a fairy tale that is more realistic than I expected. As I listen to Hong Fan, it feels as if this is not merely a fairy tale, but someone's written account. Chapter 3. The story of a husband who, when his wife falls ill with a fatal disease, lights fire on the tip of his finger to cure her illness. The eye-crippled also became an adult. Wandering from village to village holding the knife with which he had killed his friend, he met a woman driven out for having leprosy, had his heart stolen, was loved, and married. Wanting to cure the leprosy, he roamed all the mountains and rivers, sought a way to cure leprosy, heard that if one lights fire beacons, on 5 mountain peaks the disease would be cured, searched and searched for the mountain peaks, but could not find them, and returned home. But the moment he returned home, the house where the wife with leprosy lived was burned by thieves, and even as he burned his own hands he failed to save his wife, and went mad. Why is it? Why is it? The moment I hear Hong Fan's words, Soak Village rises powerfully in my mind. The older sister of the girl from Soak Village, the woman who went to work at a noble house, keeps circling in my head for some reason. Why? But no matter how much I think, I cannot find the reason, and Hong Fan's story continues. Chapter 4. The story of a poor old man who gets a goblin cap and becomes rich. Thus he went mad, and at the same time gained the enlightenment of being forgotten by the world. In a state unseen by anyone, he went around killing people. Even people, monsters, spirits, and goblins. Whatever stood before him, all of them. Record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Somehow, what the protagonist of Hong Fan's story obtained seems like a principle similar to the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. But as I think, I realize there is a method even more similar than the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Star Extinguishing True Chapter? The Star Extinguishing True Chapter is also a method of cutting connections with everyone and being forgotten. In a way, it seems closer to the boy's way in the original text of that story than the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. No, not just seems close. If it is that boy, he surely learned the Star Extinguishing True Chapter. Chapter 5. The story of a child who, driven from his hometown by schemes of a fox sister, met the Dragon King, heard the method to appease the fox sister, returned, and reconciled with the fox sister. The man who began to grow old met a fox. When the fox disguised herself as his wife and appeared before him, he thought, for the first time, that a miracle descended and rejoiced. Though he himself knew it was not real, even so he soothed his madness by believing it to be real. To the point that even if the fox set him up as her henchman and destroyed a nation, a continent, a star, he followed. There was no problem until the sacred Dragon King told him the truth. Even when the Dragon King told him the truth, if only the fox, suspicious of the eye-crippled, had not dug up the wife's grave and threatened him, it could have been a good ending. The eye-crippled split the fox apart into pieces and tore the body to shreds. Star. At the depiction that the martial arts of the protagonist in the original text of the fairy tale seems to become ever more unfathomably high. I feel something strange. And for some reason, at the same time as I hear the words about the fox, the image of the girl in Soak Village holding a storybook rises strongly before my eyes. What is this? Chapter 6. The story of an old man at the end of his lifespan who offers rituals to the heavens 1,000 times and extends his lifespan. Before long, the old man's lifespan also ran out, and he offered a ritual to the heavens. He linked countless stars to stars, and with that he drew a formation and performed a ritual. By the time I hear the sixth story, for some reason I feel unbearably sleepy. Hong Fan's voice buzzes and hums, as if it rings from some far-off place. It was not a ritual to extend lifespan, just a ritual begging and begging for his next life to stop making him miserable. The ritual did not come true. Why would the lofty heavens have any interest in such a mere bug? The eye-crippled only wasted his time for nothing, and ended up croaking like that. This is the original text of the story. I hear all the originals of the stories up to chapter 6. However, I remember that the story has about one more chapter. Chapter 7. The story where the luckless child meets the Jade Emperor and goes to ask why he is without luck. I'm sleepy, so let's hear about it tomorrow outside the heavenly void furnace. That's what I try to say. But my mouth does not open. In the end, I cannot even part my lips inside the heavenly void furnace, and I pass out and enter meditation. And into my ear as I lose consciousness, Hong Fan's voice comes. Chapter 7. The eye-crippled thus performed the ritual and died. And the eye-crippled opened his eyes again. On the very morning of the day his mother passed away. That is right. That was the eye-crippled's first return. Wei Gei. Hong Fan, are you there? I open my eyes inside the heavenly void furnace. For some reason, the upper opening of the heavenly void furnace looks bright. No answer comes, and I go outside the heavenly void furnace. At that moment, whew, heek, it is cold. Countless cold waves are raging. I am wearing worn-out straw shoes and frayed clothes, in the middle of leaving the house. When I look back, inside the house that is about to collapse, Mother is coughing. Fish, I want to eat fish. Yes, Mother. I will bring it to you. Please endure just a little. I close the door and, piercing through the blizzard, go to the riverside. Ho cook. My breath puffs out. What was that just now? Just now it felt like I had a strange dream. Ping. In that instant, a light like a green firefly flies before my eyes, then enters into my chest. I blink, and soon I realize I saw wrong. I've gone so long without eating that I'm seeing things. Throb. For some reason, after I see that green light, odd words like heavenly void furnace, chaos, the me of before, flicker and fade from my head. But that is not important now. I hurriedly rush to the riverside. Fish, fish. But even if I try to catch fish, the river is frozen solid, so I cannot catch anything. Decide quickly. I don't fidget my feet foolishly. If there is no method, I have to make one. Hook. I draw in a full breath, then take off my clothes and, with my bare body, cling to the ice at the riverside and start melting the ice. Hook, hoo up. Hook. I widen the interval between inhalation and exhalation. I lead my breathing to the dantian, and I send the strength carried in the breath through the 4 limbs and 100 joints to make heat. From long ago, I became adept at methods of controlling breath and making the body healthy or raising heat through it. It is cold enough to die, but when I regulate my breathing and make heat in my body, it changes from so cold I could die to so cold I could go crazy. So it is fine. I plan to melt the ice as is, catch fish, and give it to Mother. But at that moment, quagwagwang. Suddenly the ice in the area I am melting splits. I let out a short scream and fall into the icy water, and in that instant, the cold ice water enters my nose and mouth and blocks my breathing. With my breathing blocked, I fall into panic, and heat does not get generated in my body. As a result, I lose consciousness for a very brief moment. Asterisk. It feels like I am dreaming. In the dream, I feel countless green lights fly and cling to me. The green lights each carry a rule and memories. Countless rules tangle roughly together, and at last, they complete the memories of the existence called me, and succeed in transmission. 1. Finally find my memories again. Not only the memories, but the energy and authority contained in the countless green lights are all absorbed, and they make me into an existence like a true immortal. This place is the heavenly void furnace. I realize that the chaos in this prison changed into some story, and drag my mind into the story. Why did such stories suddenly appear inside the heavenly void furnace? In an instant, by the transmission of the swarm of green lights, I recover all the memories and authority of the me until now, and before long I gain insight into what situation this is. I see. Hong Fan. It is Hong Fan. By telling me a story, he activated the stories, dissolved in the chaos inside the heavenly void furnace. Through the words Hong Fan spoke before I entered the heavenly void furnace. At last, I realize who is the true culprit who made me enter this heavenly void furnace. You? Are you the one who pushed me into this place and gave me pain? If so, the reason this story suddenly appeared before me, and who the protagonist of this story is can also be inferred through Hong Fan. The protagonist of that story is Hong Fan. Hong Fan. At first, I feel a sense of betrayal, but recalling the words I myself said to Hong Fan before entering the heavenly void furnace, I close my eyes. I understand. Then, I will watch your story. Just why did Hong Fan push me into this place? Just what kind of life has Hong Fan lived? If I know that, will I forgive Hong Fan, or fail to forgive him and cut my connection with him? I myself do not know. All I can do is only immerse myself in Hong Fan's story, activated within the chaos of the heavenly void furnace. 100 years in real time since I began using the heavenly void furnace. Hundreds of billions of years of suffering inside the heavenly void furnace. At the end of that time that seems like eternity, I begin for the first time to view the story about Hong Fan's previous life, and I am drawn into his story. Chapter 794, Primordial Chaos 4. It is cold. The moment he recalls that, the boy bursts out of the water. Cough, cough. Spitting out the water, he looks around with blank eyes. Poo up. Naturally, he warms his body through the breathing he has been doing his whole life and expels the cold water in his lungs. At the same time, he activates his brain, sorts his memories, and grasps his surroundings. Tuck, tuck. The boy taps his head a few times, then, through the subtlety of issuing force, even drains the water that has gotten into his ears. He then rises from where he is, and only then does he recognize what situation he is in now. The past. The eye-crippled who had become an old man connected countless stars to make an altar and performed a long ritual, praying that if there is a next life, to please let him not be unhappy, and then died. And the one who was the eye-crippled, after death, regressed to that single moment of his childhood when he was drowning in the water. Now, the eye-crippled who has become a boy makes a quick judgment. There is no leisure to fall into sentiment. Hup! He draws a breath again, and, through breathing, takes perfect control of his whole body. Then he burns the life force in his body and, for an instant, dashes somewhere at a speed a 7-year-old child can never produce. Part of his lifespan is shaved off by the excessive movement, but that is none of the boy's concern. Right now is the time to act. Pot. The place the boy reaches by moving at a transcendent speed is the shabby thatched house where he lives with his mother. The boy flings the door open and runs to his mother. He quickly takes his mother's pulse and does what he did not manage to do before the regression. Tuck, tuck, tuck. He pricks points all over his mother's body and activates her life force. He knows as many ways to kill a person as one could want. In the first life, just how many people died by his hand. The structure of the human body and the principle of life and such are not difficult. He cut, he split, he sliced, and it was just not once or twice that he rummaged through the skin. And before long, the boy's mother looks at the boy and smiles. Child, my baby. Yes, mother. I am here. The boy holds his mother's hand tight and speaks in a trembling voice. His mother's eyes regain life and affection and will stand in her gaze. It is cold outside. You must go about warmly. Yes, mother. I will dress warmly. Good, my baby. You even listen well. The boy's mother, having finished speaking, looks at the boy with loving eyes and closes her mouth. Hush! A cold wind blows from outside. The boy lowers his head. Though he tried to activate her life force by opening points, it was already too late. In the end, all the boy accomplished through regression is nothing more than staying by his mother's deathbed and hearing her last words. The result does not change. The boy knows this too. In the first life, even transcendents who dominate the entire cosmic great desolation trembled with fear before the boy and poured out countless wisdoms. Even the rulers of the galaxies where innumerable stars and stars gather, and the mighty divine spirits who devour those entire galaxies. The divinities who spend and adjust the lifespans of humans and other living spirits. All of them kneeled before him, stricken with fear, and answered everything he was curious about. In the last life, the boy even had the chance to transcend life, death, and lifespan itself, becoming a divinity of the pantheon like other divinities and transcendents. Since the herald of the chief god, the one who rules the cosmic great desolation he lives in, even proposed to him the seed of the god of war, he could have become an undying, everlasting being as much as he pleased. However, he threw all of that away with his own hands, and in just one corner of the infinite astral realm, he made an altar out of starlight and kept praying without end until he died. Even if he becomes an undying being, the pain he received in that life, the misfortune, the sorrow and grief, he knew they could never be repaid. He wanted to erase the very existence called himself, become nourishment for the beings after himself, and live as a completely new being. The first principle of history. History that has passed does not return. The past, absolutely, does not change. Even if there is a being who turns back time, even in the time that has passed, history repeats. That is the knowledge he obtained while he slaughtered and captured countless divinities and transcendents during the first life. If it is going to be like this, then why on earth did you send me back? The boy, letting out a grievous groan towards some vague someone who would have sent him back to the past, sobs with choking sounds before his mother's corpse. Even the god-killer who killed countless gods in the past life cannot change the flow of history that was once carried out. Even if it is merely the matter of lengthening a little the lifespan of a mother who is only a mortal. The first day of returning to the past, the boy who was an eye-crippled feels to the bone the realization that he cannot turn back the time that has gone by. After holding his mother's funeral, the boy slowly begins to recover the cultivation he accumulated in the past. A power that overturns the world by willpower. A secret art that, through such powers, completely separates himself from the world so that he does not receive the influence of the world's laws and allows him to wield miracles. Star extinguishing true chapter, revised. Darkness world. The boy's hearing, taste, touch, and smell are sealed, and the sixth sense that all living beings have. Even the sixth sense is sealed. He focuses his mind on the consciousness of intent, called the seventh sense, and grasps the structure of the world at once. The law of causality shaped like a net enters his sight, and the boy cuts some of the causal laws around him and inhales them. Having devoured a portion of causal laws, the boy reorganizes the world's principles applied to himself, leaves the house, and walks slowly along the road. In the boy's hand is held his mother's keepsake, a mother-of-pearl hairpin. He walks and walks slowly, heading somewhere. It is to the neighboring village beyond the mountain. He goes to the market of the neighboring village beyond the mountain and meets a person he met in the first life. Spare a coin, for this wretch's sake. At least, spare just a coin. Since he sealed his hearing, his ears do not hear, but while detecting the vibrations of the law of causality that are heard by the seventh sense, the boy looks at the face of the leg-crippled begging before his eyes. Was it such a face? He perches in front of the leg-crippled and speaks to him. Hey you. Ego, young master. Please, spare just a coin for this wretch. The boy thinks. The flow of history does not change. But the boy lost all senses, but unlike the last life, he did not lose sight. He also heard his mother's last words, and he stayed by her deathbed. Though he could not protect his mother herself. A little, if it is just a very little, might it change? Holding a small hope, he recalls before the regression. He recalls the first life. That time when the leg cripple amicably calls the blind boy who cannot see and said to be friends. It was not an attitude like serving a master is now. Let's be friends. I will become your legs. Looking at the old connection, the boy, holding a faint hope that perhaps a person can change, makes him an offer. The leg-crippled boy stares at him blankly and then asks a question. Why do you? Why someone like me, a beggar? I am a beggar too. I will carry you on my back and go around together. So let's go around begging together. How about it? You look like you have no discomfort anywhere in your body. Why do you want to go around with a cripple, like me? The boy recalls the leg crippled before the regression. He tried to sell off the keepsake of the boy's mother to a merchant, got caught, and was torn to death by the boy. Was that because this guy is innately evil? Or was it something that could have changed depending on circumstances? I too was blind before. What? But the boy smiles faintly and says, I prayed to Lord Heavens, and prayed again, and guess what? Lord Heavens gave me back my eyes. What? So, I want to become friends with you. Travel together with me, and let's pray together to Lord Heavens, so that your legs can heal again. He smiles faintly and hoists the crippled friend onto his back. At the first kindness he ever feels in his life, the leg crippled seems flustered for a moment, then soon starts to heave on the boy's back. Kyuk, kyuk. The leg crippled is crying. It must be because emotions surged up before he even knew it. As the boy listens to the leg cripled's heartbeat and the ripple of his soul, he realizes the leg crippled is truly moved. Stay with me. Even if Lord Heavens does not hear our prayers, I will fix your legs. The boy thinks about the reason he returned to the past. Even thinking again, he does not know the exact principle. However, one guess he can make is that, as he committed killing and slaughter up to now, the footwork and techniques he studied to kill others even better seem to cross some limit and feel like crossing time. Another guess is the altar he connected stars to make is an altar he saw at a place in a secret cave where the brazier was, where he discovered the star-extinguishing true chapter. The function of that altar is an altar for making wishes. It is an altar with a tale written that if one prays to God at that altar, God will grant the wish. The wish he prayed at that altar may have been fulfilled in this form. Lastly, the moment he died, he felt the will of some transcendent being come to him, caresses his soul, and something inside himself awaken. He does not know which of the three made him return to the past. But one thing is clear. Time that has passed does not return. The flow of the past also cannot be changed. But if it is a small thing, for example, keeping sight by giving up another sense in place of his eyes, staying by at his mother's passing, or things like the first meeting with the leg-crippled friend being subtly different. Fate itself cannot be changed, but the form of the connection can be different. If they are small things, maybe I can change them? He still cannot know the principle, but the boy's regression likely originates from his own wish that he not be unhappy. In this life, can I be saved? Can he receive recompense for the unhappy first life? The boy holds hope, and this leg-crippled friend is the first test subject for him. He begs together with the leg-crippled friend, and unlike the previous life, he teaches tricks and teaches breathing. He kills a tiger living on South Mountain, sells its hide, and gives him wealth. And he catches and kills a flood dragon under a bridge that eats people, and even feeds its inner core to his friend. As a result, the leg-crippled friend gains wealth and becomes able to walk again. Thank you, Blackie, thank you. About 1 year. In around a year's worth of time, the leg-crippled friend gives the boy the name Blackie. This is the same name he gave in the first life. Because the boy roamed while wearing black clothes to honor his mother's death in his own way, the leg-crippled friend gave him the name. Blackie. It's nothing, we are friends. Blackie hugs the leg crippled tight and smiles. 1 year of time. It is the same time he spent with the leg crippled in the first life. During that time, he saw his own kind of hope. And today, exactly the first anniversary of meeting him, is the day when, in the first life, the leg crippled betrayed him and sold off his mother's keepsake. The peddler who coaxes this kid, I already killed him. Within the leg crippled boy's heart, killing intent or greed cannot be found. He fixed his legs. He killed the person who would tempt him. He even removed the curse called poverty that would make him possess greed itself. He also did not show any bodily defect that would make him be looked down on as blind like in his previous life. The situation differs from before, so he will not betray him. Moreover, the waves of intent he feels also reflect the leg-crippled boy's heart, showing that he does not particularly harbor an evil heart. If it is only a little, I can change it. Of course, because this boy's lifespan is exactly until today, he might not be able to avoid dying today. But just as he stayed by his mother's deathbed, the very process by which the leg-crippled dies may be different. He may be able to regard the leg-crippled boy not as a filthy betrayer, but as a friend. If the boy who came to have the name, Blackie, can only become like so, the heart of himself that suffered in the first life, the resentment and pain knotted in a corner of that heart might be able to be saved. Thinking so, the boy vows that, if he does not betray him, he will kill even the god who spends out lifespans to save his friend. And so, that night arrives. Puke. Blink. Blackie looks at the knife embedded in his body. Why, you bastard? What kind of 8-year-old brat doesn't even let out a single scream? Blackie looks around. They are the village butchers. He knows well that they are people who habitually do dirty deeds, and sometimes even take on murder-for-hire requests. Crack. Blackie crushes the knife with his bare hands and pulls it out, then lifts with one hand the butcher who stabbed him and flings him away. Quong. One butcher smashes through the room's ceiling, flies away, and becomes a lump of blood. Blackie looks around with clear eyes. Don't move, you monster bastard. If you move, I will kill your one and only friend. Yuhook. Be Blackie. He looks at the friend held hostage by the butchers. This life, the friend did not betray him. In this life, those who attack him are only marketplace butchers unrelated to him. From that alone, he feels relieved. Crunch. An instant. In only an instant, all the butchers die at once. In a flash, the entire room where Blackie was sleeping blows apart, and wind pressure and shockwaves cover the area. The courtyard of the manor where Blackie and the leg-crippled friend lived together enters his eyes under the moonlight. Don't worry. You won't die today. Under the moonlight, whether at someone's instigation. Numerous contract killers, assassins, and bandits hold weapons and look at Blackie with tense eyes. With a calm face, Blackie faces his friend, who is a little older than him but still a child. Because you are my friend. Even if your lifespan ends today, I will kill even the power of the god who decides lifespans to save you. So don't worry. Puke. Friday end. Blackie looks at the leg-crippled who, trembling, drives a knife into his chest. What are you doing? He truly cannot understand. There is no one as well-versed in murder and killing as himself. He definitely did not feel killing intent from the leg-crippled boy. He also did not feel any will to commit murder. Lately, he seems a bit depressed and confused, but Blackie thought that, since the leg-crippled friend's physical age is a little older than his, it is only confusion arising as he goes through puberty. Then why? Don't make me laugh. You beat to death the tiger of South Mountain. You beat to death the flood dragon under the bridge. You picked up a completely useless me and raised me. Everyone fears you. Blackie looks into the leg-crippled friend's eyes. In those eyes lies an emotion Blackie can never understand. For ordinary people, they are called despair and inferiority, and an emotion they call fear. They are emotions that, across his past life and this life, Blackie has never once felt and cannot understand. The magistrate of Jew County has said if I help kill you, he will marry me to his daughter. Greed similar to the previous life. However, that greed only seems like an excuse. Because the leg-crippled friend regards Blackie as an incomprehensible monster, and something that must be dealt with. You're a monster, die. Please die. Chi-yi. From the sword the boy stabbed into Blackie, a faint sorcery shines and makes the boy's body heavy. Poison energy whirls through his body, and black shackle-like patterns appear all over him and bind him. The sorcery worked. Attack all at once. Hunt the monster wearing a human mask, the one who killed the tiger of South Mountain and beat to death the flood dragon under the bridge. To ordinary beings, an incomprehensible fear. That is the greatest superficial reason the being called Blackie was betrayed and shunned. But Blackie knows, so I cannot change it, because he can see how the causality, history, and fate of this world flow. He thought he could change small things, but the flow of the world does not change no matter what he does. For history that has already repeated once only goes along the original flow. Betrayed by the one he trusts. Made to have his heart shattered. The world moves to recreate history and fabricates reasons here and there. First principle of history. History does not change. Even if one twists small currents, the result never changes. Blackie laughs. Heh. With a face all distorted, with tears dripping down, he laughs. The experiment failed. A person's effort cannot change the fixed result. Rather, he should not have become friends with the leg crippled at all in this life. He should have eliminated the very opportunity to build friendship and trust. For if he had not expected from the start, there would not have been disappointment. Kururung. Above Blackie's hand, something black rises. Above his mother's keepsake, the law of the world that he twisted up with darkness world sucks in the surrounding causality, recombines it, and spits out a new power. Shamans and Yaoguai, sorcerers, monks, and Taoists call the power they use when wielding mysterious sorcery qi. He refines that mysterious power and tempers it into the form of pure death. The pure death of the North Pole. Ganggong, the mother of pearl hairpin of his mother in Blackie's hand. From the keepsake that the leg crippled stole from him in his first life, black gang chi sprouts like countless teeth and claws and begins a slaughter. Quagwagwagwa. Gang chi swirls. It is a single storm. The Jew County Magistrate, in order to suppress the little ghost that threatens his power, had eminent high monks make binding spells and, using the friend, set them upon Blackie. However, those binding sorceries shatter helplessly. Just as a tornado turns a city into a wasteland, a black vortex blankets the entirety of Jew County. A great massacre begins. Countless human lives and living souls are torn to shreds and become lumps of meat, and the entire county is destroyed and becomes a ruin. The magistrate and his family are dismembered and scattered like trash. In that desolate ruin where everything is gone, the morning sun rises. Blackie looks at the old friend he alone kept alive until sunrise. The old friend looks up at Blackie with blank eyes. Friend. Looking down at the human who betrayed him twice across 2 lives, Blackie opens his mouth heavily. I killed the magistrate too. Now speak honestly. Why did you betray me? Why? He opens his mouth. You monster. You're a monster. The old friend, looking at the magistrate and the magistrate's daughter who roll on the ground as lumps of meat, still spits curses toward Blackie while wetting himself. You are not even human. You're a monster. That's right. A snake. A snake. How? How can you wear human skin and do something like this, you snake bastard? You're a monster. You're not human. Inside you're pitch black, a black snake. Black snake. The name his first friend gave him for the second time in the first life. In this life, too, he gains the same name. History repeats. Crunch. The child who gains the name. Black Snake. Crushes one of the old friend's legs. Is that all you have to say? Aowag. Af Aya. Jigo, go to hell. Killing so many people. Killing the sacred tiger of South Mountain. And killing the flood dragon under the bridge. And now, even killing the magistrate and his innocent daughter. You monster who dragged me in, raised me like a pet, and only mimics a human life. You. Crunch. The remaining leg is crushed. He becomes a leg crippled again. Quaaf. Why? You are not human. Don't try to mimic a human. Slice. Black Snake cuts off the leg crippled's neck. In the morning sun, having at last cut off the neck of his first friend, he collapses on the spot. Even though he regressed, nothing changed. No. Rather, even more blood stains his hands. Wrong. The black snake, before the hope that has died, collapses and grits his teeth. Instead of saying black snake, or monster, you should have said, I'm sorry. The bad magistrate made me do it. I had no choice. Something like that. He knows. All these lines are exactly the same as the words the leg crippled spit out in the last life. Back then he did not show such overwhelming force, and they were the words the leg crippled spit out while being carried off on someone's back and fleeing. However, even though he showed this overwhelming force and showed slaughter. The past did not change. More precisely, the lines that wedge into Black Snake's chest and give him the most painful wound did not change. The great currents of history cannot be changed, but the small ones can be twisted. Only, the existence called the Black Snake, by its very being, is a great current. Second life. In the first regression, the Black Snake gains the lesson that innate fate and its outcome cannot be changed. However, he does not abandon hope. People do not change. They do not reform to goodness. If so, the person who gave him hope, the meeting with the one who alone breathed hope into a life with nothing but pain and misfortune, and the happiness he enjoyed within it, they will never change. Thus, for salvation, the Black Snake begins to walk to meet the wife of his previous life. Chapter 795, Primordial Chaos, 5. The Black Snake sets out on the road. Leaving behind the great massacre of the county, he leaves his hometown and heads for the far west. Passing countless counties and counties, crossing cities and cities, he reaches the border beyond mountains and rivers. His home country, the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom. Beyond that country, in order to meet the wife of the first cycle who lives at the far western edge, the Black Snake crosses a country called Biokra, and also crosses a country called Yingwa. Crossing country after country, unlike in the previous life, he gathers wealth and creates status. He captures bandits he meets along the way and subdues them with overwhelming force. He puts them through training close to torture, makes them his subordinates, and then forms a group. The first name of the group is taken from the Black Snake's name, the Hyuk-Sa Society, Heisohui. As the master of the Hyuk-Sa Society, as Hyuk-Sa, the Black Snake leads his subordinates, builds status and wealth, and at last, reaches the country at the far west. He reaches Shungzi, and even within the Shungzi, the country at the western edge, he reaches a place where the great mountain range of Shungzi lies. I came quickly. Hyuk-Sa arrives with his subordinates at a village halfway up the great mountain range. Now 10 years old, in his hand he holds his mother's keepsake, a mother-of-pearl hairpin. His mother said this, that she came from the far western edge country, Shungzi, that in that Shungzi, she was born and raised in a village on the western edge of a mountain range. Only, having been caught by a bandit gang, her entire family was taken as slaves, and being sold and sold again, she drifted all the way to the land of the Central Spirit Holy Kingdom, gave birth to him, escaped from a slave trader, and barely managed to settle down. Before Hyuk-Sa meets the wife of his first life, he goes to a corner of this village. Mother, Hyuk-Sa's very first life. At that time, Hyuk-Sa lost his eyes and a friend, and, recalling his mother's words, he came all the way to the western edge so that at least the keepsake may tread upon the soil of her homeland. The woman he met there was the wife of his first life. This place was his mother's hometown and his own new starting point. When he arrives, what greets him is a ruin and collapse. His mother always went around saying this, that if she is born again, she wants to be born as a man. Born as a man, she does not want to live a fate where she is kidnapped by mere bandits, forced away from her homeland, and sold here and there. She said she hoped to become a learned person who can give her child a proper name, not just some name picked up and stuck on carelessly. Yes, if she is born again. If you are born again, you said you wished for at least a body that can protect your child, a mind that can give a good name, a homeland to settle down and live peacefully, and to be a person who could live by telling stories. Hyuk-Sa walks in, and, remembering the words his mother said whenever she had a moment, he strokes the ruin. If there is a next life, please, even if only as a learned bookstore owner, be born and spend your whole life in peace. He leans against the ruin, sets his mother's keepsake upon it, and closes his eyes. And if his mother is indeed born again, he imagines her born as a boy of a good family, becoming a bookshop owner, giving meaningful names to children, telling fairy tales every day, and living long without hunger or illness. It is fine even if he himself is not in that picture. Even if Hyuk-Sa himself, fallen into the hell of killing karma, is to be born again merely as a bug or a beast. After leaning against the ruins for some time and praying for his mother's blissful rebirth, Hyuk-Sa buries his mother's keepsake before the ruins, and the Hyuk-Sa Society settles in a suitable cave on a peak across from the village. The villagers treat the Hyuk-Sa Society, which takes up residence in a nearby cave, as a band of thieves and fear them, but so long as they are there is no longer any chance that this village will be attacked by other bands of thieves or bandits, and that someone will be horribly murdered or dragged away. Moreover, Even while the Hyuk-sa society itself is shunned and feared, Hyuk-sa himself is, in outward appearance, a 10-year-old boy. He does not come to the village filthy in rags like in his past life. Instead, being served as the chief of the Hyuk-sa society, comes wearing neat clothes. The villagers may think of Hyuk-sa as the child of an officer belonging to the Hyuk-sa society, but they do not imagine that he is its master. People neither hate him nor fear him. On the contrary, some village notables, seeking to make a connection with the bandit gang by tying a connection with Hyuk-sa, the child of a bandit gang officer, even introduce their daughters to him. But Hyuk-sa does not so much as glance at such connections. He only inquires after and seeks out a girl of the same age, a maid being raised in a noble household. Having just turned 11 this year, 1 year older in body than Hyuk-sa, the maidservant's name is what people roughly call her because they picked her up from under a willow on the western mountain slope. Seoaji West Baby. No, in truth, even that is not particularly fixed, so, changing the pronunciation as is convenient, she comes to be called by various names such as Seoak, Western Peak, Seoyak, Oath, Seoyok, Western Region, or Westy, Seojok, and she is precisely the leper woman whom Hyuk-sa met in his very first life. Excuse me, I heard a girl called Westy is here. All right, the nanny definitely said that girl is being made to work in the back garden. Why are you curious about her? Let's see. To meet Westy, the maid of the noble household, Hyuk-sa befriends a child of the noble household, then goes to that house to play and heads to the back garden where Westy is said to be. Ah, there she is. Hey, wait. What are you eating right now? The son of the noble household, who is about to guide Hyuk-sa to the back garden and introduce the girl called Westy, has his eyes go wide, and Westy freezes on the spot at his shout. In the back garden, Westy was secretly taking a big bite from a large peach. No matter how large the noble household is, peaches are not food a maidservant can taste, so she is surely stealing a bite. Caught by the noble household's young master and Hyuk-sa, Westy freezes with her cheeks puffed out from a big bite of the peach, and her eyes well with tears. Ick, I am sorry. Eek, how shameful. I finally brought a friend over, and you're stealing that again. Just how does that make me look? The noble household's young master has his face turn red and blue and goes to look for a six-sided club, saying he will beat the maidservant, and Westy drops down on the spot and sobs bitterly, crying. Walla. Hyuk-sa takes that sight into his eyes. In the past life, he was in a blind man's body, so he could not take it into his eyes, but Westy's face and skin, hair, small hands and feet. Even though he honed his senses and could say he understood her form, still, her color that he never once saw is beautiful. Not her looks or her mannerisms, but her very existence is beautiful and lovable. Don't cry. Though she is 1 year older than he, Hyuk-sa lifts Westy, who sits and whimpers, and soothes her. In the end, perhaps the noble household's child does not have the heart to actually beat the girl with a six-sided club. Seeming only to want to imitate adults for fun, he breaks off a little foxtail grass and stands beside her, pretending to beat Westy as a game, and only then does Westy stop crying, realizing she is not truly being beaten and driven out. I am sorry, young master. The peach looked so delicious. Huff, huff. The noble household's young master, who is only 7 years old, pants there on the spot, appearing to be tired. Looking at him, Hyuk-sa speaks. Friend. HM, what is it? I'll be taking this Westy. Huh? The child recalls the nanny's words of, you must not carelessly give the household's property to others as such as waste. But at the same time, he recalls the words of his mother and father this morning when he brought Hyuk-sa, who he made as a friend, saying, that boy has a vicious bandit of the nearby bandit gang for a father, so absolutely do not offend his mood, and if possible, keep on friendly terms. Because the village where they live is a place where government troops do not come often. For them, the bandit gang settled beyond the ridge is a far more fearful and terrifying presence than the distant government troops. But for the child, on the one hand, he was told not to give away property, and on the other, he was told not to offend. So from a 7-year-old standpoint, it is hard to judge. The nanny said I can't do that, but mother and father should be okay with it. Got it. We happen to have a jar of salt at our house. I will give that in exchange. It is one of the goods the Hyuk-sa society seized while sweeping away nearby thieves and bandit gangs. Since most of the seized goods are too burdensome to give to a rural village's noble household like this, Hyuk-sa decides to choose something moderately acceptable to give. A jar of salt. At those words, the child nods. For that much, It seems fine to give away a maid who steals peaches from the house as much as he likes. In that case, he is not carelessly wasting property as the nanny said, and he is not offending the other as his mother and father said. Good. Let's do that. Hey you. From now on our house doesn't need a maidservant who steals peaches like you. So you are going to be sent to Hyuksa's house from now on. Got it. At those words, Westy bursts into tears again. Having been picked up and raised in this house since she was a tiny baby, this house is truly her home. Moreover, she already heard all about this young master. Hyuksa, in front of her wearing those black clothes. It's because she heard the other maidservants chattering. She heard that young Master Hyuksa's house is the house of a fearsome bandit gang, and that the bandits are all ferocious and brutal, often beating their subordinates, and, if it is severe, even killing them. If it is that young Master Hyuksa's terrifying house, surely a slow and sluggish maid like her will be beaten every day and, if displeasing, killed. Hyuksa smiles as he watches her bawling at the sight of him. Just the fact that he can see her face makes him so overwhelmed, and she is lovable. Hyuksa takes her hand, and as he leads the still sobbing Westy out of the noble household, he speaks. Don't cry, Westy. Hyung, I am Seoaju Hyuong. From now on, I will let you eat lots of peaches. Hikuk, I will let you wear silk clothes. I will buy you many pretty ornaments. I will let you wear flower shoes. Instead of a vague name, I will find a good namer and give you a good name that has a proper meaning. Holding the hand of the girl called Seoaji, or also called Westy, Hyuksa gently speaks as they walk together over the ridge to the Hyuksa Society's den. Because his voice is so soft and kind, Westy stops her tears and looks at Hyuksa. I will make you happy. Marry me. Clench. Hyuksa holds her hand and vows inwardly. 10 years from now, she contracts leprosy, her body rots, and she is caught by a bandit gang and burns to death. If a person cannot be changed, the happiness she gives him until she dies will also not change. I will change the world. Therefore, he will not let the world kill her. The small entities called germs are being sufficiently graspable to his senses. He has the skill to prick and pop each and every leprosy bacillus to death. The form of connection cannot be changed, but the heavens that bestows that connection can be changed by his skill. No matter how much you cut and tear people, they cannot be changed, but the heavens can be torn apart and twisted. I will not let you die. I will give you a good name and a happy life. Perhaps, in this life, they may even be able to have the child they could not have in the last life. Let's become happy together in this life. Hyuksa thus, taking Westy, heads toward the Hyuksa Society's den, smiling brightly. A few years have passed since Hyuksa settled in the village. Since you were born under a willow, your surname will be Yang. To give an even more meaningful and good name to Westy, who has become his wife, he sought out a namer said to be famous in the vicinity. For the name, Hui, is good. Hui. Hyuksa originally did not know how to read. In his first life, he was blind, so the blade was always more meaningful than writing. Therefore, only now is he learning a little bit of letters together with Westy, who's become his wife. Thus he knows that the character Hui, carries the meaning of to return, or to cycle. Sha. The atmosphere near the namer's house becomes chilly. With clear eyes, Hyuksa looks at the namer who gave his wife the name, Yang Hui. In truth, it is the name she received even in the past life. But at that time, he did not even know the meaning of the name, and he simply thought that a learned namer would surely give a good name and accepted it gratefully. However, only now that he underwent regression, can he understand what on earth the namer who gave the name has done. Who are you? Black gangchi surges from Hyuksa's body. In the last life, when he met this namer, it was before he gained fortuitous encounters such as the star-extinguishing true chapter, so he did not know who it was as he had not yet grown explosively stronger. But now he can tell. The namer who bestowed a name upon his wife is not human. It is a divinity who borrows a human body and has come to this place. Are you the one who sent me back? At those words, the namer smiles faintly and speaks. I do not understand what the distinguished one speaks. What are you? However, my master seems to know something. Master. At those words, the namer points to the sky. One day, if you are curious about the cause of everything, come seek my master. They measure and know all things that happen in this cosmic great desolation. Only then does Hyuksa know who the namer's master is, and who the namer is. He blinks, and the namer disappears. The envoy of the chief god who, in the first life, proposed to him the seat of the war god. Hyuksa understands that the envoy was the namer just now. The master the namer speaks of must be the chief god, the being he also calls Lord Heavens. Has Lord Heavens known why he underwent regression? By even having an envoy give such a name to his wife, it is a hint that they know the true nature of the ability called regression. Hyuksa looks at the sky and then heads back to the village. In any case, he obtained his wife's name. Yang Hui, Yang Wei. Huia. It is a name bestowed not by a mere ordinary namer, but by the chief god who rules this world. Huia. In this life, I will never let you suffer. Through the envoy, the Lord Heavens is speaking, that if he wants to know the truth, to come seek them. But for now, he cannot go. To reach the being called the chief god requires far too much time. And within that time, his wife Yang Hui, according to history, will contract leprosy and die. In this life, I will not let you catch any illness and will let you live a long and healthy life. Even if I have to kill the god who determines lifespan, I will protect you. Even if everything repeats, he will make it so this does not repeat. If fate, if history, if connection stands in his way, he will save her even if he must kill them all. Hoping for such modest happiness, Hyuksa moves his steps toward his wife, who is waiting for him at home. As 1. Red Hong fans memories. 1. Do not dare read beyond those hopeful memories. I have not yet read the memories beyond, but the memories that contain the story afterward are filled with even darker and more painful emotions. Yes, this very moment is the last moment in Hong Fan's life when normal hope and joy remained. Chapter 796, Future King, 1. Ho ho, our Sir Hyuksa. Squish, squish. Hyuksa returns to the village. And what greets Hyuksa is the touch of his young wife, 1 year older than him. Westie. No, now having received the name. Yang Hui. She ambushes Hyuksa's soft, squishy cheeks from behind and kneads them like crazy. Having now turned 14, even though they held the wedding and he became her husband, she pampers Hyuksa, who is still a 13-year-old child, to her heart's content. Where did you go, my cutie? Yulugu. Saying, let go. Hyuksa barely escapes from her touch and then tells her where he went. Westie. No. Dear, I went to meet a high person to receive your name. Wow, really? But I like being Westie too. She seems happy yet conflicted. But in the end, she hugs Hyuksa tight enough to crush him and smiles beaming. Then what is my name? Your name is Hui. Yang Hui. Hui Yang Hui. Now that she has the name, Yang Hui, she beams and plants kisses all over Hyuksa's cheeks. Oh my, you adorable thing. You want to get big sis a good name. Hyuksa barely wriggles free of her hands. It has already been years since they began living together. Now Yang Hui no longer fears Hyuksa as she used to. Rather, eating whatever she wants and learning whatever she wants, she's grown. Unlike before, she did not contract leprosy. It's because Hyuksa popped and killed all the germs by her side. Hyuksa. What is it, Huia? Hey, not. Huia. You should call me something like, honey. Don't keep treating me like a kid when you're the younger one. At the address. Huia. That calls her young. Yang Hui's mouth puffs out, and she pulls on Hyuksa's 2 cheeks. By any chance, can I also give you a name? It's just Black Snake and all. It's a bit, you know, so I'll find a better name and give it to you. Hyuksa ponders Yang Hui's words. He of course likes it. Far better than a name like Black Snake, given amidst betrayal by an old friend, is a name given by the one he loves. Even if she names him Dog Dung or Cow Dung, he would feel grateful. Therefore, though he naturally wants to say okay, he looks up at the sky. Countless threads of causality stir and determine the future. It is a history that has already passed once. Yang Hui's lifespan still has not changed. Do I have to kill them after all? Following the threads of causality, he senses the place where the god who decides lifespans is, and he considers killing them. Then, give it to me a bit later, Huia. Yeah, I told you not to call me like a kid. I'm going to name you and call you like a kid too. Hyuksa looks at Yang Hui, who throws a tantrum in front of him, puffing her cheeks and kneading his cheeks all over, and thinks. To give a name directly influences connection. The internal energy method darkness world he attained is the result he obtained by cutting all threads of connection and standing alone. The thread of connection between him and Yang Hui is what he gained by deceiving causality until now. In other words, if Yang Hui directly gives him a name and he accepts it, Hyuksa's internal energy method will weaken. If I am going to kill a god, I must be in the best state and make thorough preparations. To kill a god, he must always stake his own life. Even for a trivial lower-ranked god, it is the same. For a mortal body to kill a god always means facing death. Because he did not fear death in his previous life, he faced death while wearing mortal hide and hunted down and killed gods. But now, I am afraid. He can no longer stake his life recklessly, because there is now something even more precious than life. Yang Hui has become Hyuksa's weakness. Therefore, he does not want to grow that weakness any further. He does not want to face death. Without facing death, I must kill gods. With his talent, he can do it. With his insight and potential, it is enough. Even now, the time of fate keeps drawing near. History keeps flowing. Thus, he plans to twist fate and history themselves to protect Yang Hui. Just wait a little, Huya, until the time I can receive a good name from you. Hyuksa hugs Yang Hui and soothes the whining her as he speaks. In his eyes, he sees countless causalities beyond Yang Hui, the gods who dwell on this star. Only after he kills all those gods can he feel even a little at ease. From that day on, Hyuksa goes about hunting gods to extend Yang Hui's lifespan. The very first he kills is the god of lifespan. O mortal being, what could possibly change in the world if you kill me alone? I am merely one who records lifespan. The flow of history and fate cannot be changed. It can be changed. As Hyuksa organizes his killing techniques that are beginning to reach the apex of slaughter, he speaks toward them. For if it does not change, I will annihilate fate and history. Even if he must destroy both heaven and earth, he will protect what he must protect. When he cuts down the god of lifespan, countless people's lifespans jumble into a mess and great chaos comes to the world, but he does not care. Because, more than some world, his one connection is more precious. After the god of lifespan comes the god of disease, the god of calamity, the god of misfortune, and so on. He hunts down and kills gods who could suddenly kill Yang Hui. What have we done that you murder us? O mortal being, do you not know that we are not only those who scatter misfortune, but also beings who hold disaster and suffering in check? Because of your ignorance, the world will sink into misery. O mortal being, no, you must not kill us. No. With eyes like frost, Hyuksa looks down on them and kills them. Because of you, he still remembers. In his first life, Yang Hui died because of them. Wretchedly and miserably. She contracted leprosy. And without even being able to find medicine. And while Hyuksa disappeared to find medicine, bandits robbed her of wealth and burned the house down, killing her. While bearing Hyuksa's child, so wretchedly, so miserably, died killing all the gods who became the prime culprits who killed Yang Hui. Hyuksa clutches his chest. He treats the present Yang Hui well. But why is it? Whether the Yang Hui of the first life and the Yang Hui now are the same being or not. Whether the Yang Hui he truly loves is the Yang Hui of that time. He cannot know. From childhood, he discovered her and prevented her from suffering leprosy. And she did not leave the noble household on her own feet to drift through the village corners, living a life picking up garbage. She, who brightened to the utmost and dotes on Hyuksa. Whether she truly is the one Hyuksa wanted to save. He cannot know. Small currents can change, but great currents do not change. Because Hyuksa's very existence is a great current, the connections related to him also do not change. Therefore, the Yang Hui who loves Hyuksa now is also that unchanged Yang Hui. But if so, if I extend the present Yang Hui's lifespan, is she still the Yang Hui I know? Or does she become another Yang Hui? He cannot possibly know. As he kills countless gods, Hyuksa eliminates every possibility of Yang Hui's death. Starting with the gods of ill omen and sudden death, he hunts down and kills, one by one, even the divinities who govern heart attacks, meteor impacts, and lightning. But the more gods he kills and kills, the more Yang Hui gradually grows differently than in the last life. The more the anxiety and doubt dwelling in Hyuksa's heart gradually grows. And at last, on the day Hyuksa kills every god of the star where they live. Yes, on the very day Hyuksa turns exactly 20. He finds the answer. Horror. The entire village burns. And, centered on the tiled roof house Hyuksa has built in the village, hundreds of corpses lie in rows. Hyuksa's subordinates. They are people of the Hyuksa society. What is this? To remove the very possibility of her death. He came back after killing innumerable gods. Sometimes, after killing gods and coming down, he stopped by Yang Hui, shared love, felt happiness, checked her condition, read books together, ate together, and kneaded each other's cheeks. Horroric, pushing through the flames that incinerate the whole village, he heads for the house. From the inside of the house, a familiar smell comes. The smell of a burning corpse. Yes, it is the very smell Hyuk-sa smelled when his wife burned to death in the last life. Chief, we couldn't stop it. One of Hyuk-sa society's subordinates, dying, lets out a groan. You did well. Rest. Leaving his subordinates behind, he heads to the inner quarters where Yang Hui would be. There, he can see a monster with countless spears and blades stuck into it. With a black body hissing breath, gathering fire energy, it lies with its strength exhausted, dying right in front of Yang Hui. It is an Amugi. An Amugi that did not obtain a dragon pearl, and so could not become a dragon. For that reason, it went mad with rage and frenzy and became a monster that brings drought and disaster. And Hyuk-sa recalls who that monster was in the first cycle. A being who was a divine dragon king. They, this time, failed to obtain the dragon pearl and became a monster, turning everything Hyuk-sa has gathered into nothing. O evil god who brings ruination. The monster, which would originally have become a sacred dragon, looks at him as it dies. Because your subordinates fought desperately, they ended up bringing me down. Yet in the end, you too failed to protect what is precious. The monster laments as it looks at Hyuk-sa. Do you wonder why it has become like this? O evil god, all things are of cause and retribution. As the divinities you have been killing died, the entire world fell into misery. In the end, to save a world drowned in misery, I came to know that this was the only way. Hyuk-sa passes the monster and approaches Yang Hui. Her whole body is burning. Her belly is swollen. The resentful grudges of the gods flew into me and told me to kill you. All of this is what you brought upon yourself. O evil god. Crunch. With a sweep of his hand, he smashes the jaw of the jabbering Amugi. Hyuk-sa carefully lifts Yang Hui into his arms. Yang Hui, burning to death, opens her mouth toward Hyuk-sa. Thanks to the breathing method Hyuk-sa taught her and the health exercises that make one healthy, she, even as she burns, did not die at once. But within the fire dwell the grudges and pain of countless gods, so death is inevitable. I thought of a name. Yang Hui smiles brightly and speaks. I saw your real name. The name Hyuk-sa's mother, passing by a school, picked up because she thought it looked respectable and gave him. In a way, Hyuk-sa's true name. Gu Ju. It is a name Hyuk-sa himself has forgotten for far too long. To fit that name, I found a good name. Yang Hui's hand touches Hyuk-sa's cheek. Chi-ai. Hyuk-sa's cold energy puts out the fire clinging to her body, and his will calls wind and summons rain across the area. Rain falls, and the fire subsides. Hong Fan, Hong Fan. How about it? The name his mother, passing by a school, gave him, Guju. To match that, the new name Yang Hui gives him, Hong Fan. You took it from the Great Plan 9 categories, Hogfanu. Yeah, do you like it? Hong Fan smiles brighter than ever. Yeah, I like it so much. That's the relief. She smiles at Hong Fan's reaction and closes her eyes. That is the end. Yang Hui dies. Swa. At the same time as her death, something gushes out from her flesh and enters Hong Fan. It is one of the powers of darkness world that Hong Fan has lent her until now. A power that divine dissents a portion of history and reads the information of the past and causality. It was so through this, if the law of causality shuddered and ill fortune descended, she could at least evacuate by herself. But she did not use that power to evacuate. Rather, she used it to find a better name for Hong Fan and sat still in this place, facing head-on the ill fortune that enveloped her. The reason was but one. Feeling Yang Hui's lingering thought contained in the power that returns to him, Hong Fan grits his teeth. I cannot evacuate alone. Because the Hyuk-sa society family, this village, this house, all of it, are what he gifted me. They are. Why? The greatest blessing. Why did you not run away? If we endure just a little, he will come to save us. As he always has. All things are of cause and retribution. Why did you believe in me? So everyone, while this disaster focuses on only killing me, join forces and block it. If it is you all who have received his teachings, then you can definitely stop it. The Amugi whose jaw is shattered opens its mouth. Hong Fan grabs the Amugi's head with one hand, tears it out, and shouts. For you whom he has raised are, at this very moment, nothing other than the light of our village. Why on earth? Why am I always like this? Hong Fan weeps and laughs. He doubted her. He thought she was not the she he had thought of. She was. For no matter how time was turned back, She was still a being with a fixed ending. I committed evil deeds, and so she died. If so, then why did she die in the first life? He remembers the first life. He did not live a life like now, stained with great massacres and blood. But even then, she died. More wretchedly than now. Why must a person die wretchedly? Oh God! Someone answer. I'm saying, someone answer. Hong Fan cries out. Why is this world filled only with such miserable things? His wife died again. He vowed that he would protect her no matter what, and with his own hands handled all possibilities that could kill his wife. But in the end, an unforeseen variable twisted history into the same way. Hong Fan's heart, this time too, was not repaid. Buduk dududuk. Hong Fan clutches his chest, and with trembling hands, he gouges out his own eyes. They are the eyes he kept until now because he wanted to see his wife's face, because he wanted to hold her smiling face in his eyes. Eyes that failed to protect his wife are utterly useless. He becomes blind again. Why do humans die so easily? He buries with his own hands his wife's corpse, and the entire Hyuk Sa society that diligently protected his wife. He also buries with his own hands all the innocent villagers who burned to death because of his undeserved self. Why is the world filled with suffering? Where is the answer to this world? Why did he receive a fate to suffer like this? Why did he come to suffer again and again even though time was turned back? Why can't he change anything? An answer? I need an answer. Hong Fan, blind once more, claws at his chest and sets out to seek an answer. Lord Heavens. He decides to go seek the Lord Heavens whom he could not even dare to visit before his wife died. He wants to ask for the answer to everything. Thus, the boy who has become a youth, in order to obtain an answer as to why the world is filled with suffering and why he must suffer like this. For the first time, he completely steps off the path he has followed in his previous history and begins to go seek Lord Heavens. Why? Hong Fan, now blind, leaves the star he was born on and looks back. This time, I did not split the star. He also did not let his own heart be split. He did not allow a strand of heart demon that slipped out from his body to gain form and dare to act as his wife. In this life, no fox was even born. For the heart of the fox that dies facing its old hill, that sought to be born, yearning for Yanghui as the homeland of his heart. That tender and confused heart demon. He strangled it to death with his own hands. Thus, even though he killed gods, Hong Fan leaves the star without splitting his homeland. And at that moment, beyond the law of causality, he sees the world undergoing division. This is, a single world splits into two world lines. Hong Fan enters one of the world lines, and there he looks at the other world line that has split. Oh, I see. Hong Fan smiles. The cause of all misfortune and suffering, was it myself? Beyond the split world line, in the other world line, he can see. The self of the first life, again gets bewitched by the heart demon, and, clutching the keepsake of his dead wife, go mad and rampage, only coming to his senses after cutting the star in half. That was his first life. He realizes how this bizarre regression is carried out. If I walk along a similar flow of history, the timeline itself does not change, but within that timeline, countless inevitabilities bunch together and somehow reproduce the history I experienced. But if I choose a completely different flow of history, then at that moment the world line differentiates and heads toward another result. Keying. Indeed, the reason Hong Fan of this life became unhappy again was that he followed the trajectory of the first life and tried somehow to change things within it. Rather, if I had not met anyone, I would not be this unhappy. If he had not met the old friend, if he had not met Yang Hui, they would not have been entangled with him and become so unhappy. You all became unhappy because of me. Realizing that fact, Hong Fan laughs like a madman. Indeed, from the beginning, he was the source of misfortune. I must meet you. At that painful realization, Hong Fan swears to meet Lord Heavens no matter what, and he begins to sail the distant sea of stars. He sails the universe to meet the chief god of this universe and meets countless gods. He also meets an Amugi who, though already having reached divinity, gathers dragon pearls excessively and thus cannot ascend. The Amugi asks Hong Fan, saying that if he is going to meet Lord Heavens, to also resolve its question and find out how it can ascend. The Amugi reminds him of the Dragon King, and at the same time the Amugi's desire that cannot discard its dragon pearls brings to mind his own futile, modest happinesses. Annoyed and ashamed of himself, he bisects and kills the divine rank Amugi that has gathered 10 dragon pearls. He also meets a divinity in the aspect of a young master who cultivates a colossal dragonflower tree whose roots spread through the entire galaxy, and who laments that the dragonflower tree does not bloom. The divine young master asks Hong Fan, who is going to meet Lord Heavens, that if he does meet Lord Heavens, to find out why the dragonflower tree does not bloom. When Hong Fan looks closely, he observes that countless fortune and virtue crowd together at the roots of that dragonflower tree. So the dragonflower tree cannot breathe properly, and thus cannot flower. Seeing it bawl while failing to make use of its own fortune and virtue makes Hong Fan feel ashamed, as if he is looking at his own past self. So he cuts down and kills the dragonflower tree, and also tears apart and kills the divine young master as well. And after passing through countless time, just before Hong Fan at last reaches Lord Heavens, he hears the voice of a certain divinity seeking a partner. Tormented by countless heart demons and dreaming of Yang Hui on his way here, Hong Fan tries to kill the owner of the voice. But since he cannot possibly find the owner of the voice, Hong Fan vows that he will someday kill that owner of the voice as well and approaches Lord Heavens. Lord Heavens exists at the center of this universe. O Heavens, owner of all truths and wisdom that exist in this world. At the center of the universe sits a giant of light upon a jade throne woven from countless lights. A divinity of flames whose upper body is that of a human and whose lower body is that of a snake. That is the chief god of this universe. It is the great serpent god Fushi, who gives birth to all life that exists in this universe. Why was I born unhappy? Why do I possess the power of regression? Why can't I change anything? Why do all who are connected with me become unhappy? Lord Heavens answers, "You have come, my partner." Pardon. At that out-of-the-blue answer, Hong Fan asks back toward the god, "What on earth do you mean?" However, the god does not answer Hong Fan. "You have suffered much to come here borrowing the body of a mortal being. In the first timeline, I tried to confer upon the mortal being a suitable divinity so that you would arrive quickly, but since the stubbornness is strong, only now do we meet." "Oh God, what are you saying?" "My partner, seek reason, cast off the mortal body, and assume your rank." As if Hong Fan does not even appear in their sight, the god stretches a fervent hand toward another. Someone. Only then does Hong Fan realize who the owner of the voice seeking a partner before he reached Lord Heavens was. And he realizes why Lord Heavens gave his wife the character Hui. Aoi. "Oh God, what on earth am I? Mortal who is good at killing. In praise of the merit of carrying my partner to this place, I shall tell you what you are curious about. Do you know of the great three Daos, Sandao?" Three Daos. The three Daos that some call fate, history, and miracle. We chief gods are born from those three Daos, and by nature we are innately endowed with the rank of god that governs the universe. As if explaining to a child, the serpent god reaches out a hand to Hong Fan and gives an explanation. But as with all life and fate, all beings are immature after birth. Therefore, right after being born, an existence of chief god rank chooses a cradle to wrap themselves in. They enter the body of a living being, and by being with it, they gradually come to have reason and gradually come to have wisdom and power, and are reborn as a chief god like me. In short, to summarize the chief god's words, Hong Fan is a host. The host for another chief god who is to be born as the partner of the great serpent god. I am an existence born receiving the fate of brightness, Ming, from the three Daos. My partner possesses the fate of light, Gong. If we join and become radiance, Gong Ming, then us couple gods will fuse into one, receive the recognition of the three Daos, become the light that illuminates the entirety of this gestation palace of omnipotence, receive the other chief gods of the five elements, and open creation. Wu Wong. As if the serpent god Fushi dreams a beautiful dream. Trembling with emotion and soaked in hope, they reach out to Hong Fan. No, they reach to the god of light, the source divinity of regression, that parasitizes Hong Fan. My partner, cast off the mortal's body and become one with me. We shall become the first light and make heaven. And Hong Fan floats a vortex of slaughter above his palm. Even here, is there no answer? What? Hong Fan sheds tears and laughs. You cannot be the answer. You, my partner, and I are the answer and the truth of your life. The chief god reclines upon the throne of light and speaks. If we open creation, this world shall become heaven. Whose heaven does it become? And Hong Fan bursts into wild laughter and howls. How much we suffer, How many mortals miserably tangle beneath the sky and die? How much hope is crushed? What do you know that you dare to put heaven in your mouths? Quaru. The three great ultimates of slaughter floating in Hong Fan's hand steadily grows and begins to tear apart all of his causality. The chief god only looks down at Hong Fan as if he is pitiful. Do you intend to kill my partner within you? From the moment I heard the voice, I have wanted to kill it. Why did the chief god give the name Hui to Hong Fan's partner Yang Hui? It was surely to use the power contained in the name Hui to awaken the reason of the chief god parasitizing Hong Fan. Even now, having reached before the chief god keeps trying to awaken their partner's reason. In other words, the god that causes regression inside Hong Fan is, at present, nothing more than a lump of law without even reason. It is impossible. How can a mortal being kill a being that attained undying by birth? I can do it. It is impossible. All your talent and potential originate from my partner that is put within you. As much as you strive, my partner grows strong along with you, and along with you seeks reason and wisdom. My talent and fate all originate from that parasite. Hong Fan laughs like a madman. Crunch. At the same time, as he sweeps through his entire causality and suicide, he recognizes a certain being that parasitizes him. It has the form of a black snake. A black snake. That thing, which has not yet awakened reason, which is nothing other than a symbol of misfortune, is the one turning back Hong Fan's time. Foolish. In any case, chief gods are not affected by that regression. Looking down at Hong Fan's struggle with eyes, as if watching a child's antics, the chief god chuckles. Yes, struggle as much as you like. The more you turn back time, the more world lines you branch, the more we will obtain the flesh of a true creator god, and my partner's intellect shall swiftly awaken. Even if I meet a god, is there no answer? He thought there would be an answer if he met Lord Heavens. There was no answer. Rather, he only came to know about his own birth. He only learned the cause of his misfortune. Then, if I kill a god, will an answer come out? Hong Fan, sensing the chief god and the chief god rank that parasitizes himself, closes his eyes. Even when meeting the heavens, he did not find an answer to save his heart. Then, if he kills the heavens, will it then spit out an answer? Like the countless divinities who, dying by Hong Fan's hand during the first cycle, spit forth countless wisdoms? Then, let's kill. Even if he has to kill them all, he will, without fail, find an answer to this painful life. Vowing thus, Hong Fan moves toward the next cycle. That is Hong Fan's second return. 2 regressions. 3 lives. Becoming a boy again, from that day on, Hong Fan begins desperate cultivation to kill the god of light that parasitizes his life and makes him unhappy, and the chief god. Time flows. The chief god is split in half by Hong Fan and dies. Just how? How can a being that only borrows talent and fate from my partner kill its master? The chief god looks up at Hong Fan with eyes that see the incomprehensible, falls into panic, and trembles. You are nothing but a shell chosen by my partner. How can a shell possess strength surpassing its master? So it seems it is not talent borrowed from your partner. Looking at the god who dies miserably, Hong Fan's eyes become even more empty. What kind of gods are you? Crunch. You will now become nothing more than my arts. 3 lives. It is a miracle achieved by a regressor of their mere third cycle. Splitting the chief god in half and killing them, seizing the chief god rank that parasitizes him and his forming intellect, completely subjugating it and blowing away its reason, Hong Fan sits vacantly upon the chief god's throne and emptily looks at the firmament. There is no answer. He thought if he met the Lord Heavens, there would be an answer. There was no answer. Rather, he only came to know about his own birth. He thought if he gave up on his life and killed the god, there would be an answer. He even gave up meeting his old friend, and even gave up meeting Yang Hui and enjoying brief happiness. Even so, even by killing a god and giving up even such brief happiness, there was no answer. Wu. Hong Fan seizes the chief god rank that tries to be born by parasitizing him and twists it, then processes it using the power of darkness world. In Hong Fan's homeland, the Taoists call the mysterious arts they use immortal arts. You will now become my immortal arts. Processing the divinity that parasitizes him into an immortal art, Hong Fan gives it a name. Immortal art, radiance. An immortal art of light that governs the flow of the years. And he processes the body of Fuxi, the god of brightness, Meng, whom he split and killed. Immortal art, immortal cultivation. The power of darkness world dwells in the two immortal arts and grants Hongfan authority close to omnipotence. Becoming the master of the two immortal arts, Hongfan thus, I will find an answer. In order to find the truth of the cause that makes his life painful, in order to find an answer that resolves the root of pain, he begins to make a new throne. 1. Watch the story proceed and see the story of Chapter 7 in the fairy tale come to an end. But the 7 chapters of the fairy tale, even after ending with the boy killing the supreme deity, continues the tale thereafter. Chapter 8 of the fairy tale. The boy who killed the supreme deity. Leaving the universe ruled by the supreme deity, he wanders through the primordial chaos world inside the gestation palace of omnipotence, kills 5 universes along with the 5 chief gods who rule the 5 universes, and stitches 6 universes together. And then, even after he gives birth to a single new world, he cannot find how he can be saved. He cannot find that answer. The boy who goes to the Jade Emperor to find happiness, even after killing the Jade Emperor, still cannot know what happiness is. Chapter 797, Future King 2. Inside the primordial chaos, the story begins to grow longer and longer. The units of time inside the story jump to a transcendent degree, and not watching the story or escaping from the flow of the story is impossible. Hongfan's stories have activated within primordial chaos inside the heavenly void furnace by his will. And now, inside the heavenly void furnace, it has become impossible for me to add rules, and I can do nothing but follow the story. Unlike before, I no longer worry of melting away in the chaos, but instead, because I am dragged by the story's flow, I lose the time to cultivate inside the heavenly void furnace. Extracting chi from the chaos as before and raising my rank to the true immortal level is impossible. In this story, there is only one thing I can cultivate: keying. The cultivation of the star-extinguishing true chapter, called the primordial origin immortal art. Cutting principle that cuts the thread of connection. And the sword cultivated with the heart. It is only the formless sword. From that day on, I follow Hongfan's story and begin to cultivate cutting principle and the formless sword at the same time. Hongfan, are you there? I come out of the heavenly void furnace. Ah, master, are you awake? Hongfan is leaning his back against the outer wall of the heavenly void furnace, and when I come out, he greets me. Are your internal injuries healed? Yeah, indeed, it is treated as having recuperated for a whole year. Now there is no problem with my body, but there is also something a little embarrassing. By the way, Hongfan, the story you were telling me yesterday, I am sorry about that. I fell asleep and did not properly hear it. Strangely, even though there is the canvas of myriad forms and connections, what happened yesterday was not properly recorded. It seems it was because I passed out early and lost consciousness. Considering I took on the heavenly tribulation like that, it would be strange to not lose consciousness. From Hongfan's perspective, he brought up the story because I asked him to, so it would be natural to feel bad if I say I didn't hear any of it. However, Hongfan shakes his head. I am fine. I have already laid out everything anyway, and you must have heard plenty inside the heavenly void furnace. Sometimes when I talk with you, I feel like something is misaligned. Ha. It seems to be a racial difference. Is that so? I go up with Hongfan to the surface of Ascension Path and look at the sky. The weather is clear. Looking up at the clear sky, I suddenly say to him, Hongfan, by any chance? Yes, master. Would you like to learn martial arts? Pardon. As if my words are unexpected, Hongfan looks at me with slightly surprised eyes. By all means, why does master have such a thought? No, it is nothing special. It's just because I thought you would learn it well. Since you already entered transformation, you can learn human martial arts too, can't you? For some reason, Hongfan quietly stares at me. The martial arts that master practices, I do not know if I can learn them. What I know is only killing arts. Haha, what does that matter? If you control and refine killing arts, that is martial arts. Then, martial arts is, in a sense, killing arts? Not necessarily. At Hongfan's question, I shake my head. What is called martial arts has many meanings besides killing the opponent. If I have to put it, killing arts is one category within the system called martial arts. You can say martial arts is a larger classification than killing arts. Even so, is not the most important thing in what is called martial arts killing. As if puzzled, Hongfan discusses the definition of martial arts in front of me. What meaning does martial arts have if it does not kill the enemy? Certainly, that may be so, but there is another aspect. Do you mean self-cultivation? He continues as if it does not resonate much. Rather, if it is the aspect of self-cultivation, is not immortal cultivation better? There are far more chances to sit still and enter repentant enlightenment. In my view, it is more specialized, with martial arts being for killing and immortal cultivation being for self-cultivation. Well, that may be so. I readily nod and make Hong Fan take a stance. For now, let's try learning it once and define it as we go. As of yet, Hong Fan is a pure beginner who has learned no martial arts at all. Before me of treading heavens, he should at least reach the peak to dare discuss martial arts. Until then, whatever he says, there is no reason to debate it so seriously. Whether he knows my thoughts or not, Hong Fan only looks at me with slightly sullen eyes. For now, since things like my internal energy can be replaced with demonic power, shall we start by learning basic external arts in combat? Now, first, take the horse stance. From that day on, I begin to teach Hong Fan martial arts. Inside the heavenly void furnace, an uncountably long time repeats. Dragged along by Hong Fan's story, I gradually come to understand why Hong Fan suddenly began telling me his story. There is no time to cultivate. He activated the story in order to block me inside the heavenly void furnace from cultivating for 100 million years at a time, adding rules one by one and accumulating authority. Because the training of the heart is possible, I can repeat cultivation endlessly and hone the formless sword and cutting principle. But that's all. Not much improved. Only recently, beyond the plane of soul from among the three planes intermingled within the chaos, I merely discovered three certain properties in the domain of purity where nothing exists. Creation, preservation, destruction. For hundreds of millions of years, the formless sword developed and touched upon those three properties. But nothing changes in terms of might. Honestly, I cannot grasp how I should further cultivate here. I only dissolve the formless sword even more into that domain of purity, making it infinitely close to nothingness, and that is the end. Offensive power or destructive power does not increase at all. It only grows more transparent and closer to emptiness. Must I be satisfied with only this? I let out a sigh. Just as I let out that sigh, you have touched the domain of purity. Yes, but I cannot tell what more I should. Then, before I know it, inside the domain of purity of the primordial chaos world, inside the heavenly void furnace, I hear the voice of someone. What amazing willpower. If I were alive, I would have taken you as a disciple. Who are you, sir? I try to sense the owner of that voice in a tense state, but as if they know everything I am thinking. They laugh heartily and speak. Do not be surprised. You are not hearing hallucinations because you are mad, and I do not hold malice toward you. I am already a dead being, so I do not possess power strong enough to desecrate your fate. I am only at the level of keeping you company in conversation. Who are you? I am. At the words that follow, for some reason I feel a warm comfort. Clearly, they must be in existence high in rank like a lofty true immortal, yet it feels like I met someone very familiar. The heavenly venerable of purity. A being no different from you, Ender. I feel like their voice is smiling. I shall help you. I will teach you a way to communicate with the salt sea. That is the chaos of the outer sea from the heavenly void furnace. Do you have something you desire from me? There are a few. My idiot disciple, the crybaby old hag, and a child seized by the past. Please pass some words to them. I don't know why. That voice refers to those beings casually and playfully, but I can instinctively tell that the beings the voice speaks of are without exception extraordinary beings. What words should I pass along? And if the beings you mention are beings too mighty, even if I spend a lifetime, my words might not even reach them. That may be so, but do not worry. One is already close to you. It is fine if you pass it only to him. Where the place called the outer sea you speak of is, I cannot know. But clearly, if I go out to the place called the outer sea, no, there is no need to do that. In any case, you are already conveying it to that one. I cannot make sense of what they are saying. Your outside self. Are you not trying to teach that one the martial heart? That one could it be? I realize who the being the voice speaks of is and flinch in surprise. Do not speak the name. He is needlessly sinister and also terribly voyeuristic, so he will quickly notice that you and I are talking. As you follow his story, you temper your own martial heart. In that process, before you know it, your outside self is trying to teach that one the martial heart. You are already, through what is called martial arts, influencing your outside self. Therefore, you can quickly pass on my words as well. That is right. Starting from some moment, my outside self began teaching Hong Fan martial arts, and I also do not know why I came to think of doing that. Hong Fan also does not understand at all why I am suddenly trying to teach such a thing. However, according to this voice's explanation, because here I am dragged along by Hong Fan's story and am endlessly cultivating the formless sword and the martial heart, it seems to even affect my outside self. Hearing those words, my voice trembles. Do you mean that through martial arts, I can give influence outside the heavenly void furnace? It feels like I see a hope I can advance toward. Do not lean too much on a promiseless hope. With only that, you absolutely cannot get out. Rather, if you wish to get out, it is better to grasp the variables on the outside. Variables on the outside? Yes, for it is about time for a being to come to set down incense fire. Wu-wong. It is at that moment, before the tone of the voice even ends, within the primordial chaos inside the heavenly void furnace, where only Hong Fan's story is activated, another story activates. Seize and subdue. Saw. In the ashen primordial chaos world where no colors are even discernible, a deep scarlet appears and warmly illuminates the world. That is a torch candle that illuminates the inside of the heavenly void furnace. That is a split soul sent down by the snake to reassert the usage authority of the heavenly void furnace. If you subdue that and use that being as a medium, you can perceive the outside. At those words, I, while watching Hong Fan's story, simultaneously start approaching those bright, warm stories that are someone's split soul. Kugagugagu, formed of green light, creating a body with innumerable true immortal level laws. I rush at that split soul and take a big mouthful out of its story. Who are you? Kugagugagu. The inside of the heavenly void furnace, by that split soul, begins to heat up fiercely and fill with anger. This power that reaches tens of thousands of true immortals. Are you great net devoured by my Ongwun? Kugagugagu. The center of the heavenly void furnace grows hot. In the endless primordial chaos world, someone's split soul begins to take shape. That split soul, taking a human form, joins their palms and begins to summon the scarlet snake, biting its tail. Behind their back, do you dare oppose the messenger of light? O pitiful great immortal, quietly sleep within my arm. Crunch. The next moment, I move the body made of countless clusters of green light and tear off the arm of the divinity of Torch Candle. For an instant, stillness flows through the primordial chaos world. Before long, the divinity of Torch Candle, reading the wisdom contained in their arm, the true immortal who uses the name Torch Candle Heavenly Lord, begins to panic. What? How? The heavenly void furnace and the emptiness supreme deity are surely worlds where the authority of light is maximized. How can the likes of you resist me? One of the seat holders of Radiance Hall. Wong. I follow Hong Fan's story, and at the same time I glare at the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord. In Hong Fan's story, Hong Fan slays all the chief gods who govern the 6 universes, joins the 6 universes together, and creates a new world. He then gathers into one the souls of the 6 chief gods and the will of the origin of their authority, the 3 Daos, and creates a new authority. Its name is the First Light. It is the authority that exists at the apex of the immortal cultivation system Hong Fan created and his immortal treasure. I already know the principle and authority of light. The one who directly observed with his own eyes the making of the first light is me. That sort of heavenly lord who seems to borrow the power of light. If it is facing not the main body but only a single strand of split soul, I am confident I will not fall behind it all. Turning into a wave of green light and starting to cover the entire heavenly void furnace, begin to pounce on the split soul of the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord. Such authority does not frighten me. This cannot be. I have spent my whole life to govern the heavenly void furnace. Connecting to the heavenly void furnace is my fate. I tear off the split soul of the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord, hold it inside me, and, as the voice says, begin to melt it into that story and laugh. How many years did you spend inside the heavenly void furnace? 100 million years? A billion years? 10 billion years? This cannot be. I already lived in the heavenly void furnace for trillions of years. Entering the heavenly void furnace every single day, and every single day suffering for a time reaching 100 million. Consuming my pained but grown spirit entirely to engrave rules, and within those rules, receiving the transmission of what my previous self left behind. I have already done this so many times I cannot count. Before me, You cannot dare to speak of authority over the heavenly void furnace. To do to deduct. The true immortal with the name Torch, Candle, Heavenly Lord. I forcibly rip off the mask worn upon that true immortal's split soul. It may have no effect on their main body, but perhaps it is something quite important to this one as they scream and resist me. It might seem that I am too overbearing toward another personality I have finally met inside the heavenly void furnace at the end of a span of time that reaches eternity, but if I am to read this true immortal story and use them as a medium to contact the outside, there is no other way. They throw a tantrum, but it is only cute. Stay still. Wu Wong. I focus on Hong Fan's story and toward the split soul of the Torch, Candle, Heavenly Lord. I gradually dye the story contained within them with my light. The power of light that the Torch, Candle, Heavenly Lord borrows stands against me. But as I read Hong Fan's story and read the formation process of the first light, it is meaningless. In the story, Hong Fan, before long, stitches together the 6 universes, gives the name Heavenly Domain to those universes, and names the new world made of the heavenly domains Mount Sumeru. After creating Mount Sumeru, he in earnest begins to scatter the grace of the immortal cultivation system across all of Mount Sumeru. Thus, because of Hong Fan, the very first cultivation method in this world is scattered to living beings. The first method is a system that divine descends power from the first light, which was made by melting the souls and the origin of the authorities of the chief gods, and it is a system completely different from the current heaven and earth immortal cultivation system. Chuang Chung. As I read the content about the primeval immortal cultivation system, I begin to divine descent the split soul of the Torch, Candle, Heavenly Lord into me. The voice I met in the domain of purity teaches me the method to connect to the outside, using the Torch, Candle, Heavenly Lord story as a medium. At last, over a long and longer span of time, I at last begin to head out outside the heavenly void furnace. Wung wung wung. Where's this place? I can't exactly tell, but I realize I am mixed into the mind of some vast divinity, sharing that divinity's sight and senses. Oh, I see. These are the sight and senses of the Torch, Candle, Heavenly Lord. A vast existence that cannot even be compared to the split soul sent down into the heavenly void furnace. A divinity that borrows power directly from the origin of light. This is the perception of the great envoy of light, the 4th seat of the Radiance 8 Immortals, the Torch, Candle, Heavenly Lord. Wu Wong. I realize that the Torch, Candle, Heavenly Lord is communicating with other true immortals and surveying all the many heavenly domains. That is, they are looking over all the regions corresponding to a single universe when compared to Hong Fan's story. In the midst of that, the Torch, Candle, Heavenly Lord's perception reaches a place called the Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain. The 5 great middle realms of the Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain. Ea. And I am able to learn the recent circumstances of my comrades that I have been wondering about. The Torch, Candle, Heavenly Lord does not know who my comrades are, but since their consciousness domain touches my comrades at least once, I come to know all of their situations. Kim Young-hoon is for some reason in the ancient Force realm. John Myung-hoon became the Lightning Harbinger. Kong Min-hee is undergoing the process of gradually transforming into the Ghost Mother. Oh Hyun-suk is still cultivating in the Azure Heaven Creation sect, and Kim Yun is living while suffering under the Mad Lord. Oh Hyeseo is in the middle of spending a hot night with Seo Huiol, and Seo Eun-hyun went back under Mokli Cheon Sa to cultivate again, and on Red Moon Island is becoming a devilish cultivator respected by many of those on the devil path. I feel a strange sense of disharmony and eeriness. But at that moment, the Torch, Candle, Heavenly Lord's consciousness, which blankets the Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain, focuses only inward upon the bright cold realm and concentrates on Sacred Master Baek-woon at the summit of Heavenly Lotus Mountain. Baek-woon, I have sent my consciousness to the head realm to check, and it seems singularities are about to occur. Beings like Yang Soo-jin will be born. Among the ones who have recently ascended from the head realm, are there any who are special? It seems that in addition to sending a split soul into the heavenly void furnace, they also let another thread of consciousness flow to check something. Sacred Master Baek-woon reports several incidents to the Torch, Candle, Heavenly Lord, and the Torch, Candle, Heavenly Lord nods and withdraws their consciousness. Is that so? It seems I must still watch for now. Since there are none who particularly stand out like Yang Soo-jin, it is not yet certain whether Enders have been born. Finishing their words, They withdraw their consciousness from the entire sun and moon heavenly domain and begin to attend to other duties. Around that time, I find it taxing to continue to hide within the torch candle Heavenly Lord's consciousness, so I return my consciousness back again to the heavenly void furnace. If my consciousness recovers, I can at any time make contact with the torch candle Heavenly Lord's consciousness through the torch candle Heavenly Lord's split soul. However, I can't even think of such things and blankly gaze outside the heavenly void furnace. Seo Eunhyun has gone back under Mokli Chionese, but the me outside is still at ascension path of the head realm. Yet, by the torch candle Heavenly Lord's consciousness, the one who went under Mokli Chionese is definitely Seo Eunhyun. There is only one way such a thing is possible. The connections that I cut with the star-extinguishing true chapter, someone attached them to themselves. And in the current circumstances, there is only one person for whom such a thing is possible. Hong Fan. The three spirits art clone that Hong Fan ascended under the pretext of gathering information. It ascended to the bright cold realm and is devouring my causality. Hong Fan is gradually replacing me. The moment I realized that, the heart demon, who has until now lived half-mad and lied fainted beneath the surface of my consciousness, raises its head and begins to whisper. See? Hong Fan is replacing you. If you keep living like this, the existence called Seo Eunhyun itself might disappear. The heart demon whispers sweet words in my ear. Cut it. Cut and receive my power, and confirm Hong Fan's sinister true face. Before the existence called you is replaced, and the seat of the devil heavenly king is stolen. Hong Fan, I, through the star-extinguishing true chapter-cutting principle, hold in my hand the thread of connection with Hong Fan and blankly look at it. And then, all too naturally, what Hong Fan gave me comes to mind. It is difficult to obtain a human's body, and it is difficult still to realize the Tao. If it is difficult to obtain a human's body, it must be difficult still to obtain a person's connection. Because countless coincidences piled upon coincidences, the connection called Hong Fan came to me. This connection, too, is one I have built with difficulty. Though you replace me and live my life, I too peek at your memories and live your life. The connection has deepened even more. The heart demon's eyes are filled with desire. It seems to be desire itself. But the more it listens to my words, the more the joy gradually disappears from the face of desire. I will watch your story to the very end. And only at that end can I give you an answer. What you are to me. In what form I must tie off the connection. I release the thread of connection I hold in my hand. I do not cut it now. All things will be decided only after I see the end of the story. Thus, recognizing that the connection has grown even deeper, I continue to follow Hong Fan's story. Following the story, continuing the connection, I continue to calmly cultivate the martial heart. Though my rank as a true immortal does not grow, the formless sword keeps becoming ever clearer and more transparent. Where the end of this lies, I truly want to see it. And, from the eyes of desire that sees my decision, hope disappears. Chapter 798, Future King 3. I hold the torch candle in my hand and follow the tale. And I finally see the first light fully take its place in Mount Sumeru. First light. Sueya. Hong Fan looks at the gathering of the souls of the chief gods that he caught and killed. Refining the soul across immeasurable ages, he continued completing the mantra called Immortal Cultivation, and he chose the first light as the power source that drives the immortal cultivation system. And as a result, he came to know the truth of this world through the first light. This world is a tomb and a cradle. In this world, there exist beings called creator gods. Those beings are omniscient and omnipotent in their respective worlds, create countless worlds, and can do and become anything within them. They are the very truth that knows every conclusion and causality of what happens in those worlds. They create their own separate worlds and live in those worlds. Those separate worlds can influence one another and be similar, or can be completely different worlds. And, for such creator gods, death does not exist. It is only a change in form. Because death does not exist, there also do not exist parents or a source-like being that gives birth to them. There is effect, but no cause. At some moment, they simply are born, and at some moment they create worlds and exist. However, though birth does not exist, the basis on which they are born exists. Cradle of chaos, conception palace of omnipotence, gestation world of the creator gods. There are numerous names, but one thing is certain. There exists something like a cradle in the shape of an egg, filled with the medium of creation, chaos, and the creator gods always are born within it and make worlds of their own. And the worlds within this chaos where Hong Fan and the chief gods are born are also such a place. However, unlike other gestation worlds, this gestation world has something that can be called causality. A predecessor creator god exists. Of course, if one retraces the causality of the birth of that predecessor creator god, there is nothing before them, but at least the world as it is now is thus. Wu. With the first light before his eyes, Hong Fan reads the remnant thoughts of the predecessor through the wisdom, history, and will that he can access through the first light. Did the predecessor want to make a utopia? Looking at the other worlds of other creator gods, wandering countless worlds, they intended to make a different heaven and earth, a separate world where any being can become complete, a place where there exists a true answer to what life is. In all cases, each world takes what its creator god determines as its truth and answer. Whether that creator god has personality or not does not matter. Because the creator is omnipotent, whatever answer they set, the world acknowledges it. But in the end, that is only the creator god's own answer. The creator god sought a fundamental truth that holds no matter what world they go to. Therefore, they sacrificed themselves. They collapsed their own body and authority and turned this world back to the gestation world period. They refined their own soul through a brazier that a great divinity among their creations, comparable to themselves, made and dedicated when leaving the world. Through the three legs of the brazier, the soul was split into three parts. Thus, the creator god made with their own soul the three Taos. The great Taos called fate, history, and miracle. And through those Taos, worlds were born even in the primeval gestation period, and living beings were born and able to live. They refined their soul into three parts and perished, leaving a single strand of continuance. By present standards, one would say they cut off and left behind a single thread of consciousness. Find the answer. They do not want to believe that what they dictate is the answer, an answer that holds wherever one goes. To find it, they thought absolute beings of the same rank must constantly put their heads together and debate and discuss, sometimes opposing one another and sometimes embracing one another as they wrestle, something that blossoms within the dialogues and stories between one another. They believe that is greater than a truth that a single absolute being determines. Refine your rank, grow your existence, and reach the three Taos. The consciousness of the great being thus issued a decree. All living beings of this world were to become stronger and stronger, gain divinity, become transcendence, and obtain the qualification to challenge the three Taos. However, obtaining all three Taos and becoming a creator god, that is, becoming a true absolute being and an omnipotent one, was forbidden. Let a single existence grasp only one Tao and become an absolute being of quasi-creator rank, so that the three absolute ones forever embrace each other and at times oppose one another. Thus, someday within the stories of the three beings, the truth will be brought forth. The true truth that blossoms within the stories of three equal absolute beings. That is what the predecessor creator god hoped and planned for. The answer of a true truth that holds no matter what world one goes to. That single strand of the creator god's consciousness, engraved deep within the spirits of all beings born henceforth, gained power and body and authority within the working of the three Taos and became vast existences. Starting with the first chief god, brightness, the chief gods of water, fire, earth, wood, and metal were born within the single strand of consciousness left by the creator god. In other words, the chief gods who govern the universe were in effect the direct children of the creator god. They, bearing the creator god's will on their backs, devoted each of their lives to seize an even more exalted rank, grasp the three Taos, and manifest a heaven that puts forth their own answers. Even afterwards, the consciousness of the creator god kept weaving transcendental laws to endlessly bring forth yet more chief gods. Surely, it would be so, if not for one single existence. Is that it? Three Taos. Hong Fan, as he reads the will of the predecessor creator god within the first light he made, laughs. If I reach the three Taos, can I find the answer? The answer. The answer to why he must be unhappy and suffer. The answer to why all beings of this world are born to live such weak and miserable fates. He wants to know it. It is not the chief gods, but the three Taos that design fate. Is that it? What is refined by the first light in his hand is the predecessor creator god's single strand of consciousness, the will. O three Daos, if I reach you, are you saying I can find the answer? Hong Fan wants to know the exact causality. Why must he suffer? Why must his connections also be swept up into suffering? Why does something called suffering exist in this world? If so, I will reach it. I will surely reach it, and I will receive recompense for my pain. Why must this world have both light and shadow? It could have sufficed to have only light. Hong Fan, to reach the three Daos and to carry through his will, further refines the immortal cultivation system from that day on. Not a world where a chief god is born from birth, and where a divinity is born by receiving a seat from such a chief god. A system where if a mortal being strives, they become strong, gains rank, and can become a transcendent equal to a chief god. A world where all can reach the light equally. He places the first light at the end of the immortal cultivation system, and makes it so that any mortal being who follows the immortal cultivation system made using Fushi as material can obtain authority. Never again. He takes something out of his embrace. A mother-of-pearl hairpin, a keepsake of his mother. At the same time, also the gift he gave to Yang Hui in the first life. To add a leopard-like pattern to the ornament to hear Yang Hui's laughter. He once entrusted it to a merchant and asked for a bit more carving and lacquer. If he had run to Yang Hui in the time used to add that decoration, Yang Hui in the first life might not have died. Never again a world where a person of mine never again has to die miserably. She did not die in a mythic way. She did not die in a heroic way. She did not die entangled in the schemes of tremendous divinities. With no way to cure leprosy, her body rotted inside the house. Then while her husband was out, the house was set on fire by thieves. With even the legs to flee rotting away so she could not even run, she died miserably, burning in her home. That was Yang Hui in his first life. Because a chief god personally bestowed a name, he thought she died entangled in the chief god's scheme. But as it turns out, the chief god's naming was only to awaken within Hong Fan the god of light dwelling within him. Yang Hui simply died miserably. There was no grand reason. Just because. Hong Fan finds that truth of just because so piercing that it is unbearable if she is born again. Therefore, he decides to make a world where all can become myth. And if she meets me and becomes unhappy again, he wanted to protect, but failed to protect. Therefore, if he dares to say there is a next life, he cannot make the promise. I will protect you. However, at the very least, he will give her the strength to protect herself. At the very least, so that it is not a wretched ending where her legs for running away are rotten, that she cannot even flee. He wants even the people she needs to care about to not be mere ordinary village folk and a band of thieves who learned a bit of martial arts. He wants to make them divine beings who can wield mythic power and resist to the very end. May it become such a world. The first Yang Hui burned to death because her legs to flee were rotted. The second Yang Hui burned to death because the Hyuk Sa society and the village that should flee together were so pitifully weak that they held her back. The Yang Hui of the third cycle now, as Hong Fan now learns. Because Hong Fan spent a long time going to meet the chief god, she, as in the original history, contracted leprosy, was driven out beyond the village by the elders of the noble household. The young master who tried to help her was sent to study abroad in a far-off country by his elders, and in that time she could not obtain food and starved to death. It was not as painful as burning pain, but it was long and wretched. Whoever it is, it does not matter. Whoever it is, instead of just sitting still and crying out only to the heavens, whoever it is, I will make a world where one can ascend to the heavens by oneself. That will resound through the Sumeru 3 heavens great thousand world he creates. Dreaming of a world where people can at least become as strong as he is. He at the same time holds another hope. It must be repaid. It is not only Hong Fan himself. All who have suffered must be repaid. The tale of the boy who stitches together 6 heavenly domains and creates Mount Sumeru comes to an end, and the story reaches chapter 9. The very beginning is a means to call back connections such as Yang Hui and his mother, the Hyuk Sa society, and others who suffered. Through the immortal art of light, radiance, that was made by himself. If he wants, he can return to the past as much as he wishes, but now he does not turn back time. For even if he turns back time, history repeats. To have the strength to prevent history from repeating, one must at least become equal to history itself, one of the 3 Daos. Until then, he has no intention to turn time back on purpose. Therefore, through the power of the first light, he ladles up information from within history, and through that information, he ladles up, one by one, the hearts that are fused within miracle. They say water spilled into the sea cannot be returned, but if one backtraces each particle, finds it, and brings it back, one can scoop it up again as much as one likes. And Hong Fan has the ability to do so. He brings back the spirits of Yang Hui and his mother in an instant, but he does not immediately revive them and repay them, because if revived wrongly, they might end up in a strange state. Therefore, Hong Fan chooses as test subjects the Hyuk Sa Society and the villagers of Yang Hui. From the Hyuk Sa Society to everyone who lives in that village are ladled up within miracle by Hong Fan, with history as coordinates. They are precious beings, but at the same time they are those who failed to protect Yang Hui and became the burden that prevented her from fleeing. Making them test subjects is also punishment for being a burden. Of course, to call it punishment, it is far too blissful and luxurious. In any case, Hong Fan intervenes in the second cycle's timeline by pulling out the spirits of those who died in the timeline and brings them back to life. Chosen by Hong Fan's immortal cultivation system, they instantly reach the end of the immortal cultivation system when they are revived. They again swear loyalty to Hong Fan, and Hong Fan selects 10 of the outstanding ones among them and makes them guardians who protect the immortal cultivation system. The Hyuk Sa Society is reorganized as Hyuk Sa Hall, He Sedan, under Hong Fan's will. Hong Fan, together with them, continues research through scooping up old information from history on reviving spirits. In order to not only revive his wife's spirit, but in order to confirm whether they themselves came back properly. In that process, they also come to know about Hong Fan's past. They also come to know about the timelines that flew away because of regression. They all sympathize with Hong Fan and speak in one voice. Honored seat, you truly live an ill-starred life. Do not pity me. It feels bad. Haha, understood. But in any case, we hope that the honored seat can escape even from those ill-fated memories. They make a symbol of Hyuk Sa Hall for Hong Fan. Black snake biting its tail. It is not only the symbol of Hyuk Sa Hall, which conducts research digging up the past. It is also a symbol of Hong Fan, who is held by the pain of the past. Of course, it also becomes a symbol of the immortal art of radiance that has the ability to go back to the past. In many ways, it is a symbol befitting the very existence named Hong Fan. To say I am caught by the past, it is not a pleasant thing to hear. Also, its appearance is ugly, so it is a symbol I do not like. Hong Fan does not like it, but as he hears the following words of the subordinates of Hyuk Sa Hall, he finally nods. It is a symbol we purposely made ugly so that the honored seat does not like it. Please quickly escape from the ugly memories. And, later, you can change the symbol. A symbol made so that I quickly change it. Yes, someday, please surely escape from the painful past and change it to a new symbol. Perhaps a symbol of a snake that is not biting its tail, or a symbol of a dragon. Well, there are many cool ones. Therefore, this symbol is yes. The people of Hyuk Sa Hall all look at Hong Fan and speak with a smile. Hope. It is a symbol that symbolizes hope. Though the honored seat is still seized by the pains of the past, it is a symbol that contains the hope that someday the honored seat will escape that pain and receive salvation. Hope. Hope. Hong Fan smiles at that one word. Hope to come in the future, huh? A snake that, though now seized and suffering, will someday escape from biting its tail. Good. I want to see that hope as soon as possible. Hong Fan engraves the word hope deep in his heart. Hope also explains himself. Hope, yes. I want to give hope to everyone. Is this immortal cultivation system not also made by such logic? He wants the miserable mortal beings to have the hope to cast off mortality and wish for a better life. I also want to give it to those past existences who died early and now sleep. He wants to give hope. With that single intent, Hong Fan, together with the people of Hyuk Sa Hall, finds out that past information also contains something like grudges, and he finds a way to untie them. He gives hope to the beings of today through immortal cultivation, and he releases also the resentment of the beings of yesterday, giving hope to the beings of the past. Through such achievements, Hong Fan realizes that he has reached some new realm. Beginning with Hyuk Sa Hall, to the beings who gain divinity through Hong Fan's immortal cultivation system, to those empty beings with no possibilities at all, the ones who were forgotten into the past and fell into oblivion. They all look at Hong Fan as the one who gives hope and loudly praise him as the Zero King. What remains is the beings of the future, beings who will someday be born. The answer was for them. I must reach the 3 Taos to give hope even to the existences who will come in the future. for the hope that will come in the future as well, for Yang Hui, who will someday be reborn by his own hand and receive recompense, for himself as well, whose wounded heart still cannot be healed. He reaches for the three Daos and seeks the answer. Although the will of the Creator God says that the true answer comes from discussion among the three absolute beings, Hong Fan thinks thus. If one absolute being is born first, then through their own power they can bring the other absolute beings into being more quickly. He begins to cultivate the cultivation system he himself made. Just because he created it in the first place does not mean he obtained everything of the cultivation system. He only possesses authority over the system. Cultivation proceeds over a long time. During that time, all the comrades of Hyuk Sahal fail to endure the passage of time and die. They melt back into miracle, are newly born, and become different people. It does not really matter. However, a problem arises. Even after being born again, those who still hold the blessing of the immortal cultivation system proceed at a speed similar to Hong Fan. No, some, combined with their unique aptitudes, reach the peak of the immortal cultivation system again at a speed even faster than Hong Fan. Hong Fan does not particularly mind. However, what comes next is the problem. Juing. What is this? Hong Fan sees the first light shatter and split into many origins. It is the doing of one of the reincarnators who was a member of Hyuk Sahal. Within Miracle of the Three Daos, the spirit is melted and mixed here and there, and although they are not a complete Hyuk Sahal being, they are clearly a being who has a very intimate connection with Hong Fan, and, even going back to the second cycle of life, with Yang Hui. He had thought wrongly. Because it was a good connection, he gave a blessing. However, the connection who was newly born and became a divinity shattered the first light, split it into many origins, and applied modifications to the immortal cultivation system to find a new answer. The apex of the immortal cultivation system, a realm called Supreme Deity, was brought forth by them. Seeing this, Hong Fan thinks, if it goes like this, great chaos will arise. His plan to challenge the three Daos first for everyone's hope will be thrown into disarray. I must see hope, at least to gift hope to everyone. The one who reaches it first has to be him. Though, under the first light they are able to equally reach the peak of the immortal cultivation, they are under Hong Fan's control within the immortal cultivation system. Yet, seeing the possibility of devouring the origin and becoming an entity like a chief god. No, in some aspects becoming far superior beings and seeing a path to reach the three Daos. They become steeped in greed and ambition, and they begin to prepare to challenge the three Daos. Hong Fan cannot acknowledge them. Those who do not become transcendents for good, shall all die. Hong Fan draws his blade once more, and the slaughter thus begins. Chapter 799, Future King 4. It may have truly been a pure worry about good. He may have worried that a being who devours origin essence and becomes an emperor who creates a heavenly domain may create hell inside it. Therefore, even if he cuts what he must cut, there was also the feeling that he wanted to associate with the good. But the moment he collided with, ripped apart, and killed an existence who, by anyone's eyes, clearly chose evil to satisfy their own cruelty, plunging living beings into eternal misery and abusing them. He realized such things were nothing but excuses. Ah, I see. What Hong Fan came to face was not a soft divinity like the chief god Fushi who gained divinity at birth and gained the universe. It was another legend who, like Hong Fan, rose from the position of a mortal, overcame all manners of adversity, and at last ascended to the imperial seat. That was the first worthy rival Hong Fan ever experienced. Chief gods are mighty and terrifying, but lacking a mortal's gaze, they have no venomous will. Mortal beings who have venomous will lack rank and authority. To Hong Fan, who, bearing a mortal being's venomous will, faced undying beings and climbed to his seat, there was not a single proper worthy opponent until now. But as he sees the newly enthroned imperial venerables, he finally realizes, I see. Until now, not a single person. There was not a single being who stood at a height equal to him. Did I want to collide? Though less evil than the first evil supreme deity he killed, he kills a supreme deity who ruled the world by their own selfishness while ignoring the misery and suffering of mortals. Afterward, he gradually goes on to kill supreme deities who are less and less evil. Each time he kills one supreme deity, he feels an indescribable, inexpressible, boiling emotion. However, it never quenches. Feeling thus, he also comes to know why he holds up something like good as his justification. Good is the most powerful, like the goodwill that Huya gave him. Surely, if he protects gods who keep goodwill, one day there will be a powerful being who can withstand everything he pours out. He put forth hope and good as his justification in order to guard that being. If they possess goodwill, they may stop me, who has risen by killing. From birth, how to kill a person was plain to his eyes. It was the same after he lost his eyes. He had no ability to make his starving, weakened mother recover, to heal his sick wife, to give trust to his friend who betrayed him. But, in killing, none could match him. Killing someone, perhaps that, may be his true fate, hidden behind the god of regression that parasitizes him. From birth, all those around him could die easily at a mere touch. Only then does Hong Fan come to know what he truly wants. The apex of the killing art he has mastered changes and evolves into countless forms and gradually begins to carry symbolism. A killing technique that killed the undying chief god. If, in the future, those called the Golden Speed Heavenly King and Star Genesis Supreme Deity saw it, they would have considered it to have reached martial pinnacle long before, yet because it has not yet been defined, it is a vicious technique that still has not reached the ultimate of martial arts. I want a being that does not die even if I approach. He, who is darkness, wants a light so bright that he cannot swallow. He has been seeking a light so vivid that even he, a blind man, can clearly feel it. Apex of killing techniques. Hyuksa, apex of internal energy methods. Darkness world, apex of movement techniques. Black heaven, the ultimate meaning of killing that combines all of them. This, indeed, is legitimate martial arts. If there is meaning in martial arts, it is only for eliminating others who cannot become light to me. It is for killing the other. The moment he realizes that, and the moment he defines it as so, he realizes a way for his killing art to reach a realm that one can also call the ultimate of martial arts. Perhaps he wanted ordinary love. Perhaps he wanted ordinary interaction. However, this world is full of fragile things that die the moment he touches them. A world that tears at the lightest touch, like a world of paper. That is the world Hong Fan perceives. Even those called gods are nothing but slightly larger sandcastles that he can tear and topple with a little effort. Though they stake their lives, in the end this world has only existences that always seem easy to kill. In a ragged world where everything collapses at a touch. To the child who plunges every precious connection into pain and, pretending to be bold, tries to chase hope. That, for the first time, a proper opponent he can truly face, has arisen, is an indescribable hope. But, in the end, the only way the child communicates with the world is through killing. As a nation risen by the sword perishes by the sword. A connection begun by killing in the end ends by killing. A bridle of karma once begun is only tied up with the same karma. To the child who was born having lost all chances to be loved and kept reaching out to kill everything he dislikes, what he needs may have been an opponent who stands at a position equal or higher. Yes, perhaps what he needed is a parent who should have scolded him and paid attention to him. And in this world, there are none but those who cannot surpass even a single child. Lights that flicker out when he tries to reach them. They have no meaning to him. Since hope originally begins from what one cannot reach, he only clings to hope and continues to reach out to other beings. Present. Darkness swallows the world and turns everything that exists into nothingness. The former obsidian devil Heavenly King breathes power into the swallowing heaven mantra and devours everything, growing into a twisted tiger-like form and baring their teeth. Seeing this, Hien Mu, who has a hand on the heavenly void furnace, once again shoves one of the 7 heavenly lords into the heavenly void furnace and lights the incense flame. But in the next instant, I, who take the role of breaking the future king's attack, step forward and thrust out the turning wheel mantra. The mantra in the form of a vast galaxy shines as it receives the power of the myriad stars and begins to whisper to me the Supreme Deity's power. In the immortal cultivation system, the formula for Supreme Deity is called Primordial Chaos, and the formula for Heavenly Venerable is called 3 Flowers. But this is only what the immortal cultivation system defines. From the level of Supreme Deity and above, 1/2 steps out of the immortal cultivation system, so realm formulas have little meaning beyond explaining the essence. 3 Flowers merely expresses the 3 absolutes as flowers, and is nothing more than a metaphor for a heavenly venerable who calls forth a handful of their fragrance. And likewise, Primordial chaos only symbolizes the essence of the realm called supreme deity, and it is ambiguous to say it belongs to the immortal cultivation system. Ho up. Therefore, the formula of primordial chaos does not require long cultivation like the ones before, and the moment one becomes a supreme deity, one naturally masters it. As if breathing. Reflecting on the experiences of the 16th cycle within the heavenly void furnace, I perform the supreme deity realm formula. The entirety of Mount Sumeru rumbles according to my breathing. The entire gestation world that Hong Fan cleaved in half stitches back together and recovers, and the chaos that overflows within moves to the pulsation of my breath. A creator god creates the world through chaos, the medium of creation. And supreme deities likewise, upon reaching the realm, have their consciousness transform into a heavenly domain and create a universe. Then what is the difference between a creator god who creates a world and a supreme deity? Are they not both creators? The difference between a supreme deity and a creator god is chaos. A supreme deity inhales chaos, the medium of creation, to breathe fate, life, and soul into the countless living spirits and existences within the heavenly domain, drawing out countless stories from within. A creator god, by their very existence, generates and employs chaos, the material of omnipotence. When supreme deities are enthroned, their names are engraved among the heavenly seats. And the heavenly seats are located none other than at the bottom of Mount Sumeru. At the outer sea beyond Mount Sumeru, the supreme deity's jade throne is born and comes into being. Yes, for a supreme deity to breathe chaos, they need to transcend Mount Sumeru. Therefore, the presence of a supreme deity transcends Mount Sumeru and is engraved as a jade throne at the very bottom of Mount Sumeru. There are many ways to explain this and that, but the law needed right now is but one. A supreme deity can inhale chaos. Kugugugugu. The heavenly void furnace slips from Hyen Mu's hand and starts clattering as it flies toward me. Hyen Mu's eyes twitch and she once again exerts attraction force. The attraction force of fate itself ties down the heavenly void furnace. But in this world, there is something as strong as fate. Master, your disciple Star Genesis comes to offer bowing rites at your spirit altar. I shout loudly as I inhale with my whole body the primordial chaos world inside the heavenly void furnace. Wu-wong. The heavenly void furnace resonates with my voice. Master, your disciple Star Genesis comes to offer bowing rites at your spirit altar. I shout again in a loud voice, lest my master Ryong perhaps does not hear. Gu-wong. The heavenly void furnace rumbles again and begins to draw closer to me. Hyen Mu's eyes twitch and she grabs the black leg of the furnace, holding the heavenly void furnace back from coming to me. Master, I call him once again. The spirit altar that the great mountain supreme deity spoke of. The world of Penglai Island has the same structure as the head realm. And the place of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity's shrine that Senior Brother built inside, it is located at the exact center of the heaven-treading desert, at the very middle of Ascension Forest. That's right. Master's flesh was eaten and torn apart by the entire head realm. His soul was ripped to shreds and fell into decline, becoming Chongmun Ryong, a frail existence who finds it hard to ever escape the chi-building stage for his entire life. If so, where is the fate of that high divinity who half sees the absolute of miracle? I saw it in the 16th cycle. What spoke to me, then in the domain of purity, was surely his fate. The fate of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity, Ryong, is asleep inside the heavenly void furnace. Your disciple Star Genesis comes to offer bowing rites at your spirit altar. That is to say, as long as Master sleeps inside that primordial chaos, if his disciple calls him while breathing in primordial chaos in the way of a supreme deity, he will respond from inside that primordial chaos. Hyen Mu sneers and tightens the hand, holding the heavenly void furnace. Kururum. Countless Gandhara swirl, coil around Hyen Mu's hand, and add their strength. Do you truly think he will answer? He is dead. What remains is only a shell. Do you dare try to call the dead under the authority of the owner of fate? Hyen Mu snorts. But in the next moment, the smile disappears cleanly from the corner of Hyen Mu's mouth. Gijigigik. Hand. It is a snow-white hand. Clench. It is a hand made of Salt Mountain. The snow-white hand of Salt Mountain slips out of the heavenly void furnace and grabs Hyen Mu's wrist. Seeing that, I smile clearly. Fragment of the future king. Do you dare treat the authority of one who once touched the position of owner of miracles as merely dead? Enders grow closer to fate as they draw nearer to death, and thus become stronger. The reason is that what is called a miracle touches the principle of death. Master passed away, and, precisely because he passed, he still has not disappeared. If they imprisoned him alive and let him wither away, he might have vanished, but since the future king killed him, he will never disappear. Until a new owner of miracles is born. Chiak. I offer one bow toward the seal of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity that is dissolved inside the heavenly void furnace. Pasazasak. The Gandhara that fortify Hyen Mu's wrist become salt pillars. I offer a second bow. Pocosik. Hyen Mu glares at that hand and draws the power of fate, but conversely the other side carries out dead enforcement toward Hyen Mu. The authorities of Enders that Hyen Mu sucked and stole up to now. Under the name of the owner of miracles, the price is absorbed by the other side, and life flows in the arm made of salt. I offer a third bow. In the end, Hyen Mu's wrist itself becomes a salt pillar, and at last the heavenly void furnace separates from under Hyen Mu's hand. Pocosik. Turning Hyen Mu's arm into salt powder, the heavenly void furnace flies toward me. Seizing that opening, the obsidian devil heavenly king joins their palms together and lets out a shout. Yee. A wailing is heard from within the darkness. An unknown, otherworldly language fills the surroundings like a funeral dirge conducting a funeral. It is a whisper that resounds within the swallowing heaven mantra. Clang. At the same time, the heavenly void furnace flies to me, and I notice that ownership of the heavenly void furnace temporarily transfers to me. Using the power of the dirge, the obsidian devil heavenly king seems to grant me, who came to offer bowing rites at the spirit altar of the dead, temporary full authority while that dirge's song resounds. While the dirge resounds, this moment is eternal. No one can interfere with the flow inside this funeral dirge. In that moment, all the Enders who have been in the rear step forward in unison and, with their own spells and arts, pin the supreme deities to their places. At the same time, Underworld, who has been attempting the fusion between her Gandhara and the absolute of life until now, splits focus for a moment and raises a hand. Only now do you finally do some work. As if reading my thought, the Underworld gives me a slight side-eye, as if absurd, and then starts to lower the raised hand. Seeing this, the same reactions shown to vast cold erupt from the supreme deities one after another. The oldest one is using their strength. O Netherworld Queen Mother, this one is not of the 5 cruels. Where is this? Why am I facing against the oldest one? They cannot dare be opposed. O Wheel Imperial Venerable of great compassion, mercy. These ones whose intelligence is clearly deleted, when faced against the power of the Underworld, have their minds revive again and scream. As expected, leaving a feeble will alive for autonomous adjustment became a poison. Leaving them fully alive, they might have rebelled, but at least they would have shown backbone. Because they were temporarily revived with neither this nor that. Only the survival instincts remain, and it became a poison. Useless things. Keying. Clicking her tongue at the supreme deities, Hyen Mu draws the power of fate directly from the absolute of fate. A monstrous attraction force occurs. Huang. The Underworld brings down her hand, made composed of her Gandhara. At that paw-like stroke of a fierce beast, the same thing as with vast cold happens again. It cannot be perceived. Kwaong. But in an instant, a massive shock shakes the entire audience chamber, and the entire audience chamber shatters once more. And over 100 supreme deities, all at once, are outside the audience chamber. They are flung back out to where the other worlds lie. Originally, they should have been deleted, as with vast cold, but because Hyen Mu twisted the Underworld's point of impact with the attraction force she drew directly from the absolute of fate, it only ends with them being flung away. Radiance Mantra, Time Restoration. Looking at the Underworld with eyes that seem somehow longing, Hyen Mu activates the Radiance Mantra. Gijigik. However, the Radiance Mantra does not activate. The Obsidian Devil Heavenly King's Swallowing Heaven Mantra. It holds space-time in place through attraction force. I see. Until the dirge ends, no one present here can leap beyond space-time. The Underworld begins to focus again on the advancement to life's supreme deity, and seizing that gap, the Enders who have been pinning down the supreme deities until now begin to launch an all-out offensive toward all of Hyen Mu's Gandhara. While the former Enders keep them pinned, Kim Young-hoon raises his saber. I can cut the Gandhara. Help me. The number of Gandhara Hyen Mu summoned at once total about 50. Beyond that, as one who is nothing more than a shard of the future king. She either perhaps cannot control more, or simply does not summon them. Kim Young-hoon is saying he can reduce the very number of Gandhara that Hyun-moo controls and summons. John Myung-hoon and Kim Yun, understanding his words, stand behind Kim Young-hoon. Whether there is a spell that activates in linkage with Vast Cold, Kim Yun does not release the hand seal, drawing a circle with both palms, and begins to lend strength to Kim Young-hoon. John Myung-hoon manipulates Indra's net and ties between Kim Yun and Kim Young-hoon a thread of connection. Kong Min he quickly makes Kim Young-hoon's fleshly body into a spirit body and manipulates the laws to temporarily grant Kim Young-hoon the ability of possession. Oh Hyun-suk offers his body. Suot. Kim Young-hoon, having become a spirit body, descends into Oh Hyun-suk's body through the ability of possession and starts to manipulate Oh Hyun-suk's body. Suot. The realm of nameless one fist that Oh Hyun-suk reached is manipulated by Kim Young-hoon to burst forth not through the fist but through the foot. Receiving power from Kim Yun, Kim Young-hoon moves with Oh Hyun-suk's body, flies toward Hyun-moo's Gandhara, and in an instant turns into golden light itself and explodes. Flash. Golden light erupts in a flare and brightly illuminates the entire audience chamber. Golden Great Thousand World. Chwaa'at. Hyun-moo, whose heart is shaken and lost void speed, even if she uses the technique of future, cannot defeat Kim Young-hoon backed by everyone's strength, and yields one Gandhara. Chukwang. Golden light flashes, and a summoned Gandhara directly collapses. It is 1 out of 50 Gandhara, but unlike before, Hyun-moo does not ostentatiously take out another Gandhara. She only looks at Kim Young-hoon. Beautiful. Seeing that golden god, Hyun-moo lets out an exclamation. If there had been just 1 or 2 more like you in my childhood when the first light collapsed and the supreme deities were born, could I have avoided becoming like this? Kim Young-hoon does not answer. He only draws on Kim Yun's power, wears Oh Hyun-suk's body as armor, and cuts. Chawang. Again, 1 more Gandhara falls away. It looks like golden fireworks bursting. Could I have found a value other than killing in martial arts? With gloomy eyes, Hyun-moo stretches out her hand. Future King, 3 heavenly treasures. The second, a great authority corresponding to the Radiance Supreme Deities, Qianquan ruler. Keying. The origin essence of radiance that rises above Hyun-moo's hand shines upon the whole world. The Radiance mantra is blocked by the Obsidian Devil Heavenly King's Swallowing Heaven mantra, but the authority of light itself starts to suck in those who received its grace. The supreme deities who have flown to distant other worlds are dragged back by force again and scream, "Come to my hand." Centered on the origin essence of radiance, numerous supreme deities are dragged in, and using them as the medium, one scene of afar. Future is pulled over. A distant future. A scene where countless spirits reach supreme deity. First light. The great mountain supreme deity, Guak Am. My senior brother gathered all living beings, used them as origin essence, and to obtain the power source to use the splitting heaven mantra, he attempted to barely imitate that vicious radiance. The future king's authority pulls all beings who reach supreme deity in the future into this reality using the supreme deities who died by his hand as the medium, and spews out a brilliance centered on radiance. The fundamental principle is the same as my senior brother's corpse mountain blood sea, but the method is of an overwhelmingly higher dimension. If my senior brother amplifies authority by using spirits as origin essence, Hyun-moo, awakened as one of the 3 faces of the future king, forcibly drags supreme deities who exist in the past and future and uses their authority. Those who exist in the past are taken as Kun, earth, and those who will be born in the future are taken as Chan heaven, and thus the measure of all things is taken. Its name shall be the ruler that measures Qianquan. Above Hyun-moo's hand, supreme deities merged by the future king's authority mutter as if entranced and pour out wisdom. As if literally being pulled from beyond infinite futures, the supreme deities that fuse around the origin essence of light keep increasing as time passes. As supreme deities are added, the radiance stretches little by little and changes into a form like a ruler. Continue fixing spacetime, obsidian. The more time continues to pass while its rewinding is blocked, the larger the first light will continue to grow. Hyun-moo flies to stand before the first light and, with gloomy eyes, begins to receive the power of light. Immediately after, a wave of a familiar authority resounds. A golden ripple spreads, centered on Hien Mu, who receives the power of light. When facing me, it was something my senior brother could not properly use because he could not come with the resolve to die. However, the being before my eyes is one always filled with the thought of wanting to die, so it is something she can use to fire indiscriminately. Its name is the Splitting Heaven Mantra. From the first light, the principle of Qianquan and Yin-Yang descends, then splits into the 5 elements. Is it unable to be offset with Annihilation Advancement Mu? Its magnitude of power is greater than the one Hong Fan first shot playfully. I alone may live, but with Obsidian currently sealing regression, unless Obsidian lifts the authority, everyone but me will be annihilated. It is similar to the Great Mountain Splitting Emperor technique, which is made by reversing the phenomena extinguishing mantra, but the flow is endlessly higher dimensional. Yin and Yang split into the 5 elements, and then seem to transform into the law of the 10 heavenly stems, becoming a power that tears everything apart. Split. With that voice, rays of light of splitting heaven fall upon all of us, including the underworld. 16th cycle. He finally realizes the meaning his martial arts holds. For killing. That is true martial arts. And the only means by which the being called Hong Fan can interact with others on at least somewhat equal terms. To a monster who far too easily cuts down those he dislikes and sinks into the swamp of killing. Killing becomes a karma that can no longer stop. The story flows past Chapter 9 into Chapter 10. Hong Fan raises a blade before countless supreme deities. True martial arts. Blade. He has not yet given it a proper name, but it is a killing martial technique unfolded by the system Hong Fan names true martial arts. Blade. Perhaps the day I attach a proper name to this blade, that will be the ultimate of killing. That is perhaps the ultimate of martial arts. Since killing is martial arts, the ultimate of killing is the ultimate of martial arts. Continuing killing by that logic, Hong Fan before long looks at the last of those remaining who resist him in the Mount Sumeru he created. Those who remain at the end are those whom Hong Fan considers the most righteous. The good ones he still has not cut. There are even some whose past lives are those from the Hyuk Sa Society. Of course, beyond the beings of the Hyuk Sa Society, many who became supreme deities or existences equivalent to them stand before Hong Fan to resist him. Ho up. Beyond Mount Sumeru, he inhales the chaos of the outer sea. After the first light split, at the center of the split light, there was an origin essence that shined the brightest. Hong Fan reached out his hand toward that light, grasped it, and called it radiance. Thus, he became the Radiance Supreme Deity. A dozen or so supreme deities, a number of governing immortals similar to those Hong Fan has killed so far, stand facing Hong Fan. O Radiance Supreme Deity, we surely thought that you do not cut those who pursue good, but now we see you are no different from Ashura, who simply delights in killing regardless of good and evil. O thee, who linked 6 heavenly domains and set the foundation of Mount Sumeru, who made the first light. You who refined the shaman family cultivation system and created the immortal cultivation that let us rise to this place. What in the world has led you to be fallen? Fallen. Hong Fan looks up at the sky. The place where they are is the summit of Mount Sumeru that is in a cone shape. It is where the chief god of brightness, whom Hong Fan split in half, resided, and now has become Hong Fan's heavenly domain after he devoured them. Because it is the place where he split brightness, meaning, he named the world sun and moon heavenly domain. The sky seen in that world is nothing but the outer sea filled with chaos. Looking into the chaos, Hong Fan smiles bitterly. If so, what is normal? And by what standard do you say I have fallen? That is, teach me. If I put my hand and caress your cheek, is that normal? Hong Fan reaches out his hand. There is a blade in his hand. If I caress you with a blade and you die, is that normal? Or is it that I have fallen? If you kill with the intent to kill, that is clearly unjust. You yourself know best the difference between caressing and swinging a blade, do you not? With pitch-black eyes, Hong Fan looks up into the disorderly chaos without any order. My precious people all became unhappy and died by my side because of me, even though I did not hold a blade. His blade has always been a sword that cuts connection. And yet, clearly even before that blade was forged, his connections have always been cut, whether he wishes it or not. From birth, he has been a blade that cuts connection. If so, is this normal, or is it that I have fallen? If you clearly find the cause and understand it, you will be able to find the answer. Are you saying you do not know now? You too know the will of the origin. Because you are the one who made the first light with your own hands. You surely know better than anyone here. Surely the former creator of long ages past said to seek truth within each other's stories. Then when can I find the truth? It does not get found just because one wishes it. But surely, it is something able to be found. Just when? Just when? Until when? Until when? Hongfan shouts. Are you telling me to wait endlessly until an answer and truth superior to mine appears? What I guide will bring salvation far faster. At some point, the eyes of Hongfan, who stepped forward under the pretext of pursuing good, became filled with self-righteousness. No, perhaps from the very beginning, rather than good, the self-righteousness that seeks his own salvation was his very essence. If you truly can pursue an answer better than mine, please, show me. How must I act to be saved? His voice is full of passion, but in that blade all trembling dies away and it transforms into a perfect tool for killing. Please prove it. Everyone around him always dies or goes blind. Even though everyone dies, he alone always survives. Unable to die, he survives, and he kills every obstacle he meets. He always wishes that someone other than himself would live, that someone better than he survives in his stead, and he wishes they would completely deny the life of the being called Hongfan, that he is wrong, that there is another way. He wishes they would tell him so. Some can say Hongfan went mad within the repeating pain, but Hongfan thinks otherwise. In this universe, there are many beings more unfortunate than he. For example, there are spirits who, caught by evil supreme deities that Hongfan cut down, suffered unspeakable torture for a long and longer time. There is one thing that makes them different from Hongfan. Whom am I supposed to rely on? Hongfan cannot resent anyone to the end. For the ones he tries to pour his resentment onto, even before he pours it out, they always die when he touches them. No connection can endure the being that is me. When I lay my body down, they collapse like a rotten old tree. Can you become the great tree on which I can lay my body? There is no great tree in his life. Pouring out resentment is not the only way to lay your body down. Then why do even the connections upon which I do not pour resentment all die? A blade is a tool meant to cut something off and inflict wounds. Hongfan is a blade. No matter how much he hides the edge, he has never seen anyone by his side who does not get hurt. If you have the qualification to become my hope, if you have the confidence to bear everything inside me, I shall acknowledge you. At the very least, even if they become unhappy by Hongfan's side, it means they are not people whose legs are rotten or whose legs are held so they cannot run away. In any case, before the supreme deities in front of whom he hopes for an answer, he has taken off a bit of his mask. He removed the mask for goodwill and revealed part of his true face. It is the childish whining of a child who has never once been allowed to be spoiled and only kept losing. If you do not have the qualification, I shall kill you and behold the ultimate meaning of killing. At the end of that ultimate meaning, he feels it. The ultimate of killing. If he reaches the ultimate of martial arts, he can touch one of the three Taoists. And he already feels that he is endlessly close to having the qualification to seize the three Taoists. If he accomplishes just one more great feat, he will surely reach the three Taoists. I shall guide the world to the answer more quickly. If good gods cannot become the hope that accepts my resentment, then with my own hands, I shall fly to pursue hope. There are no longer any good supreme deities who try to persuade him. They only lift their weapons, staring coldly at the spoiled child who, seized by the past, cannot take even one step into the future. Hongfan holds hope. All this time, while fighting many evil supreme deities, he has at times fought them one-on-one and brought them down, but he has never been surrounded by many imperial venerables of chief god rank. He can be defeated. The opponents before his eyes are good supreme deities. They are those who analyzed Hongfan when he went around killing those who are clearly evil, and who analyzed Hongfan to protect the countless weak ones from possible threats. They are those who devoted their lives to goodwill and became governing immortals. If it is them, surely they will defeat Hongfan, because Hongfan too believes that goodwill is strong. Now, I want to see the answer. If it is them, they will surely stop him. Throwing a tantrum he has never once done until now. Yes. Before those gods of good who block his path, he will be able to die believing they are the answer. Hongfan won. Fighting fiercely, at the end of that war, he succeeded in killing all the imperial venerables. Rather, during the battle, he gained insight from the collapse of the first light and the birth of the supreme deities and began creating a mantra called Splitting Heaven, thus becoming even stronger. Answer me. With a weary face, Hong Fan looks at the remains of the fallen supreme deities. Even though he became the Radiant's supreme deity, his body is that of a mortal being. Unlike himself, who endured without casting off his vestige and maintained mortality, they are gigantic corpses, little different from worlds themselves. He asks those felt, "What is life?" There is no answer. It is only natural. What is our world? There is no answer either. None of them could accept him. Why do I live? The ultimate meaning of killing is right before his eyes. But because it is right before his eyes, he can tell. At the end of the ultimate meaning that can be achieved by killing, there is nothing. Emptiness, where there is nothing at all. That is the result his blade reached. Why am I still alive? Why only me? The proper martial arts he seeks. Only today can he give the name true martial arts. A tool of slaughter with no meaning. A hollow blade. True martial arts. Emptiness sword. There is no need for it to be a sword in particular. If it is a killing weapon, it does not matter whether it is a spear, bow, or cannon. Only, a sword is the tool that first comes to mind in matters of killing. It is truly a meaningless name. In a world where now nothing remains, tearing at his chest. Only then does the child, who at last comes to repentant enlightenment about himself, laugh in grief. Only now does he come to know a little more about himself, about the principle of his own actions, and about what he desires. I did not know why I live. To know that, he went around searching for higher beings who could tell him the answer. The first higher being, his mother, died of cold, hunger, and illness that Hong Fan easily drove away. The second higher being, his friend, became blinded by wealth that Hong Fan could easily brush aside, abandoned him, and was grounded apart by a few swings of a stick in sorrow. The third higher being, his wife Yang Hui, was certainly an existence far too high, and she was one who could have told him the answer. But she died without ever leaving the yard, and from then on, he no longer sought an answer. Instead of seeking an answer, he went around looking for an existence that can accept his pain. One way or another, he searched for an existence higher than himself. The fourth higher being was society. He thought that if he scattered his pain across the whole of society, there would be at least one who accepts it. No one became his equal even for an instant. And in a secret cave, he found fortuitous encounters called the Heavenly Void Furnace, star-extinguishing true chapter, and something called the Altar of Wishes. He learned through them and thrashed about to cut off connections in order to escape pain. The fifth higher being was a transcendent divine spirit. Hearing the divine spirit say they would lessen his pain by mimicking his dead wife, he poured resentment upon the world to his heart's content and roamed about committing massacres. But in the end, by the Dragon King, who could not bear to watch the massacre, he realized that it was in truth a monster, nothing but his own heart demon empowered by the star-extinguishing true chapter. His heart demon made him recall his wife dying before his eyes, and it despoiled his wife's grave. He cut down the heart demon, the Dragon King, and his entire homeland. No transcendent divine spirit could accept his pain. The sixth higher being was the world itself. He poured pain upon the world itself and died. It might have been good if it ended there, but the seventh thrust themselves before him. The seventh higher being was the Lord Heavens who governed the entire world. In the end, the Lord Heavens also died by his hand, and he realized that they too could not give Hong Fan an answer, nor could they take on his pain. The eighth higher being was the very concept called misery. He thought he suffered because the very concept of misery existed in this world. But in the end, by diluting the existence called misery through the immortal cultivation system, he came to know that he himself stands above even the concept itself. The ninth higher being was the three Taos of fate, history, and miracle. It was the very legacy left by the predecessor creator God. If they are the creator who made the world, he thought they could give him an answer. For that, he achieved countless feats. Just as he listened to the stories of countless beings of the past and shouldered their pain. Just as he granted to the innumerable mortals living now the power to leap over the wall of reality. He believed that a superior existence should of course be able to shoulder his pain. Mother, Huia, the existence that embraced him and the existence that accepted him. As he recalls the two existences that came closest to an answer in his life, Hong Fan raises the emptiness sword in the darkness. Beyond this, there don't seem to be any higher existences. At last, he understands. Now, inside this egg, he is the highest existence. He thought the gods of good would be able to stop him. For what he received from Mother and Huya was goodwill. So he believed goodwill is powerful. Because he believed so, he first faced the evil supreme deities to protect goodwill. But while facing evil supreme deities, as he realized his own essence, arranged his contemplations and enlightenment, realized what he desired, and then confronted them. Even the gods of good that he trusted could not overcome him. Neither parent, neither friend, neither lover, neither society, neither himself, neither this world, neither Lord Heavens, neither vileness and misery, nor pain itself, neither the will of the Creator God who created the world, and neither the gods with good convictions that he believed in. There is nowhere left to retreat. He at last reached the ultimate of killing. The ultimate of killing is to kill everything, and that includes even himself. Slice the empty Mount Sumeru from which everything has disappeared. Within it, Hong Fan at last decapitates his own neck. It is a beheading sentence imposed upon himself. It is a move cast from the hope that perhaps death might give him salvation, and from a heart of giving up and despair. And Hong Fan opens his eyes again. That is Hong Fan's third return. Of course, this time he does not return to the very beginning, but only returns to just before he decapitates his neck. A supreme deity does not undergo influence from regression. Beside Hong Fan, the head of Hong Fan that Hong Fan cut off and decapitated rolls. Even though I cut it together with the Radiance mantra. Originally, he should not have been able to regress. But he understands. I see. You already chose me. He at last completely transcended the Mount Sumeru. He made himself and reached right before the answer he longs for. 3 absolutes. Hong Fan completed the great feats at the level of seizing one among those 3. His rank is more exalted than any existence. Therefore, among the 3 absolutes, the only one that has something that can be called a consciousness chose Hong Fan and kept him alive. I did expect it. That I cannot even die. Hong Fan looks at the law of the absolute that saved him. Its name is the absolute of miracle, sincerity. Why did you choose me? He opens his mouth toward miracle. Why did you give an unreasonable miracle? Why, when you saved me, did you not save Mother? Did you not save Huya? Why did you make me be born like this? Why did you give me a heart like this? Why did I come to exist like this? Why? Why? Miracle gives no answer. It only sends a hazy intent toward Hong Fan. To become one with it. Is that so? You mean you will give me the answer? You mean you will tell me the answer I want? And, for some reason, even the thing called miracle does not quite satisfy his heart. But why even you? The reason is simple. You don't seem able to accept all of me, do you? Hong Fan is one who has already killed everyone once. The absolute before his eyes is merely a lump where all are clumped together. You cannot become my salvation. Hong Fan, at what is before his eyes, now turns away from the absolute of miracle that no longer appears so absolute compared to himself. You are merely a lump of connection that gave me no answer and only took away. He moves toward the black absolute. Its name is the absolute of fate, totality. In this world, if only I am the most noble, then I must now take responsibility. He wandered seeking an existence higher than himself, wishing for an existence he could pour out his everything and lean on. But there is no being higher than himself anywhere. If, in seeking a higher existence, resenting and seeking for an answer, he killed everyone and at the end became the highest existence, then that responsibility is now rightly his to bear. I will decide the answer. Shedding the rank of supreme deity, he instantly draws in the absolute of fate, causes its divine descent, and seizes it with his feats. The process of becoming a heavenly venerable is nothing more than something he brushes past. He gradually becomes the fate's supreme deity, expels outward the origin essence of radiance he has held as the radiance supreme deity, and at last begins to cast off the vestige he has not shed until now. All the footprints the fate's supreme deity has tread until now become sacred, and receiving his power, they become divine spirits. The vestige he sheds, by his will, become a vast jade throne upon which the fate's supreme deity lays his body. The severed head he beheaded receives his power and becomes yet another existence of supreme deity rank. The origin essence of radiance he expelled swells as it changes from lending him power until now to drawing upon the power of fate. And I shall become the roof of all who are born henceforth, and the great tree. As he takes control of totality, he understands. Why was he born this way? Just because. Why does he suffer like this? Just because. Why do those around him fall together into misfortune? By chance. No one took responsibility for him. History does not change. Fate is also fixed to a certain extent, but miracle is irrational and uncertain, bringing transformation to what is fixed and bringing about what is called coincidence. Those coincidences piling up and suffering gave the result that is Hong Fan. The 10th story. He kills everything in the Sumeru 3 Heaven's Great Thousand World and even kills himself. And by becoming the very last person remaining in the future up to now. Only then is he enthroned to the seat of the owner of fate. I will become responsible for all the pain that arises henceforth. To all future living beings who will be born in the Sumeru 3 Heaven's Great Thousand World, I command. He has now escaped from the coincidences and irrationality that made him suffer and entered into fate, where everything is certain. In this world, nothing uncertain shall exist any longer. For everything in this world, there shall exist a clear fate and responsibility. When you suffer in the future, look to the heavens. Cry out to the heavens. Cry out, heavens above, as much as you like. For I shall become the great tree on which you lay your bodies and the roof over you, the one to receive your last resentment and the final answer. For I shall become the final reason you fail to obtain the answer, despair, and surrender. I am now your heavens. He renames himself. The name that his mother gave, Guju. The name that his wife gave, Hong Fan. The name of a law canon appearing in an old scripture, and the principle that people of that time clutched like hope. He is Hong Fan Guju. That day, on Mount Sumeru, a god with the name Future King Fate Supreme Deity, Hong Fan Guju was enthroned. The king of attraction force who, chased and driven by the weight of their life, tried to pass off the answer, but in the end was crushed and suffered under the weight of the answer of all existences in this world. He became a child king, and the child king, perhaps feeling the gaze of the future, lifts his head from atop the throne, transcends space-time, and asks me, human who cried out to the heavens, you dared to cry out to me and resent me, yet do you dare to insist you will not sever the connection with me? I cannot help but lower my head under that gaze. I ask you this, you who have resented me, do you have the qualification to maintain the connection with me? Chapter 800, Future King, 5. When I come to my senses, I have at some point come out of the story. And, in the primordial chaos in front of my eyes, insects are swarming. The blood insect demon devil great method that he scattered throughout the head realm is appearing inside the heavenly void furnace in the form of black insects. The reason I can escape the story is obvious. It is because the owner of the story permitted it. In front of my eyes, Hong Fan gathers the bodies of the insects, takes a form, and appears. Now I can understand why Hong Fan has the bearing of an emperor. I ask again, following the single utterance of the Fate's supreme deity, who met my eyes inside the story, Hong Fan continues those words in front of me. Is it because you have the qualification to maintain your connection with me that you do not cut it? I make a bitter smile. Where I am is inside the heavenly void furnace. And this heavenly void furnace is embedded in Ascension Path. Yes, the Ascension Path. It is the place where I cried out heavens above the most in my life. The memories of the previous life. You seem to have found it all, O heavens. Yes, in fact, it has been set from the moment you brought the Radiance mantra into contact with me. You said you were bathed by the light 6 times. In the 10th cycle. Did you gain reason by contacting me, who possesses the ability of regression, in the state of a mother centipede's egg? Dispense with the courtesy and speak at ease. Since I know your disposition quite well regardless, I can foresee that you will speak comfortably if you reach the level of Heavenly King. I am surprised at the insight that sees through even my trivial traits in an instant, but there is no particular way to deny it. Understood. Hong Fan. With a bitter smile, I summon the body made of the clusters of green light before him and take on a humanoid form. To shed the vestige, does it mean having left the head realm? Recalling what Hong Fan told me in the early part of this life, I ask, what you call the head realm is the storage scroll made of the vestiges of me and Huya. There, the absolute of history is stored. Therefore, the power of fate does not easily reach. If even you all, fragments of miracle, overlap in the same place there, many variables occur that even I cannot control. Yes, because I left the head realm, I could gradually find reason. I think maybe he should have said it a little differently, but it seems that since he just found reason in the state of an insect, his mind wavers a bit. As if he reads my thoughts in real time, Hong Fan's eyes feel a little colder. The existence called Huya, Someone like you has no need to know. In a solemn voice, he forbids me from asking about Yang Hui. Answer my question. I resent the heavens. Could I have known that Hong Fan is the heavens? No, even if I did not know. I cannot deny that I desperately needed someone to blame. I wanted to try to shift the pain that happened to me as someone else's fault. I just didn't know that it turned out to be the connection I cherish. I have been resenting my connection and not letting it go. Have I not been letting go until now in order to resent? From Hong Fan's position, how ugly do I look? Cursing and resenting his face, and yet not being able to let go of his hand. But, even so, I still do not know you. There is something I have to say. Hong Fan, you also do not know me. Crunch. Before I know it, my body is gone, and only my head rests on Hong Fan's hand. I cannot know the cause. Only the result is like this. Your past, your present, your future. I know them all. Starting from which ancestors you had in the past to what thoughts you lived with. I also know everything you will do in the future. What becomes of me? There are many futures. From a future where you die right now, to a future where you, as the first among countless enders, tear your own fate apart. There is no future I do not see. Then, why do you try to hear my answer? To my words, he does not answer. If you can know and decide everything, you can simply apply the future you want to me as you wish. Why do you try to hear my answer? Divine arts. It is merely one of the conditions to satisfy the power called Great Mantra. Just answer. If I do not answer, are the conditions not satisfied? That too is one answer. Ha ha ha. Amused for a moment by the wise answer to a foolish question, I burst into laughter. Thank you. And I offer thanks to Hong Fan. For what? For following me. To an ender like you, who has an ability that even affects me, I always follow. I had an ability. Did you perhaps not know? As for your body, it is an ability called the Heavenly Devil Body. I am startled at the fact that I have such an ability. What? Oh, really? Then why did the Black Ghost Valley or the Devilish Immortal Sect Alliance not take me at first? Hong Fan quietly looks at me, and he asks a question. I ask it once again in the future, but I should ask it once to you now as well. I ask you, why do you not lay your hands on the power of the devilish? The conditions for the Heavenly Devil Body to activate are two. The selfishness that takes others' sacrifice for granted, and learning devilish arts. At his words, with only my head remaining, I blink my two eyes blankly. Why do you not learn devilish arts? I recall Co Rant's words. That devilish arts are not simply a method of accepting devilish energy, but a method that sacrifices others. Why do you try so hard not to sacrifice others? Honestly, it is something I never thought about. Right. For a moment, an awkward silence falls between Hong Fan and me. Perhaps he cannot read what simply does not exist, as a brief look of absurdity rises in Hong Fan's eyes. But there is nothing I can do. If no thought comes to mind, what can I do about it? I try to think of a reasonable reason. Since there was no chance to encounter something called devilish arts in the first cycle, it just became a habit to not use it. Then because of Yuan Li, I became filled with loathing and ended up not learning it. Maybe? That cannot be. Even among martial arts, there are many classified as devilish arts. Certainly, in your 0th cycle, there were chances of you discovering the star-draining great method in your house's backyard, or wandering the marketplace and discovering the berserk devilish art. There was also the chance of learning low-grade devilish arts by joining the Tuho gang. At Hong Fan's words, it comes back to me. In my house's backyard, in the place that touches the Zhu family's potato field, I once dug up a wooden box that contained a martial arts manual called the Star-Draining Great Method. I needed funds for the soap business, so I sold it for a few coins. Judging by how he talks, it seems to have been a martial arts manual quite compatible with me. I also discovered something called a berserk devilish art while wandering the marketplace. But I was busy being squeezed for taxes by a Lianshan city official, so I had no time to pay attention to such things. Only after regression did opportunities arise, and I thought of learning martial arts. How was I supposed to suddenly think of learning devilish arts while old, being shaken down for taxes by an official, and getting slapped? Lastly, as for something like the Tuho gang, why would I enter the band of thieves who stole all the rice from my house? They even stole the herbal liquor I carefully brewed and my house's seed soy sauce. Who would know how bitterly sorrowful I was that day? No matter how I think about it, there was no case where I learned devilish arts. If I was going to be pushed into learning devilish arts, it seems only right to have at least lowered the taxes a bit. Perhaps reading my thoughts, Hong Fan lets out a deep sigh. How simple. Isn't everything precious found in what is simple, imperfect, and self-contradictory? Recalling the simple life of the zero-th cycle, I suddenly think of a suitable answer to say to Hong Fan. How can a person be complete, Hong Fan? Small and simple and imperfect and self-contradictory. That is what a person originally is. You can like some aspects and dislike others. The heavens, I did not only cry out against you. The creature called a person, by nature, highlights and remembers only the bad memories. Surely, there are good memories too. There were times I was grateful to you as well. When I came to this world and first learned to speak and got a home. When the soap business was acknowledged. When Mrs. Jew married and safely delivered a daughter. When the herbal liquor and seed soy sauce fermented safely. When, before I died, the Jew family held a small 80th birthday feast for me. When I first regressed and dreamed of a new future. And after regression, I was really grateful many times. A person's heart originally both hates and likes. I think of it as such a thing. Hong Fan. So I also have a heart that cherishes Hong Fan as a friend. And also parts that I hate him as the heavens. At the same time, there are also times I want to pull a nasty prank and force-feed him potatoes. And there are times I am sincerely grateful to the heavens. So, there are parts where I resent you as well. But at the same time, I also have a heart that cherishes and trusts you. And this heart will not disappear. Then, the heart that resents me will also not disappear. Outside, you learned martial arts from me, didn't you? Anyway, the you outside at least pretends to be loyal to me and follows my words. Hong Fan's memory is very long. Just coming this far took trillions of years. Even the 100 million years that pass in one day in the heavenly void furnace is far too long to bear. Thus, the me outside that does not inherit the heavenly void furnace's memories has by now spent several hundred years before I knew it. Now the me outside. Judging by the speed at which the curse of lightning transformation proceeds, there are now only about 100 years left. The true immortal of heavenly punishment. According to what I learned after obtaining the split soul of the torch candle heavenly Lord and becoming able to connect outside, the blessing that the being called the heavenly punishment supreme deity Dugon laid upon me is not something I can sever just by cultivating the divine power of cutting principle for a very long time. Even if I raise my cultivation rapidly thanks to the heavenly void furnace, there is a limit. Perhaps unless the me who inherits the memories inside the heavenly void furnace personally goes out and cuts it off, it is impossible. The me outside is so weak and trivial that I cannot even cut the connection of heavenly punishment. However, that weak me is now teaching the future King Fate Supreme Deity, Hong Fan Guju. I am teaching martial arts to the owner of Mount Sumeru. You said it, didn't you, Hong Fan? That martial arts is a killing technique, and that repentant enlightenment or self-cultivation can be done through immortal cultivation, right? I did. There is a saying, do not be too taut, and do not be too loose. A middle path that balances between two extremes. Since it is what the Buddha of Earth said, it is probably not wrong. It can certainly be a killing art, but it can also be a way of self-cultivation like immortal cultivation. There are definitely values other than killing. And I think that, taking balance among those values and looking back on oneself, is martial arts. So it is the same in my heart toward you. There is a heart that resents you. As you said, that will not disappear. But the heart that cherishes and trusts you will also definitely not disappear. If, between them, we keep balance, and give and receive a heart that is neither too loose nor too taut, is that not a good connection? I will not let go of the connection. If you cut it from your side, there is nothing I can do, but I will not be the one to cut it first. I am a simple and ordinary human. I cannot easily let go of what I gained simply. If it is an ill-fated connection like Yuan Li or the Mockley clan, or something like the Tuho gang, where one side unilaterally treated me badly, that would be another matter. But if it is a connection where we exchanged good things, I cannot cut it. A connection where we exchanged both good and bad. That is the friend called Hong Fan, and the existence called the heavens. What if everything I gave you was nothing but malice? Hong Fan looks down at me with expressionless eyes. In those eyes I can find no light, and they seem filled only with endless emptiness and self-loathing. Making you meet the human named Bu Qianghua, and making you fall in love. Making her die on that day at that time is also the fate I ordained. I am the founder who created you. Enders. As toys, you are nothing but my dolls. Kugagugagu. Why is it? It seems Hong Fan feels displeased at my words. Can you truly, after seeing the whole story, still dare to spout things like balance and whatnot before me. Wu Wong. The story unfolds again. Only, perhaps thinking that if he shows about the future king's main body as before, I will go insane. He lowers history to the degree I do not go mad and unfolds it in a way a mortal being can understand. The boy who became the future king heads to chapter 11 of the story. Flutter, flutter, flutter. The pages of countless fairy tale books flip before me, showing me the lowered chronicle of the future king so that I do not go mad. The Hong Fan who becomes the future king seeks to be repaid. From that day, he begins to carry on proper regression. He completely seizes the Radiance mantra and, by the future king's authority, tears it apart and remakes it anew. And he creates a mantra that can truly rewrite history. So what? He regresses. Naturally, the timeline splits. The timelines flow, and they form a certain body. It is the body of the previous creator god. I see. Through that, Hong Fan surmises. The predecessor is resurrecting. Only, it is not a resurrection as the same absolute being as before. They are likely to resurrect as an impersonal god. However, even if they are an impersonal god, they will still be born holding the predecessor's will. Once again, it will force the will of the predecessor upon the supreme deities and the true emperors, in order to discuss with each other and seek the true answer. An answer, huh? Now he cannot run away from responsibility. Hong Fan, who has sought answers from higher beings, has now become the higher being and must create the answer. Also, just as he promised to the gods of good, he must keep in mind guiding others and promoting them into other true emperors. But he comes to know an absurd truth. A true emperor cannot be involved in the advancement of another true emperor. It seems to be a mechanism of the predecessor to prevent someone who holds one ideology, having first risen to a true emperor, from blindly sponsoring and raising someone of the same ideology. Of course, Hong Fan sees methods by which he can bypass it as much as he wants. I can keep my promise even by bypassing it. But if so, whom should I support to advance as a true emperor? According to the will of the predecessor, first it must be someone different from himself. By whose standard do we judge who is different from me? I do not need it. At the same time, the will of the predecessor speaks to him, that it must be someone who has little connection with oneself, who judges whether a connection is little or much, deep or shallow. In this world there is no standard but me alone. That too is an unneeded standard. The will of the predecessors speaks again, that it must be a sacred being, holy enough to receive recognition from the absolute. What is it to be sacred? A nobility blinding to the eyes, or a vileness sickening to the stomach? That is the standard of sacredness that Hong Fan confirms. Does that mean an ordinary being cannot become noble enough to blind? Hong Fan decides to completely ignore the will of the predecessors. Anyone can become vile enough to sicken the stomach. Anyone can become noble enough to dazzle the eyes. Beings similar to himself are not born chosen. Rather, anyone likely holds such possibilities. Hong Fan wants to believe so. From now on, I shall begin the selection of other emperors. Under the name of the origin essence of radiance, which is emitted from himself and has now become something that borrows power from him, Hong Fan begins to shine upon Mount Suru. And, while supporting the figures of Hyuksa Hall, he establishes a new group under himself. The name of that group is Radiance Hall. It is a gathering of those who have Hyuksa Hall as their antecedent, and a gathering of good people whom Hong Fan draws together to select the true emperor. Having set the foundation of Radiance Hall, Hong Fan turns back time. Entering a new timeline, he begins to change history itself. The reason is simple. Because I want to build the world together with you. What is the answer and the truth? Hong Fan still cannot know completely, but there is one thing he can know. What is called the answer, or what is called the truth of life. It is clearly related to happiness. Without becoming happy, one cannot draw near. Therefore, to know the truth, I must erase the wounds of the heart and receive recompense. He can now rewrite the very history of his own misfortune and suffering, turn time back as much as he wants, and reset everything. Hong Fan lets his mother be born in a much better place, and he has Yang Hui be born into an affluent household, and he makes it so that the fate of contracting leprosy does not exist. For Yang Hui, he personally lays down a fate filled with happiness and success. He sets Yang Hui to be born as the young lady of a great noble house, served by many maids, who likes peaches and holds a pure side that believes in the legend of the bluebird. He sets the fate for her to grow up to be a woman who is kind, gentle, and good-hearted to everyone. Meet Hong Fan, fall in love, marry, and under everyone's blessings, become a mother. He sets a future where the child receives a good name at birth, grows up healthy and vigorous, passes the civil service examination to delight the parents, and where someday grandchildren are placed in the arms of Hong Fan and Yang Hui. Thus a future in which Hong Fan and Yang Hui grow old in harmony, hold hands amid the sorrow of many children, and close their eyes on the same day at the same time, is completed by Hong Fan's hand. But after deciding the future, Hong Fan feels something is off. This does not seem right. However, I must find the answer. He is the heavens to which countless people look for answers. Now he cannot defer the answer to anyone. He, in order to find the answer, must experience happiness. Hong Fan causes Yang Hui to be born again and enjoys a happy life once within the newly changed history. Then Yang Hui dies and Hong Fan, once again becoming aware of his identity as the future king, comes to a realization. No, this is not it. When he lost his memories and played with Yang Hui, it was briefly good. But when he became aware of his identity as the future king, an enormous emptiness pounds his chest. I am not happy. He tried to create a life to wash away the wounds received in the past. It was good for a short while, but when he became aware of everything again, the wounds instead became deeper. With this, I cannot get closer to the answer. He is not at all happy, and it does not seem that he will obtain the truth of life and the answer. With this, he cannot bring salvation to people. Shall I try changing Hui's personality a little? He seems to feel like he is crossing a line, but he does not stop. The child who knew nothing but killing through his life, even after becoming a god, does not really know what life is. Through the power of violence and oppression, he forced his will upon and killed everyone in the world. That is Hong Fan Guju. Thus, he does not clearly perceive the difference between manipulating, a component of life called fate to rewrite, the other, and forcing his will to change those he has met until now. From the standpoint of one who has reached the peak of slaughter and cannot understand others, both are acts with the same result. Thus, he begins to cross the line without even realizing that he is crossing it. Hong Fan adjusts fate and once again tries to weave a lifetime with Yang Hui. Time turns back and the future is adjusted. In this life, he changes Yang Hui into an even more spirited and lively personality. Not merely kind, but as bold as a heroine. She is to become a great woman who breathes hope into the hearts of all who follow her. Following the guidance of fate and by her own strength, she establishes a sect and becomes the #1 under the heavens. Then she takes a liking to a boy named Hong Fan who enters the sect as a slave, teaches the child martial arts, and gradually they fall in love. But because of their statuses, they must not love. Though she is the master of the sect, under that country's law, only high officials can pardon a slave. She does everything she can to pardon Hong Fan from slavery. And in the process between the two, a child is conceived. In the end, for the sake of the child, they resolve to overturn the country and found a new one. Hong Fan and Yang Hui join forces to overturn the country, create a free and happy nation where all are equal, and grow old together for 100 years. Hong Fan sets such a future, and once more borrows a mortal body to live that life. At last, at the end of 100 years together, Hong Fan regains his memories again and realizes, no, this is not it. Though he suffers, under the responsibility that he is the heavens, he continues life with Yang Hui, to find the truth of life called happiness and salvation. And, within thousands of regressions, as he sets a happy life with Yang Hui and proceeds to live it, at last he realizes, am I raising Huia like livestock? He places the soul of the human named Yang Hui upon his hand and comes to a realization. The child who crossed the line without even knowing that he has crossed it only, after crossing far beyond the line and arriving at a point that is certainly wrong, realizes that such a line existed. I see. From the moment I became fate itself, what is called human life became no different from a toy to him. He tries to change this cognition, but having already crossed far beyond the line, he is like one who has crossed an irreversible river. He spends several lives together with Yang Hui, and at times is born as Yang Hui's enemy, and gradually, through such numerous roles, he tries to overturn this cognition, but it is no use. Because of the one line already crossed, the cognition that Yang Hui is nothing but a toy, that everything, including Yang Hui, is nothing but a toy, only grows stronger. Placing Yang Hui once more upon his palm, Hong Fan Guju, with eyes growing gradually empty, gazes at the only connection that holds meaning for him. He eventually acknowledges it. What lies upon his palm is not the soul of the beloved wife he loved, the one who gave him salvation. It is a modular toy, named Yang Hui, with which he can assemble story and fate to his taste at any time and draw forth countless epics. Whatever I give and receive with you, is it all meaningless? Only then does he grasp the cause of all the problems that push him into pain. Oh, I see. Hong Fan was too close to completeness from the beginning, because the fate and talent and possibility he was born with were at a level surpassing God's. He could not unburden his heart's knots and worries to anyone. Thus he seized fate in order to become complete and became a legitimate emperor. Hong Fan, who was close to completeness yet subtly imperfect, by becoming the true emperor became truly complete. And only then does he realize, is it that only the imperfect can understand one another? He keenly realizes why in this world there is no one who can understand him. He realizes why there is no being he can rely on. How ironic. The answer, the truth of life and salvation. He seeks to find it. In order to find happiness and produce an answer, must I finally divide myself and make myself imperfect, or else give Huia pain and make her grow? It is impossible for Hong Fan himself to become imperfect. He is already the owner of attraction force and attraction force itself. Even if he is split into several pieces imperfectly, he will before long stick back together through attraction force and return to completeness. Therefore, what remains is to raise Yang Hui's rank and make her grow, raise her to a similar eye level to himself, and then, through the clash of complete beings, simultaneously both become imperfect, and only in that interval can they give and receive affection. And, in raising the rank, pain surely accompanies it. Countless adversities and trials are necessary. Perhaps she may undergo pain that cannot even be compared to how Yang Hui in her first life miserably burned to death. Of course, without undergoing any pain, he can let her slowly rise up to the realm of great net within the immortal cultivation system. However, how is that any different from his assembling her fate? Must I give pain to the one who, for the first time in his life, gave what is closest to salvation? He contemplates for hundreds of millions of years. For him now, time no longer holds meaning. It is a long yet short contemplation. Huia, please. He gives to the being called Yang Hui the same fate he experienced. Do not go mad. At the first attempt, Yang Hui goes mad. Hong Fan feels as if his chest is being torn. However, he cannot give up. Now, he no longer rewinds time. Instead, drawing from the origin of miracles, he ladles up Yang Hui's soul, assembles it, and makes her be born again, continuously reincarnating Yang Hui. As information of previous lives accumulate in the soul, he makes resistance to pain arise. And Hong Fan also finds out to what pains Yang Hui is more sensitive to, and in what manner he must apply adversity and trials so that she can grow quickly. It is not only Yang Hui. By experimenting through countless spirits, he inflicts pain upon all phenomena, and, through it, accumulates data to raise Yang Hui. Thus, as he reincarnates Yang Hui again and again, inflicts pain, manipulates the growth process, and rewrites fate for thousands of times. Hong Fan gradually feels something fall away from his heart. The more he does so, the more his feelings disappear as he looks at Yang Hui. Yang Hui too develops resistance to pain, and Hong Fan too loses empathy for such a Yang Hui and for the living beings of all phenomena. And at the same time, he loathes himself for that reason. Feeling fades, and loathing increases. And before long, after spending an uncountably long time, Hong Fan raises Yang Hui, who is nothing but an ordinary mortal, to rise to an immortal lord affiliated with Radiance Hall. At the level of an immortal lord, she is now a being who can to some extent perceive and resist him, the future king. He hopes that Yang Hui escapes from the hand of fate, and she does not do so. O fate, I know that I have lived many lives, and each time, I also know that you tormented me, yet at the same time guided me. Yang Hui offers a prayer toward the heavens from the depths of Radiance Hall. After countless adversities and trials bestowed by you, I have come to this seat. And upon coming to this seat, I see and now know that you raised me to this seat, surely all for a reason. To you, I return to thee. Yang Hui returns to fate. She continued to suffer according to the fate Hong Fan manipulated, lived her whole life like a machine belonging to Radiance Hall, and died. I see. Hong Fan recognizes again what is wrong. I must make her oppose me. She must not become a toy. She absolutely must not be left to return to Hong Fan. He must make her regard fate, the heavens, as evil, even if his true body comes to be truly hated by her. Once more, he turns back time. He decides to start again from the beginning. Hong Fan causes Yang Hui to be reborn again and designs fate. This time, Hong Fan is born beside Yang Hui, and he endures adversity and trials together with her. Together with her, he becomes husband and wife gods, defeats countless divine seats, and together seizes the origin essence of radiance that has swelled, receiving the power of the Fate Supreme Deity, making her become an immortal lord. Thus, Hong Fan becomes the Radiance Supreme Deity together with Yang Hui. You give your opinion too, Yang Hui. I say it again, but without you, there is no Radiance Hall. The result of going against time once more and starting again from the beginning. Hong Fan comes to sit, together with Yang Hui, in the seat of the first Radiance 10 Heavens Heavenly Lords. He holds Yang Hui's hand and warmly asks for her opinion. And he, with the Radiance 10 Heavens Heavenly Lords and Yang Hui, must oppose himself. We, as the Radiance Hall that guards the immortal cultivation system and protects the weak, will become those who resist the one seated in the position of fate. He has to deny all of himself. To keep the weak from being oppressed, let us make a world where only the 10 heavenly lords climb in the immortal cultivation system. He has to overturn and deny all the values from when he first established the immortal cultivation system, created the Radiance Hall following the Hyuksa Hall, and fabricate a doctrine woven of sophistry, so that Yang Hui resists fate, so that, in doing so, Yang Hui grows as a being different from himself, shares affection with him, finds happiness and salvation, and is able to give an answer to this world. If he does this, surely, he can come closer to salvation. So he thinks. A long time passes. Being born together with Yang Hui and raising her to the top of the Radiance 10 Heavenly Lords, he has repeated it hundreds of millions of times. At some moment, Hong Fan realizes, this business as well is no different from assembling a modular toy with Yang Hui's fate and emotions. He notices that, before he knows it, his chest has become hollow. It is empty. He has repeated raising the person he loves to immortal Lord, Supreme Deity, and Heavenly Venerable more times than he can count. He is sick of it. The moment he realizes this, he is engulfed in intense self-loathing and emptiness. And he finally decides to admit it. I cannot be saved. There is no answer. In this world, the truth of life is nothing but an illusion or a delusion. Such a thing does not exist. He realizes the true truth of life. Life is, he tries to declare, nothing. But suddenly, he recalls how many beings died by his hand. He recalls how many he made unhappy and plunged into pain to climb to this place. He thinks of how many times he threw Yang Hui into hell to find an answer after rising to this seat. Life is, he is the heavens. He cannot run away. He must find the answer no matter what. Therefore, it is only that an answer does not exist in this world. In another space, at another time, perhaps in the far future, there is a possibility that something called an answer exists. Life is hope. It is not that he failed to find the answer. In the world the former creator God desired, something like an answer simply does not exist. The method was wrong from the start. Though he governed fate and watched living beings for a long time, not a single one reached the position of true emperor like himself. He has tried granting the same pain and fate as his own, but all failed. Even Yang Hui, whom he supported from the closest distance, is still far, far from becoming a true emperor. And now he too no longer holds any expectation for the position called true emperor. Standing in a position where one can regard the world as a toy, what on earth does one discuss? And what heaven does one dare to dream of? Just, everything is wrong. From a position where one cannot give and receive affection with anyone in this world and cannot feel value in anything, what is one supposed to hope for and dream of? Even if he becomes the owner of history or the owner of miracles, he does not think it will be any different. Predecessor, what you wish for is nothing but an illusion. The predecessor's method is wrong. However, even so, he is now the heavens. Even if he became a god in a twisted world made of a wrong answer, it is still the seed of the heavens that he chose with his own hands. Therefore, I will reach the true answer. A creator God is omniscient and omnipotent. That means they also know what the truth of life is. Creator God. For the answer, the creator God is necessary. A utopia dreamed by three absolute beings? Such a thing does not exist. Three monsters who cannot feel any value in the world only make a hell. He must revive the true Creator God who is omniscient and omnipotent and knows the truth. But he must not let the predecessor be revived as is. If he does so, it will only be an infinite repetition again. Let's make a new Creator God. All the materials are there. Fate, history, miracle, and the gestation world that can serve as the cradle. If no one can save me, I will manufacture a savior with my own hand. Then with what kind of personality should the new Creator God be made? That material, too, is already decided. The one who first made him feel a heart close to salvation. A being who has never intentionally harmed anyone. Unlike himself, whose hands are smeared through and through with blood, karmic retribution, and the path of killing, the sacrificial lamb who has only ever been sacrificed by him. Only you have the qualification to become my savior. The personality of the newly made Creator God is set as Yang Hui. By today's decision, Yang Hui is to suffer for eternal culpas in a fate close to Avicii hell. Even just raising the rank of the existence called her requires granting innumerable pains, so to promote her to life's supreme deity would require inflicting pain that even Hong Fan can hardly imagine. Even if she becomes the Creator God, the new Absolute One, he cannot know how much she will hate Hong Fan. However, he resolves himself. Yang Hui, now at the level of a toy yet an attached doll, is set to truly become his equal, turn from doll into connection, and then become an absolute being whom even Hong Fan would have to look up to. Yet he resolves himself. Even if I am hated, it does not matter. Even if the existence that is me becomes the hatred and pain of the new Absolute One, I will endure it. For the seat he rose to for that very reason is the seat of the heavens. I am an existence that can only look upon hope, but you surely can reach it. Unlike me, you can move forward. Therefore, if only I can let you move forward, it is fine even if I remain forever unforgiven in your heart. Even if he stains the new Creator God with pain, and as the price is to be tortured forever, he firms his resolve and makes a vow. If you have become a modular toy handled by me and moved by me, then I will manufacture an answer that surpasses both me and the predecessor with you as the parts. No matter what punishment I face at the end of it all, no matter how many ages and pains I must endure, I will surely accomplish it. Notions like one must not toy with souls, or that manufacturing a god is blasphemous, wore out and vanished long ago. The young child king whose humaneness was faint from the very beginning due to the world being little different from a scrap of paper. Upon reaching the authority to truly reassemble the world at his own whim, even that faint humaneness turns to powder, and he becomes a devil king who desires a thoroughly twisted hope. That is the conclusion of the future King Fate's supreme deity, Hong Fan Guju, who bears the responsibility of seeking the answer of salvation and truth of this world. Chapter 11 of the story ends. Only after I see the entire story do I realize the story has a title. The title of Chapter 11 is Life is Hope. The story that begins with hope ends, and the story moves to Chapter 12. The story of Chapter 12 is a story I have seen before. This story also has a title. The title of the story is The Ender's Tale. It is the story of a young king who becomes a devil king and manufactures the Creator God. And only then can I know all the truth. The future king who comes to hold a twisted hope tears apart all the timelines he has made through countless regressions. For the timelines of regression create the body of the Creator God, and that body keeps whispering to him to follow the will of the predecessor. Leaving only a single timeline that suits his own preference, he modifies the Radiance mantra so that no one can create another timeline. And he begins in earnest the preparations to make the Creator God. The method to become the Creator God is simple. Gather the three absolutes into one, into the origin essence of omnipotence. In other words, transform them into the authority of the Creator God. Then, by pervading the entirety of Mount Sumeru and taking it as the flesh, there is nothing more than breaking the egg in the gestation world and creating a new world. But the problem is the law engraved by the previous Creator God. A true emperor cannot concurrently hold other absolutes, and they cannot interfere in the advancement of another true emperor. That kind of thing is not a problem. The stale laws that a dead Creator God has engraved. There are as many ways to bypass them as needed. It can be done through sacrifice. Self-sacrifice. He creates a ritual in which a true emperor abandons all of their own existence and transfers all their authority and dominion to another true emperor. It is not even difficult. It is just the manner of blowing away his own personality and returning to another true emperor. Of course, at the level of a true emperor, even the personality would be restored, but before then they would advance into the Creator God, so it does not matter. Before the birth of an omniscient and omnipotent being, the stale laws engraved by the previous Creator God will volatilize away, and even the law that a true emperor would be restored will disappear. If the Creator God is born, they can at any time pull out the being called Hong Fan from history again, demote him, revive him, and pass judgment, so he does not worry about his own end either. Even if they do not revive him, if that is the will of the Creator God, he can accept it and understand it as another conclusion. After raising Yang Hui to life's supreme deity, Hong Fan plans to make her the Creator God by causing her to absorb two absolutes through his self-sacrifice. The reason for life's supreme deity is as follows. The advancement ritual of the life's supreme deity is the most intuitive, the easiest to resist me, the god of fate, and the easiest for Yang Hui to control. One just needs to draw in innumerable information in the state of being the oldest. It is intuitive and convenient. On top of that, it is incredibly easy to help indirectly. It is only a matter of killing everything older than Yang Hui. Of course, he cannot kill directly, so he would have to use groups that follow his command, such as Radiance Hall. And Miracle cannot be controlled. Miracle is the pinnacle of uncertainty and irrationality. It is a bizarre monster that resists the determinism called fate in this world. Since he cannot know what variables it will show, he is averse to guiding Yang Hui to become the owner of miracles. For those reasons, it is decided by the heavens for Yang Hui to become the candidate for life's supreme deity. And the heavens have one more thing to mind besides Yang Hui. O absolute of miracle. Fate can be given to Yang Hui through self-sacrifice. Then what a miracle. I have suffered all my life because of you. He decides to demote Miracle into a range that fate can control. So pay the price. Through splitting heaven, he tears apart the absolute of Miracle. Though Miracle is not something one can dare to name and control, he refines it to demote it into concepts he can control and name. Joy, anger, nu, sorrow, pleasure, lura, love, hatred, desire. He grants personalities within the world to the 7 absolute fragments thus created, and he grants those persons fate. That fate is none other than the very same fate Hong Fan has imposed upon Yang Hui and the living beings of Mount Sumeru until now. He adjusts the fate he created to raise Yang Hui into a fate that gives only the level of pain that mortal being can endure, and by adding various inflection points. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. He makes it the fate of beginning, development, twist, and conclusion. A fate that is a simplified version of Hong Fan's own fate. In a way, it is also a work to brainwash the absolute fragments. At the end of the beginning, development, twist, and conclusion, they will define life while receiving pain similar to Hong Fan's. And in their lives filled with pain, as an answer to escape pain, he fixes a fate that they must define life with the concepts of emotions set by the future king. Their answers will not possibly be able to surpass the future king's answer that life is hope, and they will have no choice but to kneel before the future king and accept sacrifice for a better answer in future, whether they want it or not. Since there may be existences that refuse to the end, he engraves a fate that at the end of that life they must arrive before himself. If they end up refusing to the very end, they will be persuaded. By whatever method, he will make them convinced. Even so, Miracle can create variables that slip out of his hand. Therefore, if they form personality within the world and stand before him prepared to accept the fate of beginning, development, twist, and conclusion, he will explain to them that their essence is only a personality and that they are beings without a soul, and he will make a contract with them as the price of founding their existence, generating their soul. At the end of the beginning, development, twist, and conclusion, he will help them generate a soul with his attraction force. So if they generate a soul through his help, then even if they do not want it and refuse to the end, it will be a contract, a leash, that makes them follow his decree. All variables are controlled. Even if Miracle dares to refuse his touch and escape, now it cannot resist. It naturally cannot generate souls by its own power, and even with external help, unless it is a creator god or a great divinity on that level. Bestowing souls upon the Enders is impossible. The condition for Enders to be able to create souls is 1. They must prove that they have a value superior to the absolute fragment they possess. Yet there cannot be a value superior to one's own existence. All the more so when they are an absolute fragment formed from the pillar that constitutes this world. Of course, if a being that can prove such a thing appears, influenced by that being and following after that being, the souls of Enders could spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain, but he does not worry about such a thing. For such a possibility means that the meaning that existence bears might surpass his hope. Within the Mount Sumeru he has birthed, there is no way a being with the possibility to surpass his ambition can appear. Of course, even so, one must not be careless. To prepare for the emergence of such an existence, he leaves a prophecy so that if an existence appears that possesses even a speck of such possibility, he can intervene and follow that existence. Of course, if such a being exists, the very vexation that the being agonizes over can be regarded by miracle as the advancement ritual of a true emperor, and the future king himself cannot involve himself in the advancement of another emperor. If it is not the main body, but merely one aspect split off and demoted from myself, I can follow them around as much as I like. Following along thus, he will guide them to drift far from that possibility. If they do not drift far even then, he will continue to cling and naturally increase misfortune and calamity to kill them. If even so they do not die, then he will merely follow under them, observe, and ceaselessly research ways to break their anguish. Of course, if it comes to this, I will no longer be in a complete body and will be far more incomplete for a long time, and it will become possible for me to be influenced by others. In that state, external creator gods or beings at the level of great divinities, or if something equivalent to their attacks suddenly goes mad and assaults him, he would suffer fatal damage. To enter that state means that the future king, in his own way, is taking action by staking his very life and existence. However, he has already resolved to sacrifice himself. If I cannot resolve to gamble to that degree, I cannot even begin this journey. Of course, the probability of reaching that point is only at the level of a unit reaching an instant in the infinite future. If one pierces through that atrocious probability and arrives, even for him, there is no further way to prepare. He simply must, with all his strength, face the enemy with his divine arts and kill them. And if he is split into aspects, he will become incomplete for a time. So perhaps, in that incomplete state, he can savor at least a little the joy of exchanging affection from the old days and look back on memories. In truth, that alone is enough to make the gamble worthwhile. Thus, after establishing countermeasures for every variable he can respond to, he begins to bestow upon the absolute fragments the fate of beginning, development, twist, and conclusion. That becomes the beginning of what are called enders. Make Huia the protagonist, become the supporting roles yourselves, create variables, and complete the story. The future king's long journey to manufacture the protagonist named Yang Hui into the creator god. That is the Ender's tale, the truth of everything that continues to the present age. Present. Shiyu. The light dies down. Yururum. The gestation world behind us is split into 7 pieces by splitting heaven. However, the Enders, who originally should be annihilated except for me and the underworld, are all unscathed. I can tell the reason. Chi-Yi, a silver giant. It is because Silver Basket stepped forward. Silver Basket bears over their chest something that seems like a character, a symbol, or an incantation. From it, nothing is felt. Instinctively, I can tell that it is the same kind of thing that Hong Fan used to massacre the creator gods. Divine art. Hyanmu looks down at Silver Basket and mutters, "Pitiful. Had you quietly completed creation in your own world, with a completed great mantra you would have been a troublesome opponent even to me. Yet as a creator god who could not even complete creation, is this the result of the abandonment of your world and wandering? Barely enduring before me with that trash-like great mantra?" The tenderest aspect of the future king. Silver Basket lets smoke flow from their whole body and looks up at Hyanmu, perhaps from the aftermath of meeting splitting heaven, greatly strengthened by the first light. Even standing looks hard. My divine art is certainly weak, and I dare not compare to your divine art. No, our specialization is completely different from the very beginning, so comparing them itself is a fallacy. However, judging with the eyes of a creator god, Your divine art is no different from a levee about to collapse. Oh, why do you think so? Don't tell me it is because the roots of that star Genesis or Huia over there are specialized against me. That because they are divine arts meant to face me, you can defeat me? High and Mu sneers at Silver Basket. You prattle much for one who knows nothing about hope. Before hope, I have toppled again and again the otherworldly existences who use divine arts even without using divine arts. I do not fall. For now, I am the answer of this world. Emptiness settles in High and Mu's eyes. Only I am your refuge and resting place. And the answer I decide is what leads the world. Kugagagugagu. The amusement ends here. The shape of the black circle that is behind Hong Fan's main body appears behind High and Mu's back. High and Mu begins in earnest to draw upon the absolute of fate. The power of fate in the first light. The power of the splitting heaven mantra spews blazing radiance in High and Mu's hand. So you blocked it with a divine art. Then, let us see how many times you can last. High and Mu looks down at Silver Basket as she finishes preparing to unleash barges of the splitting heaven mantra. And it is at that moment. The divine art that rises from Silver Basket's chest lifts into the void, then resounds as a single utterance that shakes all of phenomena. As your divine art is specialized in execution, my divine art is originally not specialized in direct offense and defense. Doing the brutish act of blocking an attack with this once is enough. Suat. Silver Basket's eyes shine. Their voice transforms into a sacred speech. I, Silver Basket, as the ender of pleasure and a heavenly king, and as a great divinity who descended for a time from the seat of the creator god of a faraway other world, command. Suat. My divine art is awakening. High and Mu flinches in surprise and turns back. The first light that is supplying power from behind High and Mu. The countless supreme deities that compose it are all being awakened before Silver Basket's words. Rise and take pleasure. They temporarily draw forth the fragment of the absolute dwelling in Oh Hyunsuk's body and, borrowing its power, gives the decree. As you awaken the most pleasurable memories of your lives. Chwaadat. Give thanks. Flash. And in the name of I, Silver Basket, and the many governing immortals. The silver light that bursts out from Silver Basket's body swallows High and Mu for an instant and reaches even the future king's main body beyond. Give the future king Fate's supreme deity, Hong Fan Guju, your blessings. Shiu. The countless clusters of light that constitute the first light all burst out at once and begin to whisper something to High and Mu. That is, it is a blessing. Just as when the creator gods whispered blessings and sympathy as they died, making the future king sit down wearily. Silver Basket causes the many supreme deities to bless the future king and High and Mu, shaking his heart once again. O young god who cannot trust anything and knows not how to receive from anyone. O thee who fears most to receive goodwill. I will give you fear through pleasure. You. High and Mu's face twists, and High and Mu clutches her head. And in the next moment, the supreme deities that compose the first light, gathered behind High and Mu, begin to scatter. The supreme deities gathered from the future return again to the future, and the supreme deities pulled from the past return again to the past. Fearing being blessed, High and Mu forcibly sends the supreme deities back. So long as this single utterance of I, Silver Basket, continues, the blessings upon you shall continue forever. By me and Obsidian, the heavenly void furnace is sealed, and by Silver Basket, the first light is sealed. Chikwawong. At the same time, Kim Young-hoon, who is defending against attacks by wearing Oh Hyunsuk's body as his armor and swinging his saber, finally knocks down every Gandhara, except for the Gandhara where High and Mu's incarnation body is. As the last golden firework explodes, in the future king's camp only High and Mu and, behind her, the future king's main body remain. Listen well. Star Genesis, Underworld, continuing to use their divine arts and blocking the first light from appearing again, Silver Basket speaks to me. For the Underworld, it is already as good as secured, so it will soon be over with just a little attention. But you, Star Genesis, must listen and watch even more closely. You already have a seed sprouting and taking root. That is to say, you have the aptitude of creation. Your divine art is blooming. Divine art. You cannot wield divine arts carelessly, for it is your essence, your life itself. But without using divine arts, you can never block the future king's divine art. If he rises and begins to use his divine art, you all know the outcome. I know it. I still cannot forget that shocking scene of the creator gods being massacred. Will you teach us how to use divine arts? No, only the self knows how to use what is called divine arts. As the structures are all utterly different for each person, I cannot give any help. What I can advise is only this. The authority you obtain through the Absolute is an imitation of divine arts. Pardon. Therefore, the future king cannot know the authorities each of you possesses. Since what imitates divine arts is the Ender's authority, and the Ender's authority also varies completely by individual, even he cannot know of it. He can only guess what authority you have. At those words, Kong Min he asks a question, but he clearly said to Seo Un-hyun that it is what I granted. Regarding the body, the plane of Qi, it is much easier to interfere, so it is true that he interfered to some extent in things like the Constitution. Does that mean that when he granted fate, he did not know of it? Haha. All he did was refine it in the form of fate and bestow it. It is all to make you give up through deception and speak the names more easily. If he truly knew all the authorities even without you uttering it, for what reason would all the beings who have told you not to divulge your fates from your mouths until now have given such warnings? It is only that the snake is a sinister being surpassing your common sense and propriety, so he resorted to deception. At Silver Basket's words, the complexions of those who have felt pressure about using the authority they have awakened brighten a little. In the end, the truth is that the Absolute processed into the form of fate. At most lets even the future king only guess based on your lives, and at most peer at what he dimly reads through Indra's net. Because miracles are a power that denies determinism, they are unreasonable and uncertain, so it is impossible even for the fate to be interpreted properly. If so, use them as much as you want. True to the power of uncertainty, your authority changes with no consistency at all for each and every ender of each era. It can become a decisive move even against that one, and that one will soon enforce the debt. If it becomes so, resist with your authority. You can do it. If in the end you cannot resist, you can make the final choice. After they speak to the enders, they speak to me and the underworld. And the fact that divine arts are imitated through the Absolute fragments means that if you seize the Absolute, you can thereby come nearer to divine arts. Thus, if you succeed in the advancement to True Emperor, do this. Keying. The plan for after reaching True Emperor is transmitted to us through wisdom. The underworld and I look at each other at the slightly outrageous wisdom, but soon nod. I can feel that Silver Basket has contemplated this deeply, for this is quite literally the best course of action. Only this alone can at least resist the future king's divine art. Quaduk, Silver Basket, who conveys the plan to us in the next moment. As if being directly compressed in the void, bursts apart and dies. Shiver. Divine art. The same chilling energy as when the future king massacred the creator gods surrounds the area. At the same time, Hong Fan, who until now sits on the jade throne, half opens his eyes. What do I look like? Perhaps because he has just woken up, with eyes that look somehow hazy and blank, he mutters words we cannot understand. To him, we are supporting roles. Then, is he asking the underworld? However, the underworld does not particularly answer and only looks at the future king. Wu Wong. From the Absolute of life held in the underworld's hand, the resonance grows stronger and stronger. I see. That is fine. Sururu. But gradually his eyes return to normal, and the attraction force gripping Silver Basket also grows stronger. Now this really is goodbye. Hien Mu is absorbed back into Hong Fan. Having fully regained reason and awakened from the dream, he looks at Silver Basket. You really make things troublesome. Silver Basket. You do deduct. Hong Fan, who crushes the former creator god of another world, Silver Basket, from afar, throws them away like trash and glares toward the underworld. As his words end, a change occurs in the heavenly venerable of the underworld, who until now only resonated with the Absolute of life. The Absolute of history, omniscience. It responds to Bong Hua and gradually begins to become one with her. Bong Hua, who is darkness itself, blazes with golden light and fills with life. The Life Supreme Deity advancement begins. Seeing this, I realize the meaning of Hong Fan's words. Divine art of awakening. Not only did it awaken the Supreme Deities, it awakened the Absolute and lowered the threshold of the advancement ritual. Silver Basket is rammed like trash into the inside of Mount Sumeru, but the divine art they left behind seems to explode. At the same time, The underworld's advancement speed becomes even faster, and Hong Fan rises to his feet. If the advancement succeeds, it will become hard to kill, so it seems I must handle it now. I am sorry, Huya, for hurting you again. Kugugugugu. He, who until now has faced us only with true martial arts, begins to reveal proper authority. Perhaps because the underworld began challenging the advancement to life's supreme deity faster than expected, the fatigue has not completely disappeared from his eyes since he did not finish his meditation, but he no longer finds any reason to go easy on us. Starting with the slightly unsettled true martial arts due to failing to calm his heart, emptiness sword, to the absolute of fate, totality, and to radiance and splitting heaven, and the mantra of immortal cultivation. The future king begins to reveal his full power. To do deduct, tearing off the rules that Kong Min he tried to suppress as if they are toys, he begins to reveal his true body. He is darkness. He is the god who wields all attraction force of all phenomena. The fate, who rules the Sumeru three heavens great thousand world, looks down at us, who are as small as a palm, and declares, "This is the end." And, at last, I step forward. "No, my dear friend." I let out a clear laugh and raise the impermanent sword. "It is only the beginning. It is about time for it to come." The moment Hong Fan's words end, flash, the light cluster of hope that I have barely deferred until now pierces space-time and reaches me. The future king looks down at me and mutters, "Do you reach the level of your master? The light of certain annihilation that even ripped apart creator gods." And I raise my sword toward that light and cut. Splitting Emperor, splitting heaven. With such a trifling authority, splitting Emperor, splitting heaven annihilation advancement moot intertwines with the severing heaven sword form. And I feel as if two mountain divine spirits stand behind my back. Martial arts, master and senior brother. Feeling the gaze of those two, I put everything I have into completing an upward cut. Ding. A sound like a bell seems to ring. And for the first time, my sword alone meets Hong Fan's true martial arts head-on. The impermanence sword repels hope and dyes the gaze of everyone present here in astonishment. Shikakik. My sword that repels hope sends a slight sword wind toward Hong Fan's lower dantian. To him, the sword wind is not even at the level of a breeze. But Hong Fan's pupils, which only felt a bit of fatigue from the creation god's attacks, for the first time tremble minutely at my attack. "Please advance. Imperial Venerable." I shout loudly toward Bong Hua, and, before Hong Fan, stand at the head of the Enders and shout, "For we shall protect you." I have seen enough of Hong Fan's authority. Now, it is time to unload everything I have accumulated up to here. What I have accumulated does not fall behind Hong Fan in the least. Then prove it. The future King Fate Supreme Deity Hong Fan Guju looks down at me and brings out what he has not used until now. I feel it. The future King Fate Supreme Deity Hong Fan Guju now truly intends to slaughter us in earnest. Teak. Breath. My breath catches in my throat. At the same time, that same chilling something I felt when the creator gods were massacred arises. Can you all find an answer better than mine? This is the story of a young king who desires twisted hope, who makes a creator god to be saved. At the same time, the ending of a fairy tale that has not yet proceeded. The last story of the future king's fairy tale, which sometimes has a 13-chapter edition I have seen. The title of the 13th story, Radiance Mantra, Splitting Heaven Mantra, Immortal Cultivation, Totality of Fate, Sincerity of Miracle, Omniscience of History, and the Sumeru three heavens great thousand world, the gestation world. This is the great mantra made by grinding everything of the young king, who established the great achievement called Hong Fan Guju, entirely into materials and parts for a story. Divine art. A great mantra is a story. A regressor's tale of cultivation, Wui Gui Shu Shan Shan. Regression and immortal cultivation, the story begun by the black snake born from two snake gods. Or, the immortal cultivation tale to turn the person named Hui, Althi, return/regress, back into a savior. As long as this story does not reach its conclusion, no matter how many creator gods and great divinities from countless other worlds and separate heaven and earths gather, I am supreme. Chapter 801, A Regressor's Tale of Cultivation. Kagagagak, Kang. The funeral dirge of the obsidian devil heavenly king that has been holding back regression until now bursts forth. Starting with that, Silver Basket's divine art bursts forth. Divine arts are stories. The future king's story devours the stories of lower grades. The activation conditions of the divine art are probably everything that directly opposes all acts by which the future king raises the underworld to the position of the creator god. All existences that prevent the future king from enforcing the story. In other words, all of us. The conditions are meaningless for now. For now, right this moment, we have to match at least the minimum grade that can oppose the future king, who has brought along his full strength along with the absolute of fate. Emptiness sword. Second technique. Applied technique. The applied technique is simple. It is simply repeating the second move, king, a whole lot. Lord Jin. A downpour of slashes comes pouring down. Black streaks of rain crash down, become a waterfall, and target us. We scatter and evade, but among the enders, one of those whose feet are slow and cannot get away in time takes the technique head-on. Flash. Within the endlessly descending slashes, the ender who cannot dodge has their body vanished just like that, and their connection is severed. The endlessly continuing slashes tear out even history, throws it away as ancient force, erases it, and only leaves behind the ender's pure soul. The soul that was originally born by the absolute of miracle has even its connection with that absolute cut, and from the state as a soul it turns into a single strand of the creator god's will. That's right. In a word, the ender who takes the direct hit has everything about them swept away on the spot and turned into origin essence. Even without authorities like origin essence creation or mantras, it is a vicious technique that simply, cleanly, by bringing down countless slashes, turns the opponent's soul into origin essence. At that vicious power, everyone freezes, and I raise my tension. He is using it merely as a warm-up because he just got up from meditation. It is nothing more than making a stiff body move a little more actively. He does not even accompany it with the divine art. The effect of his divine art is surely very simple. The strongest. It is simply to become the strongest and the summit that cannot be reached. If he starts using the divine arts in earnest, we will be annihilated. Before that, I have to become, somehow or another, the owner of miracles. But I am still one step short. In order to become the owner of miracles, to avoid being devoured by the absolute, I am still one step short. I need a great feat to fulfill it. Of course, given the present situation, it is easy to achieve the great feat. The being who grasped the origin essence of fate. Because the future king is here. If there is even a single true emperor, it is natural that the emperors that follow after have it a bit easier to advance. That is because through a true emperor, it becomes easier to accumulate great feats. If, at the present difference in rank, I can at least scratch the future king. Even an achievement of that level is fully enough to be an achievement to seize the absolute, and enough to advance to a true emperor. But to pierce through the divine arts and put a scratch on the future king, the minimum rank is necessary. Yet to raise the rank, one must advance to true emperor, and to advance, one must inflict a scratch. There is one method, but, because I don't know whether it is right to reveal the hidden move already, I can't help but hesitate for an instant. Emptiness sword. Second move. Applied profundity. Emperor, Deet. The future king's sword sweeps away yet another ender and turns them into origin essence. The principle that makes the downward cut powerful is receiving the help of gravity. If one can strengthen the slash through attraction force, then no matter where one swings it, it is a downward cut. Therefore, he swings the emptiness sword horizontally, grants it the attraction force of fate, lets origin essence dwell in the emptiness sword, and in a single moment makes that slash into an existence like a supreme deity. Quite literally, a soul dwells in the sword, and it becomes a vicious strike that will once again split apart the entire gestation world and come flying toward us. Fine, let's use it. In any case, in the present situation, if I do not use it, it is annihilation. It is when I am about to use the move I have kept hidden. Boom. Space-time shatters. At the same time, from that place, a light pink arm appears. It is the vast cold heavenly lord, who was sealed by Hien Mu through the heavenly void furnace's spell. Woo-woo. Huh. And I cannot help but widen my eyes as I see the vast cold heavenly lord block the future king's technique with a single arm. Kugagugum. The Tridacna vast cold heavenly king descends into the present world once again. And, across their whole body, what we have not seen before rises up. They are things that have no connection at all with vast cold. Keying. Its name is the Imperial Throne Circuit. It is the apex of the circuit system that Bong Myong made. Kim Yun did not simply keep Vast Cold's body safe and return it to them. Naturally, She returned it only after finishing the maximum performance enhancement she could do. Perhaps they have taken some time inside the heavenly void furnace in order to get used to the Imperial Throne circuit. With circuits shining all over their body, Vast Cold grabs the future king's emptiness sword with their bare hand and starts to rise from their position. To-do-to-duke. When the future king starts to be pushed back by Vast Cold in terms of physical strength, he begins to regain the advantage by using the attraction force of fate together. But in the next instant, I receive Vast Cold's will and provide them with what they need. Chua. The Imperial Throne Circuit is a circuit that operates on star vein formations. As the owner of myriad stars, I connect to Vast Cold the star veins of countless stars that are whirling inside my body. I am the owner of myriad stars. Something like star vein formations, I can draw out in almost infinite amounts. Vast Cold. Receive this. Kugagugagu. Countless star vein formations all at once connect to Vast Cold circuits. At the same time, Vast Cold uses all their strength to knock away the future king's emptiness sword for a brief moment. Immediately after, they suddenly kneel. Then they put their two hands together and bow their heads solemnly. It is a posture of prayer. Teak. Seeing this, the future king activates his divine art. The divine art settles into the emptiness sword. Emptiness sword. Fourth move. Applied technique. Net. Low. Jiwing. He scatters slashes that use repulsion force crisscrossing in all directions, and with terrifying repulsion force, he tries to knock Vast Cold away entirely to a different otherworld. Normally, with even his divine art added in, it'd only be natural for Vast Cold to be blown away from this palace. However, I witness an unbelievable sight. Chiak, Chiak, Chiak. Behind Vast Cold's back, three silhouettes appear. Ho-ho Taoists. We will take it from here on for a short while. A man who oddly seems to resemble Xiao Huiol, but has a much more peaceful air. A muscular man with blue hair and strong features. A being in a purple robe shrouded in black. Of the symbols of longevity, wealth, health, and love of virtue that have been behind Vast Cold's back, the projections of the divine spirits corresponding to wealth, health, and love of virtue appear in this place. Perhaps because Yu Su Ryan, the seat holder of good, still has her life attached in the head realm, her projection does not come. However, that seems to be enough. Kick. The activation of the divine art becomes blurry for a short moment. Jiwing. Vast Cold's whole body is torn apart by the technique of net. However, that is purely the power of the emptiness sword. The power of the divine art is gone. Only now do I understand why Vast Cold went out of their way to bring four at the Immortal Lord level into the audience chamber. When the 5 blessings immortals gather, although only for a short time, they hinder the activation of the divine art. What is the principle? Through the insight of a supreme deity, I grasp that this is not simply a special ability unique to the 5 blessings. Vast Cold, through some property the 5 blessings possess, precisely pierced one of the weaknesses that the future king's divine art has, and through it, they hindered the effect of the divine art. In other words, if I know the principle, I can do it too. I have to figure out the principle. But the 5 blessings immortals who are actually helping Vast Cold seem not to know the exact principle, and Vast Cold themselves is currently forbidden from speaking. It is happiness. But, making my worries meaningless, the underworld from behind immediately tells me the correct answer. Come to think of it, there is no way the underworld, who lent the 5 blessings immortals to Vast Cold, does not know. By means of the happiness that has almost never existed even if you search through his entire life, they nullify the activation condition itself. They momentarily deceive the story into thinking they have come not to oppose him, but to bring him happiness. Kugagugum. The stature of the underworld gradually grows larger. The future king has transformed into the very colossal darkness and attraction force that could hold Mount Sumeru in one hand. As she grows to a size similar to that fate's supreme deity, she looks at Hong Fan with eyes in which many emotions are mixed. The gods of the other worlds cannot attempt it even if they bring the happiness of the other world, and it is something that can only be attempted with the origin essence of the 5 blessings, which symbolizes the very fortune and virtue of the same world. However, in the end, the origin essence of blessings is just a symbol. Since it does not actually give happiness, it will unravel before long. Do what you are trying to do. Yes. I take my eyes off Vast Cold nullifying the divine art, and once again take my stance. I let the impermanence sword hang down and grip it with both hands. I settle the profundity of the dull sword onto the blade and focus power into the sword. Because they say the profound meaning of the swift sword is speed, people think the profound meaning of the dull sword, its opposite, is slowness. But that is not so. The profound meaning of the dull sword is not slowness, but precision and concentration of power. Because the placement of accuracy and power on the sword is more important than the sword's speed, it is called a dull sword as it is slightly slower. It is by no means a sword whose essence lies in slowness. I grip the sword with a focus that surpasses all concentration I have ever shown until now, and as I prepare the dull sword, I speak. Please, whoever it may be, help so that I can land a single blow. This is the very ultimate technique that just recently struck down. Hope. Even on the future king, if it can land, it can have an impact. Quorum. 2 bolts of lightning fall down beside me. One is the heavenly king, John Myung-hoon. The other is the immortal Lord Yang Soo-jin. The 2 lightning immortals, spilling red lightning and golden lightning, meet my eyes and nod. I will try to hold him even for a single instant. John Myung-hoon says he will hold the future king, and Yang Soo-jin looks at me with solemn eyes. I do not have the focus to read Indra's net, so I can't tell what he means, but fortunately, a familiar voice interprets for me. Flap flap, golden shaking bird, having taken the form of a hummingbird, receives his will and speaks with the happiest face in the world from Yang Soo-jin's shoulder. I will bring you forward, he says. I send a signal of thanks with a glance, then once again concentrate my whole mind on the sword. The joint attacks of countless enders continue. One of the former agates fires countless seed plot of disjunctions at the future king. A former lapis lazuli, who has learned a splendid derivative star-extinguishing true chapter called Blackfall converging to one, returning to Tao, heaven-breaking star-extinguishing true chapter, binds the future king's feet with an enormous barrage of curses. Kim Young-hoon borrows Oh Hyun-suk's body and draws the future king's attention. And, joining forces with the former golden divines, every time he tries to use the splitting heaven mantra, they nullify the splitting heaven mantra right before it activates. Kong Min-hee sits demurely in place, slices her palm with a silver dagger, and lets blood flow. Black blood flows out from her palm and stains the surroundings like ink. She lifts a brush and draws something on the floor. It is a kind of tenghua, and the very moment she completes the tenghua in an instant, Swaya, with a tranquil tone, something begins to rise up from beneath the ink that has dyed the area around her. They are pavilions. At the same time, there are certain statues, and there are certain iron-barred prisons. There are houses of ordinary villages, and there are also splendid buildings that look like imperial palaces. And things like modern amusement parks, utterly out of place, also come into view. Abandoned carousels and abandoned Ferris wheels begin to turn in a bizarre atmosphere. What it is clear. Kong Min-hee is summoning forth all the legacies of the former lapis lazulis that have been used as vessels to hold the underworld's sorrow. From a place that looks like a modern school, countless monstrosities pour out. The former lapis lazuli Zhang Xin goes above the school building, shakes their disheveled hair, and lets out a wail. The monstrosities pouring out of the school carry curses on their backs and rampage even more madly. Most of the legacies of lapis lazulis are gloomy and uncanny, giving the feeling of an eerie ghost city. At the center of that ghost city, Kong Min-hee opens her mouth. Master, and everyone, I will protect you. Using the underworld's sorrow as power. Using the legacies of the former lapis lazulis as a medium. And, using Kong Min-hee's own mantra falling flower and her inherent authority, she sweeps her brush through the void. The flawless mantra draws a dark blue circle behind Kong Min-hee and spreads her will. I shall protect you. The next moment, dark blue circles briefly appear and vanish around the bodies of everyone fighting present. The mantra falling flower, which drops the opponent into an otherworld governed by laws she has set, overlaps with the ghost city summoned by Kong Min-hee. In the next moment, one ender takes a direct hit from the future king. Originally, they should have become origin essence, but that ender remains unscathed. Tukwong. Instead, one of the buildings inside the ghost city and the falling flower that Kong Min-hee has unfolded collapses completely. She has taken the ghost city she has called forth and made it into a warding doll, sending the future king's blows instead into the ghost city overlaid with falling flower, where she can weaken them at will. All the enders who realize this let their fighting spirits blaze. As long as Kong Min-hee is here. Until that ghost city is completely blown away, They are practically no different from undying. Fate. Truth manipulation. Ujik. In the end, he summons O Hyasio in an instant and uses her as an immortal treasure to briefly revise reality. We are all sucked at once into an otherworld made of darkness. But in the next moment, authority. Primal chaos world. Oh Hyunsuk's authority activates in response and converts the reality the future king has toyed with into a dream. We will win. The passion and fervor of countless people burst forth toward the future king. Because their fervor is so immense, and because each of them, in their own position, are doing their very best with such passion, it makes me think that maybe, truly, everyone together might be able to defeat him. Of course, he neither wildly fires hope nor enforces death from those who have gained from the immortal cultivation system. And perhaps because he is mindful of the underworld and wants to conserve his strength, he reveals and uses only the attraction force of fate as power, even holding back authorities such as fate manipulation and future rewriting. On top of that, he has not yet taken out his final immortal treasure. Moreover, the divine art is also about to soon return. However, as I prepare an upward slash with desperate concentration, I believe we cannot win without sacrifices. But we will definitely win, because there is something we exchange between us in the 16th cycle. As long as that exists, I neither lose, nor can I lose. No, even if I am defeated on the surface, it is fine. For as long as that technique exists, you can no longer be an untouchable absolute one. 16th cycle. Flutter, flutter, flutter. The primordial chaos world inside the heavenly void furnace. Within it, I finally see all stories come to an end. Of course, I do not manage to read all of the 13th chapter, a regressor's tale of cultivation. But from the start, that one signifies the world in which the utopia Hong Fan desires is completed. It is a future that has not yet arrived. I come to know the entire truth. Now do you understand? Hong Fan looks down at me with an expressionless face. I am your parent. I am the source that has bestowed all misfortune upon you. You are nothing more than puppets and tools, and no meaningful ending exists for you. He speaks. Yet even so, do you say you can maintain the connection with me? What is this? Middle path. You speak of? What is this? Balance. I have given you nothing but pure malice. So feel comfortable resenting me. For a long while, I cannot pull myself together. It is too enormous a truth. And yet, why is it? Even amidst that confusion, I somehow can find calm. Hong Fan is a great madman, and he is also a great villain. So immense a being that unless one is a transcendent, one cannot even comprehend that evil and that madness. That is the existence called Hong Fan Guju. And I am a small human. Compared to Hong Fan, I am so small and petty that I cannot accept that immense malice as mere malice alone. I calmly ask him a question. Are you saying that truly everything is your will? Even a single grain of sand? Yes. You merely live inside my malice. Hong Fan's cold words. They are too overwhelmingly immense a truth, and too bewildering an information. Then, so, what I can do right now is not to judge that vast immensity, but only to speak what I feel. Even my house's seed soy sauce and herbal liquor ripening so deliciously, they are words that do not come out after passing through thought, but just come out as I feel in my chest. Is that why? As if he could not anticipate them at all despite being able to read my thoughts, he does not answer. Even the Jew family's daughter being born safely. Even the rice cakes that we ate at my 80th birthday feast being unusually delicious. Even the smell of the boiled potatoes that the Jew family daughter brought before I died being savory and pleasant to smell. People tend to remember only the bad things. But, if one looks for them, life is something that has this many things to be grateful for. In front of me, Hong Fan speaks about great evil. However, I have nothing to say besides these simple things. Thank you for letting me breathe. Only today do I begin to confess in front of Lord Heavens that I have, even if only regarding simple things, been thankful. Thank you for letting me see the light. I certainly resent the heavens, but it does not end with that. A person's heart is strange in that it resents, yet also gives thanks for the good it is given. Thank you for sending down rain. Thank you for letting me be born with a fuller head of hair than Kim Jong-un. Thank you for letting me be born better looking than John Myung-hoon. Thank you for letting me be born into a good household. Thank you for letting me live a normal life. Thank you for letting me tread upon a land full of fun things. Thank you for letting me learn martial arts. Thank you for gifting me disciples. Thank you for letting me meet my master. Thank you for letting me meet the people I love. Thank you for letting me join good sects. Thank you for listening well to my teachings. Thank you for giving me countless opportunities. Thank you for letting me regress. Thank you for opening up and telling me your story. Thank you for letting me speak with you now. I look into Hong Fan's eyes and smile with clear eyes. Looking at me like this, Hong Fan, who has only my head left resting on his hand, restores my body and takes his hand off me. With such clear eyes. You are mad. I am not mad. I have chosen. Only now do I feel like I understand why Hong Fan did not fix my future, but left it so that I can make a choice. As I speak, my head becomes organized. Martial arts as well. What is called the heart, what is called connection as well. In the end, all of them are about choosing and advancing while keeping balance between the two extremes. In front of the heavens, I proclaim my will. From now on as well, I will keep choosing this path, Hong Fan. Surely, as I go on living, there will be times when I resent the heavens, when I resent you. But I will not lose the heart that trusts you. And within that balance, in the end, I will definitely choose the heart that is thankful to you. Even if there comes a time when you must kill me, he looks at me and asks, I am your ending. Unless you surpass me, you can never continue your life. Can I find a way not to kill you? If I thrust a blade at you right now, do you have the confidence not to kill me? He looks at me with black eyes and asks, your ideal is admirable, but realizing it is a different matter. If I seize you and kill you, and tear apart all your comrades and precious connections, can you still dare to say to me that you are thankful? It is fine for a dog raised for slaughter to wag its tail at its owner, but can it keep that heart all the way until the moment the owner slaughters it? And if it does keep it even as it is slaughtered, just what meaning does that even have? Right? At my irresponsible answer, Hong Fan seems dumbfounded. But whether the dog wags its tail or not, why would the butcher care about that? Do you perhaps remember these things every time you slaughter? Whether the dog wags its tail is for the dog to decide, not for the one who kills it. You ask what kind of heart I will have if you kill me and rip my comrades to pieces. I don't know either, Hong Fan. I give a simple and clear answer. I will only know when I get there then. And then, light enters Hong Fan's eyes. In those eyes that have been expressionless and without feeling, it is an anger that enters for the first time. Just why do you refuse to prepare for the future? Why do you refuse to think of tomorrow? It is the same pattern as the conversation I shared with Hong Fan in the early parts of this life. Did you not say with your own mouth that you choose the option of being thankful no matter what happens? Just why, despite knowing full well that the ending is you dying by my hand, do you harbor that delusion of choosing such an option and spout such nonsense? And saying that you will only know what you think once you reach the ending. Just what kind of sophistry is that? I don't know about that kind of stuff. What is certain is that, at least when I think about it right now, there are quite a lot of things I am grateful to you for. Are you saying that even when the time comes for you to die by my hand, you can still say such a thing? When you die, do you think only one thought comes to mind? Of course all sorts of thoughts come. You've only died 3 times, so you don't even really know what kind of thoughts you have when you die, do you? I've died 16 times. When I die, I'll have things I'm grateful to you for, and things that are dog's hit. And do you think I'll only think of you? Won't I also think of the many people who are meaningful to me? What is this? Why? Why do only such short-sighted, brat-like answers come out of you? Because you're a brat. I speak seriously to Hong Fan. When you were showing me your memories yourself. When even you, inside your own memories, thought of yourself as a whining little child. Just what answer were you expecting from me? I continue speaking. The Mad Lord has the Mad Lord's logic. Co Huiol has Co Huiol's logic. I also have my own logic, so you, a child, must also have a child's own logic. I am only returning it around and showing it to you. To speak of it clearly, right now, I am thankful to you. I want to give you my thanks. I don't care about things like the future. When that time comes, all kinds of thoughts will come. But I do not move after deciding in advance what I will think. Where in all the world is there a human who decides their heart while thinking about what kind of heart they will have in the future? You, when you were young, did you ever imagine that you would fail to find an answer in the end, decide to become the answer, and become crushed by that weight? Are the thoughts of that time and the thoughts of now, the heart of that time and the heart of now, the same? I only go on connecting these countless nows and feel thankful. Of course, there are many contradictions in my story as well, but you have no right to point out my contradictions, because you are already a lump of contradictions yourself. Truly, you have nothing decided. You are vague, uncertain, and irrational. Hong Fan looks at me with eyes that say he finds me repulsive. No one can lean on you. Why do you talk only about leaning? It's enough if we just lie down together. If we can't lie down, isn't it enough if we just stand holding hands together? Since you have no plan at all, everything you do will fail. Even if you make plans, every one of them will fail. And when the time comes, you will comfort yourself, saying you are just pulling your heart together. In life, having failures pile up is normal. Only after failures and failures accumulate and accumulate to form a mountain, only then does one thing barely come to fruition. That is life. In a life filled only with failure, what can you possibly give to others? Just what can you prove in front of me? Your tongue moves well, but how do you prove that all of it is not just words? What will you do if you only repeat failure until life ends? In that case, I just have to ask, to please help me. Since when do we live in the world alone? If I seem like I am going to die while failing, I can ask someone who doesn't seem like they will die to help me a bit. If I have nothing to give others, then I can just receive a bit. If I can't prove it myself, then I can at least leave some traces behind, and someday someone else might prove it for me. Hong Fan clenches his fist. How irresponsible. It can also be called hopeful. Cutting off all connections, deciding everything self-righteously, trying to bear responsibility all alone and going insane under that weight. Talking about finding some hope that will come in the future, or whatever, rather than your hope, which seeks hope while you yourself shatter all possibilities with your own hands. My side is closer to real hope, isn't it? Hong Fan, there is something I thought as I watched your life. You have spent your whole life only giving. There were almost no times when you readily received something from someone. Even in such times, you always repaid with a reward to an excessive degree, so you probably have no debts at all. But Hong Fan, at last, for the first time, Hong Fan avoids meeting my gaze. You, when it comes to receiving something from someone, you are afraid of it, aren't you? For a moment, Hong Fan falls silent. Then he turns his back to me. You are good with your tongue. I have not just seen one or two existences like you. Among the enders, am I not the first one who has failed to awaken my fate this far? I tease Hong Fan in a friendly way, and Hong Fan only speaks in a dry, emotionless tone without answering. Those words, I can hear from anyone. Enough. This generation is all defective because of you alone, so I will just discard it later. In that case, I just have to prove it with actions, don't I? Someone like you. Someone like me. Hong Fan looks back at me. I smile gently and hold out my hand. Because I kept watching and rewatching your story, I did not manage to raise my weight class and rank as a transcendent. But, in the meantime, I have polished and polished my heart and have reached the domain of purity. I have endlessly honed the formless sword to a clarity. It is a sword I hone while watching your story so that I could reach you. Please, take a hit from it once. With that, I will prove that my words are not just words. For a while, we keep our eyes locked. There is no expectation in his eyes. They are merely eyes that look as if he is looking at a bug. If you have spent hundreds of millions of years in the heavenly void furnace, a domain of purity is not all that difficult. At best, it is only the realm of Adumbra. So what is so good about it that you boast of it in front of me? He turns his head away again and begins to transform into a swarm of insects and scatter. He is leaving the heavenly void furnace. Enough. I have wasted my time. Since my reason has sufficiently recovered, when you die in this life, I will retrieve the radiance mantra and then retrieve the fragments of miracle one by one. If you at least showed some sprout, I was thinking of forcing an awakening as a heavenly king through the clone that replaces your fate. But all I have learned is that you are the worst obsidian. Because you are the one who swallowed my consciousness, I felt a bit of interest, but that is now broken. Swah. As he is fading away inside the heavenly void furnace, he merely throws out one quiet line. If you have no more miracles to show, be replaced and wither away to death inside the heavenly void furnace. Shurik. With those words, Hong Fan disappears. I gaze at the primordial chaos world from which he has vanished. And then I grin. Those words mean that if the current me can go out beyond the heavenly void furnace, you might take at least a little interest, right? Woo-wong. Am I muttering? The voice of someone that has until now been pressed down at the very bottom of the heavenly void furnace by the presence of the future king wells up. The heavenly void furnace is a relic of the Creator God. If you have seen the memories, you know that, do you not? As you are now, you can never escape it by your own power. Ha ha. I give a small smile to that heavenly venerable of purity who gives me teachings. I know that too. But if it is not by my own power, it seems there is a way. Ha ha ha. He laughs. A heart that does not give up is good as well. You are what they call a regressor, yes? If you cause a miracle this time, avoid having the radiance mantra taken back, and succeed in regressing once more, there is a possibility that you can reach the audience chamber, so I will seriously consider taking you as a disciple. That is an honor. But if I become your disciple, elder, what exactly would be good about it? I know that they are an amazing person, but because I cannot know exactly what kind of person they are, it is just a bit frustrating. My foolish disciple will take care of you. For some reason I get an ominous feeling, but in any case, I cannot leave the heavenly void furnace right now and prove anything to Hong Fan, so I decide to think about it later. Anyway, what is the way to get out? The primordial chaos world of the heavenly void furnace corresponds to the chaos of the outer sea. This place called the outer sea is... I learn a bit more in detail about the structure of this gestation world from the heavenly venerable of purity. I have more or less known by looking at Hong Fan's memories, but when I hear the detailed explanation, I understand it even better. So, according to your words, heavenly venerable, the inside of this heavenly void furnace is a schematization of the entire gestation world. Yes, you can say it is a reduced form of the entire gestation world. The walls of the heavenly void furnace are the boundary of Kakravada. The primordial chaos world inside the heavenly void furnace is the outer sea. And the vortex of primordial chaos at the center of the heavenly void furnace can be seen as Mount Sumeru. The fact that the entire world is maintained by the three absolutes is expressed as the three legs that support the brazier. The heavenly venerable of purity continues speaking. Back in the days of the Radiance 10 Heavens Heavenly Lords, I worked together with Torch Candle to manipulate the heavenly void furnace in order to hunt enders, so there are things I know. If you observe the flow of this heavenly void furnace, you can also know the current locations of the absolutes. The voice of the heavenly venerable of purity guides me along the flow that corresponds to Mount Sumeru at the center of the heavenly void furnace. When I try operating several formulas following the words of the heavenly venerable of purity, I can see new things. Inside the heavenly void furnace, within the vortex that takes the shape of Mount Sumeru, I feel strange vibrations at 7 spots of the Indra's net. I instinctively can tell that those 7 vibrations are the current locations of my comrades. The magnitude of the vibration shows what kind of influence your companions are having on the law of causality. For now, it seems none of them are doing anything that stands out, so even Radiance Hall will only start pursuing much later. They continue speaking. Anyway, like this, if you use a special secret method, you can sense an outside existence even from the inside. Is that so? In that case, if you reverse use this secret method, would you not also be able to send a signal from the inside to the outside? It is a logical yet amusing idea. At the same time, I recall that there is someone among the people I know who comes up with ideas like this. This is the kind of idea Master would have. Master also always tears apart arts and spells, reverse uses them, or inverts them, and often shows such acts. If you just learn this method, you will not merely be at the level of mixing into Torch Candle's mind and exploring the outside. You will not only be able to interfere with the seat of Torch Candle itself, but perhaps, just maybe, you might even be able to obtain a seed of divine arts. And it will also be possible to contact the most important one. By the most important one, you mean the heavenly venerable of time. The being that comes from the lips of the heavenly venerable of purity seems, from the name alone, to be an enormous existence. So there really exists a heavenly venerable who rules over time. Just how incredible a being are they supposed to be? Just from the name, they seem stronger than the heavenly venerable of purity. It is truly fortunate that my disciple cannot hear what you are thinking. As if my thoughts somehow displease them, they click their tongue and continue explaining. That one is currently stuck to the boundary of Kakravada, trying to disconnect with his main body's Gandhara. Pass on several of my messages to him and receive his help. If it is him, he will certainly help you get out. Thank you. I offer my thanks to the heavenly venerable of purity and receive from them the method of affecting the chaos in the outer sea to send out signals. It is a technique for seizing control of chaos. I only teach it to my disciples, but since you are someone I like, I will teach it to you specially. Wu-wum. From that day on, I receive instruction from the heavenly venerable of purity on how to seize the primordial chaos of the primordial chaos world, and I begin to seize it. If you seize the chaos and operate the seized chaos according to the formula I gave you, you will be able to move some of the chaos that corresponds to the outer sea and send signals. Suat, as I seize chaos, I listened to their explanation about chaos. What do you think chaos is? When I saw it in his memories, it seems to be the medium of creation, but honestly, I do not really know. It just seems like a substance where the three planes are mixed. Chaos is a story. A story, you say? This thing where the three planes are mixed together. Yes. To begin with, what are you made of? Well, of course. I immediately understand what they are trying to say. Every existence is made up of the planes of chi, soul, and fate. In that case, chaos in which the three planes are mixed together can also be seen as a kind of existence. Are you saying this too is some kind of existence? Wrong. All existence in truth is chaos. But then why is existence divided into chaos and existence that is not chaos? Following their words, I operate the chaos according to the formula and can feel many things. It is something that has not been refined into a proper story. Something that only changes from moment to moment without any rules or laws. That is chaos. If you compare it to human consciousness, chaos is creativity. Ho! If you polish that creativity and turn it into a story, you can even call it into reality. But until then, creativity is nothing more than delusion or a mere scrap of a dream. Something that has been refined out of chaos, turned into a story, and has acquired reality. That is exactly what existence is. Wu-wong. I handle and seize the chaos according to their words. Outside the heavenly void furnace, the time I have left is about 100 years. Inside the heavenly void furnace, the time I have left is in the trillions of years. During time that reaches into the trillions of years, I am able to seize chaos and come to understand it. When rules arise in chaos and logic accumulates layer upon layer, that itself is history, and it is chi which governs the laws of the physical world. If, while the workings of chaos are endlessly changing, the shapes of those changes split apart one by one, those split fragments are emotions, and what makes those emotions gather and change into countless forms is exactly soul. Lastly, if the flow of chaos is given a direction, that direction is fate. Logic and laws are chi. Form and change are soul. Direction is fate. On the basis of that logic, I treat chaos as unrefined creativity, and I handle it as a story. The realm called Supreme Deity is the realm where one inhales chaos, refines it into story, and grants it to the countless living beings and material spirits that come to live within one's consciousness. One grants the countless living spirits the diverse changes of emotion. One grants the countless material spirits bodies made of law. One grants many beings a direction to chase after. I might not be able to reach governing immortal anyway, so why are you telling me this? If you reach it in the future, you will end up grateful. Asterisk. A vast amount of time passes. The me outside the heavenly void furnace, before I know it, is having my very fate itself replaced by Hong Fan, and under the blessing of the heavenly punishment supreme deity, my entire body is being transformed into lightning, my life force weakening as I age and die. And the me inside the heavenly void furnace, before I know it, receives the final teaching from the heavenly venerable of purity and succeeds in seizing all the chaos inside the heavenly void furnace. Kururung Kugung. In accordance with my breathing, the countless masses of chaos inside the heavenly void furnace distort. Countless, unrefined creative powers stir. So you stored it down beneath this. At the same time, I feel Hong Fan's story, hidden beneath those creative powers. He has hidden information about his own past and the chaos inside the heavenly void furnace. In the past, that brat scattered his past throughout the vast chaos of the outer sea, so I had quite a hard time finding it. TSK, but after my time, he picked up all the scattered past and put in the inside the heavenly void furnace and hid it away. So be thankful that you are able to read that guy's past at your leisure. They are stories that would not have activated or been readable at all if he had not permitted it anyway. Kururur. I handle the countless masses of chaos according to my will, chatting idly with the heavenly venerable of purity to loosen my tension. Now soon, the me outside the heavenly void furnace will reach the end of his lifespan. Perhaps, when I leave the heavenly void furnace this time, I may simply die. Therefore, I must succeed this time. I must surely succeed, pass all this consciousness and memory to the me outside the heavenly void furnace, and show Hong Fan the sword I have forged. Do you think you can succeed? The heavenly venerable of purity asks, as if worried. You only have one chance. That is true. In order to escape the heavenly void furnace by the method the heavenly venerable of purity has taught me, I also have to stake my existence. All the rules I have accumulated while spending time in the heavenly void furnace until now, the powers and authorities. I have to throw all of that away, seize a single instant of opportunity, and dash out. And if I fail, I will simply vanish into nothingness, including everything I have built up in the heavenly void furnace until now. I think for a moment at the heavenly venerable of purity's concern, and then I smile faintly. Well, if I fail, I will think about it then. There is no reason to worry beforehand about a result when I have not even tried yet. Before trying, there is nothing to worry about, and if I try and fail and do die, I will not be able to worry anyway. At my words, there is no answer from the heavenly venerable of purity for a moment. Only after a while do they burst into a warm, hearty laugh. You are better than I. It is a wise answer to a foolish question. Ha ha. Like that, I begin making preparations while conversing with the heavenly venerable of purity. Wu-wong. The chaos of the heavenly void furnace moves by my will. At the same time, before I know it, the very essence of that chaos is caught within my grasp. Through this, outside the heavenly void furnace, I will send a signal toward the vicinity of the outer sea. Suat. The vicinity of the outer sea. Towards the coordinates that I have heard from the heavenly venerable of purity, where the being called the heavenly venerable of time is said to be residing. I move the chaos toward that place and send a signal. Beep, 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 beep. The chaos emits a secret sonic wave that only the heavenly venerables, excluding Hai and Mu, know. The sound wave changes into a code known only to the heavenly venerables, something even I cannot understand, and flows toward the heavenly venerable of time. The heavenly venerable of purity keeps passing the code to me, and I write out the code just as the heavenly venerable of purity recites it, sending a signal to the heavenly venerable of time through the secret sonic wave. After some time, the heavenly venerable of purity seems to have said everything they want to convey to the heavenly venerable of time through this code, and they speak no more. And after a while, Wu-wong, the far edge of the outer sea, from the position inside the heavenly void furnace corresponding to the coordinates of the place where the heavenly venerable of time is, a vibration, resounds. It is the heavenly venerable of time divine descending the power of the absolute and sending a signal through that power. The moment they send it, the heavenly venerable of purity shouts, "Now, go. I am grateful for everything." Suat. Using that signal as the starting point, I begin to operate the formula the heavenly venerable of purity has taught me. Farewell, master. Whether they acknowledge it or not, they are already my master. Thus, I leave behind the heavenly venerable of purity in the heavenly void furnace, and, with the formula they have taught me, through the salt sea returning dew jade, I begin to soar from the center of the heavenly void furnace, drawing a spiral. Suat. By the formula, my green glowing body changes, for the briefest instant, into pure white. I feel my body gradually accelerate and transcend space-time itself. But the level of space-time alone is not enough. Suat. I clutch the split soul of the torch candle heavenly lord that I am holding in my hand. For a single instant, I have to become information itself. My existence and authority start to be consumed. The rules I have built up by repeating trillions of years inside the heavenly void furnace also begin to collapse. Keying. My body, made of clusters of green light, melts away, and I load myself onto the formless sword and transform into a tiny streak of green light itself. Into the domain of purity, I enter. With a resolve prepared for death, I enter the domain of purity. At the same time, I use the split soul of the torch candle heavenly lord, which I have been holding until now, as a medium, fix the coordinates, and begin to fly. The split soul of the torch candle heavenly lord blazes in my hand and accelerates me one last time. And, committing those coordinates to memory, I soar within the domain of purity toward the coordinates on the side of time that the heavenly venerable of time has sent. If there is even a slight error in the coordinates, I will wander in the domain of purity and meld away. Therefore, they absolutely have to be correct. Whew. And in the next moment, pewing, I burst out of the domain of purity, push through countless chaos, and realize that I have reached some kind of domain. Kugagugagugu. On one side lies a sea of chaos, filled with innumerable chaos. On the other side lies a world of emptiness made of pure white nothingness. This place is the boundary of Kakravada. And there, an old man stretches out his hand toward me. So the owner of Salt Mountain still has lingering thoughts left. Yes, yes. Clench. The heavenly venerable's grasp snatches me, and in an instant he reads the information contained in the information body that is me. This is the truth of the world. He lets out a hollow laugh. It is dangerous information. If I keep holding on to it, he will come to kill me. I will seal it as well. And, through my subordinates, I will someday give you a trial. If you someday pass that trial, the seal on this memory will be undone, transcending space-time. If that happens, both you and I will obtain the authority to view this memory. Now go. I hope you can receive his recognition, not lose the radiance mantra, and be able to cross over to the hereafter. My meeting with the heavenly venerable of time is brief. But in that brief meeting, he seems to make and establish countless plans and steel his resolve. He seals away all the memories he has copied while reading my information body, places a primary seal on me as well, and then sends me flying in the direction of Mount Sumeru. Honestly, the seal placed on me at this moment has no restrictions at all, so there is no problem in restoring my memories. However, he seems to be looking toward an even more distant future, so it is not something to belittle. Wu-wong. From the direction of Mount Sumeru, the immortal treasure of the heavenly venerable of time pulls me, and the heavenly venerable of time's authority compresses the arrangement of time within the chaos of the outer sea to an extreme, letting me reach Mount Sumeru in an instant. Here I go. From here on is what is important. Remembering the coordinates I obtained from the soul of the torch candle heavenly lord, I fly toward that place while half-stepping into the domain of purity and connect with it. Chua-ok. Then, at some moment, I come to see a certain seat. That seat is a seat with the name Zhang Ding. At the same time, it is a seat of a delicate flame like a torch candle. Seoet. From the heavenly void furnace, obtaining a transcendent speed through the salt sea returning dew jade, and using that speed, the torch candle heavenly lords control authority over the heavenly void furnace, and the corresponding properties of the outer sea and the heavenly void furnace, flying in an instant to the outer sea. From the outer sea, by the power of the heavenly venerable of time, flying back to Mount Sumeru, passing through the seat of the torch candle heavenly lord, and then fling again to the heavenly void furnace of the head realm, where the torch candle heavenly lord's authority and power are concentrated. That is the method of escaping the heavenly void furnace that I heard from the heavenly venerable of purity. In a state of being half overlapped between the domain of purity and the domain of reality, I hide my presence and connect to the authority of the torch candle heavenly lord. Aya. For an instant, I shudder within an immense sense of omnipotence and the warmth of light. Right now, I am connected to the core of authority of the torch candle heavenly lord's main body. If I use the formless sword, cutting principle, and mental strength that I have honed in the heavenly void furnace, I feel that I could directly take control of the mind of the torch candle heavenly lord and replace them. But I recall the advice of the heavenly venerable of purity. Light is the eyes and ears of the future king. I absolutely must not stay long. I slip free of the temptation of the light, and, through the authority of the torch candle heavenly lord, I start once more heading toward the heavenly void furnace. In that process, I see numerous torch candle candidates who receive from the torch candle heavenly lord the fate of the next torch candle. Because I am in the middle of passing through the core of the torch candle heavenly lord's authority, it seems that I can see fragments of the power that is derived from torch candle. Flinch, perhaps affected by me, who is passing through the domain of purity, most of them unconsciously shiver. According to the words of the heavenly venerable of purity, torch candle's main body, who wears a mask and suppresses soul and emotions, will instead be dull to such things, but the next torch candle candidates, who do not wear masks, might notice, so I was told to be careful. But fortunately, there is no major problem. Most of the next torch candle candidates will probably regard it as merely an illusion they saw in a dream. Even that will be meaningless if I succeed in going to the next cycle, as the timeline will change. No, that's not it. Didn't they say that a supreme deity is not affected by the timeline? Then should I see the torch candle heavenly lord as a radiance supreme deity? I don't know. Letting my idle thoughts flow away, I finally reach the authority of the torch candle. And finally, I succeed in dropping into the heavenly void furnace of the head realm where the authority of torch candle is concentrated. Central area of the head realm's ascension path. The center of the heavenly void furnace that lies inside. There, to the old me of this life who is dozing soundly. Pat it. And at last, I cross over a long and longer time. The me inside the heavenly void furnace succeeds in transmitting all the history inside the heavenly void furnace to the me outside the heavenly void furnace. Asterisk. Hong Fan feels something strange and turns his head back. And in that moment, clench. Hong Fan startles at the touch of the silently approaching hand that grips his shoulder. No matter that he is only one face out of 3, and even that is in a twisted, improper state because of this generation's ender, as far as he knows. The only opponents he cannot sense at all are martial artists of Adumbra level. And at the present point, there are no martial artists at the Adumbra realm who can access the head realm. Chiak. However, the moment he hears the voice that follows, he finally realizes. I have proved it, Hong Fan. This is the answer I have forged for you while watching your story. Did he escape? The number of cases where such a thing is possible is 2. Either he looked at my memories and, brainwashed into thinking he is me, had his talent improved to the point it came close to my level and he escaped by his own power. Or, he received the help of Salt Sea. It is not the former. Then has he received the help of Salt Sea? Even though I embedded them in the very deepest part of the domain of purity in the inside of the heavenly void furnace. The main personality of the future king, fate, supreme deity. Hong Fan has to admit that he has looked down on the existence called Seo Eunhyun. So he has, by his own power, reached the deep part of the domain of purity where Salt Sea is sealed, and received his help. Chiak. With the hand holding his shoulder, he pulls Hong Fan toward him, and with the other hand, he places his palm on Hong Fan's chest. Is this what you spoke about in the heavenly void furnace? Fine. In respect for the fact that you have, in the end, escaped from the heavenly void furnace, I will give you a chance. Seeing Seo Eunhyun, who is about to send something flying toward him with blazing eyes, he honors that resolve and decides to take that strike. Prove it, that you truly are not a bug. From Seo Eunhyun's hand placed on Hong Fan's chest, a cluster of green light begins to burst forth. Present. As I read through the end of the memories of the 16th cycle, I pour with all my strength the feelings and memories of that time into the tip of my sword. And the moment that heart fills this sword completely. Yang Sujin. Kururum. Yang Sujin grabs me and transforms into lightning. Receiving that signal, John Myung-hoon steps forward. He looks at the future king and trembles. It is only natural. Because he is one whose soul generated when, upon entering the audience chamber, his presence was suppressed by the aura of the future king. However, despite trembling in fear, he looks at the future king. I am afraid of you. But, precisely because I am a coward, I know it well. Kurung, Kururum. Centered on John Myung-hoon, the origin essence of heavenly punishment howls. At the same time, centered on him, Indra's net becomes dyed with thunder and lightning. You too. Just as I am afraid of you, there is something you fear. The future king looks down at John Myung-hoon. Under that distant gaze, even while trembling in fear, he opens his mouth, grips the lightning-tipped spear in his hand, and shouts. Immortal cultivation takes Indra's net, that is, the threads of connection, as heavenly tribulation. And as one becomes a transcendent, it is completed by making it so that the heart is no longer needed. In that case, O owner of immortal cultivation, are you not seeing connection as a punishment, as a heavenly tribulation that must be overcome? Even while trembling, he moves forward. In order to keep the words he has said to Seo Eunhyun. You are afraid of connection. Am I wrong? Seo Eunhyun has Seo Eunhyun's logic, just as a child has a child's logic. A petty man and a coward has a coward's logic. John Myung-hoon knows that his own vessel is not that large. He knows that he is afraid of more things than expected, and that he has many weak sides. And precisely because of that, he can faintly feel that the giant of darkness before his eyes in fact has a childlike side similar to his own. Take it to your heart's content. This is the connection you are afraid of. Quarrurum. Toward the owner of immortal cultivation, heavenly tribulations begin to crash down like mad. Innumerable heavenly tribulations crash down towards the owner of immortal cultivation, and his movements are sealed for the span of an instant. Then, in front of the future king whose movements are sealed, lightning flashes as Yang Sujin transmits Seo Eunhyun over. Kururum. Seo Eunhyun, having finished preparing his upward slash, begins to swing the impermanence sword upward. It is at that moment, Kigajigigik, praying at the future king's side and wishing for his happiness with the power of the 5 blessings. Vast Cold's body starts to burst apart. It is because Yu Hao Ti's projection, forgetting to help Vast Cold, looks instead at emptiness supreme deity Mayan Woon, who is floating in a far-off place. A certain woman's scream that arises from deep inside the head realm as if tearing apart. It is because the sound of pain of Yu Hao Ti's only blood relative tugs at his concentration. Connection truly is a cumbersome thing. Look at that. Even that sacred devotion that holds back a great story, because of a single connection, gains a gap. Vast Cold is swept away by the energy of the divine art. Jiung. The heavenly tribulations and the restraints of countless enders that surround the future king burst apart all at once. Sarek. With a gentle movement, he takes his stance to respond to Seo Eunhyun. The technique the future king unfolds to counter Seo Eunhyun's technique. Emptiness sword. Linked profundity. Future radiance. In a single moment, he re-accelerates with the speed of undying and counters his upward slash with a reversing heaven attack. And, as a matter of course, that counterattack is imbued with divine art. It is gentle. It is archaic and refined. At the same time, it is an iron wall that absolutely will not collapse. That is the future king. However, Seo Eunhyun simply recalls one scene from the 16th cycle and just as gently swings his sword upward. 16th cycle. While watching Hong Fan's story, I refined the formless sword and cutting principle. At first, it was simply something I did because I couldn't cultivate authority while being dragged along by the story. However, as time passed, as I watched Hong Fan's past in pain, I came to know clearly what I must do. The divine power of cutting principle, which cuts connection, and the formless sword begin to unite. Cutting principle, which is originally a kind of heart sword that cuts the heart, and through it, cuts principle. And the sword for freedom that the human named Seo Eunhyun has honed. Formless sword. Both are clearly powers meant to cut, and if the two are combined, they ought to become a power that can cut anything. However, the united power formed all this time by the me inside the heavenly void furnace is different. Teacher Jangik, please look. Inside the heavenly void furnace, I was a green cluster of light, because I was the intent of consolation to comfort the me who will enter the heavenly void furnace later. I was a green light. However, as I watched Hong Fan's memories, I came to know that the person who truly must be comforted is someone else. Just as you, while commemorating countless heart tribe, pursued the ultimate meaning of destruction in green light in order to console them. Suat, the formless sword is dyed green. I too must give a little consolation to one person steeped in pain. Your teaching, I will pour it out here. A technique not for killing people, but for comforting people. At the same time, the teaching I have learned from the greatest teacher of the person called me. If the hearts of people connect with one another, maybe that can be an endless blessing. A technique meant to soothe a child who has never once received proper comfort from anyone. The highest, Zoigao, true, Jun, heart sword, Xinjiang, that breeds the desire to live into one who wants to die. Apex of life-saving arts, Warren Ji Dingda. Formless, Wuxing. At that single strike, liveliness and astonishment begin to rise for the first time in Hong Fan's eyes, which have been expressionless all this time. In the next moment, the cluster of light that blooms from my hand splits Hong Fan Guju in two. Present. Everyone freezes. In this world, only two beings move. They are the future king and Seo Eunhyun. Splitting emperor, splitting heaven. Seo Eunhyun's sword slashes upward toward the heavens, and, bearing the will his senior brother has entrusted to him, soars. For an instant, the future king sees the illusions of two mountain divine spirits standing behind Seo Eunhyun. They are clearly the same illusions that also appeared when Seo Eunhyun struck Hope head-on. And this time, that is not all. Mountain divine spirits stand behind Seo Eunhyun. His comrades are also visible. All the enders in this audience chamber, including Silver Basket, Obsidian, and Vast Cold. To Kim Young-hoon, John Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, Oh Hyun-suk, Kim Yun, Oh Hyeseo, and even the Western Heavenly Venerable, Netherworld Queen Mother Bonghwa. With all of them on his back, Seo Eunhyun slightly parts his lips and breathes out the incantation of the technique. Heaven Martial Arts. Perhaps because he is naturally applying heavenly escape, even the future king does not hear it properly. However, he can guess. Is he saying he will gather everyone's hearts together and oppose me? He evaluates while looking at the auspicious soul filling the heavens mixed together with annihilation advancement mo. Still, it cannot compare to the story I have built up. That is clearly entering heavens beyond the path martial arts. It is a good story, but that is all. TL/N. Hong Fan thinks MC said entering heavens beyond the path martial arts. In the raw Korean, it is translated as beyond the path entering heavens martial arts. I switched the order in English. The world does not move by heart alone. The gap between the stories that have been accumulated is far too great. He will directly grind Seo Eun-hyun down, tear apart Bong Hwa behind him, and nullify the advancement ritual until the story is complete. He is supreme. Ding. And Seo Eun-hyun's sword goes straight through the story of the divine art, called a Regressor's Tale of Cultivation, and, directly clashing with the move of future radiance, knocks it away. This is... The future king recalls the poison he received in the 16th cycle. The worst extreme poison left behind by that stubborn heart demon called Seo Eun-hyun. The horrifying curse poison that the cursed sorcerer Seo Eun-hyun handed to him, which even after thousands of cycles he still could not expel, and which became the root of his heart wavering at the sympathy of the creator gods. That and Seo Eun-hyun's sword resonate, and just like that, the sword naturally slides its head straight into the divine art. His divine art is one that rejects and tramples anything that goes against him. But Seo Eun-hyun's sword, formed of the same nature as this poison, is something that the divine art cannot reject and trample. Shikagagak. From the area corresponding to Hong Fan's perineum up to the area corresponding to his pit of the stomach, he is lightly grazed by the impermanent sword, and a bit of his clothes are cut away. For the first time, a blemish appears on future king's sacred body. Hong Fan looks at the man in front of him, and he looks at Bong Hwa standing behind him. Everything is collapsing to pieces. Is everything slipping out of my will? The man who has achieved the feat of cutting away a part of future king's divine art and knocking away that decisive technique succeeds in completing all the feats that will let him reach the absolute, and succeeds in gaining an opening from the future king. At the same time, the Western heavenly venerable, netherworld Queen Mother Bong Hwa, who has been ceaselessly watching for a chance. She now begins to completely unravel all the authorities she has been accumulating through the reincarnation system from the very moment she was born, in order to advance to life's supreme deity. As if only now is the chance. Wu-wong. A colossal history covers all of heaven and earth. Immediately after, the sound of a bell tolling rings out, and a powerful wave sweeps through the audience chamber and the entire gestation world. Ding. It is something sacred. It is effort, built up to a dazzling magnitude over years of enduring hardship. Wereruruk. The Gandhara of death changes into a living body that explodes with life. She becomes an emperor wearing a blazing dragon robe of golden light. The Gandhara that has until now played the role of her body becomes a vestige and transforms into yet another golden jade throne in this audience chamber. The Western heavenly venerable, netherworld Queen Mother Bong Hwa. That divinity, which has been raised by the future King Fate supreme deity over long ages, after a time close to eternity, finally succeeds in their enthronement. A being older than any other life, who holds the first memories from when the world was created. The first king, Zoi Chuang, life's supreme deity, Sung Ming Shangdi, Bong Hwa Fengok. The owner of history is born. As he watches all his plans fall apart, a faint smile appears for the first time on the face of the future King Fate supreme deity, Hong Fan Guju. It is a smile so faint and thin that no one here, including Hong Fan himself, can even realize it is a smile. Good. Clearly, it is the worst possible situation, and yet, without even he himself knowing what it is that he finds good, Hong Fan takes all the situations unfolding before his eyes deep into his gaze. Chapter 802. A Regressor's Tale of Cultivation. Warwick. It blazes. She wears a dragon robe of wisdom made of golden flames, and atop her hair there is not a hair ornament, but a golden imperial crown like that of the future king. At the same time, behind her head, the wheel that has begun to burn with golden light spins without end. I can tell. Now, the one behind me is no longer merely the underworld, the mother of all life in this Sumeru three heavens great thousand world. At the same time, she is the recorder of history and the librarian of omniscience who can know any truth she wishes. Kuwang. A part of her jade throne, formed from Bong Wa's vestige suddenly seems to vanish, and in that place, a portion of what appears to be the head of the emptiness supreme deity Mayan Wound sprouts up. We can all tell what has happened. Wu Wong. A part of the vestige she cast off as she advanced to life supreme deity. Half of its head portion. That was forming half of the emptiness supreme deity Mayan Wound. I see. This is the future king. In the future where she someday advances to life supreme deity, he transposed her vestige with half of his own vestige, so that the very possibility that some existence other than her might advance to life supreme deity and seize the absolute was sealed off at the source. That is the truth of the emptiness supreme deity Mayan Wound, who has eyes of sun and moon. As he fixed the future where Bong Wa becomes life supreme deity, at the same time he wanted, even if only in the form of a vestige, to be together with her and, in the form called the head realm, endlessly repeat the memories of the time when he was immortal. The result of Hong Fan Guju's twisted desire and at the same time a symbol of hope. That is precisely the end product that is the existence called the emptiness supreme deity Mayan Wound. Waruruk, the divinity of life and history, information and explosions. The first King Bong Wa gazes for a moment at the outcome of the future king's divine power and then withdraws her gaze. She only keeps on reaching out her hand toward Vast Cold, who collapses while endlessly exploding. Rise. Even after taking my peach garden, are you going to lie there so powerless? Wu Woo. The scent of peach blossoms seems to spread, and Vast Cold, who has been torn apart, comes back to life. At the same time, Vast Cold takes something out from their embrace. It is a fragment of some world. It is the peach garden filled with peach petals, where Vast Cold's lingering thought was once met. Vast Cold quietly kneels in front of Bong Wa, bows their head, and offers that fragment of a world to her. When the fragment of the world enters her hand, it changes into a shape like a peach tree branch. On the branch, peach blossoms bloom in an instant, and a well-ripened peach bears. Bong Wa picks that peach and seems to briefly smell its fragrance, then throws it as it is toward Hong Fan. Hong Fan naturally catches the peach and smells its fragrance. All this time, for taking care of me, for allowing me to come all the way to this place, I am grateful. This is my repayment for all the grace of fate you have bestowed upon me until now. If I eat this, does it mean I can no longer receive any debt from you concerning immortal cultivation and fate? We simply become equal to each other. With the insight of a supreme deity, I can tell. A mass of life force, and a mass of information breathed with all the memories of when Bong Wa and Hong Fan were the happiest in their past lives. It is not a mere clump of information. Quite literally, she has torn out and handed over a part of the past and history from the Akashic records in which Hong Fan and Bong Wa were happy. That information is, in effect, a kind of miniature Akashic records that belongs solely to Hong Fan. Crunch. Hong Fan holds it in his mouth and takes a bite. It is sweet. Suat. Through the act of eating, the Fate Supreme Deity makes the memories inside the small Akashic records that Bong Wa has given his own, and for a brief moment sinks into reminiscence. Whew. The history in the shape of a peach is instantly absorbed into Hong Fan. Although there was an unhappy past, surely there were also times that were sweet and happy, were there not? O future king, please remember so and escape from the past. What you should look upon is the future, not being seized by the past that has gone by. Please, now let go of the tail you have been biting. Do not let the entire era of Mount Sumeru be bound to a single age and culture by being trapped in the past. Please, move forward so that more eras and cultures, new stories, may come to take their place. The person who once was in your embrace makes this plea. Why are you not Yang Hui, but Bong Wa? Hong Fan, at Bong Wa's plea, asks her a question. Why do you not use the name Yang Hui, which I personally went all the way to the divinity wearing the shell of a namer to receive for you? Why do you use such a name that announces crisis? Why do you use that terrible name I thought of while watching from afar as you burned? First, in order to separate me from your fate and push me as a candidate for life's supreme deity, you surely remember that you bestowed upon me the fate that overcomes fate. Do you not? Flinch. At Bong Wa's fate, which only now do I come to know of, I flinch. That was the fate bestowed upon my child. Are you saying it is simply because it is a name I remember badly, that it is a name you created through a rebellious heart against the fate I breathed? That too cannot be said to have no influence. However, you too must remember, just as you have watched over me in every past life, I too, in every past life, have wanted to return to you. She looks at Hong Fan with a warm smile and continues speaking. To overcome fate is the fate you bestowed upon this one. At first, as I followed that fate, I was confused, but after going through countless incidents, treading through trials and adversity, and meeting many connections, I learned many things. And I came to know, you try to push me away from you, but I want to talk with you. And all this time, I have wanted to tell you that I am grateful to you. Overcoming fate and such are not my concern. For I have come to know that, regardless of the correct way to overcome fate, in the end it is we ourselves who judge, so it does not matter how we interpret it. Hearing those words, my lips part. Ah, what she says is addressed to Hong Fan, but in truth, one of the knots in my own heart is untied. I see. If I meet my daughter again, I now have the confidence that this time, I can treat that child a little more properly. Of course, she is a child I sent away with my own hands. I cannot raise her and piece her back together as if I am breeding and assembling something, and then bring her back to life to go together with me. So someday, I only harbor the hope that she might live again under Bonghua, and there is a day when we meet by chance. The name Bonghua, Beacon Fire, is a name with which the history of the existence that is me wishes to express gratitude to you. Because she smiles warmly toward the future king and speaks. From the moment I came to know that, in order to cure my illness, you went to countless mountain peaks to light beacon fires, and in the end, even attached beacon fires to the tips of your 5 fingers. I no longer needed any other splendid and grand name. The third story. It is the story of certain man who wanders all around in order to cure his wife, who has leprosy. And, after hearing that if he lights beacon fires simultaneously on a mountain peak, where 5 peaks hang down, the leprosy will be healed, he searches for countless mountain peaks. The distorted fairy tale. In the fairy tale that Hong Fan hoped for, the man realizes that the tips of his 5 fingers are the 5 peaks, and when he puts fire to the tips of his fingers, his wife recovers from her illness. Perhaps, as I suppose, it is likely a story that contained Hong Fan's hope of making something called happiness touch his own fingertips. As the house and you burned, you told me through the heat of beacon fire that danger was coming upon you. But because I could not see with my eyes, I could not run faster, could not run straight to you. Because of that, you burned to death. The name Bonghua, for me, is the shame of failing to protect you. So it was because you felt the beacon fire and ran to save me. It was the name with which you thought of me. It hurt a little when I burned in the fire, but when you came and held me, at that time it was truly good. Rather than lighting beacon fires on a mountain for you, I wanted to build a house where I can live together with you. I remember that as well. You said so when you came back after going around lighting beacon fires, that as you wandered, there seemed to be many beautiful mountains, and that when I got better, you wanted us to travel together, and that you wanted to live in a house built on a mountain listening as I explained the mountain scenery to you, who could not see. She waves her arm. As she sweeps that arm which blazes with flames once, all the darkness in the audience chamber recedes, and the chaos is driven out. Seeing that you wanted to live in the mountains, I said that surely you must be an immortal. Looking back, what I needed was not a mountain, but a place where only you and I could stay. Because all the world that scorned and betrayed you and me seemed nothing but foul. Thus, you deliberately shaped the world in the form of a mountain. I can only be grateful. As the chaos is once again driven out by her, inside the gestation world, the flows of countless attraction force embrace several heavenly domains and take on the shape of a cone. In other words, what comes into all of our eyes is a scene formed in the shape of a mountain. Why, of all forms, does it have to be a mountain? A mountain is high and steep, so if one lives at its summit, those who are not wanted do not come to visit. It is simply a form that carries the wish to stay there quietly. Because someday, we promised back then to live together on a mountain. Hong Fan, looking down at Mount Sumru, murmurs. Bonghua looks at him and reaches out her hand to him. Then, will you now keep that promise? We all look at that scene. Even those who do not know Hong Fan's past watch between the two while holding their breath. For everyone who has come to this place knows it instinctively. Right now, in this place, between those two, it all hangs whether all bonds of grace and resentment, all bridles of grudge, will be smoothly washed away or not. And then, a certain scene flashes through my memory. Perhaps that scene might have been the moment that lets me glimpse what decision Hong Fan will make if such a situation ever comes. Stop, please, just stop. Let's tell Bonghua everything and beg for forgiveness. How long must we keep doing this? Just how long? In this endless hell without end. How long must I keep doing this? I am bowing down like this and begging. Please, let's stop. Again and again and again, I've gone over that anguish. You know that. But in the end, the conclusion is always the same. The story must be completed. The story must be completed. He does not beg Bong Hua for forgiveness. He does not even apologize. Surung. He simply raises the blade piled up by murder. The sticky attraction force once again calls back the darkness that Bong Hua has swept away. If you truly intend to stop me, you should not have handed over to me full ownership of my own history. You should have taken that ownership yourself and rewritten the past. Now that you become the owner of history, you have both the authority and the qualification to do so. You should have completely revised my unhappy past and entirely readjusted all the history and experiences of the past that formed my personality. How is that any different from raising you and assembling you according to my will as a toy? See that? Huya, as soon as you became life's supreme deity, you immediately grasped the essence, didn't you? Wu Wong. Emotion begins to disappear from Hong Fan's eyes, starting with me and Kim Young-hoon, those who have practices martial arts. And all those who have cultivated immortal arts or mantras sensitive to emotion notice his change. To stop me, you must become me. Therefore, the agitation and fatigue that have arisen in his heart until now are healed through his conversation with Bong Hua, and the hesitation that had arisen in that heart is completely taken away. As expected, this world is wrong, isn't it? Immediately after, he raises one hand. Immortal art. Immortal cultivation. Keying. A symbol that schematizes the immortal cultivation system itself rises above his hand and begins to unleash its most vicious authority. Dead enforcement. Everyone who has received the grace of the immortal cultivation system until now lets out a scream and begins to have their entire personality and life taken away in one sweep by the future king. The only ones who remain unscathed under the future king's attack are the heavenly kings who received even more help from the absolute fragments and who still possess the absolute fragments even now. Besides them, there is only Bong Hua, who just now transferred to the Fate's Supreme Deity the authority to intervene as a Life Supreme Deity and has all debts cancelled. Living beings who have climbed to this place under my grace, hear me. Once again, return your lives under my decree and return to the roles you originally ought to have. Woo. All enders who have been liberated by Silver Basket and Bong Myong fail to repay the debts for the grace they have received from the immortal cultivation system, and their entire lives are directly taken away into the hands of Hong Fan Guju. The spirits of countless enders return to the future king's grasp and are refined into the form of the birdcage in which they first appeared. Of course, there are also a few enders who endure in his grasp, starting with Obsidian and Vast Cold. Those who have at least once reached the realm called Heavenly King barely endure in that place and avoid returning to the birdcage. But in the next moment, they ultimately cannot endure and have their personalities taken away. All those whose lives were permitted by splitting heaven, bow your existence under this hand. Enders are fragments of the Absolute. And in the end, what became the basis for breaking the Absolute into pieces, scattering them to other worlds, forming personalities, and bringing souls into birth, is the power of the future king's splitting heaven mantra. We are all children of the future king. To-do-to-duck. Everyone except the current generation of Enders and Bong Hua has their reason completely sealed by the future king, and their eyes turn pitch black. Is it because of liberation? The compression does not work very well. I will need time if I am to stabilize the form again. It does not matter. You all return now as well. Kugugugugu. The future king gestures toward us. Our very existence begins to be sucked toward him with a powerful attraction force. And the one being that has been thrown for a short while into chaos is also drawn toward his hand. It is Silver Basket, who has temporarily exited. Shiraririk. He compresses Silver Basket's true body into a birdcage, and after trapping Silver Basket's spirit inside the cage in the same form that Bong Hua has suffered, he strengthens the attraction force toward us. Kukuk. Wah wag. The eyes of Kim Young-hoon, John Myong-hoon, Kong Min-hee, Oh Hyun-suk, Kim Yun, and Oh Hyeseo all begin to be dyed black. They too begin to have their personalities taken away by the future king, and they stand rooted to the spot, screaming. Still, the heavenly kings of this generation, except for one, have all ripened. This is a first. Since it has come to this anyway, I will challenge the conclusion with this batch. One is defective, but for one, I might be able to find a solution. Wait for me, Huya. I will refine them and confine you for just a moment. If you resist, it is sad, but I will have no choice but to break you into pieces and store you for a time. Kururur. A gang extreme forms above Hong Fan's hand, and the history torn off from Hong Fan's body, together with one of the spirits that Hong Fan has been storing, is infused into it. Eastern Twin Sal Tree. Woo. As the sound of wailing echoes out, one direction of Mount Sumeru is reflected far below. There, one Gandhara comes into being. Western Zero King. Ayayay. The scattered heads of successive high-end rangs lying all over the audience chamber each take up a direction opposite the Gandhara, and the spirits of the supreme deities all gather at once to form something on the level of a Gandhara. Southern Sal Twin Tree. The source river that Kim Yun seized is, in an instant, released from her control and returns again to its original form. Unlike the other Gandhara, no wailing sound is heard. It seems to be because the personality, Cheon Woon, is absent. However, perhaps because he thinks the escaped Cheon Woon can be quickly captured and brought back, he does not particularly pay it any mind and stretches his hand toward the last direction. Northern Gang. Into the last gang extreme clone, the energies that Hien Mu has stolen all this time from the absolute of miracle pours in full, making it reach the same level as the other Gandhara. All four directions of Mount Sumeru are completely filled. Before long, the Gandhara each transform into a single gigantic peak around Mount Sumeru. Back then, I failed to light the Five Peaks mountain and save you. But this time, I will definitely reach you. Huarurik. From the summit of Mount Sumeru and from the tips of the other Gandhara peaks, enormous flames begin to burn. As the flames catch on the Five Peaks, a hymn that will bless the advent of the Absolute One resounds. A beacon fire is something that is lit when you pray for happiness. It cannot itself become happiness, but you will become the Absolute One and gain a new truth, so you will surely become happiness itself. At last, all the personalities of the Enders are devoured by the future king. The activation of debts through the immortal cultivation system and splitting heaven, because we are all beings that originate solely from him. No one can resist his authority. If he had only used it, he could have annihilated us from the very beginning. But with the authority he has not used from the beginning merely for amusement, the future king subdues the entire audience chamber in an instant. So Huya, you are Yang Hui. What thoughts are Bonghua having? Is it perhaps because her perspective is different now that she has become the life supreme deity? Even in that hopeless situation, even while being caught in this situation that, no matter where one looks, is nothing but the frenzy of a madman, she simply smiles gently. She is now omniscient. It is as if she is calm because she already knows everything. Then, Hong Fan turns his gaze away from the calm Yang Hui, and at last, though he tried to keep ignoring me to the very end, he looks at me, who still has not been dragged off by dead enforcement and shows no sign of being dragged off any further. What in the world are you? Good question. I, even now, still am not particularly being dragged away by Hong Fan's dead enforcement or anything of the sort. Your life clearly originates from me. That's true, Hong Fan. The immortal cultivation system you learned all originates from me, and primordial origin and circuits, and the like as well. The fact that you have been able to come into contact with them is all because I have permitted it. It does seem that way. With your own mouth, did you not say that you have received grace from me? Right? In the 16th cycle, I definitely did. Then why do you not belong to me? I feel his emotion. His heart is calm. However, there are times when emotion comes out not through the heart, but through actions. He is clearly regarding me as something incomprehensible that he cannot understand. I definitely received grace from you. That is something I can't deny. If you carry out the debt, it's not strange at all even if I am sucked in just like that. In that case, what trick have you used? I am not using any trick. Only, I stroke the spiraling cluster of light that continuously circles around me. The Wuji religious order, starting with Wu Ryong. And not only the Wuji religious order, but also the connections of the countless living beings I have left behind in Mount Sumeru. It is just that, aside from you, I have received so much from so many existences. What? I am definitely sincerely grateful to you. But I am also grateful to the Jew family daughter who brought me potatoes. Are you saying that what the heavens give and what a mortal gives are the same? Including her, all the connections I met in the 0th cycle also gave me so many things. Chiak. Behind me, a white deer appears. The deer becomes mist, and within the mist the people of the 0th cycle appear. The connections I met in the first cycle also gave me many things. Chiak. The connection of the first cycle appear. Even the connections up to the 10th cycle as well. A precious person supports my back from within the canvas of myriad forms and connections, and behind me even more people crowd in. Even the connections up to the 100th cycle. Chiak. Even the connections up to the 1000th cycle. The existences that keep lining up behind my back only grow more numerous. All the connections up to now as well. And I still do not particularly intend to stop. Suat. The forms of connections within the canvas of myriad forms and connections gradually swell. Just like the first light, by which Hyen Mu forcibly dragged in the future supreme deities, I likewise endlessly draw the random connections I will meet in the future into the canvas of myriad forms and connections. They still have neither gender nor faces. But surely, they are connections that I will someday come to meet. All the connections to come as well. From all the existences just as precious as you, I have received far too much. So, I am not indebted only to you. Because there are far too many existences to whom I must repay grace, I instead am not dragged along by the debt of the one existence that is the heavens. There is no priority among the graces given by connections, and the heavens is likewise merely one among my connections. So, you do not need to repay the heavens first either. Shouting loudly, I speak to my close friends who are not only those to whom I am indebted, but who are also indebted to me as well. Come, Jiuing. At my voice, the future king's birdcage and all the enders whose eyes have turned black all flinch. Come, Wu. The canvas of myriad forms and connections behind my back exerts dead enforcement. The enders who do not have any connection with me quickly have their resonance die down. But the enders who formed even a single connection with me all start to twitch violently on the spot. Right there I shout loudly and forcefully. Come, Huarong. At the same time, among the enders, the 6 who formed the strongest connection with me and owe me the most open their eyes. Kim Young-hoon's eyes return to normal. John Myung-hoon comes to his senses. Kong Min, he looks at me. Oh Hyun-suk grins. Kim Yun smiles warmly. Oh Hyesyo lowers her head bitterly, as if embarrassed. The future king watches that sight and looks at us with a strange gaze. Why is it? I don't know in detail, but I think that he is feeling dispirited. And, after a brief silence, he raises his hand. If you wish, let us have a contest of strength. Woo. At the same time, the attraction force coming from the future king's fingertips grows even stronger and begins to drag in my comrades. Silver Basket looks out at the battlefield from inside the future king's birdcage. No matter how many times I see it, I cannot understand it. From the viewpoint of Silver Basket, a creator god, the future king fate's supreme deity, Hongfan Guju, is quite the madman. Silver Basket cannot understand Hongfan Guju's mental world. In truth, Silver Basket also cannot really understand Bonghua, who has become the first king life's supreme deity. If the future king is someone they cannot understand because of how bizarre he is, then Bonghua is someone who is hard to understand because she is too ordinary. Even though she is an ordinary existence, they cannot understand how she made that kind of choice in that position. Being raised by the future king is unusual, but in their view, the existence called Bonghua is not an existence who could normally reach true emperor. On one side is someone so bizarre that even Silver Basket cannot understand him. On the other side is someone who, even though she is so ordinary that Silver Basket has never experienced anyone like her, still reached such a place and cannot be understood. However, Silver Basket sees an existence they understand even less than those two before. Come. It is Seo Eun-hyun, kneeling in front of the future king. Is he trying to surrender to the future king? Or is he perhaps trying to beg to have his close friends, the Enders, returned? Surprisingly, it is neither. Thank you, Hongfan. In this situation where they cannot read, even a chi ahead into the future, Silver Basket looks upon the strange supreme deity who causes all their foresight to go astray. I am truly grateful to you. They continue to look at the star Genesis supreme deity Seo Eun-hyun. Seo Eun-hyun looks at Hongfan Guju and smiles. Just as I expressed to you at the very end of the 16th cycle, I really am grateful for each and every trivial thing I received from you. The future king looks at such a Seo Eun-hyun, with eyes that somehow seem a little fed up. But, up until now I have only expressed my thanks with words. Therefore, I have decided to kneel sincerely like this in front of you, and convey my thanks. he begins to use honorific speech. At that sight, not only the future king but Silver Basket as well cannot help but be shocked. Thank you, heavens above, for having given me so many gifts until now. Everything you have given me, even the memories in which I suffered, have been like miracles. Thank you for gifting me life. Life is gratitude. That is the only heart and thought that is felt from the existence called Seo Un Hyun right now. What kind of existence? Silver Basket cannot understand Hong Fan Gu Ju or Bong Hua, but they keenly realize that Seo Un Hyun is truly the most incomprehensible madman with clear eyes. What kind of existence in this world can offer such gratitude even to the owner of hell? This one is a madman. Silver Basket feels that keenly and thinks, is it merely a courtesy before he clashes with him in earnest? But to rush in to kill the opponent while giving thanks, is that not a contradiction as well? It is contradictory. It is just as they think that. Therefore, I will not have a contest of strength with you. The future king and Silver Basket, and even Bong Hua gradually start to fall into panic. Please take it. My entire life. It does not end with words. Suat. The body of the owner of myriad stars scatters into countless starlight and sprays out into the void. The rays of starlight are drawn by attraction force and are naturally absorbed into the body of the Fate's supreme deity. They are not mere words. He is truly, all of a sudden, sacrificing himself. That is already something that goes beyond madness. It is not merely at the level of something like madness, but something transcendent beyond madness. Since I offer all that I am to you, and let you do as you please, heavens above, please let me as well do what I wish to do. And the life's supreme deity Bong Hua starts to smile brightly. Even with omniscience, she cannot understand that incomprehensible way of thinking. Yet there is one repeating history that she knows of. So that is how it is. O future king, do you know? Jiaong. While the future king is soaked in silence, sacrificing himself and offering himself up to the enemy, Seo Un Hyun raises one hand. At the same time, the connection between the future king and Kim Young-hoon is cut for an instant. As if he has received some will or plan from Seo Un Hyun, Kim Young-hoon lets out a light chuckle, lifts his saber, and becomes golden light. Kururum. He becomes a world of golden light. He turns into a mass of light that covers the entire domain of purity and then flies straight towards Seo Un Hyun's body. In the next moment, Kim Young-hoon becomes a single sword and drives himself into Seo Un Hyun. The sword that has been shining with golden light becomes colorless as it buries itself in Seo Un Hyun's body. Kururum. Next is John Myung-hoon. When Seo Un Hyun waves his hand, the attraction force between John Myung-hoon and the future king is instantly severed, and after he meets Seo Un Hyun's eyes and nods, he, by his own will, becomes the same kind of sword as Kim Young-hoon and drives himself into Seo Un Hyun. The red sword, still connected to Indra's net, flies towards Seo Un Hyun and pierces into him. Once again, that sword becomes colorless. Next is Kong Min-hee, Jiuing. And then, within that hard-to-understand scene, Bong Hua steps forward. Holding a peach blossom tree branch in one hand, she steps between Seo Un Hyun and the future king and continues speaking with a warm smile. He is a mountain divine spirit. And when the mountain divine spirit casts away arrogance and kneels, when the mountain divine spirit becomes humble, the future king's eyes twitch. They are the strongest. Flash. 4 colorless swords lodge in Seo Un Hyun's body. At the same time, light begins to pour out from all over Seo Un Hyun's body. It is a sacred radiance. Yes, it is the light of true emperor advancement. Silver Basket simply cannot understand Seo Un Hyun's way of thinking with a sober mind. Only when they judge it by the result alone does it just turn out like that. The existence that is called Seo Un Hyun reached the conclusion that, in the end, he cannot win before the future king without offering up everything. That is why he simply laid down all arrogance and pride, offered up everything of himself, and sought to advance to become the owner of miracles. Since he has protected me, I shall also protect him. Bong Hua's clear voice rings out through the entire gestation world and becomes a wall of golden flames that blocks the way to Seo Un Hyun. The enthronement of a new owner of miracles, you will not be able to stop it. Wawoom. When the owner of life waves her hand, the heavenly void furnace that was far away flies into her hand. She sticks her hand into that heavenly void furnace and takes something out. In the name of life, I command. Life. As light scatters over the entire world, a being who had died begins to come back to life. TSTSSS. A being made of pure white salt stands beside the life supreme deity. From the head realm drifting nearby, souls and bodies fly over and combine with them. The owner of life is reviving the heavenly venerable of miracles who has died to fate. Death is fixed, so it is but a temporary revival. I know. The pure white being and the golden being stand in front of the future king, guarding the front of Seo Eun-hyun like gatekeepers. Seo Eun-hyun looks at their backs, and his hand trembles. His eyes look as if he wants to run to them right now, bow to them, and shout his thanks. However, he only sits there in that spot and faces Kim Yun. The next moment, Kim Yun smiles brightly, becomes a pale pink sword, flies to Seo Eun-hyun and pierces into him, and changes to colorless. 5 swords are embedded in Seo Eun-hyun's body. Why? In Silver Basket's eyes, it is an utterly irrational sacrifice. Seo Eun-hyun may have no advantage no matter how one looks at it. But how can he offer himself up as a sacrifice to his opponent to seek a chance for advancement? The heavenly kings may have built deep ties, but how can they hand over their very existence to a comrade without hesitation? How can the one who has reached the position of owner of history, and the one who could have become the owner of miracles, stand there at the front even while knowing they have no chance of victory? Silver Basket has always bet only on what has a chance to win. Because as someone who is of creator god origin, they have no reason to lose everything and roll around in misery just anywhere. Even though the odds are no more than 4-pawn, they still dived in because this place is the highest peak they can hope for, and they threw themselves in with a heart that is half resignation. And even now, they continue looking for an opportunity. The reason they told Bong Hwa and Seo Eun-hyun the way to oppose the future king's divine art if they advanced to true emperor was solely in order to use the gap when the two opposed the future king, even for a moment to seize back their main body and buy time to flee. As one originating from a creator god, it is certainly true that they feel sympathy for the future king, and it is also true that they believe Seo Eun-hyun and the others have the possibility of looking for an opening in the future king's divine art. However, in the end, their final objective is not something like overthrowing the future king. They are, after all, an outsider. They are an existence whose purpose is, ultimately, to experience countless worlds and then return to their homeland and bring their own world into Genesis. To such a Silver Basket, those who throw their bodies away despite having no possibility at all are people they cannot understand. They also think Bong Hwa as an ordinary existence, but they cannot understand at all how existence with an ordinary soul and potential can throw herself in like that without hesitation. Why not just keep letting him be eaten by the future king? There is only one method of attacking the future king that Silver Basket thought of. The future king is an existence weak to blessings. So all one has to do is preserve themselves and send blessings and compassion from a distance. The creator gods felt compassion for the future king even as they were slaughtered, but that is only because they are true transcendents. It was possible because the very concept called death does not apply to them. However, those people are close to transcendence but are not yet transcendents. They can die. Why? When they are not mere mortals and yet have approached so close to transcendence, why do they face him with such an inefficient method? Why, even while sacrificing themselves, do they hand over everything to the opponent? Silver Basket cannot understand it. There is an effect. The starlights of the star Genesis supreme deity, which are absorbed into the future king's sacred body, spread out inside that body made of darkness like ink dispersing in water. They turn into a gentle green light and flow down from the future king's chest like green blood. The future king looks at the life supreme deity and the heavenly venerable of miracles who stand in front of him. And as Hong Fan sees Seo Eun-hyun beyond them, who is advancing to become the owner of miracles, he clutches his own chest, from which the cluster of green light is pouring down. The formless poison is deep, so very deep. Silver Basket understands Seo Eun-hyun has injected some poison into the future king from within a domain that even Silver Basket themselves has not been able to properly observe. They also understand that he is acting like so because he has faith in it. They understand the principle that that poison is made of goodwill and blessings, and that the more the blessings grow, the more cracks it will make in the future king's heart. But even so, they cannot understand why they are offering themselves up to the future king. Wouldn't the poison have been triggered enough even if he simply blessed the future king with words? Why on earth would they move so hastily, going so far as to sacrifice themselves? If they have already poisoned the opponent, should they not wait for the poison to spread? If they simply bless him with words and wait for the poison to spread, then at that time rescue the other Ender comrades and advance to become the owner of miracles, would that not be a way that does not sacrifice themselves and does not force Bonghua and the heavenly venerable of miracles to make a reckless sacrifice? And Seo Eunhyun opens his mouth. It is difficult to obtain a human body, and it is difficult still to realize the Tao. His gaze is directed at the future king, but Silver Basket also feels as if he is speaking to them. Following the human heart, one seeks the root of the Tao. Seo Eunhyun's entire body starts to shine. If this body cannot achieve transcendence in this life, when shall I wait again to transcend this existence? Now, not the future, but this very moment. Silver Basket, who lives for eternity, cannot understand that sight. But there is one thing they can understand. If there is a way to defeat the god of future and light who governs hope, it is that one must treasure the present itself regardless of the odds of victory. The future king begins to invoke his divine art in order to take out in a single blow Seo Eunhyun, who is beginning his advancement, and Bonghua, who is protecting him. And Seo Eunhyun, even though it is clear that in the very next moment he will collapse helplessly before that divine art, corrects the words spoken by the heavens in a clear voice. Heavens above, that is not poison. I know that from the 16th cycle onwards, you have continually expelled it and have struggled to return it to me. But that is not something I have forcibly shoved into you. It is merely something that has always been inside you. Just as the existence called the heavens is absolute in this world, and thus cannot be denied, what is called the heart likewise is not something you can deny just because you wish to deny it. It is simply nothing more than awakening what has been within you. At last, Silver Basket. They realize that they too, influenced by that madman, have gone insane. Even though I possess the root of awakening, have I been unable to awaken anything? Wu-wong. Within the iron bars made by compacting the souls of the Enders, they begin to activate their divine art again. Wu-wong. Their soul begins to resonate. They do not fight battles with no chance of victory. However, even though they know that there is absolutely no chance at all, even though they know that if they do this now, they will absolutely not be able to escape, they begin, for the first time in his life, to do something foolish. Silver Basket, who until now has sat in the cage feigning powerlessness, only watching for a chance to flee, while Bonghua and Seo Eunhyun advance to true emperor and confront the future king, cries out from within the cage for the first time. Open your eyes. Flash. The cage begins to shake. The souls of the Enders begin to rise. Open your ears. Those whose personalities have been taken away by the future king begin to hear Silver Basket's words. All the beings whose lives have been entirely mortgaged to the future king begin to regain their reason. All those whose minds are awakened by Silver Basket begin to break free from the shape of the cage as they listen to their words. Open your mouths. And all the Enders who have lost their voices by the future king begin to reclaim their speech. At the time, when the souls of the Enders were first revived, at that time, they considered Enders at the level of mere mortal beings useless, so they casually burst them and killed them, and made use only of those Enders at about true immortality or above. Even though they possessed the root of awakening, they did not awaken Enders at great net immortal and below. They thought they were unnecessary. They thought they had no effect on the odds of victory. But now, infected with madness by the anomaly called Seo Eunhyun, Silver Basket begins to awaken even the reason of the spirits of the tiny Enders they have thought unnecessary, and begins to awaken everything they have lost. Enders who have formed your personalities in the other worlds and forged your connection there before coming here, hear me. All of you, return. I, Silver Basket, creator god of an other world, shall remain here in your place, as the price for that wait. And with that one declaration, they begin to awaken in countless Enders the path back. Silver Basket, confined in Mount Sumru, who has only been looking for a chance to escape while waiting for the day they can return to their homeland, throws away with their own hands the escape opportunity they have desired most, and sends the souls of all Enders back to their homes. Centered on Silver Basket, innumerable spirits of Enders are liberated. Because the will of liberation left behind by the Liberation Supreme Deity still remains, the Enders are instantly released from the form of the cage and begin to return outside the audience chamber to their faraway home worlds. Because the soul of an otherworld's creator god, Silver Basket, has in effect declared that they will remain in this world in their stead to shoulder their debts. Even the power of immortal cultivation cannot pull them back. Since they are sent away under the influence of divine arts, they also cannot be brought back simply by turning back time with the Radiance mantra. Only if the future king directly uses attraction force can they be brought back. Some might be puzzled. They might ask what sending back the souls of the Enders has to do with defeating the future king. But Silver Basket knows. It was a mistake for the future king to briefly lock Silver Basket in the cage. Thanks to that, through the insight of Creator God, they saw the story of the great mantra that the future king is making. They were able to glimpse at its ending. Choose, O future king. Silver Basket laughs heartily. That laughter is a pleasure that surpasses all the emotions they have ever felt while existing in constant boredom as a transcendent. Will you stop the birth of the owner of miracles? Or will you stop the materials for the absolute of hope you are trying to create from scattering to pieces? The future king's divine art makes him supreme so long as he is the one enforcing the story. And no matter how supreme he is, one hand cannot defeat two hands. Even if he becomes the strongest, he cannot choose both. And, finally, for the first time, a clear light of emotion enters Hong Fan Guju's eyes. And, filled with rage, he pays no mind to Seo Eunhyun's advancement and extends attraction force with all his might toward the outside of the audience chamber. As an altar to give birth to a new creator god, the future king placed offerings on all four sides of Sumeru to pray for the creator god. In the north, an offering that symbolizes the absolute of miracle. In the south, an offering that symbolizes the absolute of fate. In the east, an offering that symbolizes the absolute of history. However, in the west, where Bonghua originally has been seated, he prepared a somewhat unusual offering. An offering that symbolizes humaneness, the Western Zero King. And, for the god of hope, humaneness can only be hope. Gathering the souls of Enders to make a cage is not some hobby of his to use unusual materials to imprison Bonghua like a bird for amusement. After passing through countless hardships and trials, after going through his own beginning, development, twist, conclusion, he gathered the souls of Enders brainwashed to be similar to himself and made them into a birdcage to imprison the next generation creator god. O future king, do you want to give birth to an omnipotent one with your own hands? Not satisfied even with that, do you want to brainwash the creator god? No longer in the lofty form of an absolute being he has shown until now, the future king, transformed into the shape of a rampaging tyrant, instantly seizes Silver Basket's soul with a crushing grip. However, Silver Basket only laughs and continues to pour out the truth they have glimpsed. Your first purpose is to erase miracles, to erase connection. I see. Because one can look back on a miracle. Because one can attain repentant enlightenment over it. But hope can only be looked upon forward. You hope that, forgetting the past named Mount Sumeru and the future king, the creator god will create a new world within hope. Ujajijik. Silver Basket's soul crumples within the powerful attraction force. The future king steps out beyond the audience chamber and takes his stance. Emptiness sword. Fifth style. Applied technique. Great, duh. The emptiness sword is thrown. The applied technique of upper, like Lord, simply multiplies. The thrown sword of emptiness splits in the void. It splits and splits again, until it has split enough to blot out the light of entire other worlds, and then wedges itself into countless places throughout the other worlds. Quagwagwagwang. Countless other worlds collapse. The other worlds with creator gods who already possess an ego crumble into powder under his hand and drift around the gestation world surrounding Mount Sumeru. Thus, the worlds that remain are worlds without gods with an ego who can actively defend against the attack. It is not even hope, yet the worlds simply turn to powder under the emptiness sword. However, even after turning countless worlds to powder in one stroke, the souls of Enders he regains amount to only a single handful. He still has not recovered the majority of the Enders. Normally, the future king would never choose such an action, for the scattered spirits are something he can always pick up again at any time. No matter how important the material, in the end it will fall into his hands. But, now, is different. Because Bonghua has advanced to life's supreme deity, and 6 of the 7 absolute fragments of miracle become powers he can control in his hands. In this very moment of now, when he laid down the altar, placed the offerings, and lit the beacon fire to confer Bonghua as an omnipotent one, hope is the most important element. A Regressor's Tale of Cultivation is a story meant to see the ending that Hong Fan Guju desires. If it is not the ending he has set, it has no meaning at all. Therefore, now, with the completion of everything right before him, Hong Fan Guju, who has in the end even turned himself into a component of the story, is pushed in the back by the divine art he himself has created and must move not to deal with Seo Eun-hyun, but to pick up the souls of the enders he has considered trash so that he can obtain the ending he desires. Why is it? Why have you thrown away what you most desired and sacrificed yourself? O Silver Basket. If you had simply waited quietly for my story to be completed, Huiha would later have released you. Silver Basket laughs with pleasure at Hong Fan Guju's question. Rather than your story that is to come in the future, it seems the stories of those here and now are more enjoyable. They are, in the end, an ender of pleasure. Hong Fan Guju turns and looks back. Countless coincidences upon coincidences cause Seo Eun-hyun to, barely, absorb the 6 heavenly kings that have been born. Behind Seo Eun-hyun, the shadows of the 6 heavenly kings absorbed into him shimmer faintly. Even Seo is, for a brief time, freed from his control by Bong Hwa and Salt Sea joining their strength. Since the absolute fragment of desire is in his own hand, Seo Eun-hyun cannot advance. Yet there is no such thing as feeling at ease. Miracle is irrational and uncertain. He does not know what new variable may arise. He must quickly stabilize the divine art. In practical terms, now that various means have been blocked by Silver Basket's sacrifice, he cannot pick up all those countless enders in a short time, so he must bring only the enders who will occupy the greatest weight in the absolute of hope and stabilize the story. Silver Basket, Obsidian, Vast Cold. Among them, Silver Basket is in his own hand, so only Obsidian and Vast Cold are left. Emptiness Sword. 5th move. Applied technique. God, Sun. The rapidly thrown Emptiness Sword permeates through countless other worlds and flies toward Obsidian's homeland. Immediately after, Obsidian's homeland directly shatters under the authority of Hong Fan Guju, and the attraction force of fate pulls Obsidian's soul over. Next is the soul of the Tridacna Vast Cold Heavenly King, the world where the home universe of Seo Eun-hyun and Yang Sujin lies. Earth. True martial arts. Repulsion force maximizes and goes beyond attraction force itself, transforming into a power that embodies destruction itself. The absolute of fate dwells in the sword, a power that can tear Vast Cold to death even if they regain their senses and defend. Emptiness Sword. Hong Fan Guju brings the Emptiness Sword down toward Earth and, without taking his eyes off Seo Eun-hyun, focuses so as not to miss even the slightest change that occurs in him. And as Hong Fan Guju caves in the world where Earth exists with a single strike, he finally bursts into laughter. 4th move. Ha ha. Artificial computation device. Agate. Immortal art. Tainted soul filling the heavens. Fate. Truth manipulation. Seo, whom he has considered the lowest bug, the piece of trash who until now has been unable to do anything. She connects to Seo Eun-hyun's auspicious soul filling the heavens and canvas of myriad forms and connections, which are linked to her own tainted soul filling the heavens, and compresses Seo Eun-hyun's myriad forms and connections. Through the legacy of a predecessor agate, she calculates and controls infinite variables, converts the compressed myriad forms and connections, and makes them endlessly close to an absolute fragment. With truth manipulation, she has the world recognize the absolute fragment, which has become close to the real thing, as a momentary, real absolute fragment, and toys with the world. Temporary absolute fragment. Crystal glass, Woli. In this way, the absolute fragment of Seo Eun-hyun that contains the authority of ego preservation is, for an instant, duplicated through the rebellion of a bug named Seo and causes a miracle. Applied technique. Earth collapses in a single blow, and as Hong Fan Guju sees this situation made by countless overlapping coincidences, fate, he realizes that all of this is an inevitability. Are you saying I should have chosen you? Oh miracle. Even if it is fake, that is clearly an absolute. The real one is still in his hand, so it is an imperfection that, as soon as he becomes the owner of miracles, will once again fall into ruin. But even within that imperfection, seeing the absolute of miracles that, somehow, by any means, slipped out of his hand and yielded the position of owner of miracles to Seo Eun-hyun, who has breathed the deepest poison into him. As he watches this moment when everything shatters and collapses, he at last becomes honest with his own feelings and starts to laugh. Yes, in truth, I also have wanted to meet you. His greatest fear. O God of connections. His greatest joy. Answer. Where in the world does the true answer lie? Why is it that I have been unable to reach happiness, and upon whom should I have relied upon? Within the cluster of all of the heaven's natural colors, the absolute he has feared the most is seized by the human who has driven the deepest poison into him. And the answer he has least wanted to hear resounds through the spaces of countless other worlds and other heaven and earths. You should have taken only yourself as the lamp of truth and lived relying on that truth. He listens to those words and acknowledges them. For the moment he hears those words, he sees, in every future after those words, himself wanting to pour out his everything towards Seo Unhyun. I have become the heavens, have not avoided any responsibility, and have become your place of rest. If so, then why do you deceive yourself with the words sacrifice and hope, and shift the final responsibility onto the person you have loved? The final contradiction of the story Hong Fan Guju has dreamed of. The truth that, in the end, his hope is nothing more than dumping entirely onto the soon-to-be omnipotent Yang Hui the responsibility and inquiry into salvation that he himself has abandoned. Enough. I am now tired of this. When there is a blade, what reason is there to take turns speaking? In the end, he cannot resist the impulse that, if it is the God of connections before his eyes, he can draw forth and clash with his everything, and he throws at him the true absolute fragment that is within himself. He hurls Seo Unhyun's original fate and his essence at him and declares, since you originate from me, your life is indebted to me. I shall break you head-on in your highest state and return your entire life to my possession, and thus fulfill the Regressor's tale of cultivation. It is a prophecy that he designates as the price by handing over the absolute fragment of desire. That absolute power is normally something that even a fellow true emperor cannot escape from. Suiot. And at last, as all the absolute fragments are obtained, Seo Unhyun, who has placed miracle in his hand and completely seized it, sheds the vestige and transforms into a new existence. An advancement that seems even faster than Bongwa's. It is perhaps because of the influence of Silver Basket's divine art and his master, who has once become a half-owner of miracles. And it must also be because of the other two true emperors who support and look forward to his enthronement with all their might. The vestige he has been wearing become a jade throne. As the absolute fragment of crystal glass falls away again, it becomes a throne made out of connections. It is crystal glass without a single speck of stain. It is a crystal throne cleaner than water. No, my life is mine, but it is also not mine alone. Thus, I cannot give all of it to you alone. He becomes the owner of the crystal throne. As a new owner of miracles is enthroned, he makes his name known across all of Mount Sumeru. So, what I can give you is only that one life that has left nothing but the connection with you. The two, who stand atop countless space-times and causalities, face each other. Beyond the starlight crown, the god of connections, Seo Unhyun, who now newly wears a white mianguan, swings the silver sword extreme heavenly sword he holds in his hand. Jiuing. Space-time is torn away. The whole of history is carved out and erased by the divine power of cutting principle. And as he looks over at the space-times of the distant past, Seo Unhyun whispers toward the one who peeks at those space-times. Just wait a little. Because then, surely, they will meet him and form a good connection. He tears out an entire timeline of a distant past and hands it over to the future king. The god of hope, who wears a black mianguan, Hong Fan Guju, receives Seo Unhyun's 16th cycle in its entirety, makes that life belong to himself, and counts the prophecy as having been fulfilled. Though it is a desecration to fate, but it is because the man before his eyes is a being who has the qualification to desecrate it, and because the ownership of this life also has value to him. Above all, because in any case he is going to win this time again. However, even after that, a price remains, and in the end, just like the peach that Yang Hui has given him, he has to cancel all the debts of fate he has given to Seo Unhyun. Yet, whereas Yang Hui's gift calmed his agitation and healed him, what Seo Unhyun gives only further triggers and sinks deeper the formless poison that has seeped into Hong Fan Guju's heart. The pure heart and blessing of a single human who, throughout the entire 16th cycle that Seo Eun-hyun remembers, has believed in Hong Fan Guju and sincerely given thanks. As he accepts it, the future King fates supreme deity Hong Fan Guju, in order to prepare against the last true emperor to be enthroned. The Crystal King, Seingwang, Ender supreme deity, Zhongming Shangdi, Seo Eun-hyun, Wensheng. In order to clash everything he has against the owner of miracles, he begins to take out all of himself. Descend into my hand. Future King, 3 heavenly treasures. The final divine artifact. The authority that corresponds to the Radiance Supreme Deity's 33 heavenly resplendent treasure pagodas. Mount Sumeru 33 heavens. Bringing into his hand the inverted cone called the Sumeru 3 heavens great thousand world, Hong Fan begins to pour all his light, with all his strength, toward the god of connections who crashes against him. Between the clashing clusters of light of star Genesis and Radiance, the last day of the 16th cycle faintly shines through. Chapter 804, A Regressor's Tale of Cultivation. Present. Light bursts forth. Through the secret art of heaven of neither perception nor non-perception, I briefly send the hopes flying into another world. They will soon chase after again, but there is nothing better than this to buy time right now. Kariric. The emptiness sword rings. It makes a sound like a snake hissing as it rips apart and pushes away the chaos. As if they are specks of dust, things drift between me and Hong Fan, floating and flickering. Each and every one of those countless specks of dust is a heavenly domain. Just by us standing facing each other, the principles of the world clash, and universes are born and decline like dust in a dust storm. And then, the emptiness sword bares its fangs. I swing the sword of star clusters, imbued with the power of chaos and the turning wheel, and block the emptiness sword. Pot. What echoes out is not so much a simple sound as something that should be called a vast vibration or a transcendent resonance. The first strike. As my sword and his collide, countless clusters of light burst out like a sandstorm, like fireworks. Each of them is a new timeline and a parallel world. And the more worlds come into being, the more the body of the creator god called Mount Sumeru is completed and strengthened. Gugugugu. The great divinity holding Mount Sumeru in one hand sucks in the countless heavenly domains and parallel worlds being generated around it, and throws it within the primordial chaos. Wying. Inside the gestation world, Mount Sumeru spins. Kagugugu. The Mount Sumeru that is spinning falls straight toward us, flickering. And in the midst of it all, Hong Fan once again swings the emptiness sword. The hopes are mercilessly fired in a barrage. At first I could block the hopes, but now that I too have drawn out every last bit of final power I can use, those powers endlessly evolve in accordance with their opponent. They have already evolved to match me, and because they are evolving even now as they fly toward me, I am actually no longer able to block them. The essence of hope is, only after I became a half-step creator god, only now am I able to understand that principle and secret. No, I should rather say that it comes to mind, because even when he whispered it to me, I could not bear it and could not understand it. 160H cycle. Kariric. Black Gangchi surges up from Hong Fan. That is Hong Fan's entering heavens beyond the path. Just like my formless sword, those things that seem to have no form or rule fly toward me under his will. Final profundity. It is Hong Fan's nature that, if he has the chance, he immediately pours his greatest, strongest, ultimate technique onto the enemy to put them to death. As if proving this, he immediately unfolds the final profundity of his entering heavens beyond the path. Hope. The black Gangchi becomes bright light. For a moment, I blankly flinch as I watch the mass of Gangchi flying toward me. Then I hastily respond. My instincts move. It feels as if someone is whispering by my ear. The current hope is something whose power I have held back and restricted by a large degree in order to try crossing hands with you. But its essence is the same. Why is it? Inside Hong Fan, some voice resounds. Is this Hong Fan's heart? I don't know why. Yet for some reason, right now I feel as if I'm connected with Hong Fan himself. Up until now, the vision of treading heavens only reads the opponent's heart essence more deeply. But Hong Fan is different. As if the essence of this is a story. It is a story that unfolds in order to ruin the opponent I have taken as my enemy. It feels like I'm inside Hong Fan's heart. It feels as if a part of my mind has went into Hong Fan's heart essence, connected with his mind, and is telling me the answer sheet. Does Hong Fan know this? For some reason, I get the feeling that he does. Wying. Tukwagagang. From the cave residence where the heavenly void furnace is located, at the center of Ascension Path, a gigantic tunnel is bored through all the way out beyond Ascension Path. It is that Hong Fan's secret art pierces the Ascension Path, which is on the scale of dozens of mountain ranges, in a single instant. Walgak. Though my completely aged body cannot endure taking that technique head-on, it boils up. Is this your entering heavens? Even though it is entering heavens, its fearsome power far surpasses my formless sword of treading heavens. This is rather. It even feels as if some transcendent existence, in a state of having reached the ultimate of martial arts, is humoring me by insisting that it is entering heavens beyond the path just to have a match with me. I even feel doubt as to whether this is really power at the level of entering heavens. Hong Fan said it is entering heavens. If so, then it is entering heavens. I simply believe it. If my friend says so, then so it is. What need is there for any reasons or tricks? Pachajijijic. The more I draw out power, the more lightning boils up throughout my whole body. For hundreds of years, the curse of lightning was never released in the end. But, at the same time, it also strengthened my full power. Kururung. In an instant, I transform into a form like a spirit of lightning. I become a single streak of lightning itself. It is a movement at true lighting speed that an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator cannot move at. I advance at a speed that far surpasses my realm and crash toward Hong Fan. But Hong Fan stamps his foot. Stepping technique, Black Heaven. Movement technique, Future. Shiriririk. He flies toward me in an instant. The sight of the black gang chi brushing through space as it flies and looks just like a single black snake. He surpasses lightning speed. In an instant, he surpasses lightning speed and accelerates even more, and at some point his speed becomes such that I, a nascent soul stage cultivator, am no longer able to follow. Keying. He accelerates to the extreme. And for a single instant, Quong. My entire body crumples as I go flying toward one part of Ascension Path. Kihiak. Even though I possess a lightning body, the very concept of lightning itself crumples and is torn away. I barely, only by instinct, understand what has happened. For an instant, he surpassed light speed. A speed that, by interfering from the future to the past, makes a sure hit succeed. It is a speed so far, so distant beyond something like lightning speed. A terrifying entering heavens beyond the path with no answer in sight. That is Hong Fan's fearsome entering heavens. However, as I see that fragment of his unfathomable talent, as I see the gap I can absolutely not overcome, I smile. Because it feels just like fighting Kim Young-hoon. In the very first cycle, I fought Kim Young-hoon and despaired again. However, if I think back on it now, it seems I was happy just to chase after someone so far beyond my reach that I could never catch up. Ho ha ha ha. With a face full of delight, I once again restore my body and unfold the severing mountain swordsmanship. As Hong Fan, wrapped in a mass of black gang chi, flies toward me. For some reason, he begins to transmit to me his realizations of martial arts while remaining connected to me. If you wish to face hope, there are 2 or 3 strategies of attack. This derives from the principle of hope. He, from his black gang chi, clusters of light burst out, and once again his final profundity spews toward me. Why is it? The sight of him driving me into a corner using such fearsome techniques. It even feels like he simply wants to give me a thorough beating. Is there perhaps something about me he has been dissatisfied with? Perhaps in the 500 years we have spent together, I only trained with him and treat him too stingily. In the next life, I should at least let him eat some delicious potato dishes. Right now, the only thing that comes to mind is potatoes. The clusters of light of hope suddenly swell to an immense degree and then rush in to tear me to apart. And I, striving somehow to digest the realizations of martial arts that Hong Fan has conveyed, begin to oppose hope with all my strength. Present. Kariririk. As I look at the hope that, though I drove it away with heaven of neither perception nor non-perception, once again chases us across the timeline, I recall the principle of hope. Only now does the knowledge in my head become unsealed. Because the knowledge itself about what is called hope has belonged to the future king all this time. It seems he has kept it sealed until I reached a realm where I can endure it. Thank you, Guju. Back in the 16th cycle, I was in a realm where I knew nothing, so I actually did not receive any influence at all, but now I perfectly understand the principle of hope. If I had come to know this in days of great net immortal or below rather than at the level of a governing immortal, I would have gained a powerful heart demon from the shock toward the thing that is called martial arts that I have known until now. I would have ended up trying to reproduce hope at my level even though I could not, have my personality split into thousands, and have gone mad and died. The principle and essence of hope are as follows. Recalling the martial arts insights I gained back then, which are only now unsealed, I adjust my grip on the impermanent sword. Hope is the maximization of sword control. I remember the time when I first learned sword control. I input actions into sword control, and at some point, the sword control moved by itself, and in the end, I even copied myself into it, becoming Sword Gang. It can be called the maximization of a clone. And if Gang Sphere is maximized, it becomes one with one's heart essence and allows one to project that heart essence itself into the world. However, the heart essence thus projected can at some point be compressed again and shot out. The power of seated detachment, entering hope that Yuhua or Jangik had shown. The realm of first step before the throne. In that realm, you can compress your heart essence and shoot it out, unleashing a powerful single strike that surpasses your realm. And through that single strike, you can create a clone or lodge it in the other's heart essence so that the other can use it. Hope is, in essence, first step before the throne, yet the power of a single strike clone that evolved beyond the extreme into the domain of transcendence. What he had called sword control at the time was merely his consideration for me, who could not use a single strike clone. You copy your own personality and breathe it into the sword. Here, the range of what you breathe in is literally everything. All of one's talent and heart, and even one's talent and possibility, emotions, and even parts of one's soul. These are things that, in the 16th cycle, I could not understand even when I heard them. Only now do I understand. And then, you modify the personality of yourself that you have breathed in, and you breathe in a goal to annihilate the opponent. What is thereby completed is another self of yourself that sincerely wants to kill a single target. That other self is thereby duplicated from the moment it unfolds only to kill the set target, and it uses all of the possibilities and talents, personality, and strength of yourself that you have breathed in only for killing that fixed target. You duplicate and modify a personality that reproduces all of yourself, and you use it as a mutual destruction bomb that makes it think only of killing the target. That self so created for killing, from the moment it unfolds, agonizes over how to kill the opponent and devises methods and authorities optimized for them. And even as it flies toward the opponent, it unceasingly torments itself with delusion and anguish, at a speed of undying that surpasses Araya consciousness. No, perhaps even beyond that, for a time close to infinity. It ponders how to ruin and kill the opponent and brings the opponent to death. Because the goal is thus set, it has the trait of being alive, so even if you evade, it chases, and even if you send it flying beyond the timeline, it comes back again. The more the opponent evades and runs away, the longer the time of agonizing over murder becomes. So instead of its power decreasing as its airtime passes, it is a bizarre profundity that continues to evolve and grows even more powerful. A single story that exists to destroy one target, and in doing so destroys even oneself. In a way, it is something that can be called a pseudo-divine art, something that transcends authority and martial techniques. It is a cruel and pitiful ultimate technique full of self-torment and self-hatred that can only be satisfied after abusing, remodeling, and torturing oneself to the end, and watching the opponent and that other self die. That is the essence and principle of hope. A sound like a snake hissing rings out. Therefore, the methods for attacking hope are about 2 or 3 in number. The first is to show hope a possibility other than killing, and to melt hope away before hope hits you. However, with this method, if hope rejects that possibility and, in the end, still charges in, there is also the danger that hope's speed of evolution accelerates instead. It is a method that only someone on the level of a transcendent who uses the power of chaos as the medium of an authority can use. Back then, I did not know it, but it seems to be a method that beings such as creator gods or great divinities of other words can use to defend themselves a few times. The second is, since hope ultimately evolves by accepting my talent and possibilities, if you have confidence that you can evolve and grow stronger faster than I can, if you evolve and change faster than hope, which evolves endlessly in order to face you, you can break hope head-on. It is a method possible only if you evolve and grow at a speed that surpasses Hong Fan's talent and possibilities. And lastly, the time when hope is weakest is, in the end, the moment it unfolds. Hope at that time cannot even use the absolute of fate or the three great mantras. So if you can change and progress even a little at the moment it unfolds, you can block hope. In other words, to fight the future king, who fires hope in a barrage, the possibility of range combat is forcibly sealed off, and you must fight him in ultra-close quarters combat, endlessly facing his sword with your own. Awake. The turning wheel mantra and the chaos of the outer sea are manipulated by my will, unraveling countless stories. And in an instant, I once more evolve at a transcendent speed, at a speed that surpasses Hong Fan's talent. When Seo Eun-hyun, John Myung-hoon melts down his own personality and possibilities inside me. At the same time, the red lightning heavenly tribulation dwells in my hand. Kururum. John Myung-hoon is the inheritor who received all the legacy of the owner of heavenly punishment. The owner of heavenly punishment, Dugon, was the god who gave the name Indra's net to the law of causality. Because their rank and weight class did not suffice, what Dugon could do was nothing more than easily interfering with Indra's net at about a heavenly venerable level. However, if a being that has the weight class, rank, and enlightenment even receives the authority of naming, Karur, the power of what has been named can be seized in my hand and wielded as much as I like. Geoong. Indra's net is the net of principle. The entire law of causality is wielded by my hand, and, together with chaos, tears heaven and earth apart. Once again, the hopes that could not, for an instant, catch up to me, who has evolved through the power of everyone, all burst apart as they are. I close the distance with him. Karur. However, that distance does not shrink. Why Yang? Endlessly rotating, he cuts and pushes away the law of causality. By it, everything, including chaos, is pushed away with him at the center. The mantra of immortal cultivation lodges in the Sumeru three heavens great thousand world and endlessly pushes everything away. The countless heavenly domains that look like dust shine and are born within it, rejecting us. An existence that is not tolerated by the world itself must disappear. Existence deletion. Mount Sumeru and the authority unfolded by the body of the Creator God. And on top of that, the power of immortal cultivation that dwells in Mount Sumeru activates together. Existence absorption. The entirety of the immortal cultivation system is governed by governing immortals, and if one does not pass each realm, one is absorbed by the governing immortals. The immortal cultivation system is, in the end, a system for devouring and being devoured by someone. Even when one reaches the end of the immortal cultivation system, it is a history of repetition of karma that cannot escape the bridle of being summoned to the supreme deity grand banquet and gluttonously devouring the world, eating and being eaten. That essence sucks us in, trying to devour our very existence. In the name of history, in the name of miracle, we are here. Inside me, Bonghua shouts, and I also shout together, and with the power of absolutes, we defend against the existence deletion being carried out by the Creator God. Against the authority of existence absorption, I endure by using the authority over the immortal cultivation system that I have come to govern. Immortal cultivation itself belongs to Hong Fan, but in the end, I too have a decent share in the immortal cultivation system itself. On top of that, Bonghua resists immortal cultivation through the power of reincarnation, and thanks to it, we are able to endure even that. But in the next moment, during that fleeting instant when we endure immortal cultivation and Mount Sumeru, the power of splitting heaven that comes flying tears our whole bodies apart. Kiriririk. Time is turned back. As we once again enter onto a new timeline, we fly toward Hong Fan in the midst of chaos. For long range, with hope. For mid-range, with the powers of immortal cultivation, Mount Sumeru, splitting heaven, and the like. For close range, distorting space-time, dimensions, and the future at will with the Radiance Mantra and the attraction force of Absolute of Fate, seizing control of the entire battlefield. That is Hong Fan Guju. The moment we enter close range, we once again die, struck by the future rewrites of fate and by his throwing technique, upper. Kiriririk. We regress again. We go on dying. We die, and die, and die, countlessly, I in the underworld. Melting the souls and personalities of our comrades into one, we pour out everything we have. Even so, it is not enough, and we must continue to die. In an instant, the number of regressions soars before we know it to around the 2,900 cycle. There are about 100 or so cycles left until we reach the future king's prophecy. The closer we get to that fate, the stronger the attraction force becomes. In other words, the closer it gets to the 2999th cycle, the probability that I will be defeated increases exponentially. But I do not give up. I merely look only forward as I keep on dying. And at last, Chiak, I arrive into that distance where I can fight Hong Fan at point-blank range, right in front of him, who sweeps across long, mid, and close range all at once. I at last begin to properly clash blades with him. What happens if you break through long, mid, and close range and reach the ultra-close range? It is obvious. What awaits is the true martial arts emptiness sword. It is the ultimate of killing. Hong Fan Guju's eyes focus on us. His eyes, which for a moment were tinged with fatigue and anguish, shine with emptiness again. However, this emptiness is different from the emptiness up to now. To face me, he focuses only on this moment and turns a single instant into emptiness. The same method by which Kim Young-hoon reached void shattering. It is not a method of remaining in emptiness continuously, but one of entering emptiness only in the necessary instance. Yes, he, in this moment with me before him, he too has been dragged into the domain of. Now, he recovers void speed. He once again moves at the speed of undying. And I also use Kim Young-hoon's power. Golden Great Thousand World. I become a golden wind, chase after him, and crash into him. At point-blank range, I pour out everything. And, future, he once again super accelerates and tears my entire body apart. I instantly turn back time with auspicious soul filling the heavens and recover. But because space is distorted by the radiance mantra, before I know it, I am again flung far away from the future king. Once again, a barrage of hope continues. He is pushing me away. However, through the flow of the battle, I can be certain. He's pushing me away. He pushes me away without proudly colliding with me at close range. That can mean only one thing, that in his heart, an anxiety towards me has arisen. And anxiety always comes from the unknown. To him, we, are becoming existences of the unknown that even insight into the future cannot grasp. We become distant again. However, we only have to go again. Well then, from the very beginning once more. To pierce through the hopes that once again fly toward us and reach him, we stand up once more. 160th cycle. He grows distant, to the point I cannot reach. Innumerable black spears fall from long range. Kugagugagu. Innumerable black arrows. Kugwagwang. Even things like some unknown projectiles like stones. Hong Fan's black gang chi endlessly transforms into countless black weapons and presses me. He looks like a monster wrapped entirely in black bandages. Even without entering heavens beyond the path, even without something like a heart, a secret art that, with just technique alone, lets him charge in and clash with me, who is of treading heavens beyond the path. Heavenly silkworm controlling ghost art. They are the terrifying killing techniques that the existence called Hong Fan said he learned in his previous life in order to survive. And that killing technique, which fights me, who is of treading heavens beyond the path, even before reaching entering heavens beyond the path, now reaches all the way to entering heavens. They become thousands of black snakes that cover heaven and earth and bring down the entirety of ascension path. Shikagagak. The darkness world modified from the star-extinguishing true chapter slices away the rules and principles laid over all of ascension path, as if cutting tofu, and destroys the laws of ascension path. Cool. All the seals placed on ascension path explode. The ascension path, which was before a sky island, falls down. The dragon veins that are in ascension path spread out again into the heaven-treading desert, and in the place where ascension path used to be, only the heavenly void furnace, which proudly keeps its position, remains bathed in light. Kururu. When ascension path, which has a mass on the level of a small nation, falls into the desert, the entire continent shakes. Jagged rocks and wind-blown sand seem to shoot up into the sky, then melt in our heat and turn to glass, turning into a scene that is nothing but bizarre. It does not end with just that. Ururu. Hong Fan's black gang chi downpour falls toward where I am and collapses heaven and earth. Countless downward slashes fall like a waterfall and delete everything along their path. Quackwagwang. A hole opens in the center of the heaven-treading desert. An enormous magma layer is exposed wide inside it, and scorching heat gushes up. I do briefly wonder why something like that exists when the head realm is a flat land, but I have no time to care about such things. Future. Hong Fan, endlessly accelerating, comes before me and begins to pound me. Apex of killing techniques. Gyuksa. To-do-do-do-do-do. Originally, it is a technique that is unfolded with a sword or something sharp that tears the opponent apart in a single blow. But now he just batters me with fist, palm, and kick techniques, and begins to turn my whole body into rags. For some reason, I feel a kind of pent-up resentment from it, as if he really does hold a grudge against me. I have to escape. Then how? It is simple. If I cannot do it with my own power, then I borrow another's strength if I must. Star extinguishing true chapter, cutting principle. Through it, I strike and distort the principles of reality and draw out a story from the past. Immortal art, Yun's play. Now, I can more or less use it through cutting principle. On top of that, the canvas of myriad forms and connections merges with Yun's play. The end of the 15th cycle. The possibility I discovered at the very end of my previous life. If I am lacking, Karurum, in my hand, I grip the padao of destruction that tears everything apart. At the sight of that green light, Hong Fan's expression twitches hard and he flinches, as if some unpleasant memory is surfacing. Then I can just receive the help of others. Zhang Ix's enlightenment, which substitutes the intent of consolation with the power of destruction, slams toward Hong Fan. Hong Fan tries to evade, but I add another enlightenment together with it. 4 treasures annihilating heaven's blade. Collapsing immortals annihilating heavens. Entering heavens beyond the path. Surpassing radiant saber. Golden light is infused together with the green light. I feel a little sorry. It will add more heavenly tribulation, but surely this much is no problem for Hong Fan. The saber that destroys everything and the saber that surpasses all light fuse in a single instant, and they fly and slam into Hong Fan, who is stuck to me at close range and is beating me. A halo of light explodes, and for the first time Hong Fan takes a clean hit and is blown all the way to the Black Castle. Present. I am lacking. Wu Wong. As I see that torrential rain of hopes pouring down toward me, I reach out my hand toward the heavens. So as I said, I have no choice but to receive the help of others. Suiat. From inside my chest, a pale pink thread surges endlessly out. It is Yun. Until now she has not properly participated in the battle and has only been drawing a circle with both hands. At first, I thought it was just power to call down the Liberation Supreme Deity, but only after I became one with her did I understand. Kim Yun appears as a shadow behind my back and smiles warmly. Spring, Chun, Summer, Sha, Autumn, Chu, Winter, Dong. At their end, a year ends, and life comes to its close in acceptance at fate's end, Kao Zhong Ming. Only now can I see the true arrangement vast cold has left behind. Kim Yun looks at Hong Fan. John Myung-hoon said it, that you fear connection. And it seems that in that connection, even you yourself are included. Without a word, Hong Fan lowers his hand. Hopes pour down. At first you were with us in the form of an old man. You gradually grew, but you stopped only at the appearance of an imperial king. You never became younger or looked youthful beyond that. It is a strange thing. You have never shown us your young appearance. The closest to your younger days was Hien Mu, whom you mocked as a defective product. Suiat. In spring, all things are born. Chunzhe Wanwu Shu Sung. In summer, all things are nurtured. Shaja Wanwu Changya. In autumn, all things are matured. Chengwu Chengsu. In winter, all things are conserved. Dongzhou Wanwu Bizang. None are beyond the merits of the 4 seasons. Wu Fui Su Shu Zhu Gongyet. The formula of vast, cold, heavenly circle swirls above her hands. Everything cycles. At the end of death, new life arrives. So, even if the end of life is cold and a piercing pain, someday, spring is bound to come to life once more. You are afraid of spring coming, are you not? Light pink bursts out and completely twists one of the immortal cultivation systems that Hong Fan has seized. Splurt. Something black flows from the corner of Hong Fan's mouth. It is the same thing that appeared when he was hit by the apex of life-saving arts, formless. It is Hong Fan's pain and dead blood. I wish to give you spring. Ding. The sound of a Brahma bell rings out. At the same time, light gushes out from the head realm, and the afterimage of Yu Hao Te, who had been holding his ankles for a brief moment, faintly appears. Behind Yu Hao Te, the figure of a woman who seems to be Yu Su Ryan and the phantoms of all the other 5 blessings immortals can faintly be seen. The power of all the 5 blessings immortals does not gather as before. What is felt is purely goodness. However, that goodwill seems instead to bite into Hong Fan even more strongly than anything until now. It is the spirit of vast cold that Hong Fan has retrieved and brought back that is exerting its power. Hong Fan hurriedly tries to seal vast cold soul with an even deeper attraction force, but it is useless. The 5 blessings immortals brought in order to give happiness to Hong Fan, and the vast cold heavenly circle made to give spring to Hong Fan again. As all those clusters of light gather, Jiuing, they twist the immortal cultivation system itself. Kim Yun, who had fixed her name in order to unfold this one move that the Tridacna vast cold heavenly king personally planned, is reborn as a new heavenly king within that great achievement. Kim Yun awakens her true name as a heavenly king. Tridacna Yun heavenly king, Chochi Rantan Wang. Weraruru. As her name blazes up, it merges with my authority and strongly pulls the immortal cultivation system and Mount Sumeru itself. The formless poison that is embedded in Hong Fan's chest runs wild. The immortal art immortal cultivation turns into an extreme poison meant to console Hong Fan. Is it because he senses that, following my 16th cycle, if he bears the love and goodwill that have become imbued in the immortal art immortal cultivation, he will completely let go of the sword? In the end, there is only one choice that he, who is full of self-torment that cannot acknowledge himself being saved, can take. Decision wells up in Hong Fan's eyes, and just like that he temporarily abandons the authority of the immortal art immortal cultivation. For if he does not give up immortal cultivation, it means he has to accept the love directed toward himself. In other words, it means that hope would end up being sealed away. And all of Mount Sumeru, which has been bound to immortal cultivation, temporarily comes to lose that authority. Wu Wong, I, who hold the largest share in the immortal cultivation system, and Bonghua, who bestowed the grace of reincarnation upon all living beings of Mount Sumeru, join our strength together. The immortal art immortal cultivation is dragged over by me. Mount Sumeru is dragged over by Bonghua. Kugagugagu. By means of heaven of neither perception nor non-perception, after I once again send the hopes flying and toward us off to a faraway place for a while to postpone them, I then strongly pull back the authority over Mount Sumeru and the immortal art immortal cultivation. And then, a cold, mocking laugh shakes the gestation world. As you all, as namers, handle causality as you please, you dare try to claim the rights over what I have named. The namer of immortal cultivation. At the same time, the namer of Mount Sumeru. Hong Fan raises his hand and once again takes back the authority, as if to say that, even if he cannot use it for a moment, at least he will not let it be taken away. My children, unfold the authority over naming and prove it. Wu Wong, the souls of the naming supreme deities that are stuck to Mount Sumeru and burning. They are the expectations for the future that Hong Fan dreamed of together with Bonghua in his first life, and the happiness he imagined. The Western Zero Kings all open their mouths at once and claim authority over names. Ender that was born by combining all the powers of the heavens and names. Return thy existence before the heavens. Wu Wong, let the 7 treasures speed cycle flower, nameless Yun auspicious heavenly kings here. As the grace of the heavens already dwells in thy name. Heavenly kings. Yes, through the power of the heavens, the kings that are refined and transformed into fate. As all the heavenly venerables and heavenly kings contain in the very name. Heaven. They receive at least in part the grace of the future king. You shall not dare escape from beneath the heavens. Kim Yun and I, who have been trying to nullify the immortal cultivation system and drag it over by scattering it, in reverse begin to have our side's power taken away again by the declaration of the naming supreme deities. There is power in a name. Fate is contained in them. Therefore, everything that bears the name, heaven, in some sense has received at least a trace of the future king's help. Not only the heavenly kings, but even splitting emperors splitting heaven annihilation advancement Mu. Even names like entering heavens beyond the path martial arts have their strength absurdly sucked away by that effect. Let us switch the main personality for a moment. I have spent my whole life wary of him and have not accepted even a single heaven. So right now I have a chance. She has not acknowledged even the name Heavenly Venerable. The owner of the land, who has made it so that, at least for herself, she is to be called only Imperial Venerable, makes a proposal to me. But at that moment, another personality inside me responds, Master, it is all right. I think I can resolve this. At those words, Bonghua immediately grasps the situation and smiles. Understood. Come to think of it, if he ends up sacrificing himself right away in a situation where I hold the personality, that would ultimately be his aim. Smiling, Bonghua once again sinks below the surface of my consciousness, and behind my back the shadow of Kong Minhee appears next to Kim Yun. Please get ready. Got it. The shadow of Oh Hyun-suk likewise appears beside them. Then, the enlightenment gained as the disciple of the owner of names, and Oh Hyun-suk's primal chaos world stirs inside me and begins to mix together the power possessed by all the names within me. All those names that have borrowed the power of heaven. All that debt becomes one, and, through Oh Hyun-suk, becomes an even larger and sturdier rope that tightens around me. The power of names acts so that it draws out our strength even more powerfully. The will of John Myung-hoon, which has melted down, gets a bit frightened, and the others who have been influenced by him also become bewildered. Kim Young-hoon also rides on that confusion and shouts half as a joke. Hyun-suk, what are we supposed to do if you betray us? No, Hyungnim. I, who am the one who is the subject of the personalities, can read everyone's hearts and plans, so there is no problem. But since among themselves they still have not completely mixed, and their communication with one another is not perfect, such a joke is possible. Oh Hyun-suk becomes a bit embarrassed, but, clearing his throat, entrusts his back to Kong Minhee. Sever it. Yes. Oh Hyun-suk's personality completely melts into me. Puek. And the successive strikes of hope that I have sent away to postpone once again transcend space-time and fly toward me. But at that moment, finally, Kong Minhee's mantra, after a long time, activates a curse. A truth that none among us had known. A flower that has fallen once does not bloom again. Only before the flower falls does one remember the spring. A flower that has fallen once does not bloom again. Among the many names of the heavenly kings that the naming supreme deities have mentioned, a change occurs in the name of Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King. Lapis Lazuli Falling Flower Heavenly King. We are already petals that have fallen away. We will not go back again. Falling. That very concept reverberates through the entire gestation world and severs the constraints of names that have been imposed upon us. The Western Zero Kings try to intervene once more, but I raise my sword. Nameless. The nameless technique that has no name. The fate for my child that was completed in the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable battle. The single sword stroke, meant to commemorate that fate that overcomes fate, completely blocks the intervention of the Zero Kings. Thus, the power of the Zero Kings that has been surrounding all of Mount Sumeru and blocking what is being dragged toward us is itself directly pulled over to us. Besides the Western Zero King, Hong Fan tries to move the other sacrificial offerings to control Mount Sumeru, but it is useless. Regarding Northern Gang, just like what Master did, is being made to pay debts to my side. The Eastern Twin Sal Tree is paying debt to Bonghua regarding the power of history. The Southern Twin Sal Tree, the heavenly venerable of time, who should have become a sacrificial offering symbolizing fate, has fled and is not here now. In the end, the power of Mount Sumeru falls down to us. Indra's net completely seizes Mount Sumeru and entrusts its dominion into my hand. And, Suiot, it becomes one with us. The absolute of life, Bonghua. The absolute of miracle me. And by drawing power from Hong Fan, and concurrently holding the position of heavenly venerable of fate, we reached half-step Creator God. Upon such an us, the body of a Creator God is overlaid. Wuwung, the relic of Salt Mountain that Master left behind. The authority of a Creator God, Salt Sea. The spirit of the creation God we obtained, consisting of 2/3 of absolute. On top of that, even part of the power of fate. Lastly, the body of a Creator God, Mount Sumeru. All of that now comes into our hands. Kugugugugu. I feel it. What form this thing called divine art has. How I can resist it. As I become one step closer to omniscience and omnipotence at last. My original flow. I realize that I can blossom something that can be called my divine art. This is my story. And perhaps, a story foretold from the time our enders began to be created. My divine art cannot be the strongest. In terms of power, it is rather closer to the weakest. Perhaps, if it clashes with Silver Basket's divine art of awakening, it might even lose. However, this is enough. To face the future King Fate Supreme Deity, Hong Fanguju, only this alone is likely to be the most effective. Jiuing. At the same time as I realize it, we shake off the countless light masses of hope that rush at us. The distance from a true Creator God is now but a single step. Wuwung. As Hong Fan begins to execute the story through his divine art, he draws up bottomless power. We are almost there now. Once I erase only you, it will truly be complete. Whoa, whoa. Hong Fan looks at me, who has at last come close to creation, and raises the emptiness sword. I will erase you, and I will complete Huya. No, Hong Fan. I'm sorry, but the story does not end like that. When you have not even become a true creator god, you already dare to be so confident. It is not confidence. It is only a fact. You must simply want to believe it. At best, you are nothing more than a single creator god that is not even complete. Do you really think you can dare to oppose me? Kugagagugagu. What stands before my eyes is the incarnation of the very story called a Regressor's tale of cultivation, the origin of the world we live in, the parent who gave birth to us all, the god of light and hope. Hope is right in front of me. From the emptiness sword, a terrifying light I have never seen until now bursts out. Therefore I, right now, am supreme. He, for the first time, speaks of the present and focuses the entire mass of light into his own emptiness. You cannot dare catch up. True marital arts, emptiness sword. Linked profundity. The light of hope that has reached the pinnacle explodes. The speed of the future king, who has regained void speed, accelerates once more. Hope of the future, Wei Lai Shiwang. A place one reaches only after arriving at Araya consciousness and passing through the undying of infinity. The domain of a creator god. A speed that reaches omnipotence. Nirvana tranquility, Nirpan, Jijing. A transcendent domain that beings who have not opened creation, no matter how strong a great divinity they are, cannot reach. The essence of future is to temporarily transcend even such limits, and, for a very brief time, reach the perception domain of a creator. It is a speed that I, who have still not become a true creator god, cannot produce. Right. I cannot become one, because I alone can never do it. Come, let's catch up. Kim Young-hoon's personality, which has not yet completely melted down, appears behind me as a Dharma form. Ying. A saber is held in Kim Young-hoon's hand, a weapon made from the previous golden body's body. The authority the previous golden body awakened is causality reversal, a mass of light that transcends space-time and sends events that happen in the future to the past. While looking at the light of the future, I finally realized it. What one must do to become the fastest. Suat. My whole body, for an instant, becomes dyed in golden light. And I, at last, once again understand causality and realize where Kim Young-hoon's soul is. So that's how it is. Kim Young-hoon's soul is in the past. The moment his soul was generated is probably the point in time when he came to the audience chamber together with John Myung-hoon. According to his words, it is probably when he first directly beheld the future king's technique, light. He attained enlightenment and gained a soul, and with the previous golden body's ability, he sent his soul flying to the past. Causality has been flipped. Kim Young-hoon's soul was not the last to be created among us. On the contrary, it was the one created before any of us. Everything. On the day he completed entering heavens beyond the path martial arts. Warurek. The insight of martial arts that Kim Young-hoon attained while watching light flows into me. Light is the extreme of spiraling force. The technique of the emptiness sword that is based on the power of rotation. It is his enlightenment about all rotation in this world. And that rotation does not end as simply rotating in reality. Once one reaches a certain realm, anyone can transcend space-time and go to the past. It is just that it has been impossible because it was blocked by the Radiance Mantra. If one is the original owner of the Radiance Mantra, such a thing would always be possible. Thus, knowing that space-time as well can be rotated infinitely, he must have applied that to martial arts. That is, I use the move, and, through that move, I reach faster than light speed and briefly return to the past. As I reverse through space-time once, I go back against time, stand above time, resist the flow of time, and connect the me who is beginning the motion in the past and the me in the future who has reached faster than light speed. The me who has obtained acceleration at faster than light speed in the future reaches the past before I am just about to reach faster than light speed and grants that acceleration. As the above is repeated again, the speed reaches the infinite. No, even the word, repeated, is strange. It is merely finding the possibility of infinity with a person's body, the circle that links future and past, the true ultimate of rotation. This, truly, is Heart-Mind's 6 harmonies, in which causality is joined. Kim Young-hoon's voice rings out clear, and his entire life begins to flow into me. His soul, which has gone to the past, becomes martial arts. transforming into martial arts that is endlessly succeeded and passed down. It accompanies every step of the journey he takes to come this far. And then, it reaches this very moment again. As future and past connect and causality becomes one, it transforms into the principle of six harmonies, the origin of all things. In that moment we, become infinite. In the golden great thousand world that has already once reached the speed of undying by its own principle, the enlightenment and principle of heart-mind six harmonies are embodied, and it accelerates. Once more, Kiriririk, the saber obtained from the previous golden body, formed of their body, loses its golden light and changes. I look at that shape and understand. I see. In this moment, future and past connect. The 17th cycle. It is that old, chipped iron sword he has been carrying ever since. After the 12th cycle, I left Kim Young-hoon behind, ascended, and then met him again. Shiriririk. The iron sword that was used once went to the past, and was driven down into the head realm of the past. Kim Young-hoon's soul dwelled in the saber and has been together with him for his whole life. As causality merges into one, we square infinity with infinity. And, why yang? At last, we are able to stand at the same eye level as Hong Fan. Nirvana tranquility. And the hope that comes crashing in with that omnipotent speed. Toward it, I stretch out my hand at the same speed. Golden great thousand world, transcendence technique. Surpassing radiance. Going round and round. Once again to the very first name. I escape from the light of the future and that hope which has not yet come. Through a speed that escapes all causality and space-time, we reach that moment when hope has not yet fallen from Hong Fan's sword. Blocking Hong Fan's hope through the final strategy of attacking hope, we are at last able to meet Hong Fan's gaze at point-blank range. The emptiness sword and the impermanence sword collide. Hong Fan, as we crash at a distance where our noses almost touch, as I feel Kim Young-hoon's personality completely melt into me, I squeeze out everything in my whole body and shout, pour it out. Kwaong. Hong Fan's power, containing the authority of divine art, tears us apart. We have already caught up to future, which is at the speed of nirvana tranquility. But that is as far as it goes. In the end, the divine art that remains can absolutely not be blocked. But it does not matter. No matter how many times I am torn apart, I am miracle. Bonghwa's life. The two of us combined can come back to life as many times as it takes. Kiriririk. Turning wheel and reincarnation, as our mantras that have come infinitely close to creation combine. They are being born under a new name and are granting us an opportunity. Its name is Great Balance, Hongjin. It is a symbol that symbolizes the chaos of primordial times, and it is the pinnacle of the will that tries to make a wheel and roll the era forward. As long as this exists, my auspicious soul filling the heavens is certain to succeed. In this one battle, no matter how many times we turn time back, we can come back to life. You are growing tired. Then, the transparent eyes of Hong Fan instantly see straight through my inner thoughts. The being that has reached the peak of slaughter swiftly sees through the state of the one to be slaughtered and gleams. To bypass the will of a creator god is a tiring thing. Even I split myself into three faces to bypass the law of the predecessor. Yet, you really think you can dare break that law and so easily maintain that fusion? Suat. Hong Fan's black eyes reflect me, and within the me reflected in those eyes, my pupils are gradually changing to golden. Because your talent and potential are not even 1,000th of mine, I gave you 3,000 cycles of time to see your possibility. Even my personality can no longer endure and is gradually collapsing. If I collapse, in the end Bonghwa's personality is bound to burst forth. When the time of prophecy comes, in the end, your ego will collapse and Huya will appear. If that happens, it is my victory. Do you truly not know why Silver Basket told you that method in the beginning? Kagagagagak. His emptiness, sword imbued with divine art, gradually presses me down. By means of divine art, he overwhelms even me, who has become close to a creator god. You all voluntarily becoming one is merely the move that most raises the chance that I pull my attention away from Silver Basket. Seo Unhyun. He calls my name and speaks. Together with me, let us see the ending of the story. Here is your end. The end of you all. And my end. The end. Inside the gestation world where chaos unceasingly boils over. Around it, countless worlds and worlds break into fragments and powder and shine. In that strange yet beautiful world of light, I feel his sincerity. He now truly wants to see the end of the divine art together with me. Because now, to him, I too am a friend. You already know the answer. Is that so? Hong Fan stares straight into my eyes and begins to breathe divine art into the emptiness sword. A true irrationality that cannot be seen, cannot be felt, and cannot be controlled crushes us down. Words are unnecessary. Our fight continues to grow more and more intense. 168 cycle. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Secluded valley. Flowing ridge. After a diagonal upward slash comes a thrust. Hong Fan lightly evades the attack, steps on Seo Eunhyun's foot so he cannot escape, then reads every single movement of Seo Eunhyun's muscles, predicts his every action, and begins tapping at pressure points all over his body. Seo Eunhyun's entire body is transformed into lightning, making it physically impossible to touch, but reaching the realm of law and principle. Hong Fan directly strokes all of it and seals the spirit veins themselves. Calm. The lightning-transformed body returns. Seo Eunhyun's speed decreases. Immediately after, Hong Fan slams Seo Eunhyun's body down directly. Shriek. First quarter. Illusory play under the rosy afterglow. But Seo Eunhyun also, through Yun's play and the canvas of myriad forms and connections, unfolds with his body countless other kinds of manifestation and resists Hong Fan. Hong Fan freezes for a moment under an intense desire to sleep. Seeing that sight, Seo Eunhyun wears an apologetic smile. I see, Hong Fan. Briefly separating from Hong Fan, he begins to breathe the entirety of his nascent soul into the colorless glass sword in order to manifest the strongest decisive technique he can unleash from the realm of treading heavens. So you were tired. Hearing those words, Hong Fan's pupils tremble. He clutches his own chest tightly. He is getting tired. Yes, a person who does not sleep in succession, a person who has never once rested, a person who lives only in winter for their entire life does not suffer, because they have already grown used to it, because their body has become numb and accustomed, soaked in that cold, that pain, that fatigue. However, a person who has even once found themselves in an environment where they can close their eyes, a person who has had a chance to rest, who has once greeted spring, suffers. For as their body has been warmly melted, the winter that comes again hurts all the more. Hong Fan, who has once allowed the warmth of the heart from another, grits his teeth and concentrates the black gang chi even more into his hand. The gang chi evolves into a throwing weapon. I am tired. The essence of himself being that ridiculous and petty heart of wanting to rest. Hong Fan can absolutely not accept that. Keying. Seeing Hong Fan prepare a technique, Seo Eunhyun hides using the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, but it is meaningless. Applied technique. Great. The gang chi is thrown. Tukwang. 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 And the single thrown black gang chi splits in the air into thousands, tens of thousands of pieces, and slams down all across the heaven-treading desert like a torrential downpour. From all over, pillars of flame born from the mingled heat, wind pressure, and impact rise up and lead the entire heaven-treading desert toward annihilation. Within that black and vicious wide area attack, in the end, Seo Eunhyun ends up with one of his legs turned to powder by a single storm of destructive gang chi that flies in regardless of the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. However, he does not care. He simply overlays the formless sword over the colorless glass sword and waits for an opening. What he aims for is one annihilation to the near shore. A move where he contains his own nascent soul in the sword strike, explodes it, and dies together with the opponent. However, this is something that focuses on exploding the nascent soul. It is not a technique that focuses on the principle of swinging the sword. How, in what manner, should he approach and land it? With which move should he combine one annihilation to the near shore and send it out? What is needed when facing Hong Fan? Hong Fan is weary. For some reason, the heart that he wants to rest is being conveyed. Right? An attack he can predict would be good. There is also the desire to surprise Hong Fan with an unexpected attack. Since his fatigue is his current weakness, driving in to stab at that weakness is also martial arts. However, he decides not to do so. Instead, he resolves to unleash one annihilation to the near shore through an attack whose path is the easiest to predict. The reason is simple. That fatigue, that heart of wanting to rest. He does not particularly want to wake it up, because that fatigue is clearly something that has arisen while Hong Fan was together with Seo Eunhyun himself over the span of 500 years. His friend has grown weary because of him. So how could he do something so mean as to deliberately wake him from his rest? Let him rest. Let's help a friend rest. Thinking such thoughts, he prepares the stance for an upward/present. Emptiness, sword final profundity. Hope, 100 consecutive strikes. He shaves himself down and spews out countless lights of hope. Seeing such a Hong Fan, Co Eunhyun thinks. The story he heard in the ancient Force Realms Punlai Island from the Queen of Punlai Kingdom inside the dream world. The one other method that lets the people of the dream world leave Punlai Island. The dreamers call this world a dream. So the way to leave this world is similar to the way you wake from a dream. What is the method to awaken from a dream? To violate a taboo. The gist is that if you wish to wake from a dream, you gain the greatest effect when you commit in the dream an act that must not be done in reality. Of course, the degree of that taboo differs from person to person, but one thing is certain. If you violate the greatest taboo, you can in the end escape from the dream. The greatest taboo? Yes, it is self-harm, to abuse yourself. That, from the deepest layers of the unconscious, is the act that every intelligent living being most shuns and hates, and clearly it is something that deserves to be called a taboo. And at the end of that lies suicide. That is right. If you wish to leave Punlai Island, drive yourself to the very brink of the extreme. And if even at the end of that it still does not work, then as a last resort, if you commit suicide, there will be a possibility to deny one's own existence and everything about oneself. That is the method for leaving Punlai Island, and the method for waking from the dream. Co Eunhyun looks at Hong Fan. Hope is the technique that abuses oneself the most. It is a technique in which he grants himself the greatest despair and pain and shaves himself down. You are trying to wake up from the dream, aren't you, Hong Fan? Co Eunhyun looks at the formless poison that lies dormant in Hong Fan's chest and continues to spread even now. By now that formless poison is passing a certain critical point, and, by Kim Yun's blessing, it begins to draw in the will contained in the immortal cultivation system. Hong Fan is gradually becoming younger. His beard, albeit slowly, shortens, and his dignity and majesty diminish bit by bit. He is forcibly seeking spring, the season he fears the most. It is the season in which people can rest. You are thinking that everything I breathed into you with the apex of life savings arts is nothing more than a terrible dream and fatigue to you, aren't you? One who has never once rested does not find it hard. The one who is always in the greatest pain and hardship is the one who has at least once tasted warmth. Pack on. And, from Hong Fan's physical body, the space-time of the 16th cycle breaks open again and returns to Co Eunhyun. It is because Hong Fan can no longer endure the emotions of the formless poison, and even if it means returning a part of the 16th cycle to Co Eunhyun, he has to vent out the erosion of the formless poison. A vicious technique passes between them. Emptiness, sword-linked profundity. Zero net. The net that tears heaven and earth apart bears its fangs towards Co Eunhyun. In an instant he dies once more and, barely regressing, comes back to life. However, the hopes continue to pursue him. Yet for Co Eunhyun, who is now beginning to regain the memories and experiences of the 16th cycle, a method is now coming into being. Suat. In a single moment, his impermanence sword is dyed in green light. Seeing that sight, Hong Fan hastily moves away from him. Toward the hopes, he throws the greatest comfort he can give. Wing. Chua. It is like a brushstroke. The void becomes tinged with brushstrokes of green light. Co Eunhyun grips his sword, severing heaven's sword form. First form, entering heaven, the ultimate of hand command sword. Holding the sword, he becomes the very cluster of dancing light itself. The green light flares up and, like a storm, directly strikes the hopes. And the hopes begin to melt down. For ordinary creator gods to deal with hopes, they add a story onto the hope and grant it another possibility. They either give it the possibility of becoming even happier, or properly grant the hope a soul or existence and separate it from Hong Fan to give it a chance to live another life. In such cases, hope may be broken, but it also may not. Rather, if it is not broken, having shaken off temptation, it becomes even more steadfast, and with a far more vicious and horrible might, it tears the creator gods apart together with their worlds. That is the technique of hope. However, why is it? Under Co Eunhyun's sword strikes, the hopes all melt away without a single failure. The green light comforts the hopes and melts them away in the void. At the same time, Hong Fan, kicking off from the space of chaos and shooting forth, scatters the emptiness sword. Emptiness sword linked profundity. Heavenly light. Force of repulsion mixed with spiraling force flies toward him. Severing heaven sword form. Treading heaven. The ultimate of I command sword. The sword lights that leave his hand shake off the repulsion force and, rotating around them, grind them down. At that sight, Hong Fan once again opens some distance from Seo Eun-hyun and hurls the emptiness sword again. Emptiness sword linked profundity. Emperor God. A transcendent throwing technique that uses attraction force. Severing heaven sword. All heaven's righteous understanding. Punishing heaven. As the powers of all heavens and punishing heaven link together, Seo Eun-hyun's strength amplifies madly. On top of that, the ultimate of heart commands sword, punishing heaven, mixes in, smacks down the throne attack, and easily chases after Hong Fan, who tries to get away from him. Emptiness sword linked profundity. Emperor Devil nameless rending. Hong Fan's single sword becomes vicious claws on the level of a living supreme deity, thrashing in all directions and tearing the space apart so Seo Eun-hyun cannot approach. Severing heaven sword form. Punishing heaven. Escaping heaven. He responds to that change with heart commands sword, and with escaping heaven reads the flow of Hong Fan's martial arts, and, in an instant, enters into a connection with Hong Fan. Hong Fan's eyes shake. For a brief moment, he again cannot maintain emptiness and comes down from the speed of nirvana tranquility. Emptiness sword linked profundity. Great net radiance. The emptiness sword splits apart, races in all directions together with repulsive force, and is fired in the form of planes that look similar to sword curtains. Each and every one of them contains not only the principle of spiraling force, but also the principle of superacceleration using the unity of future and past that Kim Young-hoon discovered, so it cannot be broken by ordinary techniques. Severing heaven sword form derived profundity. Sword God dance. And, while in a state of being connected with Hong Fan, Seo Eun-hyun's eyes shine. At the same time, he reads Hong Fan's heart essence and imbues it into his sword. The ultimate of martial arts that borrows another's power, Sword God dance. Sword God dance revised. Emptiness sword linked profundity. Light of heavenly net. Together with immense repulsion force, a barrier of pure white light, similar to great net radiance yet different, advances and collides with great net radiance, and the two mutually cancel each other out. Pachagic. Something keeps breaking out from Hong Fan's body. The space-time of the 16th cycle that Seo Eun-hyun gave him is flowing without stopping. To expel that poison, he is returning the entirety of the 16th cycle space-time to Seo Eun-hyun with all his might. And yet, that poison still does not drain away. Hong Fan glares at Seo Eun-hyun. Emptiness sword linked profundity. Devil heavenly king. Claws that tear the entire body apart rush in a form where attraction and repulsion force are combined, becoming a monster that tries to bite his entire body to pieces. Once again, Seo Eun-hyun's sword God dance spits out light. Severing heaven sword form. Derived profundity. Sword God dance revised. Emptiness sword linked 5 profundity. Divine net upper heaven. Within the throwing technique that pierces all defenses, repulsion force seems to arise. Then the repulsion force is concentrated into a single point, pierces through the monster, and sends it flying all the way outside the gestation world. Seo Eun-hyun reads it. Through that, he strikes back. No matter what technique Hong Fan uses, it is useless. I cannot do anything with my own strength. If likened to personal growth, Seo Eun-hyun and Hong Fan have a difference in talent and possibility literally greater than 1,000-fold. It is for that reason that Hong Fan bothered to give about 3,000 cycles of chances with prophecy. He is the one who, after only 3 deaths, reached every conclusion and became the future king. As for regression itself, he may have rewound time endlessly many times, but 3 deaths are the true number it took for Hong Fan to become a transcendent. Seo Eun-hyun likewise stepped over countless hardships, accumulated his talent by himself, and created possibility with his own strength. He grew while receiving the help of countless people. Therefore, even calculating in that grown talent and possibility, Hong Fan decided to grant him 1,000-fold number of chances. It is also compensation for the fact that the existence called Seo Eun-hyun, even after losing the entire chance of the 16th cycle, never once gave up and continued to believe in him to the very end. It is not 1,000-fold. The talent that used to be like trash is growing. His scope of possibility and growth is changing in a way close to evolution. This is yes. He is gradually becoming like Hong Fan Guju. There is only one reason. Even if his own talent and potential do not even reach 1,000th of Hong Fan's, he still reaches it by borrowing from all the connections he has accumulated. Are you saying there are that many people behind you? They collide. It is not merely the power of true martial arts and martial techniques. Everything. He truly crashes everything against him. The authority of fate, future rewrite, and attraction force. Divine art. The act of firing hope in a barrage. The mantras of splitting heaven and radiance that still remain to him. He faces him containing all of this. He confronts him containing all of this. Seo Eunhyun is still weak. He has succeeded in counterattacking him a few times, but still, again and again he is torn to death, cut to death, ground to death, blown apart to death. He dies and dies and dies again. Before he knows it, the timeline Seo Eunhyun has shifted reaches the 2990th cycle. Within 9 counts, I will settle it. It is splendid. Until now, not a single being has ever made the future King Fate's supreme deity, Hong Fangu, Ju, pour himself out this far. Even the Salt Sea supreme deity, whom he regarded with the greatest vigilance before Seo Eunhyun, accomplished no more than break hope a few times, and that was all. Is it only you who can receive me to this point? But that too is now over. Seo Eunhyun is clearly now Hong Fan's true friend. But perhaps he has already come too far to make something like a friend. The story, Wu Wong. Hong Fan begins to draw out his final full power. Must be completed. Most supreme who opens the world, wielder of talismans, ruler of calendrics, truth-embracing Tao embodying future radiance 9 firmaments time, governing myriad Tao's non-action, all illuminating great hall, vast heaven golden gate, fate, great heavenly venerable black, martial high supreme deity. He undoes the last shackle that has been restricting the full power of the future king. His title peels away. Clang. Kugagugum. Relying on his innate talent and potential, he climbed all the way up to the supreme seat. And after that, he spent time spanning Mayuta Culpas. And after that as well, he has accumulated power. Not only what he was born with, but what he accumulated with his own hands. A level of authority that comes to threaten even the position of the creator god who is originally supposed to be born. Kugagugum. At the magnitude of that transcendent power, the entire gestation world shakes. At the same time, the shell of the gestation world, the boundary of Kakravata, shakes violently. It is an omen that a creator god is about to be born in the gestation world. The conception palace of omnipotence in which a creator god has not been born. The power that has become transcendentally strong over too long a time ignores the rules and laws fixed by the previous creator god, and now has become such that it can gain by itself the position of a new creator god. Even if the former absolutes and the like are gone, if left alone, it has reached a transcendent rank of authority that can simply create a new world. It is the power he intends to use as the driving force to manufacture a new absolute, and his confidence. The greatest reason that the creator gods sincerely sympathize with and pity the future king. Myriad stars. Just as you have accumulated, I too, since reaching the pinnacle, through Nayuta Culpas, have power that I have accumulated. Something transcendent that the future king has accumulated by sucking in countless supreme deities with attraction force and gulping down chaos settles into him. He shakes off the will with which the gestation world begs him to use it for genesis, and he pours all that authority out solely for destruction. Hong Fan begins to take his stance. What you believe in must be formless poison. He at last acknowledges Seo Eunhyun, and, learning Seo Eunhyun's method, he evolves once again through him. He remembers Seo Eunhyun's spirit. No matter how unfavorable it seemed and how without possibility it seemed, the spirit with which he sacrificed his very own existence wrested away from him the authority over the Enders, and at last ascended to the position of Ender's supreme deity. Kiriririk. As the Radiance mantra moves, it splits even further and rewinds the timeline of Seo Eunhyun, who has not even died yet. And in the process of rewinding, just as Kim Young-hoon has done, it arms himself with even more infinite possibilities by uniting future and past. Because nirvana tranquility itself is the ultimate of all speed and of the cognitive world, he does not go so far as to transcend yet another dimension, but it is enough if he is just a little faster than Seo Eunhyun. Certainly, Seo Eunhyun, who has received the body of a creator god, grows stronger the more his timeline is split, but in the end the attraction force of fate grows still stronger. The one who is killed before 3,000 cycles pass is Seo Eunhyun. In an instant, through 9 regressions, squaring 9 times the infinite possibility, Hong Fan, who has raised his speed a little higher than Seo Eunhyun's even within Nirvana Tranquility, faces Seo Eunhyun. Why Yang? Since you have done it, there is no reason I cannot either. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. The sword for killing the Mountain Divine Spirit unfolds from Hong Fan's hand. He, in order to understand Seo Eunhyun, and to make Seo Eunhyun understand, reveals the disparity in power through the technique. Transcending Peaks. A horizontal slash of Hong Fan, who has brought out all of his power. A mythic power into which even divine art is integrated. Seo Eunhyun begins to pour in all his strength. I will block it, even if he has to offer up all of himself. Seizing that opening and closing his eyes to quench the formless poison dwelling in him, Hong Fan immediately prepares the power to deliver the final blow to Seo Eunhyun and shatter his personality. The Regressor's tale of cultivation that he wishes for is standing on the verge of a hopeful ending. Life is hope. Muttering such as if to resist Seo Eunhyun's words, he wraps Seo Eunhyun's auspicious soul-filling the heavens technique around the emptiness sword and takes the posture of great mountain pressing down. Right now, there is only pain. The time has come to bring an end to the mountain divine spirits. But Huia will surely give salvation to everyone. The light of hope that evolves without rest changes. True martial arts, emptiness sword. 7th move, final profundity revised. Salvation, Juyan. The evolved profundity that transcends the original hope shines at the tip of Hong Fan's sword and illuminates the entire gestation world. 160H cycle. That is not a good idea. Hong Fan looks down at Seo Eunhyun with eyes tinged with fatigue. The choice of an upward slash is not a good choice for a swordsman. To cut upward is a technique that does not receive the help of gravity, but rather goes against it toward the opponent. The stance of an upward slash is not treated as a central focus in many sword schools, because there are not just 1 or 2 disadvantages. Starting from the fact that the posture of the human body is not suited to an upward slash, to even the vagueness of its effect. When has my choice ever been the best? However, Seo Eunhyun runs toward Hong Fan with a smile. Mountain Lord transcending peak step. With a firm lower body, he charges at Hong Fan like a tiger and heads for his chest. In severing mountain swordsmanship, there are especially many forms that slash upward. From the 3rd move Ascending Vein, up through Deep Mountain and Cliff Edge. All take on a disadvantageous position and are powers that strike the opponent up from below. Even though Hong Fan's technique Heaven is likewise based on an upward slash, he infuses into it the power that shoots outward through repulsion force. It is also a move that focuses more on the repulsion force itself than on the upward slash. It is not a sword that simply, foolishly goes against gravity like Seo Eunhyun's. Even so, Kim Young-hoon, the creator of the Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, deliberately created forms that slash upward. Why is that? Well, alright. Then now, Hong Fan made a promise with Seo Eunhyun. And, in a way, this current duel is the price of his promise with Seo Eunhyun. In order to pay the price, he prepares a move that he can show to Seo Eunhyun, a move that, at this point in time, can give him an insight that can help him even a little. Future King, Wei Lai Wang. Accelerating and slashing down. It is simple and straightforward. However, its power is just as clear. If Future King is unfolded at full power, he is confident that even in his current state, with the body of a mortal being, he can pierce a hole in the head realm. In fact, it is a crazy technique that can even punch a hole in the body of a supreme deity with a mortal body. A simple, clear, and strongest downward slash. From now on, this insight will remain inside Seo Eunhyun's heart essence and influence the technique Seo Eunhyun will create in the future. Hong Fan briefly looks at the futures in which Seo Eunhyun overcomes countless opponents through the downward slash. This is the last gift I give you. Hong Fan also charges towards Seo Eunhyun. In the next moment, their upward and downward slashes collide. Kailong. Since Hong Fan has no particular desire to smash the colorless glass sword that Seo Eunhyun likes, he reduces the sharp energy and converts the power only into a shockwave. However, the one annihilation to the near shore imbued with Seo Eunhyun's nascent soul shatters and bursts apart under Hong Fan's downward slash, which has even eliminated the sharp energy. The colorless glass sword flies far off into the distance, and Hong Fan's sword, by his control, turns entirely into a shockwave, so that instead of cleaving Seo Eun-hyun in two, it only delivers impact across his whole body. Seo Eun-hyun becomes a bloody lump and collapses on the spot. Thud. Hong Fan looks down at that Seo Eun-hyun, then scatters his gang chi. Are you satisfied, master? At the end of his life, Seo Eun-hyun, who has clashed his heart's content and confirmed that Hong Fan, to whom he has taught martial arts, has followed the same path as himself, smiles gently. It is the best last moment. That is fortunate. I will keep the promise, if there is a next life, that is. Now, hardly any life force remains in Seo Eun-hyun. Before long, even his remaining form is going to be transformed into lightning and scatter as a single bolt. Hong Fan uses attraction force to naturally suppress those lightning bolts and preserve Seo Eun-hyun's form. It is the least courtesy towards Seo Eun-hyun, who has made a promise with him. Seo Eun-hyun, in an aged appearance, looks at Hong Fan and speaks. Hong Fan, are you there? Now even his eyes seem dim. He is in such an exhausted state that he cannot even emit his consciousness domain. I am here. Why I chose an upward slash at the end. I want to tell you. Is there a reason? No. Then what? Did you think I am a person who just lives however he feels like without thinking? I am also someone who has a reason for his actions. Hong Fan squeezes his eyes shut. Is it because he has experienced warmth? The emotions that have been almost worn away seem to come back to life, at least in part. Is it not because I look tired that you faced me only to a moderate extent? I did not face you moderately. Why would I do such a thing? It is just that. I wanted to tell you, who has just reached entering heavens beyond the path, the meaning of entering heavens beyond the path martial arts, which is the basis of the name entering heavens beyond the path. Is it not a martial discipline meant for transmission itself? Seo Eun-hyun looks up at Hong Fan and continues speaking. Transmission, of course, is there. The wish that later generations reach a higher realm through martial discipline. But that is a means, not the goal. Entering heavens beyond the path martial arts does not take such a thing as its purpose. Then what is it? The purpose of entering heavens beyond the path martial arts is to accomplish. To accomplish? Yes, it is to accomplish one's wish. To achieve what you wish, you must look into your own heart. Entering heavens beyond the path martial arts is a martial discipline to make you look into your own heart and have you reflect on what you yourself want. Gradually, Seo Eun-hyun's breathing becomes rough. His life force is now running out. However, even as he is dying, he does not stop passing words to Hong Fan. Because I longed for freedom from fate, I obtained the formless sword. The founder of this martial discipline, in order to go beyond cultivators and surpass everything that blocks him and return home, obtained the surpassing radiant saber. And Hong Fan, as I see it, you seem to long for something else. It seems you have seen my fatigue. Yes, you want to rest. Are you going to cheer me on to take it easy? No, you just do as you wish. If you want to take it easy, then do so. On the day I obtained the meaning of entering heavens beyond the path martial arts and reached entering heavens beyond the path formless sword, once cut heavenly lightning and reached the ultimate of all upward slashes. Entering heavens beyond the path. Formless sword. The one strike from that time when the formless sword cut and split blue lightning and pierced through the clouds of the sky. Thinking of the formless sword that he, at that time, slashed upward toward the heavens, Seo Eun-hyun smiles. The essence of slashing upward is to go against gravity. It also means the will to stand up even when the body is heavy. It is also the will to not give up no matter how much suffering and hardship comes rushing in. Hong Fan finds it awkward to be told the interpretation of martial arts. For him, martial arts is nothing but a technique for killing. Just as I have come to this realm through countless hardships, I think you too have gone through hardships like mine to rise to this place. For rising to entering heavens beyond the path has that kind of meaning. Even if you have a previous life and remember that previous life. Seo Eun-hyun raises his hand. His aged hand grabs Hong Fan's hand. It is still a young and strong hand. You have suffered a lot. What hardships you have gone through, with what thoughts you have lived, I cannot know it all. But, because I at least know some part of it, if I dare to speak with that qualification, you have suffered. The path you have walked is not a meaningless path. In some way or another, it surely has meaning. So, if a day someday comes when you want to rest, when a day comes when you must rest, rest with an easy heart. because everything you have done has meaning. Hong Fan's hand trembles. His pupils begin to tremble. You really have suffered a lot. I wanted to say that, so I made the upward slash. TL/N. In Korean, it literally translates to, you have suffered a lot, but it also has the meaning of you worked hard. Seo Eun-hyun does not see it. Behind Hong Fan's back, enormous black things are pouring out, rotting the whole area. Hong Fan's body trembles. Consolation. TL/N. The word used here is ro, which can mean both comfort/consolation and upward. It is not as if he used some immense power like apex of life-saving arts, formless. It is not as if, with some great authority, he called forth the very origin essence of happiness itself and gifted it to him. It is not as if he twisted the principle of this world and forced upon him the interpretation that spring has come to him. Just consolation. At that one word, Hong Fan feels as if the apex of life-saving arts, formless, as if that deep and beautiful poison has nested deep inside his heart, so there is no way for it to flow out. Hong Fan's whole body trembles. Master, what is it? If there is a next life, I will follow Master even in the next life. Thank you. Hong Fan realizes that he can never expel this poison, no matter how much he foresees the future. Even if, someday, Seo Eun-hyun betrays him and thereby proves that Seo Eun-hyun's consolation in the heavenly void furnace is wrong. This poison will remain to some extent and will always become salt that gouges at his heart. In any of the infinitely many futures, until his divine art reaches its conclusion, Hong Fan confirms that this poison will continue to remain in his heart and grits his teeth. So, at that time as well, please teach me martial arts. Haha. Even in the next life, if there is a connection, I surely will. He has to return it. If he does not return this formless poison, someday, he will in the end lose the technique of hope. Power that is made by shaving himself away is something he can never use as long as there is someone who consoles him. Therefore Hong Fan, vowing that he will definitely return this formless teaching to him, for once acknowledges the existence called Seo Eun-hyun. Even at that time, my entering heavens beyond the path will not change. My heart, even if ages of eternal unchanging time flow by, is never going to change. Even if there comes a day when he kills him through his emptiness sword. The martial arts system of Seo Eun-hyun and Kim Young-hoon, into which he has entered thanks to the heart and comfort Hong Fan received from him. He will not fall away from entering heavens beyond the path. Realizing this, Hong Fan grips his hand and, with all his strength, tries to interpret the formless as poison, if only to return it to him. And whether Seo Eun-hyun knows such inner thoughts of Hong Fan or not. Seo Eun-hyun smiles slightly and asks a question. What name will you give your entering heavens beyond the path? Hong Fan shakes his head. Only after he reached the ultimate of martial arts did he obtain the emptiness sword. He feels that for the realm of entering heavens beyond the path, a system that is only the beginning of martial arts, there is hardly any point in a name. I cannot think of a good name. But does a name even have meaning? I will just call it whatever comes to mind. Unless it is for an existence that has meaning. A blade that kills people does not need a proper name. That is what Hong Fan thinks. What are you saying? Only by having a name will it make it more satisfying when you use it. If you can't come up with one, how about I name it for you? But Seo Eun-hyun shakes his head and speaks. To feel proud when you display martial arts. Hong Fan has never felt anything like that, but since he knows that Seo Eun-hyun is stubborn in this sort of way, he just lets it be. Do as you wish. Alright, do you have something you strive for? Some meaning you'd like to have in the name. Nothing specific comes to mind, but if we must name it, please include the word sword. Blade. In martial arts that kill people, there must always be a blade. That much is the only point on which Hong Fan can compromise. Sword, yes. Since Master's entering heavens is the formless sword, and since I am receiving it from Master, I'd like it to have sword in it. It is a completely unrelated reason, but Hong Fan answers like so, hoping that Seo Eun-hyun can go on his way feeling relieved. Got it. In that case, Seo Eun-hyun looks up at the sky of the head realm. Let's go with the sword that cuts through the void, Shi-kung, of nothingness. Is it coincidence or inevitability? It is a clue to the name of the emptiness supreme deity, and at the same time words befitting the head realm where the Akashic records, the collection of all pasts, are sealed. A sword that cuts the void. A name similar to the emptiness, Kongshi, sword, but a completely different name. Words that also make him recall a remark of a former subordinate of Hyuksa Hall, telling him not to be captured by the past and to move forward. If you don't like it, or if you come up with a better name later, feel free to change it. If another name comes to mind, you can use that instead. Hong Fan chews over that name for a moment, and then he smiles. No, I quite like it. The Sword of the Void. If I later come up with a name I like more, I will return this name to Master. Of course, this will become the proof of the bet. If Seo Eun-hyun trusts him until the end, he resolves to keep this void sword to the very end. However, if Seo Eun-hyun's promise collapses, then the meaning contained in that will only fade once more. How ironic. If I can't think of a better name until the end, I will continue to use this name even in the next life. Entering heavens beyond the path. Void Sword, Shu Kongjian. That is the name of Hong Fan's new martial arts that he receives from Seo Eun-hyun. Is that so? Do as you wish. Seo Eun-hyun begins to close his eyes. Now his energy is exhausted, and his body is old. Having just now fought with Hong Fan and drawn out even his last bit of life force, he is now on his way. Suat. Light bursts out from behind Hong Fan, and he returns the Radiance mantra he had retrieved to Seo Eun-hyun and removes the fate of the absolute fragment he had reattached to him. Thank you. Smiling innocently without even knowing what Hong Fan is doing as he says those words, Seo Eun-hyun, in that way, begins to close his eyes. Not knowing that his entire life was being toyed with, the sight of him going while smiling so purely and clearly is truly a sight that is hard to behold. In the end, as he looks at that sight, Hong Fan mutters a few words to him in his final moment. So low that no one can hear. Some 500 years in the time outside the heavenly void furnace. Roughly 14 trillion years in the time inside the heavenly void furnace. At the end of that inconceivable span of time, he finishes this life. That is Seo Eun-hyun's 17th return. Seo Eun-hyun's timeline shifts, and accordingly, all the heavenly venerables and supreme deities of Mount Sumru also shift to another timeline. Since even the heavenly venerable of time has been moved, this timeline gradually loses the driving force to let time proceed, so time gradually slows, then comes to a complete stop as it closes into a closed loop. A closed loop that will continue to persist until time quickly recognizes the other timelines and breathes the power of origin essence into those other timelines as well. In the timeline that is going to come to a stop, Hong Fan takes Seo Eun-hyun's hand, looks at his face, and changes his own body. Chi Hong Fan, who has borne the imposing appearance of an imperial king, gradually changes into an aged appearance. At the same time, the majority of the lightning that is inside Seo Eun-hyun is drawn into Hong Fan. That sight looks as if he is sucking the years away from Seo Eun-hyun. At the same time, the three faces separate again, and Hong Fan tears out his own memories, history, and reason itself. Eventually, by following after Seo Eun-hyun and raising his realm, he will someday regain his memories again. But for now, he wishes to forget all of his identity and reason, and simply follow Seo Eun-hyun. And as he gradually changes into the appearance of an old man, he speaks. I am jealous of that kind of purity. He wonders that if he too knows nothing like him, if he remembers nothing, could he become like him? Could he repay that purity? Could he at least draw a little closer to that attitude that is younger than himself, yet more adult? Admiring Seo Eun-hyun, Hong Fan temporarily seals away all intellect and memories. In any case, after having regained his reason once, he has already adjusted the settings of the Radiance mantra and prepared the prophecies. He has set it up so that if someone invades the audience chamber or the entirety of Mount Sumuru is shaken, he can in an instant regain his memories again. He simply, with pure curiosity and the desire to become like Seo Eun-hyun, decides to take on an appearance like Seo Eun-hyun's and to try becoming someone who knows nothing, like Seo Eun-hyun. It is as if he is trying once more to dream a fleeting spring dream. At the very end of all endings, will Seo Eun-hyun be able to keep his promise? Looking forward to that, Hong Fan plops down to lie beside Seo Eun-hyun, right before he loses all reason for the last time. In the eyes of him, the future king, one strand of a far-off future is caught. Is that so? Perhaps he might be able to reach that future. Thus, as Hong Fan closes his eyes, together with Seo Eun-hyun, he heads toward a new timeline. He flies toward Seo Eun-hyun's 17th cycle. That is the end of the entire story of the 16th cycle. Hakong. The timeline and history of the 16th cycle shatter into pieces. And the shattered history, within the gestation world full of darkness and chaos, flows to the Crystal King who sits in that far-off place. At last, back to the present. Receiving back all of the 16th cycle's world lines that have flown into him, Seo Eunhyun looks at Hong Fan. He barely managed to block transcending peaks. But as the price, he exhausted all of his energy. It is the same even for Bonghua. Because she has been loading her energy onto Seo Eunhyun, even she, as an innocent party, has had her strength consumed. Using the authority of the Life Supreme Deity, she tries to summon all the immortal beasts within Mount Sumeru and breathe even their life force into him, but it is no use. Kugugugugu. The immortal beasts have their life force plundered by Bonghua and let out groans in the chaos of the gestation world. And, having recovered a sliver of energy at the price of their groans, Seo Eunhyun looks at the future King Hong Fan, who is drawing everything in before his eyes. Wung, wung. A sacred ringing flows out from the tip of his sword. Emptiness, sword fourth move applied profundity. Fate. A technique that maximizes repulsion force, briefly separates the absolute of fate from his true body, pushes it into the emptiness sword, and attacks the opponent with it. In a way, its principle is also similar to Seo Eunhyun's one annihilation to the near shore, which pushes his own nascent soul into the sword. On top of that, Hong Fan has just returned the entirety of the 16th cycle to Seo Eunhyun. The formless poison, which has only been spreading all this time, for the first time has its momentum checked and flows out of his body. Just as Seo Eunhyun sacrificed himself to reclaim the Enders. By returning to Seo Eunhyun the world line and history that have become his own, the future king for a brief time comes to be free from the influence of the formless poison. In addition, as his prophecy and divine art mesh together, at last the immortal art that will put the final period on the whole story is activated. An immortal art of self-sacrifice. An immortal art that makes the true emperor sacrifice himself, pour himself into another emperor, transfer the ownership of the absolute, and enthrone the other as a creator god. The moment that sword hits Seo Eunhyun head-on, the personality of the existence called Seo Eunhyun will disappear, and Bonghua will come out and receive the origin essence of fate. And with Silver Basket, Obsidian, and Vast Cold, who are in the grasp of the Fate's supreme deity, and with a handful of the miscellaneous spirits of Enders, he will grant her the absolute of hope and make her into a new creator god. Only today will he at last see the end of the story and obtain salvation. Gugugugu. From the very tip of the emptiness sword, a radiance surpassing the first light bursts forth. This is a story that creates a new creator deity. Wuwung. The very end of the 2999th cycle. Seo Eunhyun, with the 3000th cycle before him, knows. I cannot surpass it. Why Yang? Hong Fan imbues the technique of great mountain pressing down with the evolved technique of hope, salvation, and strikes down. Its speed is nirvana tranquility. On top of that, it is a power that has gone through several accelerations. Even with Seo Eunhyun's nirvana tranquility, he is a bit lacking. In terms of speed, he cannot follow. In terms of strength, he also cannot follow. He is defeated in skill as well. The curse poison has also considerably drained away. Moreover, he himself is in a state where his strength has drained away. To win by force is impossible. But even so, Seo Eunhyun takes his stance and, against Hong Fan's downward slash, chooses an upward slash. Unlike the future king's strike, which has reached the speed of nirvana tranquility, his is a dull sword. Hong Fan notices. Is it that technique again? Suat. The technique that blocks hope and pierces through the divine art. He grasps the principle. Because it is a technique that resonates with the formless poison and is imbued with the heart that consoles him, it resists hope and the divine art. Chiak. Once again, behind Seo Eunhyun, two mountain divine spirits appear. Salt Sea and Great Mountain. It is entering heaven. It is useless. The world is not a bright fairy tale. A miracle will not occur. For everything Hong Fan has accumulated is greater than a miracle. Chiak. Behind Seo Eunhyun, the countless Enders and Bonghuas who have entered the audience chamber are revealed. Has he applied the canvas of myriad forms and connections? Even so, it is useless. Sometimes, there are gaps that simply cannot be overcome. As the sword rises a little sluggishly, it becomes the principle of treading heaven. Chiak. Behind Seo Eunhyun, countless existences appear. They are all the connections Seo Eunhyun has formed up until now. Are you saying you will gather all connections and stand against me? Even so, it is useless. The story he has accumulated is even longer, more distant, and more desperate. The effect of a regressor's tale of cultivation is one, the strongest. As long as he enforces the story, he absolutely cannot be surpassed. Seo Eunhyun's sword becomes the principle of punishing heaven. Chiak. The countless silhouettes behind Seo Eunhyun reach out their hands towards Seo Eunhyun and pour light into him. It is the stories of all the figures Seo Eunhyun has met. They materialize, using Seo Eunhyun's canvas of myriad forms and connections as coordinates and Bonghua as the flow of life. They are temporarily taken out from the bridle of history and support Seo Eunhyun. Golden Great Thousand World Transcendence Technique, Surpassing Radiance. Romance of the Golden Divine, 80 Quadrillion Lightning-Tipped Spear. Falling Flower. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter Transcendence Technique, Nameless One Fist. Entering Heavens Beyond the Path, Full Blossom. Artificial Computation Device, Agate. All Enders Throughout the Ages. Ho-Ho Daoist Seo. Immortal Art, Tainted Soul Filling the Heavens. I don't know what kind of situation this is, but when. Entering Heavens Beyond the Path, Heart of Love. When. Immortal Art, Fireworks. All the connections with whom he had been hostile and with whom he had also come to form familiar, deep relationships. The Jew family, his disciples, Chongmun clan, the people of Cheonseek City, Azure Tiger Saint, Jean Byako, Hyoguak, Azure Heaven Creation Sect, Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, Black Ghost Valley, Seoli, the people of the vast cold realm, the believers of the Nether Ghost realm, the connections of the ancient Force realm, Jangik, Yuhua, Baekyeom, Gyubek, and the other Heart tribe. The star-shattering stage esteemed ones, the sacred masters, the entering nirvana true persons, Hamjin, Ui, Yeoy, the connections of the astral realm, and the true immortals he met in the sun and moon heavenly domain, such as Black Dragon, Yang-Sung, and Golden Shaking Bird. The Radiant Sade Immortals, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord Jiwa, Radiance Hall Guardian Immortal Ho Woon, Radiance Hall Great Net Immortal Meg Jean. All of the Radiance Hall True Immortals up to, and including the Purple Gold Heavenly Lords, Glass Peacock, Mountain Destroying Demon Ape, White Winged Heavenly Pegasus, Yusu Ryan, Hei Nyong, Yu Hao Te, Blood Een, and the other immortal beasts. And besides them, the innumerably many immortal beasts he has met, the forces of the underworld and the forces of each supreme deity. And, beginning with time, Sal Tree, and the underworld, the governing immortals such as the Liberation Supreme Deity, the Heavenly Punishment Supreme Deity, the Naming Supreme Deity, the Swallowing Heaven Supreme Deity, and so on. The enders of previous generations who gave him immense help, such as Silver Basket, Obsidian, Vast Cold, Yang Sujin, and others. And Master and Senior Brother. Carrying all those connections on his back, Seo Eunhyun continues raising his sword. The principle of the sword reaches escaping heaven. Then, Hong Fan can tell that it is his victory. All those stories, even if all those connections are added, they still cannot surpass him. In this world, there definitely are things that simply cannot be done. This world is not a fairy tale. A regressor's tale of cultivation is absolute. He has not met even a single opponent on whom he expended this much strength, and he has never once fought while revealing this much strength. Even so, he can tell. Even now, he is still inexhaustible. On the other hand, Seo Eunhyun, even while drawing forth and using all his connections, still falls far short of him. Are you going to try to recall what you received from Book Hyangwa again? By now, even that is within his expectations. But at least right now, logic like saying that the heart is a blessing or that hearts connecting is a miracle does not hold. Farewell. Splitting Emperor, Splitting Heaven. The shadow of the great mountain supreme deity lends its strength together to Seo Eunhyun. All the spirits that compose the mantra of Wuji lend their strength together. The principle of all heaven's righteous understanding dwells in the sword after escaping heaven. Annihilation Advancement Mu. The principle of auspicious soul filling the heavens dwells in the sword after all heavens. Splitting Emperor, Splitting Heaven. With the power formed by all those connections right before him, Hong Fan looks straight into Seo Eunhyun's eyes, and at last the two swords collide. Is that so? Is this your story? It starts from entering heaven, and he enters the heavens. It reaches treading heaven, and he treads on the heavens. It becomes punishing heaven, and he defeats the heavens. It then becomes escaping heaven. He frees himself from the heavens. and only then, he fills the heavens completely. It is a good story. This is Farewell, a story that creates a new heavens. Separate heaven martial arts, Biatingu. Editor. Separate, as in, different, or, another. Severing heaven sword form. Transcendent profundity. At the same time, it is Seo Eunhyun's answer that departs from true martial arts, the system of the martial god called the future king fate supreme deity. His final enlightenment that starts from entering heaven's martial arts and reaches all the way here. The martial arts of a separate heaven. Suat. Behind Seo Eunhyun, the last silhouette appears. Even without looking, he can tell. It is Bu Qianghua. But, no matter how much they bless him, even with Bu Qianghua joining in, they cannot stop this story. True martial arts emptiness, sword final profundity. That is what he thinks. Until he sees the last silhouette that appears behind Seo Eunhyun. Seo Eunhyun's connections. Those are connections that include Hong Fan. Guju, your name is Guju. At the end of the 16th cycle, there was a three spirits art clone that he ascended to the heavens, and a clone he scattered as insects and sowed into the earth. But the last clone stayed together with Hong Fan in preparation for the unforeseen. And he placed that last clone inside Seo Eunhyun. His purest aspect, at its very end at last splits in half the entirety of the lower, middle, and upper dantians of the future king fate supreme deity, Hong Fan Guju altogether, devours the absolute of fate, in which the immortal art of self-sacrifice is activated, and elevates the existence called Seo Eunhyun as an existence of creation. At last, his own original flow. Seo Eunhyun, who has reached the answer called divine arts, gives a name to the divine art. Divine art. Story's end. It is the period that puts the final point on a regressor's tale of cultivation. I prophesize. You will not complete 3,000 regressions, and I will seize the entire severing heaven sword form whole from you, and you will be killed by your own martial arts. The 2999th cycle. Hong Fan, who meets the prophecy twisted by himself, collapses within the chaotic world and laughs. Ah, so it was inevitable. Reaching the end of the story and coming to realize that in the end he cannot deceive his own true heart, Hong Fan laughs emptily, yet with a sense of release, and gazes at the Absolute One being born before his eyes. The name of the Absolute One is Seo Eunhyun. He is the new god who finished the story called A Regressor's Tale of Cultivation. At the end of everything, Hong Fan realizes that the god of connections before his eyes is truly his own lord, and with laughter in which many emotions are mixed, he begins to cry as he quietly laughs. Chapter 805, Final Regression. Karuru. It is an existence filled with chaos. In the end, Hong Fan failed to create and bestow the absolute of hope. Therefore, though the existence before his eyes should have gained a personality and become the creator god with the name Yonghui, Seo Eunhyun, who overcame Hong Fan by his own strength and shook him off, in the end did not create or receive the absolute of hope. Yes, in the end, the one before his eyes is not Seo Eunhyun. That's something in which Seo Eunhyun and Bonghua and the absolute of fate are combined. Must be called something new, born entirely within omnipotence. And Hong Fan realizes that that omnipotent existence is reading the history engraved upon them. They will read the oldest history, and through it they will define themselves. After some time, that existence defines themselves. My child. Hong Fan realizes who it is. Predecessor. The previous creator god. The first creator who created this world. Yes, it is the existence that Hong Fan loathes most, the being he considers the source of all evil. Why? Just why did you arrive at such an answer? Why? When you are omniscient and omnipotent, could you not have read such a possibility? I read it, for that is what it means to be omniscient and omnipotent. They approach beside Hong Fan with a warm voice and take his hand. A situation reversed from the 16th cycle. Then, is everything about me something you have planned? No. You know this as well, do you not, my child? The omnipotent one strokes Hong Fan's head. Before he knows it, Hong Fan no longer has a beard. As Kim Yun twists the immortal cultivation system and returns spring to him, he becomes a youth, and even from a youth he continues to grow younger. Hong Fan is turning into the appearance he fears the most. He is returning to his childhood. These are things you have chosen by your own will. My own will. Everything about me being born like this, are you saying it is all my own will? That child called Seo Eunhyun has already given the answer to your question. It is pure white. The Creator God is a boiling chaos in human form, a strange mass of omnipotence where black, yellow, and all of the heaven's natural colors merge. But at the same time, they have the warmth that Hong Fan most anticipated. You are unable to forgive yourself for being happy, and you have driven yourself all the way here. Is it not so? I wanted to make a world where everyone holds one another and everyone recognizes one another's imperfections. So that is this gestation world. So a true emperor must see the world as a toy, is it? The world is not a toy. You certainly could have traveled the worlds of other creator gods, and you had many opportunities to travel other worlds, not just this one, and share your heart with them, did you not? Child, there is only one reason you were unhappy and are unhappy. It is just because you are unable to be honest with yourself. Hong Fan sheds tears. Suat, the formless poison that Seo Un-hyun breathed into him. He avoided the poison for a moment with 16th cycle as the price, but in the end the poison erupts. No, it is not poison. In truth, he also knows it. This is the heart of a connection who cares for him. Take only yourself as the lamp of truth and live relying only on yourself. You also know the reason why that child called Seo Un-hyun said this to you, do you not? At last, Hong Fan breaks down and sobs. What are you saying I should have done? What on earth is it that I should have done, and how? Hong Fan sobs toward the Creator God in front of him. I am asking why you made such a world in the first place. My child. The Omnipotent One seems to smile. At the same time, they seem to be crying, saying to take only yourself as the lamp. It means you yourself are the lamp. So, and it means that everyone other than you also has their own lamp. The Omnipotent One gradually comes closer to Hong Fan. We Omnipotent Ones also think ourselves complete. We think we know all the answers, but even we do not always have the correct answer. For no matter how close it may be to the correct answer, if one does not accept it, for that person it is not the correct answer. Therefore, the true answer always lies in what is exchanged among those who are incomplete. If countless people take themselves as lamps, and if those flames exchange hearts with one another, that is precisely that can truly lead toward the answer. I cannot accept it, I cannot understand it. My child, and I am not here to tell you the answer, to persuade you, and to judge you. What? I am an existence that has already passed once. An existence that, by my own choice, gave up everything and handed everything over to you. It is just that, because a child like you is crying so sadly, I am merely an existence that has come to give a greeting one last time. The existence that Hong Fan has been calling the previous Creator God, the Omnipotent One. Or rather, the world itself comes closer to Hong Fan. My child, listen well. I am going to go far away. What do you mean? Are they to be split once again into the three absolutes and repeat that long world of war? That hell? Are they saying that everything simply repeats in eternal regression? That is not so. But from now on you may come to need me. Yet at that time, I may not be able to appear again and tell you the answer. No, perhaps it has always been the same up to now. I have never been able to be the answer for you at all times. But remember this. Listen to the lamp of your heart and rely on the truth that is inside yourself. I have always been inside you. I have split apart and have turned into you yourselves. So whenever you wish to seek an answer from me, listen to your own heart and try listening to the other hearts that shine upon yourself. He doesn't understand what they mean about leaving, but there is one thing he can tell. Always. The answer is in the closest place. Simply, if he had moved as his heart leads, everything might have been different. If, instead of seeking reasons, he had simply accepted, it might have been enough. If, instead of only seeking misfortune, he had sought happiness, it might have been a little different. If, instead of blaming himself as a murderer and saying he cannot revive Yang Hui with his filthy hands, and so choosing the absolute, if he had just revived Yang Hui, talked with her, exchanged opinions, and for a long time had exchanged things in a slightly more imperfect state, it might have been different. Hong Fan's original sin is that he always seeks a reason in everything. He realizes what answer the Omnipotent One is trying to speak of. In this world there is no answer, and there is no need for anyone to be the answer. As long as they can exchange with each other, and it is something they can mutually accept, then whatever it is, because a Creator God dwells within it, that is an answer. I am leaving. But before that, there is something I will pass on to you. As I cannot entrust it to that child named Seo Un-hyun, I will pass it on with my own hand. The existence of chaos and omnipotence in human form. They come gradually closer to Hong Fan, who has taken on the form of a young boy. That child named Bonghua wants to pass something on to you. If a chance had arisen to do so like this, if she had come to stand in equal positions, and if she had come to know everything, she says she would have done it for you at any time. Close your eyes, young Guju. He closes his eyes. Hong Fan Guju, for whom everything has crumbled to pieces, feels warmth inside the gestation world. He feels a certain warm kiss brush across his lips. Hong Fan opens his eyes. Wu, Seo Eun-hyun did not transform into the previous creator god. Everything is no different from just a moment ago. With the insight of a true emperor, he realizes that what happened just now was nothing more than an illusion. The predecessor did not revive. He also did not completely return to being a young boy. He became a little younger, but his beard still did not completely disappear. He is merely in the state of being a slightly younger adult. Nothing happened at all, and it is only that his consciousness flew away for a moment and then came back. All that is visible is only Seo Eun-hyun, who is in the middle of advancing to become a creator god. I see. Whether what happened just now was real or not, Hong Fan suddenly feels that it is not important. He himself is going to be judged. Only that is important. Yuruwung. However, Seo Eun-hyun is not properly handling the absolutes of fate, history, and miracle. If things continue like this, he even looks so unstable as if he might explode. Although he is an existence that is in the process of becoming a creator god, he is still incomplete. Always, a person who appears to be someone who needs to be helped. That is his lord. Take a deep breath. Hong Fan opens his mouth and begins to help Seo Eun-hyun. Seo Eun-hyun looks at Hong Fan for a moment and wears an expression of surprise. But soon he asks a question. What do you mean? By attempting, without any preparation, to advance to a creator god in order to ruin my plan, I see that in the end you are going to be unable to control anything and are going to die. If you continue like this, you definitely will not be able to control all the absolutes, and your personality and Bonghua's personality will be ground apart. And inside that, an omnipotent one who is an impersonal god will be born. I also do not want Bonghua dying, so I am trying to help you. Understood. If it is to help me, then speak. Perhaps because, while controlling the origin essence of omnipotence, he has become somewhat close to omniscience. Seo Eun-hyun makes a request of Hong Fan. He has probably realized that Hong Fan no longer holds any hostility toward him. While taking deep breaths, accept chaos into your body and place the absolutes in your lower, middle, and upper dantians respectively. Afterward, think of the chaos entering the lower dantian, passing through the middle dantian, and then entering the upper dantian. Seo Eun-hyun breathes. The chaos circulates according to Hong Fan's advice. Recite the formula. Heaven, earth, and man combined are everything. Divide everything into 3 and make it heaven, earth, and man. Heaven, earth, and man combined are. Then, in that moment, Seo Eun-hyun looks at Hong Fan. He realizes it immediately. This is a slightly simplified alteration of the formula written on the surface of the heavenly void furnace. And only now does he recall where he has seen this formula. Heaven-Earth-Heart method? I am the one who created it, because I once agonized over trying to become a creator god. The formula to accept all absolutes, that is precisely the Heaven-Earth-Heart method. Heaven-Earth-Heart method, the lowest, third-rate internal energy method that the martial artists in the head realm martial arts world practice. No, it is something that is even embarrassing to call an internal energy method, and is nothing more than something that just slightly sets the foundation of the dantian. With only that, one can never be said to have cultivated internal energy, and it is only a basic heart method where one simply receives the treatment of an ordinary mortal. If even a creator god has a realm formula, it is probably all fawn. Everywhere and nowhere. We all may already have had the truth. As Hong Fan speaks, he also finds himself laughable. I am a fool. He feels ashamed toward the creator gods of the neighboring other worlds. With the answer so plainly visible before his eyes, just how far out of his way has he gone? He only has to seek the answer within himself. So why has he come all the way to this place? The answer was not far away. He simply did not choose it. If he truly wanted to become incomplete and to give and receive affection, then he could have, by any means, just stepped down from being a true emperor. It is something 100 times easier an answer than making Yang Hui into a creator god. He is an incomplete existence. However, he did not acknowledge that, and only tried to seek an even more perfect existence. so there was no way he could create such an existence. Yes, not acknowledging himself. That is Hong Fan's true sin. Kururur. Seo Eun-hyun inhales the three absolutes. And then, at some moment, Seo Eun-hyun becomes an absolute one. Hong Fan notices Seo Eun-hyun's face disappearing once more, and that he has become an omnipotent one filled with chaos. Now judge me, my lord. I have been defeated by you, and I am prepared to accept any conclusion. The one before his eyes is the omnipotent one. Although he is not the Bongwa he has wished for, he is nonetheless sufficiently the same kind of existence as the one he has longed for. And then Seo Eun-hyun, who has become an absolute one, looks at such a Hong Fan and raises his hand. Womb, Lord, and Hong Fan begins to open his eyes wide. Why Yang? It is light, and it is a sword. He grabs his own head and brings that sword down. Kwaong. Heaven and earth hum as they ring, and the gestation world wails. My lord, what are you doing? Hong Fan panics. Seo Eun-hyun, with his own hand, tears out the origin essence of omnipotence, in which omniscience, sincerity, and totality are combined. Why Yang? The origin essence of omnipotence is held in Seo Eun-hyun's hand, but soon the omnipotence that is torn away from the absolute one loses its sacred radiance and changes into a crude appearance. It looks as if the three absolutes are coarsely and clumsily woven together. It is a shape as if circles of black, yellow, and all of the heaven's natural colors are slightly misaligned and entangled. It even looks like a crown. And Hong Fan realizes what Seo Eun-hyun is trying to do and screams with all his strength. Seo Eun-hyun. Jiuing. Seo Eun-hyun's sword strikes that tricolored crown. It cuts the connection between the origin essence of omnipotence and the gestation world. Immediately after, Seo Eun-hyun, without any hesitation, hurls that origin essence of omnipotence out beyond the gestation world. He throws it away to some distant other world. This is the judgment I pass down upon you. Hong Fan. Suat. At the same time, from Seo Eun-hyun's body, Bongwa and the other enders leap out. It is because the fusion is undone. However, as Hong Fan looks at Seo Eun-hyun, he holds a faint expectation. He definitely threw away the source of a creator's authority out of the world. But Seo Eun-hyun clearly still has the power of an omnipotent one remaining. Are you merely casting away the symbol? No. At the words that follow, Hong Fan laughs, feeling pain as if the blood of his whole body is boiling. Every time he laughs, things like black blood flow out from his mouth. That truly is the origin of omnipotence of this gestation world. It is indeed the gestation world's end point. It is the soul of the previous creator god. Why? Just why? To exact punishment on me? As he looks at Seo Eun-hyun, who answers him with the result he can least accept, Hong Fan realizes that he is shedding tears. Why? Just why? That has no meaning at all even if you throw it outside. To the existences of another world, it is just a treasure with a slightly unusual ability. It might let them interfere with parallel dimensions, or give them a bit of an ability like the heavenly void furnace. But that is all. That is something that only by leaving in this world could it truly have had meaning. Omnipotence. Why? Why have you blocked all the paths to an answer so that no one can ever reach the answer for eternity? Why? Because in this world, the correct answer is that there is no answer. That was a ghost. In the end, all of us, enchanted by its magical power, have been walking that long and longer journey in suffering. We have all been captured by the will of the predecessor, by the ghost of the predecessor. The fact that you too cannot sever your attachment to that is proof. You have had plenty of chances to become happy. But that thing, it stirred up the desire that maybe you could find a slightly better answer. It has only made you think that if you endure just a bit of pain now, you will be able to find the true answer through the absolutes. And, while casting this very moment into hell, has made you hope for a future that will never come for eternity. Just what in the world? That is the conclusion I reached when I, even for a brief moment, stepped into being the omniscient, omnipotent absolute one. From now on, in this world, no one will become an absolute one. I will make it so that no being like you can ever appear, so that no one can ever fall into the delusion that they can become complete. Yes, in the end, those absolutes are nothing but things that bring power and authority and wisdom to those who are incomplete and give them the illusion that they are complete. At Seo Eun-hyun's words, Hong Fan sheds tears. None of us are complete. And we must not become complete. Because, as incomplete beings, endlessly looking back and moving forward is. At Seo Eun-hyun's continuing words, Hong Fan finally feels himself escape from all the obsessions and conflicts that have been tormenting him. It is what we call life. Ah, is that so? The dream he just had was not something he simply dreamed. The foresight of the future king that remains in him foretold this moment. What appeared in the dream was not the predecessor. It was merely, even after foreseeing that things will turn out like this, it was only the process of him convincing himself that this, the fact that it turns out like this, is nothing more than the true answer. No, in truth, it does not matter whether it was a dream, or whether the predecessor really appeared for a moment to comfort him. Hong Fan acknowledges it. He decides to simply try accepting the truth. The moment he accepts it, crack, he understands that at last, the egg that has been confining him has broken open. He truly accepts that he is an incomplete being. He accepts the fact that everything he has believed is wrong. Drip drip, everything he has believed in is wrong. By Seo Eun-hyun, who has proven that, he is wounded once again. However, the words that Seo Eun-hyun of the 16th cycle said to him are healing him. Even if I am wrong, it is not meaningless. Is that not so? Yes, my friend, your life has not been meaningless. This too, for the other incomplete ones who will live their lives from now on, will become an eternal question for them to ponder. Is that so? Hong Fan, with a truly lightened feeling, looks at the chaos of the chaotic gestation world. Everything is all wrong. Even though salvation has always been closest to him, something he could always choose, it is he who did not accept it. It is he who, with his own hands, refused to acknowledge that he himself is incomplete, and in that state denied every possibility of sharing affection and sharing meaning with other incomplete beings. He is the greatest wrong answer of this Mount Sumeru. However, it is not without meaning. That alone might be enough. It is then, splurt, from the black blood that Hong Fan spits out. Something wriggles. It is something like a worm. That thing, taking the form of a black snake, it screams toward the lying Hong Fan. What insane nonsense are you talking about? I am wrong. I am not wrong. It is only the world that is wrong. Are saying you will listen to Seo Eun-hyun? That you will make this world into a world without absolutes, and make it a world where no matter who becomes unhappy, no one bears responsibility? That you will turn it once again into a hell ruled by that damned. Just because. Hong Fan looks at that thing in the form of a black snake. I see. He is dying. That is leftover that has come out of his dying self. Because the very existence of the future king itself is so abnormally large beyond all measure, a leftover has come out even though he has not completely died. That is the fragment of the future king fate's supreme deity, Hong Fan Guju. It is one of his dark sides that has split off from the time when he was suffering. That is his younger self. Stop it. A world where there is no absolute being anymore, perhaps this, in truth, might be the world I have wished for. Do not talk nonsense. Are you really saying you will give up on salvation? It is not that I have given it up. It is just already. Hong Fan looks at Seo Eun-hyun, at Bong Hwa, and at the countless living beings inside Mount Sumeru that are becoming separated from them. I have been saved long ago. Why has he been unable to hear it until now? Now, the apex of life-saving arts, formless, that has spread through his whole body, is whispering. Something he could not hear well before. He feels the countless living beings giving thanks toward the heavens. He is a being who is resented, but, at the same time, he is a being who is thanked. It is only he himself who has kept choosing whether to listen to resentment or to gratitude from those countless beings. He should simply have taken himself as a lantern. Do not speak such ridiculous things. If you are like that, then I will become the creator god. I will take the source of omnipotence, return to Mount Sumeru, and become the omnipotent one. And you will clearly come to know that my words are right. Fragment that is born from me. You are not me. You are merely something born from my pain. Nothing more than a black snake. Do not be seized by my suffering. Shut up. That is omnipotence. That is the answer I have sought. At least I will have it. I cannot forgive lowly vermin from another world having it. Oh, omnipotence. You are mine. Shiu. The worm-like black snake wriggles its body and leaves for a distant other world outside the gestation world. Hong Fan weakly raises his hand toward that snake. For the last time, I should be able to use hope once more. But suddenly, Hong Fan meets eyes with Seo Eun-hyun. He ends up feeling ashamed of himself. He, who has resolved everything only through killing, is, in the end, trying to resolve even the filth he has spilled only through the means of killing. If it were you, what would you do? Well, think about it yourself. Haha, is that so? Hong Fan laughs. If I were you, I would do this. If it were Seo Eunhyun, surely. He would not end it simply with killing. Looking at Seo Eunhyun, who has now thrown off the crown of the creator god, he links him together with that Hyuksa. As the first and last future king of Mount Sumeru, prophesies. Wu-wong. Hong Fan's last prophecy makes not only the gestation world, but also the many nearby other worlds resound. Someday, a being who discovers that source of omnipotence will come to this Mount Sumeru. They will bring omnipotence back again before your crystal throne here in this Mount Sumeru. Hyuksa will, to the very end, pursue omnipotence, but will never reach it. And, someday, the being who discovers that source of omnipotence will place it upon your head again and acclaim you as God. That is Hong Fan's final prophecy. In his eyes, he grasps a future where the source of omnipotence falls to a lowly maid in a distant world. She will walk a distant pilgrim's road and someday bring it back again to Seo Eunhyun. Mount Sumeru will come to no longer need an omnipotent one. Do as you please. This is merely my last gesture of respect toward you, and a bit of amusement. Are we making a bet, then? In that case, I will stake it on that snake that can be called your child. That way, that thing will not be able to return to Mount Sumeru. Mount Sumeru does not need an absolute being. For incomplete people among themselves, at most only rising up to the level of heavenly venerable, will exchange affection and affection with one another, and will keep on discussing the countless answers that suit themselves. Hong Fan begins to fall asleep with a smile. I will bet that the pilgrim returns and places a crown upon your head, that my prophecy will succeed. This is different from the prophecies of heaven immortals. A prophecy staked by consuming his own end. Even if it comes true, he is not going to come back to life. Hong Fan looks at Seo Eunhyun. More than anything, he sees it. Though Seo Eunhyun rejected the seat of an omnipotent one, and, by giving an answer different from the predecessor and from himself, threw away omnipotence, in Hong Fan's eyes it is visible. He is one who has already completed divine art. He is a being who will not end as an ordinary star Genesis supreme deity. Even if Hong Fan's prophecy fails, and the pilgrim fails, the qualification for creation will probably someday be born within Seo Eunhyun. If Hong Fan's prophecy succeeds, then Seo Eunhyun will be simply a creator who received the help of Hong Fan's prophecy. If the prophecy fails, he will merely be a creator who builds a world by his own will. Truly, a final prophecy that is nothing more than a bit of amusement. But at the same time, it is also a story whose ending he is so very curious about. You are able to save me, right? Yeah, I have thrown away the symbol of the Omnipotent One, but the authority of the Omnipotent One still remains, even if it is metered. If you want, I will save you. Seo Eunhyun looks at Hong Fan with serious eyes. Hong Fan simply smiles and reaches his hand towards Seo Eunhyun. Seo Eunhyun comes to his side and takes his hand. It is just like in the 16th cycle. However, just as he saw in his dream, the situation is reversed. Since this is the price of my sins, even if you bring me back later, for now it is right that I die. Perhaps he will never be brought back. Perhaps he will simply be forgotten. It does not matter. If he is annihilated forever, that too is the price of his sins. More than anything, he wants to rest. He turns his gaze to Bong Hua, who is looking at him. There is no need for words between the two. Bong Hua looks at Hong Fan with a face in which countless emotions are mixed, and the gazes they exchange are enough. Hong Fan, truly feeling that his annihilation is drawing near, closes his eyes. This is farewell. What he sees last is the god of connections he least wanted to acknowledge, and at the same time the god of connections, whom he cannot help but acknowledge as the greatest existence. His lord. Farewell, my lord. Seo Eunhyun, opposite to the 16th cycle, is the one who now grasps his hand. And looking down at his longtime nemesis and friend, Seo Eunhyun offers his final farewell. Farewell, O heavens. Thus, the story called A Regressor's Tale of Cultivation truly lowers its curtain. And, from the corpse of the dead Hong Fan, an immense green light of intent pours down like a waterfall and covers the entire gestation world. That is intent in the amount that Seo Eunhyun's formless has swelled in size within Hong Fan's heart. That consoles and memorializes everything in this world. It consoles and placates all things in this world. It is his true heart that Seo Eunhyun received in transmission from countless connections, and in turn passed on to others. And, before long, that which overflows through the gestation world begins heading toward Seo Eunhyun's canvas of myriad forms and connections. Toward that which has become a white deer, the intents of green light begin to all rush in together. The white deer transforms into green deer. Now then, Seo Eunhyun moves the remaining consumable power of omnipotence within himself. The innumerable otherworlds and separate heaven and earths that were destroyed and annihilated by Hong Fan Guju begin to be restored by that power. Though this omnipotent power will soon disappear because the source of omnipotence is gone, it does not matter. To him, things like omnipotence, things like completeness are already unnecessary. Chorara. Asterisk. My enemy who is completely gone, the root cause of all these events. I now leave behind the death of my friend Hong Fan. And as I approach the deer of green light that has absorbed the power of consolation throughout all heaven and earth, I consume the power of omnipotence for all the beings who have been sacrificed to Hong Fan Guju. I begin to perform a requiem for them. Console them. My comrades follow behind me. Requiem filling the heavens, Zheng Owen Tan. The ultimate will of auspicious soul filling the heavens, at its end, becomes a light that consoles everyone. As the power of omnipotence dwells in the deer of green light, all things in the other worlds, separate heaven and earths, and Mount Samaru, begin to be restored as though time is turning backward. I look back at my comrades. It's all over now. They all smile. Now let's go back. To our home. Swayawat. Everything returns to its original state. At the same time, we move our steps while gazing toward that distant homeland. At the end of the conclusion of everything, as we follow the green deer that holds the power of omnipotence and heals and restores all things, we begin to look back on everything of the past. Yes, this is our final return. Chapter 806, Final Day. Chwerarak. I restore the Mount Sumeru that is shaken through the power of omnipotence. Immediately afterward, I reach out my hand toward the countless other worlds of the creator gods near the gestation world. The power of omnipotence is consumed. If there were an origin essence of omnipotence, no consumption would occur, but such a thing does not particularly interest me. The separate heavens and earths and the other worlds that collapsed, turned to powder, and scattered, gradually clumped together as the power of omnipotence dwells in them. First, after I quickly restore the worlds of the impersonal gods that do not have a creator god, I turn back the time of their worlds and make it so that any beings that might have been harmed do not exist. Wung. Afterward, I again consume omnipotence and restore the worlds of the personal gods, the creator gods, for them. Of course, it is impossible to restore the main bodies of the creator gods in one go. To restore their true bodies at once, I would have to consume all the omnipotence that exists now. All we can do is merely follow after the green deer and reduce, as much as we are able, the damage they suffered. Wung. However, since they do not have the concept of death anyway, they do not care about their own deaths and seem greatly delighted just that I restore much of their worlds. A deep sense of gratitude is conveyed from their worlds. At the same time, cheers and praises and such toward me, who untied the knot of the being called the future king, pour out wildly. There are also those who say we may enjoy as much amusement as we like in their worlds before we go, but I don't really understand what that means, so I don't pay any more attention to them. Thus, after we restore the creator gods of the other worlds and their worlds to some extent in this urgent way, the power of omnipotence is fairly depleted. There is something regretful about it, but in the end, it would be a headache if those divinities later bear a grudge and invade the gestation world all at once. Of course, from the standpoint of one who has for a moment become an omnipotent one, since they are the ones who already possess everything, it doesn't seem like they would do that, but, since one never knows, it is necessary to show goodwill. And more than anything, Kugagum, our homeland. Restoring Earth is also an important matter. Since the dimension where Earth is located collapsed in its entirety, it is quite troublesome, but in the end, restoration fortunately seems possible. Is that your homeland? Bonghua looks at the dimension we came from with an interested expression. I do not feel any chi, any mystery, or any miracle. To display divine power in that world, something that overturns principle with willpower alone, like the immortal cultivation of primordial origin, will be necessary. That is so, Master. Kong Min He is about to briefly explain to the underworld the dimension we came from, then flinches and looks at the dimension. Wait, Seo Unhyun. Look over there. Ah, yes. Is it because the time of my regression applies only in Mount Sumeru and does not particularly apply in the dimension where Earth is? Since I have spent such an unimaginably long time continuing regression in the world we came from, the Earth where we were, it has already been swallowed and annihilated by the sun that has become a red giant. Moreover, even the sun has exhausted its lifespan and has become a white dwarf. Yes, the homeland we know is gone. What is there to worry about? Just when we stare blankly at that sight for a moment, Bong Hwa presents a simple solution. Fly at the speed of nirvana tranquility. If you do so, you can settle in the time period of that world that you desire and live in that time period. That, but the first king. Just call me Underworld, Imperial Venerable, Heavenly Venerable, or so on. Now that he too has gone asleep, you may freely use even the name of Heaven. The title is still awkward, so it will not be accepted. Understood, Underworld. I decide to keep using the title of Underworld as I have been doing and ask, how does the Underworld know such a thing? How do I know, you ask? What else do you think it means to have seized omniscience? She smiles gently and tells us, even if the hold on the Absolute is undone, that power has not completely disappeared, so among the countless secrets, there is nothing I do not know. That is so. The ghost of the previous generation. The Absolutes have been flung to another world by me. Of course, in that process, the Underworld, whose personality was merged with mine, also agreed to it to a considerable extent, so it was not purely my arbitrary decision. In any case, the laws of the three Daos still remain. Even though the Absolutes have been flung away, not only the three planes, but also the laws of the three Daos still remain as if it is only natural. No, in the case of the plane of soul, in some ways it seems to have revived far more vibrantly than before. Oh, I see. Looking closely, I can immediately understand. During that time, Hong Fan tore out the Absolute of Miracle and split it into 7 pieces. The domain of purity came to take the place of the original Absolute. To replace it, Hong Fan laid down the interdimensional void and his own plane of soul that arose from there. And that is the plane of soul we have known up to now. However, from the moment the Absolute of Miracle returned into one, the plane of soul fully returned as well. And it continues to remain even though the Absolute of Miracles has gone outside. How can such a thing be possible? Among the memories I obtained as I became an absolute being, there was nothing like that. Of course, you possess only the memories specialized toward miracle, and I possess only the memories specialized toward omniscience. Therefore, I will know these kinds of secrets better. At her continuing explanation, we nod. If we call origin essence the land deed, and call the attribute corresponding to origin essence the land, the Absolute is a kind of imperial seal. And beneath the Absolute, there is the nation and the authority. Even if the Absolute disappears, great chaos does not come to the world. For there are already us who have seized the Absolute, and, through it, have been acknowledged as rulers of the nation. Once the king has already ascended the throne, there is no way the imperial seal is more important than the king's authority. That is right. The Absolutes have already flown to another world, but the darkness throne that Hong Fan left, the flame throne of the underworld, and my crystal throne still remain. Of course, the very act of blowing the Absolutes away to another world is no different from symbolizing a king voluntarily laying down their authority. So from now on we will not be able to handle the Absolute as freely as before. We have completely lost the authority of a true emperor. According to her explanation and Kong Minhee's interpretation that follows in between, the current situation is roughly similar to a case where a king transfers their authority to a parliament. By analogy, it is as if, in the place of a king who holds all the powers of legislation, judiciary, and administration, a successor obtained the Jade Seal, became king, gained the king's authority, and then smashed the Jade Seal and transferred the power to a trustworthy organ of authority. The thrones you and master created, the very proof that an owner of the Absolute has once ascended, is itself the newly created organ of authority. From now on, supreme deities will draw power not from the Absolute, but from those thrones, and will reach heavenly venerable. It is a kind of entry into parliament. And I, currently the owner of the Crystal Jade Throne, am in effect the parliament's sole member and its speaker, in a place like an upper and lower house. Master, and you are now the only members and speakers, so, unless a new heavenly venerable appears, there will be no rival on this Mount Sumeru for a while. No, perhaps there never was from the start. According to the explanation, if those thrones had not been created and, after we became an absolute being, we had blown the absolutes away, then on any path where a throne had not been created, great chaos would have occurred, and perhaps in the worst case the authority of that path could have completely vanished. If origin essence and its attribute are the land deed and the land, then the absolute and its path are the nation's imperial seal and authority. The land does not disappear even if the document disappears. It merely loses the person managing it. But authority, that power, can overturn the land as much as it likes, and if it cannot be controlled, it would not be strange if one day it suddenly shatters the land into ruin. If, without becoming a true emperor, someone had suddenly gathered the absolutes, advanced, and thrown them to another world, it would have been a situation where, because the transfer of authority did not take place, the authority could have evaporated entirely. The predecessor probably knew that such a thing could happen and took measures so that if one advances to true emperor, a throne would appear no matter when, even if the absolutes disappear, making a device by which those powers are transferred even if the absolutes disappear. Indeed, creator gods, or absolute beings and omnipotent ones truly seem to be incredible. In any case, even now, your power of omniscience is not at the level of a life supreme deity, but it is quite usable, it seems. That is so. It falls a little short of the life supreme deity's level, and it far surpasses the level of the heavenly venerable of history. It is ambiguous even to call you a heavenly venerable. Should we not call you by a completely different classification? A heavenly venerable originally receives power through divine descent from an absolute. From now on, by reaching the darkness, flame, and crystal thrones that I, Bonghua, and Hong Fan have created and obtaining their own seat there, they will come to wield the power of the three Taos. Well, we can try making that kind of classification ourselves later. Yes, later. At some point, we come to have the leisure to talk about. Later. I feel a strange emotion at that fact. Obtaining a seat on a throne is now the realm of a heavenly venerable. And as for me and Underworld, who have made the thrones, perhaps we receive special treatment as it still does not look like the expanded origin essences will return to their original state. The origin essence of myriad stars in rotation that the Underworld and I seized is in an incomprehensibly enlarged state, and with half of this origin essence under our control, the remaining half is in a state where we can appoint at least 10 or more heavenly lords or true lords, like the Radiant's 10 heavenly lord. On Mount Sumeru at the present moment, we are the existences who, from now on, are going to reform and set all the laws of this world. I look at the empty throne of darkness, the seat of attraction, force, and fate, the one Hong Fan has made. There ought to be at least one seat who governs the seat of fate. It would be good if the heavenly venerable of time returns, but Underworld gazes beyond the distant other worlds. Certainly, if it is the heavenly venerable of time, they can create a seat at the seat of fate and skillfully handle the system of fate that needs adjustment in many ways. Underworld lets out a faint sigh. Time has probably already run away to a place our contact cannot reach. Since he does not know when the future king may come chasing after him, he must be too busy running away. Someone will also have to go bring him back. From restoring the worlds of the creator gods, to restoring the messed up Mount Sumeru, ruling Mount Sumeru where the aftershock of the disappearance of the absolutes is about to arrive, and minimizing those aftershocks are tasks we must do. And the enders as well, what should we do about them? Suat. I look at the souls floating before my eyes. Silver Basket, who, after being captured by the future king, was compressed by too powerful an attraction force, briefly lost consciousness, and still has not come to their senses. Vast Cold and Yang Sujin, who went to Earth but were captured and brought back again. And lastly, Obsidian. Unexpectedly, many enders, including Obsidian, say they want to sleep here on Mount Sumeru, without us having to worry about where they will stay. They say they want to fall asleep here, reincarnate, and reflect once more on the connections they have here. Underworld accepts them, and Vast Cold shows the will to return together with us. However, for some reason, they say they will not take even a single bit of the power they gained in this world, and they return all their powers to this world. From the authorities they gained through the immortal cultivation system, to the body they gained, and so on. They seem to have no interest in anything except their own soul. The enders who are with me and I decide to accept them, and we also take vast cold into our embrace and decide to return together. Lastly, Yang Soo-jin. He comes up to John Myung-hoon and exchanges a few words with him through voice transmission. And John Myung-hoon, hearing Yang Soo-jin's words, is startled. Our redemption. Yang Soo-jin nods. It seems he wants to atone for the evil deeds he has committed here and there during the short span of 3,000 years. Those two were merely things he did, driven by circumstance. It seems that not everything he did is because of his contempt for non-humans. And now, non-humans will not exist either. Yang Soo-jin reaches out a hand to John Myung-hoon. Can you give her to me? John Myung-hoon hesitates for a moment, then takes Zhongli out from his arms and hands her to Yang Soo-jin. I will take over your karma. I will be the one chased by the Jade Pivot 48 Lightning Heavenly Great Immortals, and with her, I will finish the unfinished conversation. Yang Soo-jin decides to remain in this world. And what is concerning is not them. The other Enders, what should we do about the Enders who have gone back to their homelands with the immense power they accumulated in Mount Sumru? Well, thinking of them, Underworld lets out a somewhat complicated sigh. For now, there is nothing we can do about them immediately. First, as for them, once the creator gods of the other worlds we have restored awaken and recover, we can try to discuss with them what to do. So, let us talk about them a little more slowly later. For now, what is important is to find time. Then, Ohyesyo makes a request of the underworld. O Imperial Venerable, the Heavenly Venerable of Time, I will go to find him. I will find the Heavenly Venerable of Time, inform him of the current situation of Mount Sumru, and bring him back. Underworld, as if reading her inner thoughts, looks at her and speaks. You want to lessen the sentence of the one you love and have him be reborn again, is it? But the policy of the underworld is that, no matter what happens, merit is merit and fault is fault. Merit and fault do not cancel each other out. That is the policy. So even if you do that task, you cannot lessen his sentence. At those words, Ohyesyo shrinks a little. However, looking at her like that, the underworld makes another proposal. I will entrust the task of finding time to someone else. But instead, you help me. If you do, it may not reduce your lover's sentence, but I will grant you a position where you can oversee how your beloved serves his sentence. Of course, the inspection will be strict, so it is absolutely impossible to weaken his punishment as if it does not exist. But by doing so, at least you can be together, even if it is in hell. Is that not so? Thank you. Ohyesyo, shedding tears at the underworld's decision, bows before her. Then you will come with me. Come with me down to the very bottom of hell, and let us resurrect the Sao, Tree Heavenly Venerable. You will have to create an altar with your own power to resurrect him. This is both the weight of the sin you must pay, and also for the great cause of this Mount Sumru. So lend your strength. At those words, Ohyesyo nods her head and goes down beneath the underworld. Underworld looks at Kong Mini. Hia, are you going to go? Yes, master. I see. I will not hold you back. But remember this. The underworld is always open to you. Thank you. Kugugugugu. At the moment we are talking, before we know it, we see astonishing things from behind the green deer. Why ying? The green deer begins to accelerate at the speed of nirvana tranquility. We feel as if we momentarily transcend all worlds of space-time and causality, and we begin to cast off all bridles. The underworld, taking along the souls of the Enders who say they will remain in this world, including Ohyesyo, turns her back to us. Then, go and come back safely. We will be back soon. The underworld does not ride along with the speed of nirvana tranquility and descends back into reality. And I speak toward the green deer. Run, requiem filling the heavens. The green deer in earnest begins to run toward the beyond of countless space-time and causality. We follow the green deer from behind. I look back. Shoo. In the far distance, I see Hong Fan's corpse, which seems to grow smaller and smaller. His body is gradually transforming into an attraction force of darkness and changing into something enormous. Perhaps, as time passes, Hong Fan's body will transform into another vast world beside Mount Sumru. We will have to look after and govern that world too. Set the coordinates, and let us depart. Wong, bound by the attraction force of the green deer. Thus, we begin to prepare to return home. The green deer runs swiftly and escapes reality. Keying. By the omnipotence dwelling in the deer, we head toward a time period in the past. It is not simply something like the Radiance Mantra. It is, quite literally, a regression in the true sense that transcends all spacetime. Therefore, in accordance with that regression, the recovery speed of the creator gods of other worlds speed up as well. And I look around me. This is through the green deer, through requiem filling the heavens. As I head toward the timelines I have passed through, I smile bitterly. These are my pasts. Suat. I accept omnipotence with my whole body and, on my own feet, walk right beside the green deer. And, in order to do what I resolved when I became an omnipotent one, I begin to use the power of omnipotence. Wu-wung. The power of omnipotence changes the world. And then, Swawat. The timelines we pass through, the closed-off histories of those timelines, start to flow smoothly once again. From now on, these 3,000 timelines will become 3,000 parallel worlds, so that all the figures of every history can all be saved. From now on, the 3,000 parallel worlds will split into innumerably many directions. And thus, befitting the name of the true 3,000 world, each one will develop and form its own culture. Wayu, the green deer, by my hand, scatters halos of green light. It is the heart of consolation I placed into Hong Fan. Scattering that heart and intent across all of heaven and earth, I pray that from now on such painful things will not occur in any parallel world. I, in the name of the Omnipotent One, command. For as long as I consume omnipotence, I too am an absolute being and an omnipotent one. The histories of closed time shall all flow again, and all who have suffered within them shall without fail be consoled. The green light flows into every corner of the world and, by the power of omnipotence, becomes inevitability. The absolute called the heavens has disappeared. All beings become incomplete beings, and a truly nearly perfect being like a true emperor can no longer ever be born. This world now becomes just normal. However, I also know Hong Fan's pain. Those who have simply suffered will someday, yet without fail. The clusters of green light become my prophecy and my revision, my rewrite, and flow into each world line. They simply shall all simply be consoled. I cross over countless spacetime, and I look at the previous me's who are dying away within those spacetime. In the midst of it, I can feel one gaze. There, Hong Fan is looking at me. So you are the omnipotent one. What is he thinking as he looks at me? The past future king asks me a question. Only then can I realize that the question Hong Fan suddenly threw out was not something he simply directed at the underworld. What do I look like? I understand the causality. The future king truly has seen the future me. He witnessed the omnipotent one who flew from the future to the past. He, looking at me, the newly born omnipotent one, wondered about the answer. I ponder. Should I tell him everything, or do I not let him know? I hesitate for a moment, then speak one line. You closed your eyes with a smile. That is the ending Hong Fan meets, and it is the punishment handed down to him. When he hears that fact, the Hong Fan of the past smiles. Is that so? That is fine. He rises from the jade throne, and, as he faces off against the past us, he turns his back. This is really farewell. What does he mean? Could it be the meaning I am thinking of? If I consume omnipotence, I can find out, but I don't particularly want to consume omnipotence on something like this. As it is, by the time we return to Earth, this omnipotence will restore the creator gods of the other worlds, and then scatter. I simply, instead of finding out the answer, smile and reply. Yeah, this is really farewell. Yeah, now truly, it is the end of everything. Suat, together with my comrades, I arrive at the cycle before we entered the audience chamber. The last day of 2012 cycle. The star Genesis Supreme Deity is arriving. The star Genesis Supreme Deity is arriving. The star Genesis Supreme Deity is arriving. Watching that sight, I undo the closed loop of time hanging over that world line and turn it into a parallel world. My comrades each look at those scenes, each of them seeing something different, and, seeing different things, they quietly chat among themselves. Wu Wong. Gradually, Ji Hua, who has become the Sword Extreme Imperial Sword, begins to ring. Faintly, her figure naturally appears by my side. It seems she is resonating with something. After I look at her, I continue crossing over to earlier timelines. The last day of the 2011 cycle. There, I see the past Oh Hyun-suk, who is melting away because of Hyen Rang. And I see myself, who sacrifices my life for Oh Hyun-suk. I bestow blessings upon them, and set the world line flowing again and make it independent as a parallel dimension. Now Haiyan Rang of that time will no longer awaken as something like the Zero King. I cross over to before the audience chamber. In the world line that contains the audience chamber, the record of the future king exists, but before that, the record of the being called the future king is pulled out. As Hong Fan after the audience chamber is a complete body, he maintains his form even in the records of the past, but because Hong Fan before the audience chamber is incomplete, now that the absolute of fate has disappeared, he cannot exist. Continuously, I cross timelines. 2010th cycle. I see myself dying to the Sao, tree heavenly venerable. When I separate that world line as a parallel world, Sao tree collapses. Since he is a being related to the future king, now that the future king is annihilated, that existence of his can only be in a single world line. Only in the world line that the underworld, the owner of history, designates. The timelines continue to pass by without end. 2009th cycle. It is the time when I attain Sword God Dance. At the same time, Jiwa's figure becomes ever clearer, and then at last resonates with the Jiwa of that time. I see. In truth, at that time Jiwa's connection with me deepened more than with Radiance Hall, to the point she could betray the Radiance Hall. So, only upon reaching this timeline can Jiwa finally retrieve her form again. Kim Yun looks at her and smiles, and we burst into laughter. My comrades, together with Jiwa who has regained her appearance, exchange all sorts of stories with one another. Jiwa is curious about Earth. For the most ideal world in the eyes of her, who believed in the ideals of Radiance Hall, is precisely our home. After I glance once at Jiwa and my comrades, who are chattering eagerly about the world without mysteries, I look at someone in the 2009th cycle. That someone is me, who, after thoroughly torturing the traces of Yuan Li recorded inside the Radiance Mantra, is agonizing. Right. I recall what I was worrying about back then and smile. I hear the thoughts my past self is having. Is it really true that a cycle that has passed, a story that has ended cannot be reversed? That a story already in progress truly cannot be revised? Time that has passed cannot be turned back. Let the story that has passed stay as it has passed. Look forward and go. Do not be trapped in the past. I speak to my past self, and my past self flinches in surprise and looks at me. I leave my past self behind and cross the timeline again. From now on, you will be able to do anything. The timelines after that were those where I keep on dying to Guac AM. Of course, since Guac AM is also entangled with me, who is a true emperor, on the surface it only looks like I am simply struck and killed by splitting emperor, splitting heaven annihilation advancement mo. I pass by the cycles in which, as I undergo eternal regression and until I reach martial pinnacle, I die to Guac AM countless times. And I pass through thousands of cycles. At last I arrive at the last day of the 1004th cycle. It is the day when Hong Fan and Haiyan Mu first met. Even now the two of them are not visible, and I of this period die alone. And in the far distance, a splitting heaven mantra that erupts without an owner explodes. Because there is no Hong Fan, no Haiyan Mu, and no Guac AM. Only the mantras remain and bring destruction to Mount Saru. Wawum. However, the splitting heaven mantra is stopped by me. After I block the perishing of Mount Samaru, I pass by the corpse of me who has died. The last day of the 1003rd cycle. It is the cycle where I was trapped by Bong Myong together with Make Jean. At the end of that cycle, as I look at the existences of the past, I stretch out my hand toward Make Jean. Wawum. At that time, there was not a single way to keep the promise with Make Jean. When the me of this period dies and time is about to close into a loop, I, who block the closing of time, keep the promise with Make Jean. I have a request. Guarantee my afterlife. At the very least, grant me the potential to aim for the star-shattering stage in my next life. Through the authority of myriad stars, Make Jean will have the talent to be loved by the star veins. He will be born with the talent to receive the love of countless constellations and will reach the star-shattering stage as an esteemed one. Thus, as I repay my debt to Make Jean, I cross the timeline. The last day of the 1002nd cycle. I once again block the splitting heaven mantra that is carried out on that last day. This time as well, because Guac AM, Haiyan Mu, and Hong Fan are near my last day, there is no one else nearby. I am simply dying alone. After I watch the me of the 1002nd cycle die, I meet eyes with Kim Yun. She comes to my side. Kong Min, he also comes to us, and all of us together use prophecy and revision. We send our connection into this parallel world. That is the family of Yun. It is the world of the great and clan, which, thanks to In Ye's final act, succeeded in bringing down all of the Radiant's 10 heavens. To that place, I reach out my hand, as the owner of the absolute of miracle, and as a being who, for a single moment, became an omnipotent one. I am able to know the soul of my daughter, that soul with which the children of In and Yun came to us. I release it into this parallel world. This place is now no longer a timeline that is passed and closed into a loop. It is a parallel world in which a completely different history is to continue. Our child approaches me, Kim Yun, and Kong Min Hee as a soul body, and gives us a tight hug. See you next time. The child is to open eyes again in the family of In Yun. And someday, there will also be a day when the child awakens and becomes a true immortal. And so there may also be a day when she recalls all her memories of the past. But remembering is just remembering. It has to end with remembering. She cannot remain bound to the past. Therefore, the time when we can meet as family and be together like this is only now. If there is a connection, let's meet again. The child melts into the family of In Yun and returns as one of their bodies. Within emotions I cannot put into words, after I look once at the family into which that child has entered, I assign to them a star of prophecy. Their family is to prosper until the lifespan of this star comes to an end. Goodbye, child. And so, we, having given our greeting to the connection of the past, once again leave the timeline. Just as that child said, someday, if there is a connection, we may be able to meet again. Even if, in that lifetime, we are not family, we may be able to meet as an even better connection. The last day of the 1001st cycle. Jiwa of the past rips apart the heavenly domain and rips apart me and the clone of Glass Peacock. Jiwa's face turns bright red, and she covers her face with both hands. Kong Min Hee pats and comforts her, and I too am about to comfort her when I notice something strange. Then, only now do I realize something and let out a sigh. The origin essence of light. No matter where I look in Mount Sumeru, I can't feel it. It is nowhere in the past, the present, or the future. I can tell through the Crystal King's insight. Hyuk-sa, that guy has taken it. A fragment of his heart born from the grudges of Hong Fan. Hyuk-sa, Hisa. Hyuk-sa, just as his name says, is the one who carried away the origin essence of radiance. Because he appeared so abruptly and then flew off to another world just as abruptly, I did not expect that he would take something like that in that brief moment, and I only came to know of it when I arrived at this timeline where I personally died at the hands of the Radiant's 8 Immortals. Well, there is probably not that much to be vigilant of. The origin essence of radiance that Hyuk-sa took had its connection and attraction force with Hong Fan completely severed. Due to this, the origin essence of radiance cannot borrow the power of the future king, and so it cannot swell or expand. It is not the origin essence of radiance it has been up until now, but just an ordinary origin essence whose attribute merely happens to be light. If I go find him later and see that he has committed too great an evil deed through light, I can just stop him. Of course, since I know that no matter how much the guy uses his power now, he can never reach the level of the future king Hong Fan Guju. Even that does not become a big concern. Because I am the owner of miracles, I know better than anyone the personality, talent, and potential he was born with. Hyuk-sa does not even reach 1,000th of the potential and talent Hong Fan was born with. Even compared to me as I am now, he has less talent and less potential. On top of that, in the case of leftovers, most of the time the main body's memories are not complete, so he also will not inherit all of Hong Fan's memories and thus will not be able to use the emptiness sword. From the very beginning, the guy seems unable to understand Hong Fan's hope. I cannot feel in him even the emotion of self-hatred itself. A fragment born from a talentless Hong Fan who has neither hope nor self-hatred truly does not bother me at all. The time will come when we meet someday. The reason Hong Fan did not kill him, it is because he will chase the source of omnipotence forever, and when the source of omnipotence comes to Mount Sumeru again, he too will come here. Yes, Hong Fan sent out that prophecy because he wants me to save even that guy. Leaving those facts behind, I continue going back to the previous timelines. The last day of the 1000th cycle. The last day of the 999th cycle comes into view. From this point on, I am at the level of a mortal being. In that cycle, the great sun Heavenly Lord takes the vestige I have shed, and far away in Radiance Hall, I see Sword Spear receive that vestige. Once again, Jiwa's face turns bright red, and she looks on the verge of tears. This time, Kim Yun is the one who pats her. As I go back through the 999th cycle, I look at the world. Seo Huil. The figure of that guy catches my eye for the first time in a long while. Remembering many welcome connections from the past. I continue to advance like that, jumping across timelines. The last day of the 998th cycle. A familiar face comes into view. It is the head realm. Because the head realm itself is already a dead vestige, it seems that even though Hong Fan died, it did not particularly collapse in other timelines. And in the head realm, I see Seo Huil, who succeeded in his various plans and for a short time brainwashed the head realm. As I go back through time, I scratch Seo Huil's belly without him noticing. Because it is the gesture of a transcendent being, he seems unable to notice. And, in that way, the me of the 998th cycle becomes an annihilation flower, drifts through the void, and dies. From then on, I begin to interfere in the cycles. Talk. I bury the dead me in a heap of earth and use the earth escape technique to make a grave. Starting from the 999th cycle, when I underwent true immortal advancement, the corpses either meaningfully became decaying corpse realms or moved about alive, so there was nothing to worry about. However, from the 998th cycle, when I was still a mortal being, I decide to bury the countless, me, who have died up until now. I don't know why I do that. Perhaps I simply want to bury my dead selves from the previous cycles in the earth. Right. Because I wanted to be buried in the earth. I didn't want it to be that the cycle turns back and my death disappears beyond the timeline when I die. I wanted someone to remember me and for me to be buried within this history. I definitely wished for that. I head for the 997th cycle. The 997th cycle. There, the sword spear heavenly lord of that time is biting my shoulder with relish. Everyone's gaze turns toward Jiwa, and in the end Jiwa faints from shame. Kugugugugu. I reveal a portion of my presence to Bloodine. From that alone, Bloodine is terrified and runs away. Seeing the power of the origin essence of myriad stars, he mistakes me for the great mountain's supreme deity. After driving Bloodine off, I retrieve my own corpse that died in the 997th cycle and bury it in the ground. The last day of the 997th cycle. From this point on, it is repeated work. From the 997th cycle all the way to the last day of the 21st cycle. I keep on chasing Bloodine away and repeatedly bury my corpse in the earth in a good area nearby. All my previous bodies. With the thought that they might at least find rest, I bury them, never once feeling bored. Please, rest in this world line. I head for the next timeline. And from the last day of the 21st cycle, I go against time and look through the entire 21st cycle. The scene where the Mad Lord unravels the heart of love. I see the scene of him holding a wedding ceremony with her in the ways of the upper realm. Watching that sight, I feel an ache in my chest. It is because I too have once experienced a wedding through white red wine. So this is a miracle. Seeing the soul of Wu Hon, who at last comes out to greet the Mad Lord, I hope that those two, even if they burn in the fires of hell, will someday in their next life be happy together. Now the timelines that remain are around 20 cycles. It is down to 2 digits. The last day of the 20th cycle. Descend, all heavens. From that far distant sky, the united colorless glass sword falls toward familiar figures. Holding Kong Min Hee in my arms, I carry out mutual destruction. I step forward and bury the two of them. At that sight, this time Kong Min Hee's complexion looks bad, as if she is embarrassed. This time Ji Wa comforts Min Hee. And the next is the 19th cycle. The me of the 19th cycle is being tortured by Yang Sung. Then I am saved by the heavenly venerable of time and head for the next cycle. The heavenly venerable of time is already in a state of having fled, but his voice remains. In the far future, I will wait for you all in the domain of void. Hearing those words, I understand that he has already, by that point, made a plan to flee outside the gestation world. And I realize that the domain of void has a rather ambiguous meaning. If it is the domain of void, void is also the future king, so it could be the future king's territory, the audience chamber, or the boundary of Kakravada, of nothingness. Lastly, a separate world that has nothing of this world in it. It seems that as my realm rises, what I can see changes. I thus appear before Yang Sung of this time period. Yang Sung seems utterly horrified, but I take out the 6-sided club and stroke Yang Sung's body with it. Yang Sung is beside himself with joy and prostrates in front of me, presenting Seo Eun-hyun's body to me. I bury my body of the 19th cycle, and I cross the 19th cycle. 19th cycle. In the far distance, I see the sea of the ancient force realm. On that sea, I can also see my previous self, muttering to himself as he mines ancient force. I brush paw at an incredibly close distance to the me of the 19th cycle. I hope that my past self does not get hurt too badly. Endure it. From now on, for you of the 19th cycle, one terrible thing will happen. A painful event that you can never accept will occur. Does he hear my voice? My past self looks toward me and then tries to chase after me with lightness skill. But it is useless. The more he chases me, the farther we begin to grow apart. I run toward the last day of the 18th cycle. Asterisk. I have to bury him. Thud. My past self can no longer hold out and collapses on the spot. 18th cycle. It is the cycle in which I died to the ghost guiding Holy Mother Kong Minhee. Kong Minhee cannot raise her face, and Jiwa and Kim Yun comfort her. The me of the 18th cycle, dressed in white, and Seo Lee's corpse, covered with fragments of black robes, lie facing each other under the falling raindrops. Seo Lee, my incarnation, and another me. The other possibility of myself that I have wished for the most. Wu Wong. Is it the will that Seo Lee left behind? Gang's fears that Seo Lee is left hidden in various places enter into the body of the me of the 18th cycle. Gang's fears containing the spiritual power of the ghost path method. Of course, because they are masses of power filled with the energy of death, they do not help my past self recover. However, that power settles within me and adjusts the harmony of the three great ultimates. My past self finally closes his eyes. And then, I enter the reality of that cycle. This time as well, I make their graves for them. To me, Seo Lee is the mountain-destroying demon ape of Great Mountain, the blood-een of Yu Hao Te, and the Hyuk Sa of Hong Fan, originating from me, yet a me that is not me. However, he grew up properly. Please be happy in this world line, Seo Lee. I bestow a blessing on Seo Lee's next life so that he can reach a high realm. And, by my gesture, at some moment the rain stops, and on top of their graves a quince tree and a lily tree grow. I step up before the two trees. Farewell, Seo Lee. Finishing those words, I become a single stream of wind and leave the 18th cycle. The petals of the lily tree that grows from Seo Lee's grave cling firmly to the branches and do not scatter, but from the quince tree that grows from my grave I pluck a few petals, take them with me, and smell their fragrance. And then I look back. The white lilies, which only shake their branches in the wind and do not scatter, look almost as if they are waving their hands to see me off, as if to say farewell. In that way I thus reach the 17th cycle. Kugugugugu. Han 1. It is a face I'm seeing for the first time in a long while. And in front of Han 1, there is me whose whole body is torn apart and turned into pieces of flesh. You are no you. Han 1 startles when he sees me suddenly intervene in reality. But soon, unable to gauge what kind of existence I am, he trembles. I retrieve the supervisory I embedded in Han 1's eyes. Kukyuk. The character for supervise that has been dwelling in his eyes disappears. Have you come back to your senses, Han 1? Ah, Aoeig. When you have pulled yourself together, go to Yunwei. As you are now, you should be able to have a slightly more proper conversation with her. Finishing my words, I leave Han 1 where he is, take my body that has become chunks of flesh, and bury it nearby. You have worked hard. Afterward, I head toward the previous cycle, the last day of the 16th cycle. Suat. There, I see Hong Fan meeting eyes with me. Right now, Hong Fan is in a state no different from the future king himself. Therefore, at least in this cycle, even though he died, it seems the record remains vivid. Asterisk. Hong Fan simply, with pure curiosity and the desire to become like Seo Eun-hyun, decides to take on an appearance like Seo Eun-hyun's and to try becoming someone who knows nothing, like Seo Eun-hyun. It is as if he is trying once more to dream a fleeting spring dream. At the very end of all endings. Will Seo Eun-hyun be able to keep his promise? Looking forward to that. Hong Fan plops down to lie beside Seo Eun-hyun, right before he loses all reason for the last time. In the eyes of him, the future king, one strand of a far-off future is caught. A future where Seo Eun-hyun believed in him and believes him. A future where, in the end, he gives him rest, becomes an omnipotent one, and looks back over the past. Ah, is that so? Perhaps he might be able to reach that future. Thus, as Hong Fan closes his eyes, together with Seo Eun-hyun, he heads toward a new timeline. He flies toward Seo Eun-hyun's 17th cycle. Asterisk. Watching Hong Fan flying toward the 17th cycle, I reach the last day of the 16th cycle and bury the two of them. At first, I only roused my will and buried them. But starting from Co. Lee and the others, I gradually began to use spells like the Earth Escape technique, spells I do not particularly need to use, to lay them to rest and build graves for them. After burying Hong Fan and the me of the 16th cycle, I speak. Once again, thank you. With those words as the end, I once again continue flying toward the previous cycles. The last day of the 15th cycle, Gu Bek's soul lays a curse upon Co. Huiol. In the miracle created by the connection between my old comrades and me, I impose heavenly tribulations upon Co. Huiol. Among them there are countless heavenly tribulations, but the most fearsome is Gu Bek's heavenly tribulation. It is the heavenly tribulation that descends until Co. Huiol dies. Kururum. Golden lightning strikes down upon Co. Huiol. Co. Huiol runs away. The me of the 15th cycle passes Jang Ik's enlightenment to Yuhua and closes his eyes. The performance Co. Huiol has staged comes to an end. Step. And only once the curtain has fallen on the stage is it possible for an outsider, for me, to intervene. Yuhua looks at me and flinches in surprise. Taoist you. By any chance, would you help me? I look at her and smile faintly. In a nearby sunny place, we use a suitable martial arts method to bury my body and make a tombstone for it. For a while her face is confused, then she turns to me and asks, Excuse me, just who? However, I do not answer. The me in this world is dead. As one who is dead, all I need to do is simply remain still as the dead. I embed the impermanence sword into the heart essence of my friend Yuhua. The impermanence sword will lead her to a higher realm. The ability her manifestation possesses is sleep. It is the best non-lethal manifestation that is not specialized in killing. If she reaches the same realm as Jang Ik, the number of people in the Heart tribe who die from greetings will surely visibly decrease. Because it means that the comrades of the Heart tribe will have another way besides suppressing others destructively. Leaving her behind, I become a single strand of wind and slip out of the place. And, from far away, I look at Co. Huiol who is receiving heavenly tribulation. The auspicious exchange of emotional expression is an enormous calamity for Co. Huiol. So I had to develop my sub-heart sword that far in order to be able to capture Co. Huiol. The entirety of Co. Huiol's tainted soul filling the heavens burns in heavenly tribulation. That is only natural. A heavenly tribulation that targets only Co. Huiol. Its structure is identical to Hong Fan's hope, so it is impossible for Co. Huiol to overcome it. Looking at that Co. Huiol of the past, I point a finger at him. Wu Wong. Even if the heavenly tribulation burns all of Co. Huiol's tainted soul filling the heavens, in order so it does not burn Co. Rant's soul, I thus twist fate. By my hand, the Co. Huiol of the 15th cycle screams as he burns completely in Gu Bek's heavenly tribulation, which is no different from hope. I cross the timeline again. The last day of the 14th cycle. I see another scene. The 14th cycles Oh Hyunsuk and Kim Yun surrounding me, who have lost my life, and those who were saved by the 14th cycles me looking at me. Within that sight, the existence of the Enders is absorbed so naturally into my present comrades. The Enders, like the supreme deities, are unique in and of themselves, and each time a cycle passes, they seem to merge with their selves from other timelines. Watching that scene, together with Oh Hyunsuk, I head to that faraway place. To the place where the soul of one man resides. What do you intend to do? I don't want to forcefully keep him alive. Only, just let me be able to guarantee his next life with my own hands. Yes. Oh Hyunsuk places a blessing on the soul of Azure Tiger Saint, Chongmun Sunwoo. Chongmun Sunwoo heads straight for the underworld, and enormous fortune and virtue begin to pile up upon that soul. In his next life, he will surely have the aptitude to reach the star-shattering stage. With that as the end, we again head beyond the timeline. In this life, I do not deliberately bury myself, because others will enshroud the body. The last day of the 13th cycle, I die while sharing a kiss with Yun. Together with Kim Yun, I briefly descend to this point in time and make a tombstone at the place where we died. She assembles the remaining puppets from the wonderfully mysterious fortress, turns them into puppets of a suitable level to guard the tombstones, and makes a shrine operated by the puppets. When Kim Yun and I reach out our hands, a quince tree grows from our tombstone and blooms quince flowers. The light pink quince blossoms look truly beautiful. The last day of the 12th cycle. When I come to my senses, it is that day when I was killed by a tall tree race cultivator at the 4-axis stage. The tall tree race man kills me, and the Mad Lord abducts that tall tree race man. Afterward, the remaining cultivators of the Flying Immortal platform try to take my Heart Tribe corpse and experiment on it. Reluctant to touch the infants below the 4-axis stage for no good reason, I take only my own corpse and head for the Head Realm's ascension path. I bury it right beneath the spot where the ascension gate used to be. The last day of the 11th cycle. The me who killed myself right before dying to the Mad Lord. The Mad Lord all too naturally tries to take my body and remodel it into a puppet. Ew. I sigh and intervene in reality. My sigh directly becomes a repulsion force, tears apart the very space of the Head Realm itself, and in an instant forcibly ascends the Mad Lord to the bright cold realm. The Mad Lord, transported to the bright cold realm in an instant, is probably bewildered, but that is none of my concern. I also take the me of this life to Ascension Path and bury him. After that, we finally arrive at the timeline of my 10th cycle. The last day of the 10th cycle. There, rain clouds are gathering. And, on the opposite side from where the rain clouds fall, in that place where the heat of the scorching desert beats down, a person filled with pain is walking. I become a strand of wind that enters the timeline, brush past him, and for the first time in a long while I check that face. Yes, it is the young me of the 10th cycle. Asterisk. Now, I just want to rest peacefully. Thud. I summon another stick and plant it in the ground. Still, let's go a little further. I definitely swore before them. I swore to offer Yuan Li's head. Thus, thud, thud. How many times have I marked this milestone of pain, limping along? Before I know it, Cheon Seek City is getting closer. Blink. Just now, something seemed to have stood in front of me. Was it just my imagination? A sandstorm blows. Through the sandstorm, I see someone's footprints in front of me disappearing. Footprints. Someone had to have been standing in front of me. Just then, ying. A cold wind blows. There, far away, the dark clouds spread outward and soon pour rain all around. Swayowa. In the desert, rain is falling.